Guided by the motto of endless learning, this guy buried his head in his studies day and night. He finally finished grad school with top honors, escaping what felt like absolute living hell. He flatly told his friend that he was totally done with studying, it was time to live for himself. That plan barely sparked before Truck-kun sent him to the afterlife, turning all his hard-earned degrees into useless trash. His qualifications were reduced to mere scrap paper, but he was granted a second chance in a brand new world. Reborn as the third son of the Li Han family, the Empire's top magical household, Li Han stared at his tiny new hands. He was absolutely stunned by the reality in front of him. Did he seriously retain all his past memories? Isekai'd as a high-ranking noble and the third son of a powerhouse family, talk about a major upgrade. Instantly, his dread turned into pure tearful joy as he finally understood. This was his reward for surviving grad school, a perfect chance to relax, but he was dead wrong. The number one rule of the Li Han family was simple: the eldest son inherits absolutely everything. Every other sibling had to forge their own path, but thankfully, the family would fund whatever Li Han wanted. So as he grew up, the young Li Han decided to learn swordsmanship simply because he found it pretty convenient. Plus, he had nothing else to do. One day, his instructor asked if he wanted to commit to the blade. Without a single second of hesitation, Li Han replied, "Come on, all along, I am becoming a mage." It was the most stable path after all, but that answer left all along with a look of pure shock. Seeing that reaction, Li Han worried he sounded way too unambitious, but out of nowhere, all along fell to his knees weeping. The instructor cried out in absolute admiration of the young master's wisdom, since most noble kids were delusional, ambitious from a young age. Yet for a seasoned grad school survivor like Li Han, planning a highly practical and realistic future was just second nature. In this fantasy world, from elite knight orders to adventurer guilds and even the royal court, a skilled mage was always highly welcomed, and the best place to train was Einrogard, the top academy in the empire. Now that he was finally of age, Li Han was about to begin his grueling academic journey all over again. Standing before the school, he sighed, telling himself to just endure a few more years. Seeing his gloom, all along quickly cheered him on, reminding him that even the family had praised his immense talent. Li Han just sighed, replying that he didn't buy it since his father wouldn't even let him practice magic. He claimed it was too dangerous for a child, but thanked him for the fake pep talk anyway. As an ex-grad student, Li Han had dealt with shady professors way too many times to not see right through people. Though all along wanted to follow, he was forced to stop at the gates as no guards or servants were permitted inside. Naturally, Li Han didn't mind at all and walked inside completely alone. But after just a few steps, he paused. The courtyard was absolutely packed, not just with soldiers, but with endless swarms of personal servants attending to other nobles. Wasn't everyone supposed to enter Einrogard completely alone? Li Han was baffled, as this was nothing like what he had been told. Just then, a nearby nobleman began to shake violently, muttering that everything was wrong. Li Han figured the guy was sick and asked if he was okay, but the stranger suddenly gritted his teeth in sheer rage. The guy complained that he couldn't even sleep without servants, screaming that taking them away was literally like cutting off his own limbs. He shoved his face right into Li Han's, waving his arms around and demanding to know if he agreed. Unsure how to handle the crazy guy, Li Han just nodded along to make him go away. Mistakenly thinking he had found an ally, the noble got fired up and marched straight to an academy wizard to protest the servant ban. But his protest was met with an instant mind control spell, reducing him to a mindless zombie who kept muttering apologies over and over again. The wizards at this academy were clearly not playing around. Li Han watched in absolute shock. How did they dare brainwash noble children without a single shred of hesitation? Surely the terrifying rumors about this place being packed with monsters and dead students getting buried in the back mountains weren't true. While Li Han was still shivering from those thoughts, the academy gates suddenly swung open, blasting blinding light and a booming voice. It welcomed the stubborn fools to Einrogard, instantly crushing everyone with an absolutely overwhelming amount of mana. The crowd froze completely solid under the pressure. This was the principal's raw power, warning them that they had been told to enter alone. But it didn't matter. Even if they refused to obey, they would be forced to comply as the voice faded. The belongings and servants of the nobles are sucked up into the giant bell, vanishing without a trace. Ignoring their desperate cries, the principal barks at them, asking why they're just standing around like total fools. Move it, get inside, get inside, get inside. Unbelievably, that terrifying voice is coming from a floating skull. A blue skull floating in midair. It honestly makes you wonder if this is an academy or a dark mage's lair. The massive gates of the academy then slam shut completely, sealing them off. This is Li Han's very first day at Einrogard, the Empire's top magic academy, and he already has a very bad feeling about this. Those spoiled rich kids still aren't used to doing anything themselves, so they just keep whining constantly. Meanwhile, Li Han is trying to blend into the crowd when a female voice suddenly calls out from behind. "You are indeed Li Han of the Li Han family, right? I'm Yunner Mekin." Just like the Li Han family, the Mekins are from a mage lineage. Li Han greets her back with proper noble etiquette, asking what she wants. But it turns out the one who actually wants to meet him is the Empire's prince. Honestly, that makes total sense. It's the ideal place to learn and build powerful connections, and on day one, everyone is already so eager to make alliances. Standing in front of the prince, Li Han hesitates. Is calling him Your Highness a bit much when the king has over 100 kids? Even within the royal family, they only care about the eldest child, and the king himself doesn't pay attention to the others. So these minor royals have it tough, especially living in a place packed with kids from the Empire's most powerful families. Despite their actual royal blood, they're looked down on, considered even lower status than Meccan's Meccan family. Li Han wonders why she's being so friendly. Other nobles share the exact same thought, whispering about why she's even talking to him. Why is she helping a completely unknown prince? Still, since friends are better than enemies, Li Han offers Meccan a friendly handshake. After all, making friends never hurts. Meccan beams with joy, thanking him and saying she is so glad he agreed. Apparently, he's the very first one to say yes. Hearing this, Li Han shivers, immediately feeling like he just got scammed. This guy is Ganando, the 97th prince, though rumors say he might actually be the 101st. But he insists he's 97th, clearly not wanting to be past the 100 mark. Talk about a petty royal. He's incredibly childish, constantly getting annoyed by everyone's sarcasm, and honestly, he's also pretty dumb. Just a little praise from Li Han, and he's already acting incredibly smug. While they're talking, Ganando glances over at the crowd in the distance, complaining that they rejected his offer just to go talk to Adenart instead, which he finds absolutely ridiculous. Li Han looks at Adenart, the 44th princess, or at least somewhere around there, and thinks to himself, she has a genuinely noble aura, exactly what you'd expect from royalty. Of course, everyone would flock to her side. It's a stark contrast to some people, yet Ganando still assumes Li Han is fully on his side, pushing him, asking Li Han to deal with her since he's tall and strong. Obviously, Li Han isn't stupid enough to actually do that, reminding him that prestigious nobles don't go around bullying others. But Ganando still won't listen, trying to find another excuse, claiming it's not bullying, it's punishment. But before he can even finish, Li Han cuts him off, saying they don't do that either, telling him to actually think about it. Naturally, a fool like Ganando can't process that, so he asks Li Han what they should do instead. Although he doesn't really care about this minor prince, Li Han decides to give him some simple advice, telling him to forgive them, but if he really doesn't want to, he should just challenge them directly. The second fighting is mentioned. Ganando immediately turns as obedient as a puppy, quickly claiming they don't need to make a big deal out of it. Since he's a noble prince, he'll forgive them. Seeing Ganando actually behave for once, Meccan approaches to praise Li Han, telling him he is absolutely amazing, being able to control a stubborn attitude that even she, his own cousin, was totally helpless with. It's pretty clear she has suffered a lot dealing with him. Li Han asks her, saying amazing is a bit much. But while he gets their cousins, he wants to know why she goes through so much trouble to look after him. Right then, the blue skull appears once again, interrupting their conversation, mockingly asking if they're having fun, you ironheads. Seeing the skull up close, Li Han is completely shocked, recognizing it as a Lich, an undead entity, the final state of a mage who willingly sacrificed everything in exchange for immortal life. He can't believe the principal is actually a Lich. Clearly, Li Han studied his theory thoroughly before coming to this academy, truly worthy of a former graduate student. While everyone is still panicking, the principal suddenly throws out a question, asking why he calls them ironheads. Before anyone else can react, the first person to raise her hand to answer is Adenart. Since steel is the symbol of this year's class, that is the correct answer, and your house receives 10 points. Hearing this for the first time, Adenart asks in surprise if there is actually a point system for the houses. But the headmaster's reply is a total trap. Of course there is not, and if you want to become a mage, you should first learn to tell truth from lies. True, this class's symbol is steel, a material that shapes itself based on how it is forged. It is a precious material with many uses, making it absolutely perfect for new students like you. These beautiful words leave all the students gasping in awe, making them feel like they are finally being acknowledged. Everyone feels motivated to work hard, but get this, it is actually just another prank, and they got fooled again. Your symbol is steel because your heads are completely hollow. Seriously, this guy is on another level of annoying. Total silence. While everyone stands frozen in shock, Li Han is the only one calmly looking around. No matter how much the headmaster mocks them, everyone is too exhausted to speak. Moving in an area overflowing with raw mana is incredibly difficult, yet Li Han finds it surprisingly easy now. Perhaps he is getting used to it, or maybe it is thanks to the headmaster's influence. His calm demeanor quickly catches the headmaster's attention right after the old man finishes scaring the other freshmen. Prank over. The headmaster finally stops, admitting he might have been a bit too harsh on the new kids, especially for those who traveled so far to get here. He tells them to look toward the left door, enjoy the feast, and wash away all the exhaustion from their journey. Right before the students' eyes is a gorgeous room packed with delicious dishes. Slices of soft white bread slathered in butter and cheese, savory chicken marinated in rich oil, butter, spices, and flour, then simmered in red wine to perfection, fresh pastries, topped with bechamel sauce, and fresh fish roasting over a charcoal grill. Talk about mouthwatering. Even a royal like Gainando cannot help but drool at the sight of this feast. But just as they pick up their utensils, the entire feast vanishes into thin air, and the headmaster's familiar laugh echoes once again. "You fools got tricked again, ha ha ha. When will you kids ever grow some brains?" Li Han is completely speechless at this point. He has heard that becoming a lich requires sacrificing a few things, and he is pretty sure the headmaster's skeleton is missing quite a few screws. Having had his fun, the headmaster suddenly conjures up a pile of gear. This academy is where great mages are born, and the absolute greatest driving force behind any powerful mage is deep hunger and desire. Here are your uniforms and daily rations. For a royal like Gainando, who eats luxury meals every day, these simple rice balls are complete garbage. But the moment he complains, the headmaster gets right in his face, saying that this is exactly the reaction he wants to see. "The food is terrible, right? Then learn magic and find your own delicious meals. Are your robes and wands looking cheap and miserable? Then learn magic and earn yourself some better ones." That is the iron law of this academy, and hearing this makes them think. One student gets the bright idea to just go outside and buy better things, making the headmaster's eyes light up at the excellent question. First years are absolutely forbidden from leaving the grounds, and talking to upperclassmen is banned as well. That is all, now disperse. Best of luck. Now go forth and turn yourselves into the greatest mages the Empire has ever seen. After surviving that bizarre speech, Li Han sighs deeply. Why does every single world have to have this exact type of teacher? So exhausting. That creepy skull's gaze looks exactly like his crazed academic advisor from his past life. Pure madness. While Li Han is lost in thought, Gainando runs over to him looking completely pathetic. "Hey Li Han, you are planning to head over there too, right? How dare they treat us like this? With such awful food and terrible clothes, we will never survive." Li Han completely ignores him, quietly reaching a very different conclusion. Wait, what if this creepy skeleton is actually much nicer than his old grad school professor? Not only did he get some food, but they even provided clothes. This place is way better. Honestly, it turns out our main character is not exactly normal either, probably because he studied way too much in his past life. Back in the Empire, the Li Han family is not particularly famous among the high nobility. Very few people actually know them because they always use magic research as a shield to isolate themselves from the busy outside world. Because of that, most talk about them as just wild misunderstandings. But hearing Li Han's strange logic, Gainando is left absolutely stunned. Even his personal servants have never had to wear such cheap clothes, making him wonder what kind of life Li Han lived. Feeling a deep wave of sympathy for his friend, Gainando tearfully pats him on the shoulder to comfort him. He tells Li Han to visit his mansion whenever he gets a chance, and Li Han just nods along without really understanding what is going on. After that, the two leave the hall together, officially becoming friends. You see, Einrogard accepts absolutely anyone who wants to study magic, regardless of their background, as long as they possess the talent. However, to prevent any potential conflicts, to prevent any pointless clashes between these moody teenagers, the academy splits the dorms into 4 distinct zones based on the students' origins. The proud Blue Dragon Tower only allows the noble descendants of the Blue Dragon to pass through its doors. That is right, only those with actual dragon blood flowing through their veins are granted entry. At the Eternal Immortal Phoenix Tower, only those who have dedicated everything to the sacred flame may cross the threshold. This is a sacred, pure sanctuary built exclusively for priests and holy followers. Then there is the White Tiger Tower. Only those harboring a storm of pure fury are allowed inside. For generations, this has been home to the Order of Knights. These warriors walk both paths as knights and mages. Finally, there is the Black Turtle Tower. Only those with endless patience enter here. It is filled with a massive mix of commoners, servants, and laborers. You will find actors, beggars, merchants, and even low-ranking nobles. Compared to the other houses, these members face constant bias for their lower-class origins. The tension is obvious among the freshmen, but there is always an exception to the rule. To Li Han, these students look like prime business partners. He has to make friends. No business means no wealth. And since real business is built on hands-on experience, he needs to start networking immediately. Right on cue, a sneering voice echoes from across the yard. No matter what he says, he simply cannot understand why they let such low-class trash into this school. He asks what they are staring at, demanding to know if he is wrong. Seeing someone insult his future business partners, Li Han steps forward, declaring that the only low-class trash present is the speaker himself. He questions if they did not all leave their status behind, asking how such an arrogant noble could forget the absolute basics. His words instantly win over the crowd. The other students nod, agreeing that he is entirely correct. Whispers spread about him being from the legendary Li Han family, living up to his prestigious lineage. Meanwhile, the snobbish bullies, are suddenly surrounded by the hostile crowd and start blushing in deep embarrassment, completely caught off guard by the public backlash. Li Han is thrilled with how this played out, noting that the mood is perfect for him to finally go over and introduce himself. But before he can even take a step, the crowd panics and scatters, warning each other not to look at the terrifying Li Han heir. Rumors fly that his family is extremely dangerous, with some claiming their leader is a literal dragon or descendant of ancient spirits. Li Han is left completely frozen in shock, unable to grasp why everyone is terrified of him. He turns to Yeoner for some answers. He asks Yeoner if he really looks that terrifying, but she casually tells him that is definitely not the case. She says he just looks like a textbook noble, leaving Li Han completely oblivious to how terrifyingly famous his family really is. Just then, Prince Ganando runs over, whining about how Li Han and Yeoner could possibly leave their royal prince behind like that. As they walk, Li Han picks up their previous conversation, asking Yeoner to finish what she was saying earlier. She smiles and asks if he wants to know why she spoils the prince so much, explaining it all goes back to his mother. A lavish banquet scene flashes back to when a very young Yeoner was attending a royal party. She accidentally spilled a drink all over the queen's dress, making everyone present believe the Yeoner Meccan family was completely doomed. There was no way even a child would be forgiven, yet the queen did not show a single hint of anger. Instead, she gently held the crying child, reassuring little Lady Yeoner that everyone makes mistakes and asking if she was all right. It sounds like a beautifully cinematic moment straight out of a movie, which is exactly how Li Han would have imagined it. But the reality is far simpler. Ganando's mother is incredibly rich, and being nice to the prince comes with a catch. She funds Yeoner with a massive allowance, a revelation that completely shatters Li Han's view of his companion. Yet a highly calculating thought immediately sparks in his mind, and he realizes this might actually be a golden opportunity. He decides he absolutely must become best friends with the prince as well. With their goals aligned, the three walk toward their dormitory. They head toward the Blue Dragon Tower, but the academy grounds are practically a massive, sprawling wilderness. There are deep forests and entire mountains, yet the insane principal expects the freshmen to navigate all of this completely on foot. A massive crowd blocking the path ahead catches Li Han's eye as it sits right along the route to their dormitory. Since they are blocking the Blue Dragon Tower, he squeezes past the crowd to get a look, only to gasp in sheer disbelief. He never imagined the prestigious Blue Dragon Tower would look this run down, and Ganando immediately starts throwing a tantrum. The prince complains that even servant quarters are nicer, expressing his deep disappointment at being forced to live in such a dump. Yet the moment they cross the threshold, the crowd vanishes and the entire atmosphere completely shifts around them. As Li Han looks around to figure out their next move, a mysterious voice suddenly echoes inside his head. "Welcome, young mage, where to?" It didn't take Li Han long to realize what was going on. Their dormitory was a literal magic tower, truly fitting for a premier academy. Placing his hand over his heart, he politely inquired, "Where exactly can I go?" Amused by his quick thinking, the tower praised his adaptability. "For now, the only places open to you are your private room and the iron-class freshman lounge." Hearing this, Li Han pressed further. "So does that mean other areas will open up later?" The tower explained that some places only require knowing their names, while others demand much more security clearance before you can enter. But for now, everything else is totally off limits because the headmaster has strictly banned all freshman exploration. Deciding not to push his luck, Li Han chose to head straight to his private room. The magic tower sent him off with a warm welcome. He had clearly made a great first impression. The second he stepped inside, Li Han cracked open his student guidebook to read about Einrogard. Aside from a few mandatory core classes, students could freely choose electives and drop them within a month. It noted that true mages must independently seek out the fundamental laws of the world. Even if others offer their assistance, a wizard must always walk their own path. Signed, Headmaster Osu Gonadaltes. Reading this, Li Han figured the headmaster might not be as completely heartless as rumored. To him, this place felt way easier than grad school. Plus, his room had almost everything he needed. Of course, he was the only one who felt that way. To pampered noble kids, this blank room felt completely barren. In their worst nightmares, they never imagined being forced to live in such a dismal place. Once he memorized the academy rules, Li Han headed to the shared lounge to ask his peers about their elective choices. Yeoner excitedly chimed in. She wanted to study alchemy since she had always been fascinated by it. Her ultimate dream was to run a private workshop supplying the imperial family. She asked if he wanted in. Her eyes literally sparkled at the mention of big business. Who knew a noble would love money this much? Li Han got a little defensive. Alchemy is a tough gig. He thought best to think it over first. Imperial alchemy is incredibly cutthroat, filled with nasty smear campaigns, constant backstabbing, and monopolized ingredients. With guilds constantly clashing over market shares, finding a stable, low-profile government job sounded way safer. That was his game plan anyway. But when Yeoner asked for his choice, Li Han hesitated. In his head, he wanted low-competition Easy A classes that would secure him a comfortable, boring government job. For an imperial civil servant, the specific major did not matter as much as getting pure top grades. High scores and evaluations were everything. Still, telling the truth outright would totally crush Yoner's burning passion. To avoid disappointing his eager friend, Li Han carefully sugar-coated his reply. He claimed he would sample various courses, first arguing that such massive decisions shouldn't be rushed. Suddenly, Gainando burst in, screaming, "Guys, we have a major problem. I think I got robbed." He yelled that his room was completely empty. Li Han and Yoner immediately realized the truth and were speechless. They just stared blankly, already growing quite numb to the hilariously out-of-touch nature of these pampered young nobles. Next day, he headed out. He studied his textbook for understanding basic magic, which was a mandatory freshman course split by dormitory. Unlike the studious Li Han, his peers walked like literal zombies, immediately whining when asked about their condition. They complained about starving, absolutely terrible beds, and itchy uniforms that made getting sleep completely impossible. Hearing their complaints, Li Han suddenly recalled his brutal past life where lunch breaks did not even exist. Back then, his only food was a single chocolate bar tossed by a senior after hours of free labor. He had expected a massive feast but got cheap cup ramen and a single roll of kimbap instead. Compared to that living hell, this academy was paradise. Li Han was more than satisfied. The grumbling group finally arrived at the lecture hall, but the moment they opened the door, the early students suddenly scream in terror. "What on earth is this? This is definitely our classroom," they swear, but there is a banshee waiting inside. Even though the banshee politely introduces herself as an academy professor, these noble kids can only stare back with nothing but absolute doubt in their eyes. After all, banshees are violent and highly dangerous monsters to nobility, no matter how heavily guarded they usually are. Yet a well-dressed troll was standing right there in their lecture hall, and once the shocked students calmed down, they finally took their seats. The professor began her introduction, saying she was glad to meet everyone. Her name was Garcia Kim, and she was a half-troll. She understood their fear, but promised she would not eat anyone, though she suddenly licked her lips as her face twisted into a terrifying grin. Well, unless she was really hungry, which instantly petrified the students, while poor Gainando frothed at the mouth and fainted right on the spot. It seemed like absolutely no one in this academy was normal, and with that bizarre introduction over, Professor Garcia officially began her lecture. She admitted she regretted playing such a scary joke on them and noted that since most of them had never used magic, it was time to start. Magic was an incredibly dangerous force, which was exactly why only full-fledged adults were normally permitted to wield its volatile power. Yet the students gathered in this room were promising young seeds destined to become great iron-ranked mages. This introductory course would teach them the fundamentals of magic, helping each student discover which elemental path suited their natural talents best. The path of a mage was notoriously brutal, but she sincerely hoped to serve as their guiding compass along the way. Hearing those surprisingly kind words, the 10 students let out a collective sigh of relief, glad that not every professor was like their terrifying principal. The eccentric skull principal had clearly left an unforgettable impression on these freshmen, and it was certainly not a very positive one. To kick off the lesson, Professor Garcia posed the most fundamental question of all: what is magic? Instantly, Princess Adenarth raised her hand. She answered that magic was when a caster used their will to reshape the physical world around them. She was a brilliant top student, always the very first to answer any question, and she was never wrong. Professor Garcia praised her response as highly impressive but added a crucial detail to complete the definition. True magic meant utilizing mana as the primary power source to systematically alter the surrounding physical reality. Every student admitted into this prestigious academy possessed enough talent to sense mana, but actually casting a spell required going much further. They had to actively summon their raw magical energy and weave it together with precise care before a spell could manifest. Most people mistakenly assumed that casting required chanting complex incantations or performing dramatic physical gestures. In reality, the ultimate key was the caster's own willpower, a crucial truth they could never afford to forget. She had the students draw their wands to try it themselves, giving Li Han his first real chance to cast. As the students awkwardly fumbled with their wands, Professor Garcia stepped in to provide gentle step-by-step vocal guidance. She urged them to clearly visualize a warm light in their minds while steadily maintaining their current flow of mana. Closing her eyes, Yoner struggled to grasp her internal magical energy, finding it quite difficult. Controlling mana was like trying to hold the reins of a wild, frantically galloping stallion that desperately wanted to break free. One slip in concentration, and the power would completely scatter. Seeing them succeed, Professor Garcia waved her wand for the next step. While holding that energy steady, she instructed them to speak the simple activation chant, "Let there be light." Instantly, a brilliant blinding flash erupted from her wand, illuminating every single corner of the dark lecture hall. She explained that their incantation could be absolutely anything, but a short phrase made maintaining focus much easier. Watching his instructor's flawless demonstration, Li Han took mental notes and quickly figured out the core mechanics. He simplified the process into 3 basic steps. First, gather the raw magical energy within. Second, shape that energy according to your will. And third, recite the activation chant. But understanding the theory didn't guarantee instant success, and his very first attempt ended in complete failure. He wasn't alone, as other students also failed spectacularly, sending uncontrolled magical sparks flying wildly in all directions. Professor Garcia casually flicked her own wand to shield her students, warning them that unstable, out-of-control magic could severely injure others. However, she reassured them that as their professor, it was her job to keep them perfectly safe. She told them to stay calm and practice without fear, urging anyone with remaining mana to try again. By the second attempt, a third of the class had already given up, leaving only two-thirds still trying. Professor Garcia watched their strained faces with an amused smile, knowing even this basic spell took serious effort. It typically required an entire month of practice to master, but she remained silent, letting them learn the hard way. On the third try, half the class quit. By the fourth, almost everyone gave up, and by the fifth, only one student stood. Still, that single student kept pushing on into the sixth round until Li Han raised his hand to speak. He apologized for the interruption, but politely asked to continue, pointing out that he seemed to be the only one left. Professor Garcia suddenly realized they were on the seventh attempt, whereas even the toughest students usually drained their mana by the fifth. No matter how energetic a person is, magic always requires some form of mana, which certain Eastern tribes call chi. A show-off scholar might call it elements, while stubborn priests refer to it as divine power, but it is all the same energy. Regardless of the name, this energy is the source of a mage's power, as every single spell requires it. Naturally, a young, inexperienced mage is bound to run into a common issue known as mana depletion. But looking closely at Li Han, he still seems completely fine and full of energy. Even though this is already his seventh time, which deeply intrigues the professor, introducing himself by his first name instead of his family name successfully earns him some major extra points in her book. Seeing a student who values true equality, Professor Garcia offers a warm, friendly smile and asks him to step forward. Having firmly memorized Li Han's name, she instructs him to place his hand on hers to feel the flowing magical energy. The very moment their hands touch, an unimaginably vast source of magical energy surges forward. It feels like crashing ocean waves, pulling Professor Garcia deep into the flow until Li Han finally calls out to snap her back to reality. Professor Garcia quickly pulls her hand back, reassuring everyone that everything is fine as she continues the lesson. Meanwhile, Ganando whispers to Yonner, wondering if they should rescue Li Han before the professor decides to eat him alive. His imagination is truly wild, but before sending Li Han back, the professor pats his shoulder and whispers that she wants a quick chat after the lesson. A short while later, the exhausted students finally recover their strength, allowing Professor Garcia to continue her lecture. She tells them she is sure they felt how easily their mana drains, but warns them not to lose heart. With constant practice, their internal mana will expand and they will gradually learn to consume much less of it over time. Sometimes, overmotivated students lose control and get hurt, which is why she warns everyone to be careful, especially Ganando. She jokingly adds that she does not actually eat students, leaving the poor guy deeply embarrassed by his own big mouth. After sharing these final warnings, their very first class officially comes to an end and Li Han heads to the office. Entering the office, he politely asks if something is wrong and why she called him in privately. Giving him a meaningful look, Professor Garcia reveals that the crazy headmaster had actually warned her about him before class. The moment Li Han hears any mention of the headmaster, his survival instincts instantly kick in. He instinctively takes a step back, knowing all too well how terrifying it is to be noticed by that crazy Lich. Seeing this, Professor Garcia tells him not to worry, admitting that while the headmaster might seem a bit eccentric, he is actually a very kind soul with an incredibly sharp eye for talent, which is something most students do not realize. Every year, he provides detailed notes on the freshmen, like warning her to be careful with a beastkin student. He warned that the kid could burn down the dormitory or that another is a half-demon who reacts badly to holy magic. But when it came to Li Han, the headmaster claimed he has the perfect potential to be a complete fool, a hidden compliment she understood. While calling him a fool could be taken literally, she notes that in the East, they have a famous saying, "A great fool often hides a brilliant genius," meaning what looks incredibly foolish might actually be connected to absolute brilliance. In other words, the headmaster recognized his immense potential right away, wondering what kind of student he would turn out to be. She tells Li Han that she has extremely high expectations for him, which prompts him to speak up after she spaces out for a moment. Calling out to her, he watches as she quickly tries to find another way to explain things without revealing her inner thoughts. She reveals the real reason she called him in is because he possesses far too much mana, leaving Li Han scratching his head in confusion. While it is certainly good news, he is not particularly surprised and wonders if that alone warrants a private meeting. He figured regular practice would eventually increase his mana anyway, but Professor Garcia immediately clarifies the situation. She explains that he does not just have a little extra, but so much that she cannot even perceive his limits, completely freezing him in place. A mage's total pool is a deciding factor in their potential, and those running low must resort to extreme squeezing methods. To squeeze out more power, meaning that having an abundance of mana from the start, lets you bypass those frustrating limitations entirely. In other words, it is the ultimate mark of a genius, and Li Han's mood instantly brightens as he processes this exciting news. If what the professor says is true, then his path forward is about to be absolutely paved with roses and smooth sailing. But before he can even celebrate, the professor suddenly sighs with a sorrowful look, saying she feels incredibly sorry for him. Confused, Li Han asks what she means, wondering how having an abundance of magical power could possibly be a bad thing. Professor Garcia picks up a glass of water to illustrate her point, explaining that while some extra is good, he simply has far too much. If mana is like water in a glass is easy to manage, but controlling a pool as vast as the entire ocean is another story. Wouldn't that be incredibly difficult to pull off? Being highly intelligent, Li Han immediately understood the core issue. This meant the difficulty of controlling his magic energy and mastering the core principles of magic would be exceptionally high. He sank to his knees in despair, clutching his head. Too much of anything is never good, and magic power is no exception. Just then, Professor Garcia took out a special bracelet and placed it right onto Li Han's wrist. This band absorbs excess magic energy to help control it, and hearing this, Li Han immediately felt his spirits lift once more. So as long as he wore this bracelet, everything would be fine. Thank you, Professor, but of course it was never that simple. If it were really that easy, the professor wouldn't have summoned him here. He was completely at a loss. Left with no choice, Li Han asked for advice. Professor Garcia thought for a moment before suggesting he cast multiple spells. Purposely draining his massive mana pool by casting spells would help, and practicing alone carried absolutely zero risk of mana depletion. This unique solution sounded incredibly simple and highly effective, yet Li Han did not seem to like the idea of draining himself at all. Walking back to his room with a gloomy face, he worried his future looked bleak. He needed to secure high grades from now on. Wondering if he should enroll in classes that did not require magic, he turned to ask his two nearby friends about their plans. He asked if they had any classes in mind, and Yeoner cheerfully replied that she was definitely signing up for alchemy. She asked if they wanted to join her, but before Li Han could even answer, Gonadaltes quickly scoffed that alchemy was only fit for lowly servants. He claimed there were no real principles to study, calling Yeoner foolish, which made her instantly clench her fists in anger. She politely asked Einrogard to step aside. Sensing her overwhelming murderous aura, Li Han quickly backed away while Gonadaltes stood there clueless. Oblivious to the danger, Gonadaltes took a massive face-shattering punch from Yeoner. She warned him that if he ended up in the infirmary, he should never ask her for any healing potions. Li Han knew a bit about combat from Sir Aola Long's training. In his expert opinion, that punch was a flawless 10 out of 10. Afterward, Li Han and Yeoner set off together to attend their introductory alchemy class. On the way, Li Han expressed concern over the incident, but Yeoner remained entirely unbothered. She claimed a simple apology would fix everything. And honestly, her incredibly relaxed attitude made it feel like a daily occurrence. Walking further, they noticed a crowd of students from other towers heading the exact same way. Most of them belonged to the Black Turtle Tower. While Li Han did not really care about their presence, their constant glaring made him highly uncomfortable. Commoners typically reacted in one of two ways when encountering nobles. They either feared them, wanted nothing to do with them, or openly despised them. Hearing their strange whispers, Li Han could only let out a helpless sigh. He knew that trying too hard to act friendly would likely only backfire on him. Soon the entire class had gathered together. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from a distance asking if everyone had arrived. Once again, the students prepared themselves. After encountering a skeletal Lich headmaster and a half-troll professor, nothing could surprise them. Another eccentric teacher wouldn't be shocking at all, but this time their new professor was actually just a normal-looking dwarf. Skipping any playful banter, this extremely serious teacher got straight to the point, introducing himself as Professor Uregulum. He told them to call him Professor Uregulum, guessing they were all wondering why they built such a massive facility, only to end up gathering outside in an empty yard without even a single desk. Right on cue, Adenart raised her hand to suggest it was to better feel the natural mana. She added that they needed to understand the natural forces useful to alchemists, but this time her guess was incorrect. Meanwhile, when Yeoner quietly asked him for his thoughts on the matter, Li Han offered a very casual guess. He wondered if they were out here to harvest raw ingredients, never expecting his random guess to be correct. He received high praise from Professor Uregulum, who called him a hard-headed yet remarkably clever and observant student. Adenart immediately shot a sharp glare his way. Suddenly becoming the center of attention made Li Han feel slightly uncomfortable. He hoped she wouldn't try to compete with him over a lucky guess. Professor Uregulum then explained the real lesson. He wanted to teach them the single most critical aspect of alchemy, knowing most assumed it required high intelligence. They likely believed it demanded genius, intellect, and precise mana control, but that assumption was far from reality. The most crucial skill for any alchemist is actually harvesting raw ingredients. As Yeoner carefully took notes, she froze in utter shock. The professor's revelation was completely opposite to everything she had previously believed. Adenart raised her hand again, arguing they could easily grow their own ingredients or simply purchase them from others. Therefore, gathering should only be a minor skill. Hearing this, the other students instantly began murmuring in agreement. Her Highness is absolutely right. Why are we even gathering these weird ingredients? This made Professor Euregulum blow a fuse, calling her a stubborn brat who knows absolutely nothing about the real world. He yelled that she can't even grow 10% of her own ingredients and how everything she bought was completely useless. That is exactly why they travel with adventurers, because those people are out there digging up valuable herbs, but doing it in a totally half-hearted, sloppy way. Sloppy indeed. Realizing he was overreacting, Professor Euregulum quickly lowered his voice, saying a true alchemist should know how to gather their own materials. If you can't even collect your own ingredients, you will never become a great alchemist. That's enough lecturing. Now it is time for some hands-on practice, so go out there and bring those ingredients back to me. Each student is then handed a drawing of the specific herb they are supposed to find, called Einrogard. Despite all its prestige, the school comes with some pretty dark rumors, including stories of students dying while practicing magic. Obviously, magic is dangerous and accidents happen, but sending them out like this just seems like a total lack of preparation. Why would they bring students to a place like this? That is exactly what Li Han thinks as he looks at the forest behind him. He figures going in with just 2 people is way too dangerous. Yanar agrees and wonders if anyone else from their tower. Li Han immediately thinks of Princess Adenard, who is pretty outstanding in all their other classes. But Yanar doesn't seem to like the princess much, finding her way too difficult, while Li Han thinks they just need to find the herbs, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Too bad for them, they're already too late. Adenard has already formed her own group. Seeing that her group includes students from the Black Tortoise Tower who had avoided him earlier, Li Han is practically crying tears of envy. Seeing his reaction, Yanar explains that Her Highness was extremely famous even before enrolling here. She is highly famous even among other royals due to her sharp mind and remarkable talent, possessing that rare star quality the public just absolutely loves. On the flip side, absolutely nobody cares about Gainando, a pretty brutal reality check honestly. After a while, all the other students have formed groups, leaving only a few left from the Black Tortoise Tower. Li Han carefully weighs his options. It is way too dangerous with only 2 of them, so they definitely need a 3rd member who can cover their weaknesses. That is when he spots a girl named Nilia from the Black Tortoise Tower. She is a dark elf and a member of the Night Watch, a patrol force stationed up in the north. The Night Watch is made up of highly skilled hunters and scouts who operate in the harsh north and know the mountain terrain like the back of their hand. Looking at the picture Professor Euregulum gave her, even though Nilia has never heard of this herb, she is still incredibly confident. This mountain is basically her playground, and it won't take long at all to find the herb in the drawing. Now is her chance to show off her skills and leave the other students in the dust. Just as Nilia is about to set off, Li Han and Yanar call out from behind, introducing themselves as Yanar of the Yanar Meccan family, and Li Han pleased to meet her. Nilia immediately recognizes Yanar as a noble, and since Black Tortoise Tower students usually don't have the best opinion of nobles, she coldly asks what they want. When asked if she wants to team up for the mountain run, Nilia instantly gets defensive, demanding to know their real motive. She clenches her fists, ready to fight at any moment, thinking all nobles are exactly the same. They call us savages to insult us, and even when we show them our best hospitality, they still complain that we treat them poorly. How could these 2 be any different? That's when Li Han gently makes his offer. Going alone is pretty dangerous, especially if monsters show up, but Nilia just turns her head and flatly rejects the offer. Li Han notices this and makes a guess, asking if she honestly thinks they would use her as bait, or just abandon her. Having her secret fear exposed, Nilia turns completely red with embarrassment. She tries to make excuses about wanting to go alone, but Li Han quickly cuts her off, saying there is no way that is the reason. You don't even know what is waiting in the forest, and you still have to collect 10 ingredients and carry them all back. I'm sure you are not stupid enough to think you can handle all that alone. The more he talks, the more embarrassed Nilia feels. She is forced to agree to join their group. And just like that, Li Han's plan succeeds perfectly, leaving Yanar standing next to him, pretty stunned by his manipulative methods. She wonders what exactly the Li Han family has been teaching him. And so the trio heads deep into the forest to find the herbs for Professor Euregulum. Highly familiar with the forest terrain, Nilia comfortably leaps across the tree branches and dashes ahead. Witnessing this incredibly skilled display from their new teammate, Yanar cannot help but praise her, calling her a true skilled hunter and wondering how Li Han knew. Li Han explains that her well-developed leg muscles and thick calluses on her palms prove she is highly experienced with using a weapon, specifically a bow and arrow, traits only seen in seasoned hunters. Hearing this sharp analysis immediately puts Nilia on high alert. Just from those clues, the guy feels strangely dangerous, almost like he can read minds, but right at that moment, Li Han breaks the tension. He admits he was totally bluffing and simply noticed her night patrol badge hanging on her waist. It nearly makes Nilia fall right out of the tree. His party is far from normal. Still, the joke helps Nilia lower her guard, prompting Yanar to invite her down so they can all walk together at a steady pace. Nilia hesitates at first, but she is completely shut down by Li Han's undeniable logic. He points out that Yonner is their only herb expert, and if she collapses from exhaustion, they are doomed, forcing Nilia to quickly change the subject to hide her embarrassment. She demands to know what his actual role is since Yonner finds the herbs and she guides the way, leaving Li Han doing absolutely nothing. If Li Han admits he is just tagging along for a free ride, Nilia will probably lose her mind. So he confidently claims his role is to protect the two girls, making Nilia eye his well-built frame with sudden curiosity. She guesses he might be from a knightly family and wonders why he is in the Blue Dragon Tower, giving Li Han the perfect chance to introduce himself. He politely corrects her, explaining he is not from a knightly lineage but rather from the prestigious Li Han family. The second she hears the name Li Han, Nilia turns pale with terror. Li Han panics too. Trembling, he turns to ask Yonner if there is something wrong with his family name, and she gently pats his shoulder to comfort him. She explains that while most noble houses have bad rumors, the Li Han family is a rather extreme case. Since Li Han is completely in the dark about this, he curiously asks her what kinds of rumors are actually spreading about his lineage. Yonner does not hold back and reveals the rumor that the head of the Li Han family is actually a dragon who dealt with an undead rebellion. Supposedly, he used his dragon breath to instantly incinerate the entire horde into crisp, dry corpses. The rumor says their bloodline formed a contract with ancient spirits, granting them terrifying magical powers at a very steep cost. That cost was completely losing their human emotions, leaving the Li Han mages completely heartless and ruthless. People say they once wiped an entire city off the map just to suppress a single rebellion, which is the wild reputation hanging over him. Hearing this makes Li Han want to cry. Why does everything get blamed on them? Why does every single crazy disaster get blamed on the Li Han family? Watching Li Han react like this, Nilia cannot help but burst out laughing, realizing that whatever else might be true, the rumor about them losing their emotions is definitely false. The three of them then resume their search for herbs in the dense forest, but after walking for just a short while, Nilia suddenly signals them to stop, having spotted fresh animal tracks nearby left by some incredibly massive beast that recently crossed their path. Since the tracks are faint, she believes the creature is deliberately controlling its steps to conceal its trail. While she is highly curious about what kind of beast it is, Yonner's expression shows absolutely zero interest in the matter. This leaves Nilia incredibly embarrassed, realizing she is showing off again and needs to accept that normal academy students do not care about tracking. But just as she expects silence, Li Han leans in with genuine curiosity, calling the tracks absolutely fascinating. He eagerly asks her what else she can deduce from the markings, marking the very first time someone has shown interest in her skills. Dumbfounded, Nilia asks if he really finds this stuff interesting. He genuinely did. Her face turns bright red, and unable to form a proper response, she quickly stands up and yells that they still need to be careful. She warns him that whenever they find tracks like these, extreme caution is required since the creature clearly boasts massive claws. However, identifying the exact species is quite difficult, though she has heard stories of various monsters lurking around the Magical Academy. Since Einrogard is built on land overflowing with mana, the ambient energy heavily affects the surrounding environment and wildlife. This leads to the emergence of bizarre beasts, not to mention creatures born directly from failed magical experiments. Some monsters even take the form of mutant slimes spawned entirely from discarded potions thrown away by careless students. The more Li Han hears, the more he questions the school's basic safety measures, as nothing here has been normal. Since stepping foot inside, he has faced constant chaos, so the group decides to carefully follow the tracks on the ground. This path keeps them alert and reduces the risk of an ambush, but before they move, Li Han makes a sudden request. He asks Nilia to teach him tracking, but she warns him it is tough and he will surely quit soon. Undeterred, Li Han promises to give it his absolute all if she is willing to guide him, leaving her quite surprised by his dedication. Surprisingly, she flashes a smile as bright as a blooming flower. Let us see how you handle this. It seems their journey together has finally caused Nilia to let her guard down. Her initial coldness is slowly melting away. After tracking some signs for a while, Yonner finally spots the exact ingredient they are looking for, the decaying herb. It is a bit unfortunate that we only found 2, but I think we can track down the rest of them pretty quickly. Since there are no other plants nearby, let us keep moving forward. But because she is completely focused on gathering the herbs, Yonner fails to notice the eerie silence settling over the forest. When she finally looks back, she sees a massive giant wild boar charging straight toward the three of them. Li Han can instantly sense its radiating magical power, proving this is definitely no ordinary woodland beast. Drawing from her survival experience, Nilia knows this is a true monster, and it clearly has no intention of letting them escape alive. It steps forward as its dark mana flares even brighter. Seeing the danger, Li Han calmly pulls out his wand from his pocket. It will be far too dangerous to stay defenseless, since they have no weapons, so he decides to make use of his wand. Since a wand's physical size can be altered by its master's will, Li Han instantly transforms his into a massive club. Nilia suddenly realizes something. right? Li Han comes from a legendary family of mages, and speaking of his bloodline, he belongs to the great Li Han family. He must have mastered quite a few powerful spells before even stepping foot in the academy. But when she asks if he is confident, Li Han hesitates. Seeing his reluctance, Nelia gives him some careful final advice. If things go south, grab that redhead and run. I will distract it and lead it away. The mood between them suddenly feels incredibly dramatic. All three stare at each other and blush. Seriously, they are worrying about this now. Meanwhile, the beast gets furious at being ignored and charges directly toward Li Han. Nelia breaks into a cold sweat, her eyes locked on his every move. What legendary spell is he going to cast to destroy that beast? But completely contrary to her grand expectations, Li Han does not know a single real spell. He merely grips his giant wand, recalling the harsh lessons he received at 10 years old. The sword might be the king of all weapons, but you must never rely on it alone. You need to master various other armaments to prepare for any possible scenario. Only those who truly master this process can channel their raw mana into their weapons to achieve the legendary aura state. That was what Aula Long had taught Li Han during his intense swordsmanship training. However, only a tiny handful of chosen prodigies can actually reach this elite aura state. Aula Long kept that a secret, fearing it might discourage his young master. As for Li Han, his only dream was to become a comfortable office-bound mage, so he never really understood why he needed to sweat so much over aura, but completely misinterpreting his lazy attitude, Aula Long initiated a brutal demonic training regime. Now those hellish childhood lessons are finally paying off. Even as the wild beast charges furiously, Li Han stands completely still, locking his sharp gaze onto the target. Once the monster closes in, he grips the staff and thrusts it directly into its mouth. The beast never saw this coming. It crashes down in sheer agony and dies on the spot. Is he seriously some kind of legendary physical mage? Witnessing this impossible feat, Nelia screams in utter disbelief. Did you just stab it with a wand? What about actual magic? The wands crafted at Einrogard are incredibly durable, even doubling as clubs, but still, taking down a giant monster boar with one is no easy task. The only reason he pulled this off is because Li Han unconsciously channeled his mana, though it is still a far cry from a true aura. Regardless, he is learning how to survive on his own. After a careful inspection, Nelia confirms the beast is dead and hands the wand back. Only now does Yonner dare to breathe. Does this academy class really have to be this brutal? It is completely insane that they would dump a first-year student into a wasteland like this. But before she can finish complaining, another monstrous roar echoes from the distance. At this point, even an avid alchemy lover like Yonner is ready to throw in the towel. Fortunately, Nelia keeps her motivated and the group continues their trek. Following the noise, the trio reaches a cliff and looks down to see another monster boar attacking Aidmart's group. Noticing they have plenty of members, Li Han suggests they simply sit back and watch. They should be fine. Just like Li Han did moments ago, a boy from that group enlarges his wand and steps forward to face the beast. One look is all it takes for Yonner to recognize him. That is a son from the Dalcard family. The Dalcards are famous for their unmatched precision. While the Li Han family has advised the emperor for generations as royal counselors, the Dalcards serve as grand judges and financial ministers. Although Li Han said he would just watch, he keeps a sharp eye out. If this guy is indeed a Dalcard, he might actually be reliable. Judging by his battle stance, it seems he has some proper training in swordsmanship. Down below, Asan pushes up his glasses, looking coolly confident. I can easily predict 100% of your movements, you complete pig. You'll never escape my calculations. Instantly, he moves lightning fast to the beast's side and swings his staff with all his might. But his damage is completely inversely proportional to his big mouth, barely doing enough to make the monster angry. With a simple kick of its hind leg, Asan is knocked clean out of the game. Now it targets the rest of the group, and Adana bravely steps forward to defend them as their leader. Shielding her female classmates, Yonner notices things are looking terrible and asks Li Han what they should do. Through their journey so far, everyone had naturally started viewing Li Han as their leader, but he remains completely silent. Back with Adana, she is extremely tense as the monster slowly creeps closer. It has to be perfect, just like she always does. While she is busy trying to analyze its movements and attack patterns, the beast suddenly howls in pain and collapses to the ground. Turns out Li Han's group had quietly sneaked up to strike from behind, guided by the veteran hunter experience of Nelia. This is why the plan worked. Once saved, Adana quickly pulls herself together and approaches to thank him. "Thank you," Adana says. Li Han politely replies that it is nothing at all, princess. Seeing this, Nelia wonders why they are so formal when classmates are supposed to drop all titles. Yonner shrugs, signaling she has absolutely no clue either. To show her gratitude for the rescue, Adana promises to remember and repay him. Without hesitation, Li Han asks for a favor right then, making her extremely tense. She has no idea what Li Han might demand from a princess, but his actual request is surprisingly simple. Actually, please recommend an easy class where I can easily get some high grades, since you have great connections after all. Hearing this, Edena completely questions reality. Easy classes and high grades, what is he playing at? Is Li Han really just asking for an easy class to get top grades, or is he secretly testing her? Overthinking things, she has no idea how to reply. But right then, a terrifying voice echoes behind them. I know exactly what kind of class you are looking for, and I know it better than anyone. Hearing this, Li Han, he starts shivering. What is this ominous feeling? This same terrifying shudder he has felt once before. This heavy atmosphere feels exactly like facing his demanding college professors back in his past life. Just as he feared, Professor Uragolem suddenly appears behind him, saying that would be alchemy Li Han. His face looks utterly terrifying, as if he wants to eat Li Han alive. Li Han desperately tries to calm himself down. No, stay calm. I am not some immature kid anymore who panics over a strict teacher. Then, pasting on a radiant smile, he replies that it must be an amazing subject if one has enough passion and love for it. He feels totally confident in his answer, hoping to escape this extremely awkward situation, but the professor just continues. If that is what you think, then listen closely. I will gladly create that passion and love for you. This is definitely not what Li Han expected. He speaks his mind directly, saying he does not feel quite ready to take this class yet, but it is already too late. He has earned the admiration and envy of every other student. After all, not every freshman gets so enthusiastically recruited by a professor like this. Professor Uragolem. He knows that forcing things never works out, so he just sighs and decides to end today's lesson here. I think this is enough for today. It is a pity those other beasts did not cross paths with you. Hearing this, a badly bruised Asen lifts his head to ask if the professor had intentionally led those beasts right to them. Professor Uragolem explains that they surely did not think he would just let them dig up herbs. Today's goal is to face different situations while gathering herbs, whether you fight them, avoid them, run away, or hide from them. An alchemist must possess the necessary skills to handle any unexpected situations. Do you stubborn kids finally understand what I'm saying? Looking at the grimaces on the students' faces, it is clear how deeply dissatisfied they are with this crazy teaching style. Holding up the plant, Yonner speaks up, asking if they still need the ruined herb after surviving so much chaos. She shows him that the three of them actually found it. As soon as he sees the herb, Professor Uragolem immediately runs over to embrace Li Han's group, thrilled that they actually found it and declaring that they all passed. He praises them as talented students born for this class. Meanwhile, the professor leans in to whisper in Li Han's ear. Just as I planned, student Li Han, you must take this class. Instantly, a cold shiver runs down Li Han's spine. Based on his past life experience, he is completely doomed, but all he can do is smile through the tears and accept this harsh reality. I will do my absolute best. Alchemy is my dream subject, he says with a devoted look and a goofy smile. It seems Professor Uragolem has a very good impression of this student, who seems incredibly mature for his age. Most teenagers here are pretty rebellious, but this kid is not, which earns Li Han a sweet reward. Since you defeated the wild boar and gathered 10 herbs, I will grant you a special privilege. I have a cabin in the forest. You can go there whenever you want this school year, the professor says. But hearing this, Li Han looks slightly annoyed. Is this teacher trying to make him do unpaid labor? Feeling the boy's judging gaze, Professor Uragolem quickly scrambles to explain further. What do you think students need most? Snacks. Right now, life at this academy is already pretty chaotic. And in just 1 week, things will descend into absolute chaos. Thinking about it, Li Han realizes he is right. That is so true. Who could survive on such a limited menu, especially when his classmates are all spoiled royalty? Professor Uragolem continues, explaining that his cabin is actually fully stocked with fresh ingredients. Not to mention the fresh vegetables and fruits he personally harvested. Damn, this is nothing short of an open buffet. Just imagining it makes Li Han's eyes light up instantly. Alchemy is truly the best, Professor. Honestly, this ridiculous dynamic duo leaves everyone completely speechless. But unlike Li Han, the other students are finding this entire course absolutely miserable. That professor is completely insane for unleashing a wild boar on them. Many swear they are never taking this class again. Some thought they were going to die. But ignoring all the dramatic complaining, Li Han simply turns and leaves. He was ready to complain about how incredibly bizarre this Magic Academy is, but honestly, nothing surprises him anymore. His absolute priority right now is securing his next meal. Soon after, the three of them, Li Han, Yonner, and Nelia, struggle to carry the massive wild boar to the cabin. Staring at the giant beast, Li Han feels a bit hesitant. He did learn how to butcher animals from Aola Long, but doing this massive job completely alone is going to be incredibly exhausting. Just then, Yonner, looking pale as a ghost, rolls up her sleeves and offers to help. Li Han asks if she is all right. Though she is visibly terrified, she tries her best, asking if she can get a portion of meat in exchange. Seeing her two noble friends preparing to butcher the beast, Nelia looks on in utter disbelief. Are you guys actually going to butcher that? You are high-class nobles, so how could you possibly know how? At this, Li Han and Yoner look at Nilia with dead serious eyes, asking if she is really turning down meat. Who could survive eating the terrible food the principal hands out? At this point, fresh meat is more precious than gold. Nilia finally decides to join them, offering to show off her true hunter skills. She is incredibly skilled at this while Yoner is very used to handling delicate ingredients. Li Han feels relieved knowing things will go smoothly with them. Professor Irregulum does not help directly, but he does bring over some useful tools to make the butchering easier. Once fully equipped, the three get to work. Li Han's highly skilled movements leave Nilia completely looking at him in a whole new light, wondering if the prestigious Li Han family actually teaches this. Yoner is slightly hesitant but performs her task wonderfully. To avoid any waste, every single part of the boar is utilized to the absolute maximum. Meanwhile, Li Han sits fanning the fire deeply, reflecting on his future survival here. He has no idea how long this hellish academy life will last, so stockpiling food is his safest bet. Watching them from the side, Professor Irregulum praises the group, highly impressed that they are making smoked meat. No matter how good the weather is, meat spoils quickly, making smoking the smartest preservation choice. The one who truly catches the professor's eye is Li Han. Despite only having 3 days of class, in alchemy his skills are unreal. He constantly exceeds all expectations. Just then, the professor's stomach growls extremely loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Embarrassed, Professor Irregulum contributes some of his fresh ingredients while Li Han rolls up his sleeves and takes charge of the cooking. His incredible skills completely blow everyone away. With freshly cooked meat, buttered bread, and good friends, their 3rd day at school ends on a peaceful note. They eat, talk, and laugh until they are completely full. True happiness is that simple. But after finishing, the group still has one problem to resolve. Despite smoking a huge batch, there is still plenty of leftover meat. Everyone is stuffed to the brim and cannot eat another bite. Throwing it away would be an absolute waste. While they are brainstorming, Nilia suggests a great idea. Why not share it with the other students in their dorms? Li Han and Yoner exchange a quick look, sharing the exact same thought. You mean we should sell it? What a brilliant idea, though of course that wasn't what Nilia meant at all. Still, she couldn't stop these two maniacs. Besides, the Blue Dragon Tower students are all filthy rich, so it shouldn't be an issue, right Nilia? Since they are proud nobles, they definitely won't accept handouts. Staring at the two of them, Nilia is completely speechless. Are all nobles really like this? Li Han lives by the motto of earning his keep, while Yoner Mekin is all about pinching every single penny. Together, they make a terrifyingly perfect team. But Nilia, totally out of the loop, simply asks if they are seriously planning to sell me for cash. When they invite her to join, Nilia instantly clutches her own stash. No way, she is only sharing hers with her actual friends. No matter how much they try to persuade her, she stands her ground. Watching the trio, Professor Irregulum can't help but sigh in amusement. All three are incredibly talented and driven, but they also clearly have some major troublemaking potential. He is absolutely certain they will be a massive headache in the future. Built far from the main tower, the Blue Dragon Tower usually greets incoming students with a very warm welcome. Typically, they are met with the fresh scent of young leaves. But today, something feels entirely different as they walk by. Instead, a mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat fills the air where Li Han and Yoner Mekin stand waiting with bright, welcoming smiles. They cheerfully ask if everyone is hungry. Naturally, this bizarre outdoor setup leaves the passing students completely stunned. Before anyone can even ask what they are up to, Li Han warmly invites them to come over and sit. He explains they made this feast just for them. Hearing this, the starving students can barely hold back their drool. It has been ages since they last tasted real meat. However, nothing in this world is free. Li Han smiles warmly and demands 1 silver coin per person. To these wealthy noble students, a single silver coin is pocket change, so they all eagerly agree to the price. Taking their very first bite, tears instantly stream down their faces as they realize how long they have gone without meat. The meat is practically melting in their mouths. They simply cannot believe how incredibly good it is. Overjoyed by this sudden culinary blessing, they eat while raising their hands to the sky, cheering and chanting like a bunch of wild cultists. What a bizarre sight. Meanwhile, Li Han and Yoner Mekin are quietly celebrating their massive unexpected windfall. Yoner Mekin admits he never expected their little business venture to take off so quickly. They are charging 3 times the market rate, but since no one else is selling it as a perfectly fair deal. Those greedy plotting grins are the absolute peak of capitalism. Right then, a new customer approaches. A completely exhausted and gaunt Gainando stumbles out of the tower, complaining about the noise while literally starving to death. Spying the glorious pile of cooked meat, his jaw drops as he stares in absolute disbelief. Spotting him, Li Han calls out warmly, inviting his friend to join them. Gainando instantly lights up and takes a seat. Overjoyed, he thanks them profusely, eagerly digging into the food without any hesitation. But before he can take a single bite, Li Han blocks him, casually demanding 1 silver coin from his dear friend. Gainando stares at him in absolute shock. Smiling smoothly, Li Han begins pulling out some expert-level guilt trips about noble honor. He reminds him that a true noble would never accept free charity. Unfortunately, the principal banned bringing outside currency, so Gainando does not have a single penny on him. Naturally, Li Han has already anticipated this exact problem. Pulling a prepared contract and a quill from his pocket, he reassures Gainando that he can easily write down his tab and sign right here. Shaking with pure emotion, Gainando grabs the pen and practically weeps, praising Li Han for being the absolute best friend ever. He does not even bother reading the terms before eagerly signing away, completely filled with gratitude as he happily stuffs his face. He wonders how he could have ever doubted their bond, proudly praising his own amazing judgment in choosing friends. He genuinely believes this is true friendship, completely oblivious to how easily he was duped. Still, everyone goes to bed happy. The following day, the noble students begin grumbling during their class on basic magical properties. They arrogantly claim that perfect nobles have no need for such entry-level courses. Li Han can only force a polite smile. But just then, a very familiar voice echoes through the classroom, wishing everyone a cheerful morning. He addresses them as his stubborn little students. Everyone is utterly shocked to see the legendary principal teaching a basic class. Scanning the room, the principal immediately notices something unusual about the students' complexions. He points out how remarkably healthy and well-fed everyone looks, admitting he expected it would take them at least a month to find food. One startled student speaks up, asking if they were honestly expected to forage and struggle just to survive. But before he can even finish complaining, the principal instantly cuts him off with a quick silencing spell. Dismissing the complaints as sheer nonsense, he proudly notes how surprisingly quickly his stubborn students seem to adapt. The principal watches the students, thinking about how each year's fresh batch of recruits always shapes up. Those from the Blue Dragon Tower are always the slowest. Black Tortoise takes the lead with White Fox right behind. See, the Blue Dragon kids are pampered nobles. They have never had to do a single day of hard work. Naturally, they adapt the slowest. But getting this far is impressive, and the clear standout of the bunch is this kid. The principal knew he was different from day one. It is wild that someone so carefree came from such a strict family. A free spirit is the absolute core of a true mage. That is exactly why he pushes his students to their breaking points, and honestly, he loves every second of it. As he lost himself in thought, a brave student spoke up, "Principal, sir, can you tell us what the most important lesson in this class is?" The principal does not answer, tossing a question right back. "Good question, what do you think it is?" The kid glances at his classmates, hesitating, and admits he has no clue. The principal smirks. "The goal is making sure you do not graduate from here, only to cause massive chaos outside. Because if you do that, bastard Emperor blames me." This answer leaves the class speechless, but the old man is not done ranting. "Do you know how much trouble your seniors caused? This class is my ultimate alibi. When an imperial envoy inevitably shows up, he does not want to get punished when some messenger complains that you turned into absolute trash. Got it, bonehead." Scaring the poor kid is not enough. The principal's voice gets louder and louder. "Mages are naturally eccentric. Do not try arguing that you are normal, that will only make me even angrier. Now open your books to page 1. But what the hell? The entire thick textbook is just one single line repeated endlessly. "I will not cause trouble with magic." The students are forced to sit there and read it. They repeat it over and over, a total nightmare. But honestly, is a brainwashing method like this actually going to work? After a long period of psychological torture, he finally lets them stop. He hopes today's lesson solidifies their good hearts. Also, he needs 2 brave volunteers for the next part. Hearing this, the classroom goes dead silent. Everyone immediately looks away. After experiencing the principal's highly erratic personality, absolutely nobody wants to volunteer for anything. He chuckles sinisterly, warning them things will get much harder if no one steps up. Right on cue, Li Han. Li Han saves the entire class by raising his hand. He secretly assumes volunteering will net him some kind of special reward. But the principal gets right up in his face. "Oh, you like attention, do you, Li Han?" He flinches slightly but keeps smiling. Smoothly, claiming he is just honored to support a respected professor, his transparent flattery completely fails to land. The principal scoffs. He knows empty words when he hears them, but opportunity. Opportunity only comes to those ready to seize it. The old man clearly knows what Li Han is after. As soon as the principal looks away, Garando turns pale, grabbing his sleeve. "Are you crazy? Who knows what that crazy old man will make him do?" Suddenly, another student taps his shoulder. "Do not stop him, Garando. Li Han is not crazy, he is sacrificing himself for us." Hearing this, Garando starts shaking. A massive moral struggle wars in his mind. He feels he should sacrifice himself too. "Move legs, move." But before he can speak, Asen beats him to the punch, shouting that he wants to volunteer too. The principal looks over. "Ah, the stubborn kid from the Dalkard family. Your house always did excel at paperwork, right?" This sudden move catches Li Han's attention. He assumes this guy is also gunning for a reward. Instead, Asan looks at him, saying he is just paying back a prior debt. Li Han tries to wave it off. He says there is absolutely no need to go that far, but Asan is stubborn. For the Asan Dalcard family, living fairly is the absolute way of life for his family. Just then, the principal pops up out of nowhere. Interrupting them, the principal mocks their sweet friendship but reminds them they have actual work to do. For the next lesson, look over these safety guidelines. You are going to write them down by hand. Make enough copies for every single student in this academy. What kind of insane chore is this? Both volunteers instantly regret raising their hands. By late evening, the task is still nowhere near finished. Asan keeps writing, but his mouth is quietly swearing. He cannot believe they are stuck doing this completely useless chore when the principal could finish it in a single blink. Asan is absolutely livid, a total departure from his usual gentle self. Li Han is completely fine though. In fact, he thinks he understands the old man's goal. Relying on magic makes a wizard's brain go soft. When you are banned from using basic light spells, writing manually is nothing. The guy is just a highly dedicated teacher. Believing there has to be some clue hidden here, Li Han puts his pen down and climbs onto the podium. When Asan asks what he is doing, Li Han shares his theory. He is looking for hints to resolve this situation. He hopes to find something useful. Asan gets pretty nervous about doing this since it feels a lot like stealing, but Li Han disagrees. There is no rule against searching the place, he argues, especially since this is the headmaster's own lecture hall. Hearing that makes things click for Asan, who suddenly decides a little light thievery is fine and suggests they split up. But their search turns up absolutely nothing. With no other options, they have to start looking at things from a different angle. That is when Li Han senses a faint trace of magic inside one of the drawers and calls Asan over. When they pull that drawer wide open, a floating skull that looks exactly like their headmaster flies right out, playing a pre-recorded magic illusion meant for their eyes. The illusion tells them that opening this drawer means they finally stopped doing mindless work and started using their brains to think. The skull remarks that he hoped they would figure it out sooner, calling them quite pathetic for taking so long. Hearing this, Asan is absolutely fuming. If the headmaster were actually in the room, he would have probably pounced on him by now. The floating skull continues, explaining that this is their very first magic circle called basic manipulation, and they had better learn it quickly. With that, the skull vanishes without another word of explanation. Asan is trembling all over, completely unable to contain his rage. He finally explodes, cursing the headmaster's ridiculous teaching methods and questioning why they have to learn this way. He screams that he does not understand this nonsense and suggests they launch a joint protest immediately. He argues that if they stick together, even the headmaster will have to listen, turning to Li Han for support. But he is instantly disappointed when Li Han just stares back blankly, looking like a total traitor to the cause. Li Han snaps out of it and apologizes, but asks Asan what a simple complaint could possibly do against a crazy headmaster. After a brief pause, Asan calculates a 95% chance of failure, while Li Han believes they have zero chance. Left with no other choice, the two are forced to follow instructions and practice basic manipulation magic. They study the scroll, but even after exhausting almost all of their mana, they cannot even lift a single feather pen. Asan is driven to actual tears of despair, while Li Han manages to keep going thanks to his massive mana pool. Magic is definitely not as easy as it looks. The gesture seems simple, but the gathering mana behaves differently every single time. Li Han visualizes this as his absolute last chance, focusing with the raw intensity of having a major deadline breathing down his neck. Moving straight like bamboo yet light as a feather, Li Han successfully coaxes the quill to levitate into the air. Next, he just needs to guide the pen slowly toward the paper, but then disaster strikes. The quill suddenly shoots off like a lethal arrow, shattering the window and flying outside, barely missing Li Han's head. That was a pretty close call for his skull. Studying the scroll once more, Li Han realizes this spell has two major difficulties. First, you have to continuously focus on controlling the object after casting. But once that hard chanting part is done, the actual control phase proves to be just as brutal. Li Han sighs, preparing to try again, but right as he lifts the pen, the headmaster suddenly bursts through the door, asking if they have finished yet, so he can write the rest with his own magic. He tells them to appreciate his kindness, but the sudden entrance startles Li Han, causing him to lose control of the pen. The quill flies wildly across the room, heading straight for the headmaster's face. Witnessing this shocking sight, Asan drops his jaw in pure shock. I mean, who else would think sniping their own principal is incredibly cool? But that is just Asan's wild imagination running wild, because in reality the pen does not even touch the old man. It slams hard against a protective magic barrier and instantly bends out of shape. Strangely, the headmaster is not even angry. In fact, the old man seems quite pleased, chuckling that Li Han has managed to grasp this difficult spell much faster than he expected, despite his stubborn attitude. Seeing the headmaster is in a pretty good mood, Li Han decides to push his luck a little. He politely asks the headmaster if there are any special tricks to controlling the floating quill more easily. The headmaster asks if he really cannot control it despite chanting successfully, adding that he is doing incredibly well for a first year. He tells Li Han not to push himself too hard. Hearing this, Li Han finally lets out a sigh of relief. He thought there was a problem with his mana pool, but the headmaster suddenly bursts out laughing, admitting that he was just lying. Chanting is the real challenge, he explains, while the control phase just takes a little bit of practice. He adds that Li Han is quite unusual for shooting the pen like an arrow, but unfortunately he has to figure the rest out himself. That completely useless piece of advice leaves Li Han incredibly frustrated, but he forces a respectful thank you with a completely straight face. This doesn't please the headmaster at all, so he turns to tease Asan about his magic instead. He explains that using magic more helps master it faster. There is nothing to worry about, so it is time for lunch. With just a simple snap of the headmaster's fingers, Li Han gets teleported straight to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Asan is sent straight to the infirmary to recover. Since lunch is long over, the cafeteria is completely deserted. The menu remains as sad as ever, offering only rock-hard bread and plain rice balls. Luckily, Li Han still has some leftover bacon saved up, but right as he prepares to eat, a guest arrives. Adenart suddenly appears behind him, calling out his family name. Li Han quickly stands up to greet the princess. He asks what she needs, and Adenart pulls out the course documents he requested during their last chat. Li Han eagerly takes the list, but his excitement quickly fades after reading just a few lines. Something feels off. This is a list of highly popular classes, not the easy high-scoring ones he wanted. Popular classes. And since when is introductory alchemy considered popular? Scanning the list, Li Han looks up in confusion. He points out that there has been a misunderstanding, as he wanted courses that yield easy grades, not popular ones. This list is the exact opposite of what he actually needs. Adenart looks back, still not quite catching his drift, so he spells it out. Popular classes have too much competition and harder grades. Unpopular empty classes mean easy guaranteed points. Adenart stands there completely frozen. Is this guy seriously just trying to slack off with easy classes? He is a proud descendant of the legendary Li Han family. She expected him to be ambitious like other noble heirs. Yet, he is built completely different. Finally understanding his goal, she pulls out a second alternative document from her pocket. She mentions that while gathering the first list, she also noted down the classes everyone actively avoids. Li Han takes it, beaming with pure joy. These are exactly the kind of abandoned, boring classes he was hoping to find. First is basic swordsmanship. Almost nobody goes to a prestigious Magic Academy just to swing a metal blade. Basic ranged combat is another empty one. Magic students are supposed to be scholars, so they rarely engage in physical brawls. But Li Han does not care about any of that. Easy points are all he needs to live his best life. Adenart quickly makes her escape before his laziness rubs off on her. The next morning, Li Han heads out alone. He tried inviting his friends the day before, but they all thought he had lost his mind choosing such classes. Trash courses, they called them. But he remains highly optimistic, confident that his classmates simply do not see the vision. In reality, professors at any school do not really coddle their students. They know exactly who is in class. They realize students are taking their classes but do not actually care about them. To focus on what you actually like. You need to pick classes that require zero extra effort. It is all about strategic choices and saving energy. But as he makes his way down the corridor, a strange feeling of dread washes over him. Why is basic ranged combat held in a creepy basement? Those stairs down look simple but feel deeply ominous. He suddenly remembers a warning his butler Aola Long gave him as a child, a golden rule every citizen should know. You must never set foot inside a wizard's tower, no matter how quiet and ordinary it looks on the outside. There are endless horror stories of foolish travelers getting trapped deep inside those places forever. Back then, young Li Han asked if that was just a wild exaggeration. Aola Long simply shook his head. He explained that it was slightly exaggerated because in reality those trapped inside do not stay trapped. They simply die. Hearing those dark words as a kid scared Li Han half to death. Now staring down at these dark stairs, those warnings echo in his mind. Einrogard is the ultimate Magic Academy. No wonder first-year students rarely dare to wander around. Swallowing his fear, Li Han tries to calm his racing heart. It is just a school, so surely nothing too extreme can happen to him. He survived the first floor and the dorms just fine. But right then the creepy headmaster suddenly manifests behind him. Hearing him ask if he is heading to the basement scares Li Han silly, but he quickly recognizes an opportunity. Putting on a polite face, he greets the esteemed headmaster and says he is about to head down. He asks if the headmaster could offer some guidance, but this overly respectful attitude only triggers the old man's trolling instincts. The old man laughs, promising to lay a flower on his grave tomorrow. Li Han boils with rage but cannot do a thing. Cursing the crazy old geezer in his mind, he can only plaster on his usual totally fake polite smile. That inner rage must be reserved for graduates bid farewell by their crazy professor, or maybe those left behind. Li Han slowly heads down into the basement, looking around calmly despite the professor trying to scare him like that. This dark place looks normal enough, but he cannot shake the terrible, ominous feeling creeping behind that heavy door. Maybe it is just his imagination. Fortunately, seeing other students walk up helps ease his growing anxiety a bit. He knows he cannot be the only student here. With so many people in this massive academy, why would he be entirely alone? But as it turns out, those two just took a wrong turn and they wouldn't dare take this terrifying class even if they had to. The other students from their tower already fled in terror, but it is way too late for Li Han to back out now. Gathering his courage, he pushes the door open. Thankfully, 3 other students are actually inside or he would have run. As they spot Li Han, the other students whisper, wondering how anyone could willingly walk into such a legendary nightmare of a class. With everyone so spooked, Li Han notices several metallic spheres on the desks and wonders what they are actually for. Suddenly, a cold voice echoes from the dark commanding them to sit down. Li Han looks up and spots a pale man sitting in the shadows. He hadn't even noticed him with pale skin, gloomy eyes, and sharp fangs. This professor is a literal vampire. Before starting the lesson, the pale professor introduces himself as Bolady Bagler, the head instructor of basic magic combat. Keep your distance, he warns them coldly before picking up one of the floating spheres. This orb is a starlight stone crafted from a unique and rare mineral known to be extremely compatible with raw magical energy. At specific moments, cosmic stars release a surge of divine energy, and this starlight stone is born by absorbing that incredible raw power over time. He strictly orders them to stand up and channel their magical energy directly into the spheres. Li Han immediately stands up and complies, silently panicking over whether he can actually make this work. After all, he has failed simple utility spells like lighting before, but suddenly every single orb in the room floats up. Li Han stares open-mouthed at his floating orb, wondering if it is really this easy or if these starlight stones are special. These are custom-made artifacts, and he is pretty sure the professor crafted them himself. He knows handmade artifacts cost a massive fortune, but suddenly another student loses control, sending her orb crashing into the ceiling. Luckily, the professor intercepts it before it blasts a hole, explaining the orbs are linked to their will. Because these spheres connect directly to your will, you can guide them. Fortunately, I place wards so we do not have to rebuild this entire lecture hall. Hearing that, the girl sighs in relief, only for the orb to slam straight into her stomach, almost killing her. As it turns out, the professor wasn't finished. Those safety wards only protect the room, not you, so try not to shatter your own bones. Even if you break, those precious spheres won't. This professor clearly does not care about their safety. Instead, he casually commands them to make the sphere float and trace a perfect circle, a task that is surprisingly brutal. Tracing a perfect circle is way too difficult for Li Han, whose orb refuses to cooperate until another student shouts out in absolute triumph. She successfully drew a circle, but the cold professor does not even look bluntly, telling her to do it all over again. This relentless training is ridiculously tedious. Suspecting this repetitive circle drawing is the entire class, Li Han raises his hand to ask how long they must continue. The professor gives an incredibly vague answer. Obviously, they will keep drawing until they can paint a flawless circle with ease. Hearing that absolute nightmare, 2 boys immediately claim they need an urgent restroom break, and the professor calmly tells them they can just leave. Without hesitation, they pack up and bolt from the classroom, completely broken by the vampire professor's terrifying and intense aura. The last remaining girl wants to run too, but suddenly her eyes roll back and she collapses onto the cold floor, leaving Li Han completely stunned. Is she seriously acting just to escape this class? Her absolute dedication to the bit is almost admirable. But checking on her, Li Han realizes she isn't acting. He quickly helps her up and reports her condition to the silent professor. She fainted from burning through all of her magical energy, yet the cold instructor simply commands her to keep drawing circles the second she wakes up. This basic magic class is turning into an absolute death trap, and honestly, at this rate, Li Han is going to be the only survivor. But instead of escaping, he takes her to the medical room and returns to class, calmly spinning his orb while asking how this course is graded. Despite his terrifying and distant vibe, the professor actually answers, explaining that grades are strictly curved based on the remaining classmates. The fewer students left in the class, the easier it is to secure the absolute highest grade. A massive smile spreads across Li Han's face, realizing he just needs to outlast everyone else to get a perfect grade. It's the ultimate dream class he's been looking for, and he is more than happy to draw circles all day. As Li Han focuses on his task, the vampire professor silently watches him with deep, evaluating eyes. The students rushed into this class like a crashing wave, only to wash out just as fast. Last year, exactly 0 students enrolled, but Professor Bolady didn't care. His deal with the principal only required him to give the annual lectures, not round up a massive crowd of students. Honestly, spending his days in a totally empty classroom all alone, and just leaving when the lecture ended was a routine Professor Bolady was all too familiar with. But then a very special student appeared to break that routine, a surprisingly mature and bright young boy. From his polite manners and tone, he clearly came from a prestigious family. Professor Bolady knew nothing of Li Han's actual magical abilities yet, but it was easy to see the kid was special. A flicker of hope suddenly rose in his heart, praying he would stay. This would be his first time actually moving on to the next chapter. Once the class finished over in the student lounge, Lee Han was eagerly bragging to his friends. Listen up, this is crucial info, and it's a lecture you absolutely cannot miss out on. You just sit there and get an easy high grade. When Gainano asked for more details, Lee Han explained how you let your mana flow into the magic orb prepared by the professor while drawing simple circles. Gainano naturally asked if there was anything else to do, but it turned out there was absolutely nothing else. That was literally it, which explained why Lee Han was so incredibly hyped. Barely doing any work for an easy top grade, Lee Han obviously loved that. But Gainando and Yonner just stared back with totally blank, confused faces. Is that professor a total fraud? They asked. Lee Han didn't give a damn, simply asking why any of that actually mattered. All that mattered was getting a high grade. This completely shameless attitude left Yonner gaping in utter disbelief. Lee Han was built different. She knew she had no right to talk, but the guy would literally do anything for his own benefit. Seeing his friends weren't buying it, Lee Han decided to just move on and head out for his next class. Sensing something was suspicious, the two quickly asked what he was taking. His answer, basic swordsmanship, once again left Gainando and Yonner completely speechless. Taking up swordsmanship at a prestigious Magic Academy was just plain crazy. A short while later, Lee Han arrived at the southern courtyard of the main building, where the class was being held. Unlike his previous lecture, this area actually had a pretty decent crowd of students gathered. Most of them belonged to the White Tiger Tower. These students generally came from renowned knightly families, meaning they were already highly skilled and took their physical training incredibly seriously. Lee Han watched them for a moment, falling deep into thought. If it ever comes down to magical combat, he'll hold a massive advantage, so things are perfectly fine. Meanwhile, his arrival immediately set off a wave of whispering among the crowd. Wait, isn't that guy from the Blue Dragon Tower? Plus, he's from the infamous Lee Han family. Does he seriously think some basic tutoring from a private family knight makes him a real swordsman? He is completely looking down on our training, they muttered. Naturally, Lee Han heard every single word of this petty gossip. He knew these kids were proud of their blade skills, but he hadn't expected them to be so hostile. Still, none of this really mattered. Lee Han simply viewed them as immature kids acting out. Right then, a beefy orc student marched over demanding to know if he was from the Lee Han family of the Blue Dragon Tower. Completely unfazed, Lee Han coldly asked him, "So what?" That immediately made the orc raise his voice. "I think you stumbled into the wrong room, buddy. This is a serious swordsmanship class, not some cozy noble lecture, where they hold your hand from the start." Lee Han didn't give a damn, casually replying that he got it and thanked him for the heads up. This unbothered reaction only made the orc student even angrier. Do you seriously not get it? This isn't just about holding and swinging a blade around like some fragile noble. You can get seriously hurt in these duels and nobody here is going to hold back. Annoyed by the constant buzzing, Lee Han waved his hand. Fine, if we end up sparring, I promise to be careful, so I don't accidentally break too many of your bones. That completely set the orc off, but right as he was about to lunge, the professor arrived. All right, gather around, everyone. Let me quickly introduce myself. I am Professor isekai'd. I will be teaching you swordsmanship this term. Surprisingly, this instructor was actually an elf. After wrapping up the intro, the lecture began. I assume you all have some basic training already and you're mostly here to keep your skills sharp, or maybe just to prevent any rust. Because of that, we'll dive straight into practicing advanced drills, instead of starting from the basics. Just then, Jijil slowly walked up and gently tapped Lee Han's shoulder. He turned around in surprise to find her smiling. She broke the ice, asking if he was indeed Lee Han of House Lee Han. Why would someone from a legendary magic family take a swordsmanship course? Lee Han answered in the most casual tone. Isn't it completely obvious? Fewer students mean a much easier top grade. Hearing this brutal honesty, Jejel was left totally speechless. Lee Han quietly smiled to himself. Telling her he was just hunting for easy grades was much safer than starting some complicated noble misunderstanding. Jejel finally extended her hand, introducing herself as Moradi. Lee Han was surprised to feel thick calluses on such a young girl's hand. Sure, glad to meet you, Moradi, he replies with a smile as they shake hands. Lee Han realizes this must be the infamous Moradi family. They guard the harsh northern lands, notorious for strict rules and doing absolutely anything to achieve their ultimate goals. Lee Han looks closely at him, quite surprised because the kid looks entirely different. He is completely different from the rumors about his clan. Clearly, rumors lie and maybe they will even become close friends. Who knows? Meanwhile, the legendary Blue Cliff style he learned is exactly as the name suggests. It is rock solid. Even with brutal training, Lee Han endured the entire painful process. Why? Because he had no other choice. Professor isekai'd walks over curious and asks if he can actually use the Blue Cliff style. You have a solid foundation. Which family are you from? As he asks, the professor already has a guess. But Lee Han's answer shocks him. The Lee Han family, isekai'd never expected this. For someone with such solid basics to belong to that house, he politely asks why a magic noble wants to learn swordsmanship. He answers smoothly, explaining that he believes swordsmanship is an essential skill for any proper noble. Einrogard looks disappointed, muttering that it is just as he thought, his face falling in silent dismay. Sensing danger, he quickly realizes the exact answer the professor actually wants to hear. He tells the teacher that the more he trains, the deeper the true essence of the blade feels. His eyes burn with passion. Einrogard beams, giving a thumbs up and loudly yelling that he gets full marks. But he quickly clears his throat, realizing he blurted his thoughts out loud. Einrogard praises him for taking this seriously. You perform way better than those white tiger students who only came to look pretty. His voice is soft, but his hand grips his hilt. Thanks to you, I learned a lesson. A sharp sword must leave its sheath. Einrogard declares he will take him seriously. Li Han turns pale as the professor yells for him to pick up his sword. Of clashing wooden blades rings out repeatedly. Soon, Li Han's backside makes intimate contact with the dirt floor. Abandoning all dignity, he collapses onto the ground, completely exhausted. Einrogard stands tall. The blue cliff style is as solid as stone. It never wavers, no matter what happens. That is the true essence of the style. He pulls Li Han back up, telling him to engrave that lesson. That is enough for today. Energized again, the instructor calls out for the next student to step up. Li Han rubs his aching shoulder, feeling like his bones were crushed, shuddering as he recalls the painful beating. He really knows how to catch me off guard. I was just a walking punching bag. But they all shrink back like scared chickens. Li Han silently agrees. After all, this professor is no joke. The White Tiger cadets, destined to be knights, are dismantled by him with absolute ease. If we are talking about master swordsmen, while Arlong is like an unshakable giant boulder, Einrogard moves like fluid running water despite his prosthetic limbs. Han leans back against the cold stone wall, reflecting on Einrogard's deep teachings. Twin blades are hard but highly versatile. Think before you swing. The mountain moon style you use needs speed over sharpness. Throw yourself forward completely with everything. Li Han realizes that the man is truly an exceptional instructor. He instantly identifies each student's style and gives them direct, tailored advice. He glances around at his peers. Everyone else is happily chatting away, and trust me, the helplessness is real. Why is he the only one getting thrashed? Einrogard stares up at the distant sky, whispering that it is almost time. Then he calls out, "Stand up, Li Han of the Li Han family." He gets up completely confused as Einrogard calls another name. Durgyu of the Choi family step forward. Li Han's eyes widen in sheer surprise. Walks up looking like a green giant with a massive hulking build. Li Han instantly recognizes him. This is the very guy who picked a fight with him earlier. So his name is Durgyu. The two stand face to face. Tension rises between them, and Einrogard steps up to referee. Now you two will duel. The surrounding students watch in complete shock, crowding around the three of them as excited whispers quickly spread through the crowd. Why those two? Durgyu just smirks, looking incredibly pleased as whispers spread through the arena. His eyes gleam with sheer contempt as he agrees, already radiating a heavy, overconfident fighting spirit. Einrogard ignores the noisy chatter, handing out wooden swords. Li Han grips his tightly. The guy seems thrilled to have him as an opponent. Since it has come to this, Li Han has no intention of backing down. He could have spent all his free time partying and slacking off, but he chose swordsmanship instead. It was absolutely the right call. All for moments just like this. The duel between Li Han and Durgyu Choi is about to begin, and there is a reason Professor Einrogard chose them. Quite simply, they are the two most outstanding students. Swordsmanship is not just empty theory, it takes hundreds of practice sessions and thousands of real battles. Real mastery requires all of that. Let's look at a simple example. Imagine a strike aimed directly at an opponent's neck. But if you only know how to attack, victory remains far out of reach. Theory is just the baseline. Add fluid execution and constant adaptability on top of that baseline. That is how you show the world what real swordsmanship looks like. These two students do not just understand that rule perfectly. They also possess the rare ability to adapt. They can actually imbue their blades with raw magic. Both carry the incredible innate talent to become legendary knights. Professor Einrogard orders Li Han and Durgyu Choi into position, quietly watching Li Han's retreating back with a very thoughtful expression. His sword skills are remarkable. Even without a noble knightly lineage, the pressure from his family must be absolutely immense, yet he keeps moving forward without hesitation. Einrogard grips his sword tightly, thinking what a commendable student he is. Yes, let me guide him. He will lead him straight to the absolute peak of combat. Raising his hand high, the professor calls for the match to begin. He is filled with intense anticipation. This will be spectacular. The Choi family's peak moon style focuses heavily on speed and offensive tempo. On the other hand, the blue stone style concentrates massive power into every single blow. Einrogard smirks at these two completely opposite schools of thought. They will surely learn a great deal from each other today, which is the true meaning of the word rival. Suddenly, Durgyu Choi stomps his foot hard to display his dominance. He taunts Li Han, asking if he plans to move, but his opponent remains totally still. He stands as steady as a mountain waiting. Durgyu Choi refuses to wait any longer and charges forward with incredible speed. Yelling that he will go first, Durgyu Choi lunges with his sword, a vibrant blue spiritual energy swirling around his body. Instantly, Durgyu Choi's blade is right in front of Li Han's face. Li Han quickly plants his foot as a pivot, digging his toes deep into the dirt like a drill. Li Han counters, swinging his blade and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Durgyu Choi is completely caught off guard by the dirty trick. He squeezes his eyes shut, shouting out in absolute frustration. The onlookers gasp in shock, throwing dirt. Seriously. One student immediately turns to the professor to complain about the rules. But to everyone's utter shock, Professor Einrogard looks absolutely thrilled. He praises the move as brilliant, leaving the complaining student completely stunned. She stands frozen. Einrogard highly praises the move, stating that real survival ignores all conventional rules and methods. He asserts that this is a true life-or-death battle, and student Li Han clearly understands that better than anyone else. Glancing at the other students, he notes how foreign this concept must be to them as they come from noble families prioritizing honor above all. Their ignorance is expected. But Li Han completely tunes out the crowd, focusing solely on one single goal: securing his victory. Now that is a true swordsman. The battle continues to rage on fiercely, and Durgyu Choi suddenly grimaces, his face twisting in sharp pain. He forces his sword up to block Li Han's heavy strikes, silently fuming over letting himself get caught by such cheap tricks. He realizes he got careless because of the other boy's low background, while Li Han senses that everything is going perfectly. Excellent. His opponent still cannot think straight. Knowing he must seize this opening immediately, Li Han lunges forward with a decisive strike. During his earlier observations, Li Han realized Durgyu Choi's pure skill is incredibly high. He raises a foot wearing a rather devious smirk. Without showing any mercy, he stomps heavily on Durgyu Choi's foot, launching into a relentless assault. He needs to force his own path to victory. Creating any possible scenario to win is key. Unable to take the pressure, Durgyu Choi wonders if his opponent really has to go this far. He hits the dirt with a quiet thud. Admittedly, Durgyu Choi's evasion skills have improved, proven by how fast he rolls away. He rolls across the ground with extreme agility. This sudden maneuver takes Li Han completely by surprise. Durgyu Choi groans in pain, wondering how things got so messy. But there is no time to overthink. Standing outside, the professor claps in deep admiration. Brilliant. Panting with his hands on his knees, Durgyu Choi silently curses the humiliation. Suddenly, he screams in rage and lunges at Li Han, yelling that he will never forgive him. Startled but agile, Li Han smoothly dodges the strike and readies his sword, adopting a defensive stance. He prepares to continue their unfinished battle. Swinging his blade, a beautiful blue sword light flashes, causing the spectating professor to gasp in amazement. Both are far more skilled than anticipated. While their high aptitude was obvious, the professor never expected Durgyu Choi to wield the Peak Moon style to such a high degree. But aggressive attacks rapidly drain stamina, while Li Han remains remarkably composed. He carefully counters every movement. Tracking Durgyu Choi's trajectory, Li Han realizes that his opponent has completely lost his cool to pure rage. Moving like lightning, Li Han blocks the strike, forcing Durgyu Choi to a sudden halt. Durgyu can't believe what's happening right in front of him. What is this insane pressure? Right then, Li Han suddenly notices something. He constantly reminds himself to stay totally focused on Li Han and keep his composure. Finally, Li Han spots a clear opening. This is his moment to seize the win. Watching Durgyu's shaky movements, Li Han calculates that the boy's judgment based on pure experience has been totally blinded. The sudden shock threw him off, leaving him with tons of wasted movements while Li Han monitors his mana. He senses the energy on Durgyu's blade is almost entirely depleted, whereas Li Han remains completely fresh while using his own mana. Li Han knows it's only a matter of time now. After a barrage of attacks, Durgyu is internally swearing. Durgyu wonders if he didn't put enough force behind his strikes, baffled by how Li Han shows no signs of fatigue. Li Han is just keeping a straight face, but to Durgyu, it feels like hitting a massive brick wall. The entire match is already fully under Li Han's control. Durgyu is completely exhausted, his face turning incredibly pale by the second, yet Li Han is still raring to go. With a swift strike, he disarms Durgyu, sending his sword flying before it lodges deep into the dirt. Instantly, Li Han brings his blade right to Durgyu's throat. Sweating profusely, Durgyu stares in absolute shock at the cold steel. Both stand in silence, breathing heavily, but Durgyu is completely out of juice. Professor Einrogard steps in to call the match, declaring Li Han the clear winner. Li Han sheathes his weapon and both step forward as instructed. Einrogard looks at the panting Durgyu with a quiet sense of regret. He notes that if Durgyu had stayed calm, the outcome might have been different, but the boy panicked the moment he felt that raw bloodlust. It is a tough lesson for someone so young. Einrogard then glances over at Li Han, marveling at how composed the young mage stayed. This fight alone is going to force everyone to look at Li Han in a completely new light. Einrogard praises them both, saying they did an incredible job and reminding them that winning isn't everything. He adds solemnly that staying humble in victory and resilient in defeat is the only way to grow. He tells them to shake hands, but Li Han figures a proud guy like Durgu won't just let things slide. If he tries to throw a cheap shot, Li Han is fully ready to counter. But surprisingly, Durgu offers a hand instead, calling it a great match. He apologizes for his earlier rudeness, and his parting words catch Li Han off guard, telling him he truly earned the victory. Li Han keeps studying Durgu, but the guy doesn't seem to be faking it or waiting for an opening to strike. Reaching out to shake his hand, Li Han shrugs it off, saying Durgu was probably just overly anxious earlier. Pleased with their sportsmanship, Einrogard claps and glares at the gloomy students sulking behind them. He barks at them to start clapping. Later that night, moonlight washes over the quiet academy campus. Wait, what are these guys plotting? A group gathers in a dark corner of the courtyard, calling out to Durgu on behalf of the White Tiger Tower. As the words echo, Jijel Moradi steps out from the shadows, addressing Durgu with a self-righteous smirk on his face. He asks if Durgu really plans to let that guy slide after getting humiliated like that. Durgu stays quiet before muttering that he only lost because of his own lack of experience, prompting protests from the crowd. They insist Li Han played dirty, and it's not his fault, but Durgu quickly shuts them down. He maintains he was simply too weak. Jijel Moradi laughs it off, claiming that doesn't even matter anymore. He declares that their tower's honor and pride were dragged through the mud because of him. Jijel Moradi's eyes flash with a cold glare as he demands the Choi family take absolute responsibility for this humiliation. Durgu asks how exactly Jijel Moradi wants him to take responsibility, and Jijel Moradi snaps his fingers with a smirk. Two guys flank Durgu, draping their arms over his shoulders as Jijel Moradi explains they will make up for quality with sheer quantity. Disgusted, Durgu asks if he feels any shame as a knight, but Jijel Moradi just scoffs. He dismisses it as a pathetic loser's excuse, while the bystanders begin to murmur uncomfortably in the background. Some complain about taking things too far, which Jijel Moradi overhears, prompting a sharp smile. He challenges anyone who disagrees to step up and say it to his face, making the crowd quickly quiet down. Durgu brushes past Jijel Moradi flatly, stating he opposes the plan and refuses to take part in any revenge. Watching him walk away, Jijel Moradi mocks him as a total coward and tells the group he simply needs to find a replacement. Someone eagerly steps forward to take the spot, begging for a chance before the remaining students finally disperse. Durgu worries that even with Li Han's incredible combat skills, fighting 3 opponents at once is just too much. They are highly trained students from noble knight houses after all. Clenching his fists, Durgu can't shake his growing unease. He can't just sit idly by. That's not how a true knight behaves, no matter how his choices might impact his future. Ultimately, Durgu makes his choice. He will stand with Li Han as the crescent moon climbs higher into the night sky. Digging his heels in, Durgu charges forward at full speed. His heavy footsteps tear up the dirt as he closes in. Durgu calls out to Li Han, but a flying stone suddenly grazes his ear, clicking against the ground right by his feet. He stares in confusion at the body on the ground, while 2 thugs holding clubs yell out in pure trembling rage. Pointing his wand at the earth, Li Han lowers his voice. Instantly, dozens of jagged stones rise up, floating menacingly around him as he issues a warning. Come any closer if you want to die, he warns. The sheer intensity of the scene leaves Durgu completely frozen in terror. Durgu has no clue what's going on. Just minutes ago, some thugs slammed their clubs on the ground to lure Li Han out. Surrounded by 3 armed bullies, Li Han listens to them mock him, claiming they won't let him off easy just because he won. They promise to make sure he can't show his face in class again, making him sigh inwardly. Targeting him over a class is incredibly petty. He decides to deal with them quickly, turning around with a cold gaze. He asks if they know his family, but they just snap back, calling his warning pathetic. They try to act tough, though they nervously glance at each other, praying they won't get caught. Li Han reads them instantly. It's obvious these idiots have a mastermind backing them. Li Han already knows who it is, sighing at how predictable they are. If they actually had brains, they wouldn't be here. He asks them straight out who sent them, naming a powerful noble family. Einrogard panics, screaming at his lackeys to shut up and not fall for the mind games. He barks out an order. He tells them to lock down the perimeter. Li Han realizes 3-on-1 is tight, remembering his master's advice on running away. Retreating is always the smartest move, but with his escape routes fully cut off, he has to think of something else. With running off the table, he looks around, picking up a subtle change behind him. He notices the loose gravel under his boots glowing with a faint blue aura, wondering if he can use them. Recalling a basic telekinesis spell, he figures the weight and size of these rocks are perfect for a quick defense. He casts the spell without hesitation. The 3 bullies watch in absolute shock as the stones lift into the air. They can't believe a freshman is wielding such advanced telekinesis, wondering if the prestigious Li Han bloodline is truly that monster-like. Li Han quietly lets out a breath of relief. It actually worked, which should be more than enough to scare them off. He plans to maintain the threat and slip away while they are distracted, but his raw power completely surges out of control. The stone flies like a bullet hitting Einrogard square in the head. He drops instantly, leaving everyone, including Li Han, stunned. The other two raise their weapons in a panic, swearing at him, while Li Han mentally panics over his bad aim. He definitely needs more practice. Meanwhile, the thugs realize they have zero time to react to the floating stones. Terrified by his massive mana, they realize they stand no chance against a Li Han heir capable of such overwhelming spell casting. As a mystical blue-green light envelopes his body, Li Han sighs internally. Things are spinning completely out of control. He has to keep up the bluff, pointing his wand forward and cold-bloodedly daring them to try their luck. He forces himself to maintain a deadpan expression, which works perfectly to shatter whatever courage they had left. They scramble away, shouting a pathetic threat over their shoulders, while Durgu watches the entire scene in utter disbelief. He wonders what madness he just witnessed, but Li Han snaps him out of it, asking if he wants some. Under the silver moonlight, Durgu explains everything, and Li Han immediately curses Jijel Moradi for orchestrating such a brainless ambush. Durgu helplessly corrects his terrible pronunciation of Jijel Moradi's name, and Li Han casually shrugs it off, asking what she wants. He thinks about how toxic the White Tiger Tower is compared to the surprisingly friendly vibes back in his own dormitory. While his classmates are usually chill, the White Tiger Tower operates under a brutal cutthroat hierarchy. Durgu kneels down. Sketching a face in the dirt to describe the ringleader, Durgu gets a blank stare from Li Han until a memory clicks. Li Han is disappointed, admitting he thought the guy was actually decent. Durgu just scoffs at his naivety. Pointing out that appearances are always deceiving, Durgu sighs while Li Han remains lost in thought, figuring out the culprit's angle. Realizing why the guy is so well known, Li Han ignores Durgu's calls to snap out of it and pay attention. Durgu adds that Jijel Moradi is a big deal, asking if he seriously thought she was just some random student. Everything starts making sense. Li Han admits it explains why she targeted him, though the whole ambush still feels incredibly bizarre. Durgu nods, explaining there are a few obvious reasons for the hit, starting with Li Han's prestigious family name. He lays out the first scenario if Jijel Moradi manages to defeat Li Han, a descendant of a prestigious family. Especially since he is a first-year, Jijel Moradi would gain massive influence. Confused, Li Han asks for clarification. Is he just a stepping stone for Jijel Moradi? How annoying. Durgu sighs, admitting he worries about that too. Durgu further adds that while Li Han maintains a positive attitude, the White Tiger students will likely keep up their hostile behavior. Jijel Moradi knows how to exploit those emotions. Sitting by the fire, the kind Durgu warns him to be careful in swordsmanship. After their talk, Li Han heads back to his room, reflecting on Durgu's pretty solid advice. Just avoid any class with the White Tiger students and Jijel Moradi will have no power. Li Han steps inside, thinking to himself, but he simply cannot follow that advice. First of all, finding a good class is already hard enough. Second, how dare they drag him into their annoying political schemes? Besides, this is a matter of honor. Back in the common room, a shout rings out as Li Han suddenly appears covered in injuries. Groaning in pain, he claims he was just jumped by White Tiger students, fake crying that it is only because he belongs to the Blue Dragon Tower. He quietly observes their reactions. Just as he expected, everyone is completely stunned, and furious shouts of outrage instantly erupt across the room. Someone steps forward to lead, shouting that this is no time for confusion. They must gather everyone from the upper floors. They would not dare provoke Gainando, but they mess with a Li Han like you. Hearing his name, Gainando pokes his head out, stammering why him. Li Han warily realizes this is getting way more heated than he intended. The crowd starts shouting to grab weapons, forcing him to quickly step in and stop them. The group immediately objects emotionally, reminding him of their debt and listing all the times he has helped them out in the past. Hearing this, a heavy wave of guilt washes over Li Han, while the chaotic chatter around him only grows louder. A massive crowd gathers in no time. Adenart steps forward to take charge, telling everyone to pay attention. He orders them to form two lines as the crowd chants their desire to crush the White Tiger Tower. Li Han helplessly realizes he has made a total mess of things. He had no idea the Blue Dragon Tower detested the White Tiger Tower this much. He figures people always hate those who are most similar to them. Meanwhile, his classmates are still running around yelling for everyone to grab gear. Grab anything that can be used as a weapon and march on the White Tiger Tower. Suddenly, a booming voice shouts for them to hold on. Asan suddenly appears at the back of the crowd, seriously urging everyone to wait and listen to him first. He begins to analyze the situation, telling them they should not act too rashly without a proper plan. That tower is full of students from proud knight families, so charging in blindly will only lead to a swift defeat. Li Han secretly rejoices at Asan's rational thinking and quickly agrees, but his relief is cut short as Asan keeps talking. He suggests they pause for a moment before shouting that they should set an ambush instead. The crowd erupts in excitement again, praising the Dalcard family name and getting ready to fight, leaving Li Han completely stunned. He helplessly facepalms, realizing he was a fool to expect any sanity from them. He quickly speaks up to stop them once more. He tells them to hold on, insisting he does not want revenge and pointing to himself to declare this is his personal matter of honor. He insists he will handle it himself, but someone protests that those white tiger bastards are incredibly cunning. They warn him that those despicable dirty cowards will play dirty. Li Han is left completely taken aback by their intense insults. He is amazed that his classmate could curse them out without even taking a single breath, prompting him to sigh and speak seriously. As children of respected noble families, would it not be deeply shameful for them to stoop to that level? His words successfully make everyone reconsider, and he is secretly thrilled that his plan is finally working as he steers them back on track. He suddenly cuts off their chatter and pauses before saying that if the enemy actually chooses to fight them, they will respond in kind, especially since those cowards will likely try to swarm them like a pack of wild dogs. His words instantly open their eyes, and they excitedly agree to stick together and prepare for whatever is coming next. With that, Li Han successfully handles the situation and calms down the chaotic crowd. Once they reach an agreement, they quickly disperse. As they leave, some begin to realize that their next class is actually shared with those same rivals. One classmate confidently suggests showing them who is boss, claiming they will look like absolute masters of lighting magic. He proudly boasts that none of those White Tiger students could possibly match their skill, which catch Li Han completely off guard. Suddenly realizing something is terribly wrong, he watches them walk away while a wave of pure anxiety washes over him. He panics, wondering if he is seriously the only person in his class who has not actually mastered basic lighting magic yet. The next morning, Yoner walks into his room with a pale, exhausted face, yawning deeply as she quietly greets him. But when she sees Li Han, she shrieks in terror, asking what on earth happened to make him look so scary. "What's wrong with your face?" Yoner asks. Touching the dark circles under his eyes, Li Han replies that he stayed up practicing magic. "Practicing magic? But you can already use it, can't you?" Clutching his wand, Li Han stands up to confidently assert his progress. He goes on to mention that the others claimed they had already mastered the basic lighting spell. She admits it is her first time hearing of this just as Ganendo approaches, causing them both to call out his name. Wondering why he's out at this hour, Li Han greets him, but the boy is acting very suspiciously. They watch him carefully slip a hand inside his coat, only to suddenly pull out a skewer of sausages. He happily trots over to the fireplace to roast them, leaving the two completely baffled by the prince's food obsession. As Ganendo's eyes gleam at his food, Li Han suddenly approaches, assuring him they won't steal from him. Telling him to eat in peace startles the prince, who jumps back and anxiously demands to know. He asks when Li Han arrived, to which he casually replies it was when the sausages were being smuggled out. The prince quickly denies it, but Li Han points out his food is burning, forcing him to frantically pull the hot skewer away. Turning back, Li Han hesitates as he looks at the rest of the class, observing how exhausted they all look. He notes how terrible everyone looks, and Yoner sadly agrees, pointing out they would be starving if not for his food sales. He strokes his chin in calculation, noting that they need to prepare soon as their remaining rations are running low. He sighs, mentioning how stingy Professor Uregulum is even after they managed to sneak some ingredients from his carriage. The professor had yelled that the bread was his, demanding to know when they had stuffed jam into their pockets. He had barked that filling their bellies should be enough, leaving the two of them racking their brains for another way. With no way left to steal food, they wonder if another chance will arise just as basic magic class begins. The students politely greet Professor Garcia Kim, a mentor known for being deeply attentive to her class. She can instantly sense the subtle shifts among them, starting with how hungry everyone has become after their first week. Beyond their hunger, she also senses the heavy underlying tension building between the different student towers. Their diverse backgrounds fuel fierce rivalries, with the friction between the Blue Dragon and White Tiger towers being particularly intense. Watching them glare at each other, she tells them to sit, recalling Principal Osu's belief that competition only makes them stronger. It was one of the principal's many controversial philosophies, prompting Professor Garcia to let out a quiet sigh. She completely disagrees and simply wants them to get along, though her eyes suddenly narrow as she commands them to sit. Her imposing aura makes the class tremble as she asks if anyone successfully managed to cast the lighting spell. Mid-yawn, Li Han raises his hands, secretly telling himself that despite his exhaustion, he cannot afford to fall behind. He had only managed to pull it off after staying up all night, refusing to let fatigue stop him. Suddenly, he realizes he is the only one with his hand up, leaving him completely baffled as everyone murmurs in awe. He nudges the classmate in front of him, who nervously laughs and admits he only meant he understood the theory. The boy smiles, adding that as nobles, they will surely get the hang of it soon enough. Furious at being tricked by these arrogant noble snobs, Li Han silently curses them, realizing his efforts were in vain. Just then, Professor Garcia commends the Blue Dragon Tower as Princess Aidenar also raises her hand. He happily turns back, thinking this is a perfect chance to get closer to the princess, but those thoughts instantly vanish. Her murderous glare freezes him in his tracks, leaving him utterly confused as Asan leans forward and quietly whispers to him. He warns that the princess seems to believe a bizarre rumor about him, prompting a very confused Li Han to ask for details. Asan grows surprisingly angry on his behalf, calling it a malicious and deeply insulting rumor spread by their peers. He explains they are claiming Li Han only cares about high grades rather than actual knowledge, which he finds absolutely unbelievable. Li Han is stunned silently, realizing that is actually completely accurate, though he simply shrugs and turns back around. With nothing to say since the rumor is actually true, he turns his head back to look at his highly emotional classmate. Trembling with rage, Asan clenches his fists, muttering about how disappointed he is that even the princess fell for such gossip. He groans that, while others spreading rumors as expected, he never imagined Her Highness would believe something so ridiculous. Resting his chin on his hand, Li Han calmly points out that what the princess chooses to believe is entirely her own business. This nonchalant attitude leaves Asan completely speechless, his admiration for Li Han swelling to an entirely new level. To Asan, Li Han now looks like a benevolent deity with boundless grace, moving the young noble almost to tears of deep respect. The tower is packed with heirs from legendary families, but none of them carry themselves with the perfect nobility he does. At last, Asa finally realizes the real reason his parents sent him to this place was to meet people. People like Li Han. He silently apologizes to his father for ever doubting his wisdom, getting totally caught up in his own emotions. Wiping away tears, he suddenly starts sobbing about how amazing Li Han is, leaving the guy utterly bewildered until Li Han finally calls out. He casts light and conjures a brilliant glow from his wand, but Einrogard is right there to match him with a blue orb of light. The two beams collide high in the air. The crowd gasps. Beautiful. Garcia claps warmly and praises their effort, noting how rare it is for students to pull off this spell in their very first week. She feels incredibly lucky to have such talented students, leaving the others feeling a bit embarrassed and looking down as their spirits sink. Sensing the sudden drop in morale, she quickly tries to reassure them that light magic is just the absolute basics of their journey. It is simply the first step to help them feel mana, so there is really no reason for anyone to feel discouraged. Li Han offers a forced smile as Garcia tries to comfort them, but glancing over, he doubts anyone is actually paying attention. They are way too busy for that, as a whole group of students is already waving their wands in a fierce competition. Garcia gently snuffs out their wild flames, asking them to please control themselves and return to their seats, which sends them scattering immediately. They try to act like they do not care about light magic anyway, leaving Garcia to sigh as they sit there grumbling. To cheer them up, she announces that elemental magic starts this term, and every head instantly snaps back toward her with absolute excitement. A few girls cannot contain their joy and cheer out loud as Garcia begins to explain the lesson. Once you master light magic, the flow of mana becomes second nature when you move on to learning the actual elements. This includes the standard elements like water, fire, earth, wind, and darkness, along with some of the much tougher attributes. Advanced things like gravity magic are on the table, since elemental magic has always been the foundation for deeper spells like summoning. Whether calling upon spirits or enchanting legendary artifacts, it is just like mastering the 4 basic arithmetic operations before tackling high school math. Besides, even if you only learn the basics of elemental magic, you will still be treated with massive respect wherever you go. Li Han slowly slides into a seat next to Asa, his excitement for this class building by the second. Garcia taps her staff against her palm a couple of times, calling for attention to start their next test. They're going to test their compatibility with the basic elements, since every single student has an affinity. Everyone has one element that fits them best, and the students below immediately start chatting excitedly about the upcoming test. Garcia taps her staff to gather their focus, and a small candle suddenly appears right in front of Li Han. The flickering flame catches him slightly off guard, and Durgu Choi cannot even resist the urge to reach out and touch it. Asa just gasps, not that surprised. But Garcia speaks up. She reminds them that they can apply the techniques from their previous lesson, but this time they are aiming for fire. It is fire they want, not light, and she warns them all to be extremely careful because fire burns. Hearing those words, Gainando immediately imagines himself trying to use fire and getting completely roasted in the process. He shrinks back in absolute terror, while Garcia tells everyone to chant a simple spell in their minds. Faint, mysterious rings of light begin to swirl around her hand, and with a swift raise of her staff, she commands it to burn. A towering vortex of fire erupts right on the stage, leaving the students staring in absolute awe, while Li Han tries to stay cool. He forces a smile to stay calm. No childish reactions here. But honestly, it is amazing. Watching Garcia casually hold raw fire directly in the palm of her hand makes him scream with excitement on the inside. That was incredibly cool. Garcia snuffs out the fire and tells them to try, prompting the students to eagerly agree. They try chanting, but the candles do not budge, leaving Li Han to rest his chin in his hand and study the flame. There has to be a specific reason the professor handed out these candles, so he closes his eyes to focus. He figures that if the target is closer, it should be much easier to visualize, so he slowly raises his wand to try. Suddenly, Garcia passes by and spots something, instantly snuffs out the candle in front of him and leaves him completely stunned. She walks right up and declares that he is banned from casting fire magic for the foreseeable future, shocking him. He desperately asks why, since that was his ticket to looking cool, but she just raises a serious finger at him. She warns him it is simply too dangerous. He stands stunned. Then he suddenly remembers what happened last time. He remembers how that blinding light ended up hurting his eyes, rubbing his chin as he realizes his lack of control. Light magic might only blind you temporarily, but exploding fire. Li Han panics at the thought of a massive blast and quickly cuts off his own runaway thoughts. Professor Garcia holds up a bowl of water and begins manipulating the liquid. We will try fire magic again once your senses are sharper. But until that time comes, she suggests that he focus on practicing water magic first instead. Since it is much less dangerous, she says. Li Han just blankly stares at the water bowl placed right in front of him. Garcia insists water and fire are the same, but he secretly wants to argue that water is just not cool. Ultimately, Li Han awkwardly covers his mouth, too embarrassed to say that aloud. Fire and lightning are obviously much better for raw attack power. While earth and metal magic excel at defense, the utility of water seems pretty vague. He stirs the water inside the bowl with his index finger. Is the only real use of this spell being able to drink water wherever he goes? He imagines drinking water straight from his wand, but what choice does he have? It is all for safety after all. Li Han sighs in deep disappointment. Blushing with pure admiration, Asan admits he is incredibly jealous of Li Han receiving such personal guidance from the professor. Li Han grips his wand tightly, desperately wanting to tell his friend to shut up as he hesitantly looks down at the water bowl. He raises his wand over the bowl and commands the water to rise. Li Han closes his eyes, chanting louder, pouring his frustration over being denied fire magic into the spell. The tip of his wand instantly glows as streams of light swirl around it. The water in the bowl immediately shoots up, forming a miniature vortex. Asan gasps in absolute shock, adjusting his glasses to get a better look as the water floats gracefully into the air. It hovers there like a soft silk ribbon. Even Li Han is completely stunned, staring at the water under his control in disbelief. They stand dazed, watching the liquid ripple. Suddenly, shocked whispers echo through the lecture hall. Did he really succeed in just 3 attempts? A moment later, Garcia happily praises him, noting his incredible compatibility with the water element. With those words, she turns to announce his success to the rest of the class, leaving them in awe, as expected of the prestigious Li Han family. But amidst all the praise, a few students from the White Tiger Tower look away, clearly annoyed. Seeing their reaction, Garcia gently reassures the class that those who failed shouldn't lose patience. Just like Li Han, everyone has their own natural compatibility. For instance, a student raised in a blacksmithing family might align easily with fire, while someone from a fishing family would find harmony with water. And those raised on the vast plains would connect with wind, she explains, placing a hand over her heart. The more you are exposed to an element, the easier it is to manifest. Li Han stares at the floating water sphere in total confusion. He certainly has no affinity for water. If there's any connection at all, it's probably from being constantly tortured by his instructors. As he stands there overthinking, Adenart glances down at him from her desk. Noticing her gaze, he cannot help but wonder. What on earth is Adenart glaring at? The moment he sits up, she quickly snaps her head away, leaving him guessing. But his distraction causes the water sphere to lose its shape, splashing directly onto his head. As he lets out a startled gasp, Garcia giggles behind her hand at the sight of the dripping wet boy. If you lose focus, she warns, you won't be able to maintain the element's shape. Next time, try to hold it as long as possible. With a wave of her wand, Garcia's magic dries him off instantly. Li Han looks at her with absolute admiration. She is truly the only pure light in this entire Mad Academy. Deeply moved, he clutches his chest and asks how long he needs to maintain the spell. Garcia rubs her chin, pondering. Normally, you would hold it until your mana runs completely dry, but that won't happen to you. Instead, she suggests, why not keep it up until the end of the lecture? Hearing those words, Li Han's face turns pale. Isn't this just pure torture? As Garcia turns to leave, he quickly raises his hand to beg for mercy, but she has already abandoned Li Han, leaving him completely dazed. He clenches his fists until his veins show, suddenly remembering the dark truth. She is still a professor at this insane academy, which means her mind is just as twisted as the rest of them. From a safe distance, Garcia watches him slump in despair, offering a knowing smile toward her most promising student. Maintaining a magical construct for such a long period of time is extremely taxing on a wizard's mental energy, much like trying to keep a spinning top balanced on a fingertip. Garcia muses, but Li Han needs to be trained properly. The fact that he could conjure such a massive water sphere on only his 3rd attempt is an inexplicable, monstrous talent. Even more impressive, he possesses one of the most monstrously abundant mana pools in history. That was exactly why she needed to polish this rough gem. Garcia truly believed Li Han would do great, but right now he was crying tears of frustration, cursing the professor in his mind. There was a pretty massive misunderstanding between them. As class ended, everyone said goodbye under the bright sun. Suddenly, a desperate voice pleaded, begging Li Han to listen. Li Han complains, asking if that isn't a bit too much, while Euregulum just scratches his ear with a confused look. He mentions how Princess Yunair was absolutely thrilled to control the fire element during their class. She is highly compatible with the wind element, while Gainando almost burned down the entire classroom. Li Han complains loudly, pointing out that he was stuck using only water magic the entire time. Hearing that, the old man strokes his beard, suggesting that maybe Professor Garcia likes him and wants to train him. Hearing that, he scoffs completely, disbelieving that excuse, and asks if that is why he has to spend his valuable free time doing yard work. Hearing this, Euregulum immediately gets defensive, letting out a heavy sigh and waving his hand while calling him a complainer. Didn't you say you would help? Li Han cannot help but glare over at Euregulum, thinking back to a short while ago. Li Han ran over to offer Euregulum help, which made the old man happy until the boy mentioned eating his food as payment. The old man is about to agree but freezes, realizing Li Han is already carrying a massive pile of stuff. Since he's eating, he asks to take some back. Euregulum immediately shouts at him to put it down, sweating as Li Han drops the load. You really can't let your guard down around this kid. Euregulum drops tea leaves into a cup, pouring hot water while keeping a close eye on him. How did someone like him come from the prestigious Li Han family? Meanwhile, Li Han is happily inspecting the carrot in his hand. Euregulum takes a sip of tea and asks if there is any other trouble specifically with the White Tiger Tower. Hearing that, he remembers and looks up, admitting that the situation with the White Tiger Tower is indeed quite annoying. The old man pours more water into the teacup, noting that things probably won't change this year since it has always been like this. Li Han sighs in relief, pulling up a carrot while thinking about how the different towers interact. Usually have these kinds of rivalries, but they shouldn't be constantly fighting each other inside the academy. Isn't that bad for the academy? Hearing this, Euregulum laughs loudly, telling him to just ignore them if they want to start trouble. Focusing on magic is much more useful. The two go silent as Li Han quietly panics inside because he already ended up fighting them. Both of them think of the same thing, looking incredibly awkward. Li Han pouts, asking Euregulum not to stare at him like that. It wasn't on purpose, he explains. The old man frowns, taking another sip of tea and noting that conflicts don't start this early. During the very first week, Li Han tiredly explains he was attacked just for picking a swordsmanship class, making Euregulum choke on his tea. While Euregulum wipes his mouth, Li Han stands up to check on him, but the old man angrily points a finger at him. Why would you choose that class? That is basically invading their territory, especially since the White Tiger students are extremely territorial. Li Han brushes it off, insisting he has the right to sign up for any class he wants. Euregulum sighs, raising his hand. Anyway, the issue is resolved. The old man takes a sip of tea, noting that since Li Han is fine, their magic must be weak, but their actual swordsmanship is quite decent. Hearing this praise, the boy immediately smiles and agrees with the old man. It was a 3-on-1 fight, so he struggled a bit. Hearing this, Euregulum spits out his tea yet again, standing up as Li Han asks where he's going. Hearing that the old man is going to cook something for him, Li Han gets incredibly excited while holding his basket. Euregulum nods, picking up a carrot. He decides to treat the boy well, imagining Li Han becoming the greatest swordsman in the Empire and returning for revenge. That thought turns Euregulum pale. A moment later, the boy sits at the table waiting for the old man to bring out the food. Li Han eats happily while Euregulum sighs in relief. As the old man prepares to wash dishes waiting for the plates, the boy remembers something. He asks the professor if he really managed this entire place all by himself before he arrived. Washing the dishes, Euregulum grumbles that the other students were far too lazy and talentless, so they all ended up running away. He claims these are basic tasks every alchemist must master. Thinking about all his chores today, the boy is completely left speechless. Euregulum winks, asking if he agrees. The boy quickly hands over the plates, reluctantly going along with the old man. Normally, these chores are supposed to be done by students after school, but this is just not right. This cannot go on forever. Li Han sheds a silent tear, then points towards an empty spot in the field. He asks if he can plant a few things there. The old man happily agrees, asking what he wants to grow. The boy wonders if he should plant cabbages or leeks. Euregulum nods in agreement, but suddenly asks him a question. He asks if he plans to sell them, making the boy freeze. Li Han blushes, asking how Euregulum knew. Did the upperclassmen also do that? Seeing the old man slap his forehead in exasperation, he looks confused as Euregulum's loud voice echoes through the forest. He yells that the boy is the very first one to ever try that. The old man tells him to just do whatever he wants. Euregulum walks away, thinking he is a truly bizarre kid. While wiping the table, Li Han's eyes wander over to a corner filled with cabbages and leeks. Staring at the leeks on the ground, he wondered what to cook with them, so Li Han asked old Euregulum, could Napa cabbage and leeks make something else? Hearing Euregulum say they could make kimchi, his heart instantly skipped a beat. Li Han imagined the delicious kimchi in his head. Since the empire was so massive, it possessed countless different culinary cultures. These culinary traditions varied depending on the region. While the Lihan family in the west feasted on bread and cheese, the east was legendary for its rice noodles, chili paste, and bean paste. They were classic Korean dishes. Squatting down, he asked the old man if he liked them, and Uregulum nodded while washing up, saying he did. But he admitted he did not eat them often before falling silent, leaving Li Han to look at him in surprise. Uregulum slowly explained that it was an Eastern dish, but there were some Easterners he really disliked, his mind drifting back to those distant faces. Drying the plates, Li Han asked what happened. Uregulum kept washing, explaining that he had some distant relatives living out east. You have no idea how much they complain whenever we meet. Uregulum groaned, launching into a long list of grievances. Li Han listened, feeling completely speechless. He picked up the dishes, saying he understood that Easterners were rumored to be incredibly strict. He just had no idea they were that intense. Suddenly, the old man looked up and asked what Li Han was planning for the weekend. Li Han immediately put on a haggard face, asking if he had chores to finish, which left Uregulum looking baffled. Do I really look like the kind of person who would force you to work through the weekend? To an emotionally numb student like Li Han, working weekends sounded completely normal. Raising his staff with a sly grin, Uregulum warned that he would not even have time to visit, asking what hungry students do when pushed to the limit. Li Han immediately replied that they would burn the academy down. Uregulum broke into a cold sweat, muttering that it was a bit extreme while stroking his beard. When cornered, they will do anything to survive. Uregulum explained that the Xuanwu students would search for wild fruits, while the White Tiger House would go hunting. Li Han immediately wondered about the Azure Dragons. Uregulum sighed, admitting those kids were always a step behind. There would always be some talented geniuses who would eventually stumble upon the right way to adapt. Uregulum glanced at Li Han, noting this year was quite different from the past before Li Han brought up the Vermilion Bird Tower. Uregulum explained that those students lived completely isolated since they were not the type of kids to be swayed by mere hunger. The Vermilion Bird Tower housed apprentice priests who practiced severe asceticism, keeping up their strict prayers even under the harshest conditions. They would never stop praying. Li Han brushed the dust off his coat, thinking that such intense devotion was truly respectable. He doubted he could ever do that. Slipping his coat on, he decided he would just go hunting with his friends this weekend. If they picked a fight again, he would show them exactly what a real festival looked like. Flash of a firm thumbs up left Uregulum breaking into a cold sweat after hearing such a terrifying, aggressive declaration. Sweeping the floor with his broom, Uregulum muttered that clashes might be unavoidable but urged Li Han to at least not be the one starting them. There was also a chance they might choose another path. When Li Han asked what that meant, Uregulum paused deep in thought. Turning back, he whispered two words, escape. The Magic Academy campus was practically a steel wall protected by powerful spells. Yet students still managed to flee every single year. Li Han stroked his chin, doing some quick mental math. Thinking about what a person could gain by escaping, it made complete sense to try like scoring new clothes and boots, fresh bread, sweet jam, butter and cheese, or just basic daily necessities. He suddenly realized there were endless reasons to break out. Uregulum pointed a furious finger, snapping at him to wipe that look off his face before he did something incredibly stupid. He told him to forget it, explaining the White Tigers only tried first every year because they had incredibly simple minds. Li Han suddenly turned to ask if anyone had actually succeeded, which instantly made the old man flinch with guilt. Uregulum looked down, muttering that someone had, but everything went completely wrong and the kid would not listen to him anyway. Waving his hand dismissively, the old man added that he could try if he wanted, since youth was the best time for adversity. Li Han immediately placed a hand over his heart, swearing he would never do such a thing, but his sparkling eyes betrayed him. Uregulum roared in frustration, telling him not to make those empty promises with that face. Later, inside a dark, tightly curtained room, a single candle provided the only light in the pitch-black space where Durgyu Choi stood facing three mysterious figures in black cloaks. Ordered to stand at attention, he nervously straightened up as one of the figures let out a low, eerie chuckle. Pointing a finger at Durgyu Choi, the figure warned him that if he wanted to return in one piece, he should start obeying. Completely speechless, Durgyu Choi stared back and asked if they really had to go this far before calling out Li Han. He was indeed one of the cloaked figures. Li Han laughed sheepishly, pulling his hood down and asking if it failed to work. Ganando stood nearby, utterly shocked, and shrieked in frustration, asking how they knew each other when they were supposed to be terrifying. Durgyu Choi turned away with a sneer, scoffing that a little squirrel like him could never scare anyone, which drove Ganando into a rage. Who are you calling a stalker? Li Han calms him down, grabs the rope and pulls it down. The curtains slide open, flooding the room with bright light. The other three, blinded by the glare, are forced to shield their eyes. Suddenly, Yaner wonders why they have to sneak so far away. Standing by the window, Li Han quietly looks back at her. If the other tigers misunderstand them and see him being friendly, Durgyu will be treated like an outcast. He gets it now. Blushing, Durgyu is deeply moved. You did all that for me. Rubbing his nose, he mutters a quick thank you. Li Han steps over. No problem, he says, patting Durgyu's shoulder, especially for my future mole. Frowning, Durgyu grabs Li Han's wrist. What is that insulting nickname? Meanwhile, Gainando just watches indifferently. Crossing his arms, Gainando tilts his head. But wait, doesn't mole actually suit you perfectly? Durgyu's murderous glare instantly sends a shiver down Gainando's spine, forcing him to retract it. Li Han sighs. Fine, for the sake of honor and justice, that name really isn't appropriate. Hearing those noble words, Yonner is completely speechless, while Gainando pouts in frustration. Suddenly, Li Han points a finger directly at Durgyu, declaring him the Piper. Blushing, Durgyu immediately feels self-conscious, a solitary role that stands alone against injustice. The Piper, that actually sounds pretty cool. He sighs and accepts it. Not gonna lie, watching them shake hands, Yonner wonders what on earth Li Han actually learned at home. Soon, Li Han gets down to business, explaining the reason why they had to gather so early on a weekend morning. Covering his eyes mysteriously, he reveals a grand plan to escape the academy. The other two cheer, but only. Durgyu gasps in shock. Are you serious? Yes, Li Han already anticipated this. He actually prepared 10 different arguments to convince him. But as Li Han begins to speak, Durgyu suddenly cuts in, completely catching him off guard. He is thrilled that Li Han wants to escape too. This time it is Li Han who is stunned. Even if they come from a knightly family, nobles are still nobles. The tigers have never starved before, which is why their hunger feels so much more painful. Elsewhere, another student clutches his growling empty stomach. We cannot live like this. We must hunt. Immediately, the others chime in. If those arrogant blue dragons can do it, then so can we. As they clamor for action, someone approaches. Jijo Morati steps up to calm them down. Leading a crowd of followers, she instantly draws everyone's attention. Jijo Morati raises her hand to advise them. Hunting is fine, but do you think it is that easy? That beast Li Han. Hunted was actually a monster released by the alchemy professor. To catch something like that, we must venture deep into the forest. Are you really okay with that unfamiliar, dangerous terrain? They exchange worried glances and turn to her for guidance. Jijo Morati smirks confidently, boasting that she has a perfect way. Looking down at the academy campus, she boldly declares she will get them all out of here. No more begging for scraps of monster meat. Pointing to herself, she promises them freedom. Hyped by Jijo Morati's sweet talk, the students celebrate. But get this, one of them immediately doubts the plan. Jijo Morati taps her temple, saying she has it all figured out. Anyone who wants to follow can join. I do not want to escape alone after all. Turning to leave, the crowd cheers for Morati. Suddenly, Jijo Morati pauses. But on one condition, I call the shots. Do not ruin my plan with stupid mistakes. She glares back with a cold, menacing look. If you mess up, I will never let it slide. Wishing them a good night, she leaves. Unbeknownst to them, Durgyu is hiding behind a pillar, listening. Later, someone gasps in absolute disbelief outside. They can hardly believe their ears, wondering if they can escape too if they just listen. Li Han rests his chin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing him so happy, Durgyu speaks up hesitantly. How can you still say that after everything Jijo Morati did? Li Han just laughs and waves it off. Come on, nobody cares about those minor details. But watching Gainando and Yonner shake their heads in disapproval, he is not so sure anymore. Walking away, Li Han ponders. This is troublesome. He originally planned to scout the exit, knowing the insane professors would make any escape extremely difficult. But now that Morati has boldly declared her own way, she has a way out. Li Han turns to look at her. She is definitely not naive like Gainando. She is smart and cold-hearted enough to exploit her own classmates from the very start of the semester. He must have a reason. No doubt about it. Everyone in the room watches him intently. Suddenly, Li Han falls silent. He points a finger, ordering Durgyu Choi to follow that guy and uncover his secret escape method. Durgyu Choi jumps up. Is he serious? Sweating, he asks Li Han, who just throws the question right back. Do you have a better idea? Durgyu Choi immediately slumps, asking if this plan is not a bit cowardly. Li Han tells him not to worry, making Yonner and Gainan look up at him as he stands with hands on his hips. But we are rivals, Durgyu Choi reminds him. Li Han closes his eyes and speaks slowly. There is a famous saying, know yourself and your enemy and you will win 100 battles. He then pats Durgyu Choi loudly on the shoulder. So this is just a strategic move, Li Han says seriously. Durgyu Choi sweats, completely overwhelmed by his intense, sparkling look. Staring at that brilliantly sparkling face, Durgyu Choi finds himself agreeing. A moment later, he is completely convinced by the logic. I guess this counts as a strategy. Li Han grabs his shoulders to turn him around, telling him to monitor Jijo Morati from now on. Report back the moment you learn his escape plan, he says, pushing Durgyu Choi straight toward the door. He tells him he is an excellent warrior and a proud spy. With those words, Li Han opens the door and shoves him out into the hallway. Dergyu Choi stands frozen, dazed. Li Han shuts the double doors, declaring the mission active with a sparkling gaze. You will do great, right? Dergyu Choi instinctively nods, raising a hand to show he will do his absolute best. Just leave it to me. Once the door is shut, Li Han sighs in relief. Dergyu Choi is taken care of. He still needs to figure out his own escape plan. Seeing Yeoner and Ganon clinging together, Li Han gasps, asking when they became so close. The two look at him completely speechless. Yeoner asks if he learned brainwashing magic before coming to the academy. Li Han denies it. Absolutely not. As evening approaches, a crimson sunset begins to blanket the academy. Li Han hurries over to a quiet room where Yeoner and Nilia are waiting, both looking up as he arrives. Dergyu, Choi, and Ganon are present too. Li Han raises his hand and thanks everyone for attending their very first meeting. Nilia gasps in shock. Escape. Is he crazy? She demands to know what he is thinking. I thought you were just going hunting, she yells, her face pale. Li Han calmly reassures Nilia that he has a plan. Hearing that, her curiosity stops her cold. She figures that a genius like Li Han of the Warden family must have a way. He is completely different from the others, she thinks. Crowning, she asks for the plan and he pulls out an incredibly ugly drawing of Jijel Morati. Li Han excitedly points at the ugly sketch, explaining that this particular student from the White Tiger Tower knows how to escape. They just need to shadow him and copy his path. Honestly, can you even call that a plan? Nilia is left completely speechless. As she tries to find words of caution, Yeoner suddenly gets an idea. She winks and calls out to Li Han. This plan cannot succeed without Nilia right instantly catching her drift. Li Han clutches his chest and nods in sincere agreement. How could we possibly pull this off without her? Nilia stutters in confusion, but Li Han's next words make her freeze. Her tracking abilities and sharp hunter instincts are the core of this entire operation, and she is the only one who has both. Hearing that, she immediately blushes. Yeoner and Li Han play off each other, acting deeply disappointed until she gets totally flustered. She crosses her arms with a soft huff, saying she has no choice while trying hard to hide her growing excitement. Moonlight illuminates the quiet forest as Jijel Morati stands tall on a boulder, his eyes gleaming. He looks back at his followers and calls out, "To my honorable comrades and the knights who swore to follow my commands." Jijel Morati looks into the dark forest filled with determination. Tonight we escape. Hearing that, the students below cheer, wildly promising to follow him to the very end. We will escape this hell. Smirking, Jijel Morati pulls out a map hidden inside his coat with a smug, victorious grin. As long as he keeps this map, he will never fail. The story flashes back to a time before their grand escape. Silence shattered. A demanding voice echoes in a luxurious room, questioning a stack of introductory magic books from the academy. Waving his hand in pure anger, he demands to know if this is all they brought, making the servants tremble. This is Jijel Morati of the prestigious Morati family. Boiling with rage, he kicks the useless books across the floor. He yells that he ordered them to bring useful things, not this junk. Terrified, the two servants turn and flee. They scream their apologies, but just as they leave, Jijel Morati spots something and bends down to pick up a stray paper. Finding it inside the pile of books, he wonders what it could be, only to gasp in surprise upon opening it. The paper turns out to be a secret escape map of the academy, and his eyes light up with joy. He used to think only losers needed maps like this, but now he is incredibly glad he acquired it. Jijel Morati couldn't help but frown in anger while the map-like object deep inside the forest behind the academy slowly began to glow. As Jijel Morati's group headed deeper, Li Han watched closely, quietly telling his companions it was time to move. He urged everyone to stand up quickly, pointing out that since they were heading deep into the mountains, they wouldn't be taking any ordinary route. Asking if they were ready, he watched as the others gasped, wondering why Jijel Morati's group would head into the mountains. Mountain climbing is incredibly tough, Ganando whimpered. Hearing this, Li Han quietly told Dergyu to handle him. This left Ganando completely baffled. Li Han quickly explained that with Nilia, scouting would be easy. Dergyu and Li Han could easily endure the trek, and Yeoner had experience gathering herbs, so rugged terrain was nothing to her. Since she knew the hills, it was no problem. Ganando watched in utter confusion as Li Han paused, waiting for him to catch on. He finally got the hint and asked for water. Li Han smiled helplessly, letting out a tired sigh since Ganando just was not built for this. Still, tracking them through these strange mountain paths was tough. Looking at Nilia, he realized that without her, they would have been completely lost. Unable to follow them on his own, a slightly drained Li Han pulled a small piece of paper out from his cloak. Feeling useless, he gave a weary smile and fell back on his usual habit of taking notes on everything. Suddenly, Nilia stared ahead in shock. She quickly whipped around to warn the group, leaving them all utterly confused by her sudden panic. Telling them to stop, she pointed toward Jijel Morati's group, who were acting strange. Ganando muttered casually, asking why they stopped. He figured they had arrived, thinking this was much easier than expected. Li Han was skeptical about things being this simple. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, shaking the trees violently. As the branches thrashed wildly, a dark shadow darted past, sending a jolt of pure shock right through him. Staring in surprise at where the shadow went, Li Han looked up at the dark sky, shivering as he muttered about the terrifying chill. When he asked if it was a monster, Nilia shook her head, assuring him she had already scanned the area for beasts. Hearing this, Li Han couldn't help but speculate on what was truly going on. A horrifying thought crossed his mind as a figure slowly began to take shape in the darkness, accompanied by a sinister booming laugh. The creepy laughter sent shivers down their spines. Jijel Moradi's group looked around in total panic, completely oblivious to what was actually happening. Suddenly, a massive magic circle glowed beneath them, trapping Jijel Moradi's entire group as a mysterious object materialized in the sky. Principal Osu appeared, laughing gleefully. Talk about bad luck for Jijel Moradi, they fell for it on the very first week. The students gasped in sheer horror, recognizing him instantly. Osu smirked at Jijel Moradi, mocking her for buying the fake map he had leaked. Furious, Jijel Moradi protested that she bought the map before even enrolling. But her anger turned to shock as she watched the paper start to fade. It completely vanished from her hand. As she collapsed in despair, Osu looked down, telling them they were about to learn a costly lesson. He gleefully warned them never to trust sketchy maps, since they would never know if they were actually holding a map to fortune, or a trap set by a wicked priest. He then looked down at Jijel Moradi's pale face and laughed. Watching from hiding, Li Han's group was speechless. His face darkened as he muttered, asking what kind of lunatic would call this a lesson. He was clearly just playing with them. Turning back to Jijel Moradi's group, Osu announced that their journey back was starting right now. His deep, gravelly voice echoed as he explained that the rules were simple. Right before summoning a group of terrifying beasts, he told them to head back while avoiding these pursuers using any means necessary, even fighting back if they could. He took a deep breath, adding that if they got caught, they would be deemed guilty. With a long, dramatic sigh, he looked at them. With a twisted look of pure amusement, he finished saying they would only be innocent if they escaped. Terrified, the students scattered in absolute chaos. Meanwhile, the summoned pursuers stood perfectly still, calmly watching their targets run. Nilia gasped in sheer horror at the sight. She immediately spun around to flee, frantically calling out to Li Han. She urged him to run, but Li Han quickly grabbed her hand, holding her firmly in place. Signaling her to quiet down, he urged Nilia to stay calm. Trembling, she looked back and asked how she could possibly be calm. They could die if caught, but Li Han reassured her that the pursuers hadn't actually spotted them yet, and even if they were seen, the worst that would happen was getting locked up for some physical punishment. Hearing this, Nilia panicked even more, her mind immediately jumping to dark rooms filled with horrific torture devices. It was the kind of nightmare you could never escape from. Meanwhile, Li Han stayed hidden, observing the path ahead. He scanned the surrounding enemies, whispering, "How on earth were they going to escape?" Suddenly, a loud voice caught his attention as Jijel Moradi's group roared in anger, shouting to form up and fight back if chased. Running forever won't solve anything. They had to face them. Those guys looked incredibly determined. For honor and chivalry, while Li Han was busy calculating, they just kept screaming about their precious pride. Why were they so obsessed with it? Durgyu Choi pats his shoulder and shares his thoughts. He believes there is only one way out, and his proposed plan is simple. Put aside family rivalries and work together if they want to escape. Hearing that, Li Han quietly praises the idea. That's a brilliant escape theory. His face lit up as he whipped around to the group. We are going to cooperate with these guys. Specifically, we'll run for our lives while they buy us time. Everyone eagerly agreed, even if it was just a cowardly escape. Li Han assesses the situation outside. They would need to break through where the enemy lines were thinnest. At least the others were buying time. But as he examines Principal Osu's formation, he's totally baffled. Why are there no gaps? Suddenly, he senses something off and looks up. Wait, don't tell me. Li Han looks up in absolute shock. The old man is still summoning more minions. What Li Han can't help but feel scammed. The principal literally said they could leave if they escaped. It seemed like a test at first, but the crazy old man never intended to let them go. Frustration and helplessness wash over him. How could anyone call this a fair test? Watching the other students get captured one by one, he wonders if surrendering is the better option. Just look at those idiots running around and getting snatched up. But then Li Han spots something odd and his eyes go wide. Something is definitely off. He watches the summoned guards pass right by him without paying any attention. The soldiers aren't looking his way at all. Why? He looks back at Principal Osu, completely baffled. Could the legendary headmaster of Einrogard actually not know they're hiding here? He immediately dismisses that. But wait, what if? Staring at Osu's figure floating in the sky, Li Han recalls the headmaster's previous dramatic entrance. Suddenly, the pieces start falling into place. If that's just an illusion or a clone, they only need to run in the opposite direction of the White Tiger House. He immediately turns to the group. Hey guys, I've figured out our escape route. The others are thrilled. Li Han gathers them and quickly lays out the plan. We just need to keep moving forward. Let's go. He leads the charge, and 30 minutes later they find a cave in the woods. Nelia scouts the perimeter and gives him the green light. She has already checked everything. It's completely safe, with no monsters in sight. Li Han raises his wand, summoning a bright light to illuminate the dark cavern. Yana is still shivering in fear, but Nelia tries to comfort her. Those skeletons won't follow them this deep. It's going to be fine. They haven't spotted any pursuers, but Durgyu Choi is still anxious. The real issue is how long those summoned monsters can actually last. He mutters that maybe he should have just blasted a path through them, but Li Han calmly shuts down that crazy idea. Blasting through that massive crowd is literally impossible. Li Han flashes a bright smile and pulls out some food making. Gainando incredibly excited. But for now they eat. Suddenly, Nelia gasps. She is completely out of water. Li Han immediately casts a spell, conjuring a stream of fresh water that leaves her utterly amazed. Water magic. She had only ever heard rumors about it, but seeing it in person is absolutely incredible. Holding up her canteen, she can't help but think how useful a spell like that would be on her future hunts. Nearby, Yonner is shivering with chattering teeth, begging for a warm fire. Nelia obliges instantly, sparking a flame with her wand. A bright campfire blazes up, drawing quiet admiration from the group. That was amazing, Nelia. Thank goodness it worked on the first try, she admits bashfully. Her fire spells used to be incredibly unstable. Still, she admits she's way more envious of Li Han's water element. Hearing her say that, Li Han actually starts getting emotional. She is completely baffled by his sudden tears. Why is he getting so emotional over a simple compliment? He quickly composes himself, clenching his fist. Nelia, you should really be grateful for the elemental magic you possess. Standing on a high ridge, they look down at the woods. The skeletal guards are still crawling everywhere, prompting Li Han to sigh dramatically. Nelia asks if it's really okay to badmouth the headmaster like that. Li Han just turns and pats her shoulder reassuringly. Li Han gives a radiant smile. Magic thrives in a free mind, so you should never limit yourself. Her face darkens at his words. Honestly, hearing such deep wisdom come out of his mouth is actually surprisingly persuasive. Inspired, she immediately shouts out that the headmaster is a complete jerk, calling him a glitchy old skeleton. She even hopes the wolves eat him tonight. But suddenly, a shadow appears, scaring her into hugging Li Han while screaming apologies. Li Han keeps his guard up as Jijel Moradi slowly steps out of the darkness, asking what they are doing here. Jijel Moradi and his companions gradually emerge. Both sides are completely stunned to run into each other like this. The mystery is slowly unveiled. Li Han flashes a friendly smile and invites Jijel Moradi's group to join them inside the cave. Jijel Moradi hesitantly walks in to get some rest. Seeing her, Gainando pouts and grumbles that they do not even have anything to eat. Before he can finish his sentence, Durgyu Choi quickly covers his mouth. Durgyu Choi falls deep into thought, knowing Li Han had every right to ignore them after how they treated him. Durgyu Choi looks at Li Han, deeply moved by how incredibly kind the boy is being to them despite their past actions. He looks at Li Han with sparkling, admiring eyes, convinced that the young mage is a true man of honor. Durgyu Choi, getting teary-eyed over his own thoughts, leaves everyone thoroughly confused. Jijel Moradi looks around, unable to hide her sheer bewilderment. Why on earth are those Blue Dragon Tower bastards here? She hopes it is just her wild imagination, but it is not. Realizing they must have followed her and found the escape map as well, Jijel Moradi instantly slumps in utter disappointment. What should they do now? Receiving help from their rivals only makes her more confused until a sudden memory flashes in her mind. She flashes back to her childhood days with her father, remembering the sacred motto of the noble Moradi family. Their family motto is to never forget a single grudge, but there was a hidden deeper meaning behind those words. A sly smirk spreads across her face as she recalls the final part: kindness is only useful when you exploit it. Scheming to gain the upper hand, she approaches Li Han to strike up a conversation and build some trust. But before she can speak, one of her companions suddenly collapses to the ground in pain. Gainando and Durgyu Choi look on in sheer terror. Why did he just collapse? Another teammate rushes over to check on him. He concludes that the boy probably fainted from exhaustion, but right then, everyone's heads begin to spin. Their vision blurs and their heads spin wildly. In an instant, they collapse to the floor, leaving Jijel Moradi completely horrified. She screams out in panic, demanding to know what is happening as an ominous dark realization washes over her. She whips around to confront Li Han, only to meet his cold, expressionless gaze as he calmly dumps out his water cup with a smirk. Unfortunately, she realized it far too late. Jijel Moradi clutches her throbbing head, trembling in pain from the spiked water. Her face turns pale as she snarls that he won't get away with this, while Li Han calmly watches her struggle. The moment Jijel Moradi collapses, Li Han happily claps his hands together, declaring that the preparations are finally complete. He pats the unconscious girl's hair, wondering if he went a tiny bit too far. But hey, if someone hates you for no reason, you might as well give them one. Gainando and Durgyu Choi watch in absolute horror. Gainando panics, asking if Li Han poisoned the water since they all drank it. Unnermecken and Nilia quickly chime in to explain. They reveal, it is only a strong sleeping agent, meaning their own water was perfectly safe and clean. Gainendo is completely stunned that the girls knew. They explain that his obvious facial expressions made it impossible to hide the plan. Looking down at the unconscious Jijel Moradi, Li Han sighs, clarifying that he does not do things out of petty personal grudges. He insists this move is absolutely necessary and stands up to share his next plan with the group. He tells them to stay calm, proposing they leave the unconscious group near the pursuers. Durgyu Choi watches him hoist Jijel Moradi up. Startled, Durgyu Choi asks if he is seriously going through with this. Li Han's blunt response immediately makes the boy's face darken. Li Han points out Moradi's ruthless nature. Accepting defeat, Durgyu Choi quickly changes the subject to save face. He asks where they managed to find such sleeping herbs, prompting Unnermecken to explain as we flash back to the forest. While wandering through the woods, Unnermecken stumbled upon the sleeping weed, which Li Han recognized right away. She excitedly explained that grinding the plant and mixing it with water makes anyone fall fast asleep. They decided to gather some for later use, but she never expected they would use it quite like this. Under the cover of the quiet night forest, Jijel Moradi's entire group lies completely out cold on the ground. Suddenly, dark shadows emerge from the quiet trees, staring down at them before hoisting the sleeping students onto their shoulders. Li Han watches from a hill, noting that the pursuers will scatter soon. He stands up to deliver news that confuses Unnermecken. He suggests they finish the rest of their work, shrugging casually as he begins scouting the surrounding area. They have come too far to turn back now. Li Han looks ahead with a serious, calculating expression. He wants to find out where the academy wall ends and see if there is any viable way to escape at all costs. Determined, the group regains their spirit and prepares to venture deeper into the dark forest alongside Li Han. Led by Nilia, the group marches deeper into the woods until Gainendo suddenly trips over a large rock. He crashes to the ground, giving Unnermecken a fright. Li Han approaches to help, but Gainendo immediately begins to complain. He groans that he is starving and in pain, prompting Li Han to look at Durgyu Choi, who also seems completely exhausted. Someone nearby speaks up, reminding Li Han to cast a little light. She immediately points out that traveling this far without getting caught means they are finally safe. The dark is draining everyone much faster than usual, so Li Han immediately pulls out his magic wand. He casts a quick spell, making his wand illuminate the entire area and putting everyone at ease. Just as they start relaxing, a sudden gust of wind sweeps through, making the leaves rustle loudly. A deep, raspy voice suddenly rings out, telling the student to turn off the light because it is keeping them awake. Startled, Li Han whips around in confusion as the rest of the group terrifiedly scans the dark woods. The voice demands silence, revealing itself to be coming from a massive ancient tree towering right in front of them. The booming voice asserts that it gets to ask the questions, declaring they will be welcomed as guests if they answer correctly. Answer: wrong, and they are unwanted trespassers, and Li Han knows exactly how high the stakes are right now. Here is the riddle. A dwarf lights 5 candles late at night, but a strong wind suddenly blows out 2 of them. Angrily, he closes all the windows, so how many candles are left burning? Li Han cannot help but smirk at this. Recognizing the trick question, he quickly analyzes it, knowing most people would assume 3 candles are still burning. But the lit ones will burn down to nothing over time, meaning by morning the only remaining candles are the 2 that went out. Suddenly, Garando blurts out that the answer is 3. Li Han whips around in pure horror, but the voice already confirms it is correct. Li Han is completely dumbfounded, staring at the smug boy in disbelief while wondering how the candles would not have burned out. The explanation he receives next only annoys him further, turning his entire logical breakdown upside down. Isn't it just common sense to use enchanted candles that never burn out when solving fantasy riddles like this? The voice announces they are officially guests, but adds that ending the fun so quickly would be a real shame. It offers another riddle with a special reward, instantly grabbing Li Han's attention and getting him excited. The winner gets a magical fruit, prompting everyone to eagerly step up, fully prepared for the second challenge. The riddle begins describing a giant man who shrinks in the morning before he even arrives. In the afternoon, he grows massive again, only to completely vanish once night falls. Who is he? While the rest of the group is utterly baffled, Li Han already knows the classic answer and speaks up. Pointing at his own feet, he answers that it is his shadow, which the voice instantly confirms as correct. Leave it to him to solve it, leaving the others shocked, though he secretly recalls hearing this riddle in his past life. He remembers the lore behind it, recalling how Oedipus, the king of Thebes, had once solved it. Strangely, even though minor details changed over generations of storytelling, the ultimate solution remained exactly the same. The answer given to the Sphinx never changed, and as Li Han ponders this, the booming voice interrupts his thoughts. Praising him as a bright student, the voice falls silent as the surrounding forest suddenly begins to warp. The illusion crumbles away completely, accompanied by a booming voice welcoming them all into the inner sanctuary. They find themselves standing in a breathtakingly beautiful clearing, completely stunned by their new surroundings. They realize spirits are everywhere, just as a branch holding a fresh cup of water extends toward Li Han. Surprised, he takes it as the voice tells them to drink up and recover from their long, tiring journey. Thanking the host, he sniffs the drink, noting it smells quite a bit like fresh vegetable juice. Taking a sip, his eyes widen as a wave of pure refreshment instantly washes away every ounce of his exhaustion. It feels exactly like downing a cup of ice-cold water after a brutal run on a scorching summer day. While he enjoys it, the others remain tense, but the ancient voice explains the drink, exciting him further. It is made from local plants, and when asked if he likes it, he eagerly calls it absolutely delicious. Asking if he can have some more, he reaches out, but the branch suddenly pulls back as the voice demands to know his true identity first. The voice insists on knowing who he is, so Li Han politely introduces himself by his first name. Intrigued, the spirit asks about his family name, prompting him to reveal his house. Upon hearing Warden, the spirit panics quickly, apologizing after noticing his awkward, bitter smile. It blames the terrifying rumors surrounding his family right before a gentle leaf drops onto his head, making him look up in surprise as it speaks. It praises his humility, stating that introducing himself before his clan proves he is destined to become a truly legendary mage. The spirit's sudden presence throws Li Han and the others into a panic, demanding to know what they are doing out so late. Li Han quickly thinks on his feet. Placing a hand over his chest, he smiles brightly and claims they are just enjoying a night walk. But the spirit immediately exposes his lie, pointing out that they are obviously trying to escape from the Magic Academy. It questions why they are already trying to flee after only a single week, making Li Han let out a soft, awkward cough. Claiming they have personal reasons, he looks up at the ancient spirit and asks if it can help them out. He asks for some advice, and the spirit's response leaves him deep in thought. There really is a way out. Unfortunately, fresh students cannot use that path, and Li Han's immediate counter-proposal is shot down without a second thought. In that case, he wonders if the spirit can at least tell them where the academy's outer walls end. The spirit explains that those walls are heavily enchanted, warning that anyone who accidentally touches them will face severe consequences. Li Han clenches his fist, realizing that hugging the academy walls to find an exit is totally out of the question. Sneaking around to find a blind spot is completely useless, and the tree's branch gently taps him on the shoulder. It warns him to stop trying to escape for now, explaining that while things seem peaceful at the moment, danger is close. The monsters will wake up in just a few weeks. Hearing this, Li Han bows to thank the entity for the crucial information. The ancient spirit is thoroughly impressed while watching the young mage closely, finding absolutely no trace of defeat in his eyes. Instead, his gaze is sharper than ever as he calculates his next move. The spirit thinks watching him will be highly entertaining. It suddenly mentions giving him a legendary reward, leaving Li Han completely stunned as the surrounding branches begin to move rapidly. He watches in shock as the branches reach out, pointing his wide-eyed gaze up toward the glowing canopy of the massive tree. A large glowing wooden staff slowly descends from above, and Li Han immediately recalls Professor Garcia's words about mages and their personal artifacts. Among all artifacts, a staff is the most vital tool, yet the academy has left the freshmen completely empty-handed. Left frustrated by the school's cheap and useless equipment, Li Han is completely stunned to find himself holding a legendary custom staff. The other students watch in utter shock as Li Han secures his very own magic staff. The spirit asks if he likes it. As Li Han grips the wood, a remarkably fresh, comfortable energy surges through him. The ancient tree is slightly taken aback by his reaction, realizing this boy is far from an ordinary young student. Staring at the pulsing light of the staff, the tree notes the powerful ancient spirits residing deep within the wood. It suddenly tells a completely surprised Li Han that he will learn directly from the forces sealed inside the weapon as he uses it. When he asks if the spirit can just teach him directly, the response only makes Li Han pout in disappointment. The spirit chuckles, stating that it is unnecessary since he will naturally master it over time given his sheer talent. The boy strongly reminds the spirit of the madman Gonadaltes, a crazy archmage it had encountered centuries ago. This talent is exactly what one would expect from that bloodline. The spirit announces that it is finally time to go back. Before they can even react, a wave of ancient magic sweeps over them, throwing the entire group far out of the forest. The spirit yells a final warning, telling Li Han to stop casting spells near the buildings due to his absurd power. His raw magic had accidentally awakened the local flora, and now the students find themselves groaning on the hard ground outside. Li Han lies there dazed as the spirit's fading voice echoes through the trees, telling him to remember his previous question. That question holds the key. Stepping out of the spirit's domain, they notice that all the dangerous undead have vanished. The exhausted students drag themselves down the mountain just as the sun rises quietly, returning to their dormitory rooms with heavy limbs. But a loud and desperate pounding on his door startles him wide awake. Messy-haired and exhausted, he opens the door to find Asan incredibly worked up and apologizing for the rude intrusion. Asan blabbers about an urgent situation linked to last night, making Li Han wonder if he has completely lost his mind. Asan gasps that the headmaster is hosting a massive event outside, causing Li Han's eyes to widen in complete disbelief. He realizes the sudden festival is the headmaster's trap aimed at catching the students who tried to escape last night. Li Han silently sighs, realizing he needs to play along and act as normal as possible to avoid suspicion. Agreeing that they must stay alert, Li Han tells Asin he will wake up the others so they can check it out. Out at the massive school courtyard, a grandly decorated festival is underway with clueless students gathering in pure excitement. The ridiculously cheap prices hit the spot, making everyone wonder if this is actually a legitimate festival. Holding a free pastry, Li Han deeply suspects this is just a sneaky trap to catch anyone who tried to escape. What is the old man scheming? Suddenly, Osu's booming voice from the stage snaps him back to reality. Full of excitement, the principal tells everyone to pay attention as the crowd cheers for his highly anticipated guests. This weekend, priests from across the empire are visiting our academy, so let us give them a warm welcome. Li Han claps along, thinking the principal's welcome is actually pretty warm. Madrid smiles politely and thanks Principal Osu. Osu quickly replies, thanking her for making time despite how incredibly busy she must be with her duties. Teaching the young students here, Osu chuckles, admitting his excitement has made him quite fond of the priests. His eyes gleam with a sudden intensity as he asks if she can deliver a quick message to the emperor. They need some funding to explore ancient magic, leaving Madrid looking completely baffled by the request. She points out that is far beyond their authority. Watching this, Li Han realizes exactly what is happening. People always act shameless when trying to secure a budget. Madrid can only offer a strange smile to the crowd. Still, she calls it an honor to meet the students, humbly introducing themselves as mere servants of the faith. Representing different churches, they are eager to share their beliefs with the academy. But Li Han is suspicious. These are definitely not ordinary priests. Every single one of them holds a massive amount of hidden mana. As he ponders this, Osu quietly approaches, noting their mana is quite different from normal priests. Startled, Li Han snaps his head toward him. Osu slowly explains that a priest's mana is so unique it is called divine power. Li Han quickly nods, along which only makes the old principal look at him with curiosity. Osu asks if he can actually sense mana. Hearing this, a wave of anxiety hits Li Han immediately. The principal wonders why he keeps hiding such a rare talent since almost no students can sense mana. Li Han quickly claims he still has a lot to learn, but Osu only lets out a heavy sigh. He tells Li Han to stop selling himself short and start showing off his incredible gifts with confidence. Li Han goes pale, completely lost. What is this old man even talking about? He scans the room in silence. Li Han mentions it is his first time meeting a priest. Osu sighs, finding it expected from a Li Han. He looks at him thoughtfully, noting that like himself, the Li Han family has absolutely no interest in faith. They are too wise to believe in gods. Li Han silently recalls his father warning him about divine power. He said divine power is just a product of blind fanaticism, especially given the bizarre rumors about their lineage. People probably assume his family absolutely hates priests, so he should be careful around them. Meanwhile, Osu rambles on. The old man pities the priests, wondering why they work so hard for a bunch of useless students. Students who only care about the mouth-watering buffet prepared for the party. Li Han stares at the food. Eyeing the delicious spread, the young mage grins and directly asks Osu if he has any religion to recommend. Osu snaps, asking if he ignored everything he just said, but then stops. Wait, did he say religion? The principal turns to him, asking if he plans to join multiple orders. Li Han just smiles back confidently. Osu clenches his fist in silent admiration. It has been a while, but this kid still impresses him. The old man easily reads his mind, thinking Li Han actually believes he can hide his true intentions from him. He knows the boy wants to join several sects just to rob them clean, leaving the principal utterly speechless. But honestly, he absolutely loves this kid. Osu takes a look around and begins sharing some advice. First, he suggests the Prasinga order. Their focus on self-sacrifice means they will likely welcome him with open arms. Next is Calasso worshippers of chaos who really do not care who else you believe in. Lastly, there is the Capileo order. They deeply revere swordsmanship and would probably welcome a highly unusual kid like him. Hearing this, Li Han panics, realizing the principal already knows he has been studying swordsmanship. He recalls a professor patting his shoulder and telling him to visit his room, leaving a pretty bad impression. Li Han hates when staff pay too much attention to him. Osu pats his head, preparing to leave. The principal says he must go. Li Han politely thanks him for the recommendations as Osu mentions meeting other students. He hopes Li Han makes the right choice, mentioning he has to deal with students locked in the punishment room. Suddenly, Li Han freezes. What did he just say? Suddenly, Osu bursts into a massive cloud of smoke. He flies away, leaving the young mage deeply confused about who the principal was talking about, telling himself to be careful. Li Han reminds himself to stay on guard when Yoner Mekin suddenly calls out to him, happily asking where he has been. He explains he is heading over to visit the Prasinga group, which catches her off guard since she never knew he cared about them. Li Han adds that after stopping by, he plans to visit both Calasso and Capello next. Meekin nods in understanding, but his eyes drift to the basket she is carrying, prompting him to ask what is inside. Remembering, she hands him a sandwich and tells him to take it, leaving him wondering where she got something so incredibly valuable. She explains it came from the Flemen cult who worship the god of alchemy thanks to her family donating a massive fortune to them. That is why they recognize her first, leaving him completely stunned and questioning if such a ridiculous thing is even possible. Li Han secretly regrets that his own family never sponsored any kind of religious sect in the past. Macon wonders what is wrong with him before they say their goodbyes, with Li Han excusing himself because of his busy schedule. After parting ways, Li Han spots two believers deep in discussion and politely interrupts them with an apology. Flash of a bright smile, he steps up to explain he wants to learn about Presinga, instantly making them beam with excitement. They never expected visitors, while nearby students watch in total confusion, wondering why he would ever go near that place. Li Han keeps smiling, claiming he has always been curious, prompting the guide to welcome him inside before turning to Digiling. The guide asks Digiling to help out, and as she quickly agrees, Li Han freezes right in his tracks. He stares at the tiny horns on her head, then her slightly melancholic yellow eyes quietly scanning her entire appearance from head to toe. He instantly recognizes her as a half-demon, noting that they are easily the rarest hybrid race out there. If any of her ancestors had ever struck a contract with a demon, their bloodline would suffer, prompting him to keep studying her closely. She is likely shy due to being constantly isolated, but the guide quickly introduces her as a transfer student from the Phoenix Tower. The guide admits his surprise, never expecting another follower besides Digiling, prompting Li Han to play along with the act. He claims it is only natural to believe once you understand Presinga's noble will, keeping his gaze dead serious. For Li Han, joining a religion is like balancing a scale, meaning he must calculate what he gets versus what he must do. Looking around, he realizes that despite the humble appearance of the room, the sheer amount of equipment scattered about is impressive. In fact, his magic lets him sense tons of valuable artifacts right now glowing with soft, pulsating purple light. He begins to wonder if the entire pressing of faith revolves around the creation of high-level magical artifacts. Suddenly, the guide bows respectfully to Lady Madrid, who asks if someone has actually come to join their faith. She steps forward, creating a mini earthquake that leaves Li Han utterly stunned as her heavy footsteps physically sink into the dirt. She warmly welcomes him, but despite her gentle smile and polite self-introduction, she somehow makes Li Han break out in a cold sweat. He forces a polite smile, desperately wondering how someone with such a tiny frame could leave deep craters in the ground. As if reading his mind, Madrid kindly explains that he must be pretty surprised by this. She reveals it is actually due to the curse artifact she wears, which artificially multiplies her gravity by several times. When he asks why she would willingly wear such a thing, she looks up with absolute devotion. She says it is all for Presinga, leaving Li Han completely baffled as he asks for an explanation. Since Presinga bears the world's suffering alone, his followers share that pain by wearing these heavy cursed artifacts. Seeing them pull cursed chains, Li Han decides he wants absolutely nothing to do with this bizarre situation. He curses his own stupidity, unable to believe he actually trusted the principal and ended up in this madhouse. Madrid looks at him with sympathy, assuming he wants to back out because their holy path is just too grueling. Li Han internally agrees and prepares to make his quick escape, but Madrid lets out a heavy sigh. She mentions preparing a special artifact as a welcome gift, though she doubts anyone would actually want to wear it. Upon hearing it is a mana-absorbing artifact, his feet freeze as he desperately wonders what kind of curse it holds. Recalling his past conversations with Garcia, he remembers his main struggle is having too much mana, making this artifact perfect. He spins right back around, eagerly asking if the item has any other special functions besides draining a user's mana pool. Madrid freezes in surprise, silently noting that every powerful magical artifact naturally comes with a heavy price. The greater the magic hidden within the object, the more terrifying the curse bound to it will be. This specific artifact does not just multiply the gravity on the wearer, but also increases their overall divine power. She informs Li Han that it also grants complete invisibility, but quickly looks away, muttering that it is not important. The catch is that anyone who wears it gets their mana drained, she explains, but before she can finish, he suddenly shouts. Placing a hand on the chest, Li Han sincerely asks what on earth she is talking about. He is completely ready, leaving Sister Madrid utterly stunned, thanking Saint Presinga since she thought he would run away. She instantly feels deeply ashamed of herself, wondering how she could have missed the pure devotion shining in his heart. Meanwhile, Li Han gulps, his face beaming with joy as he silently celebrates that this thing also grants invisibility. This is a total jackpot. Sister Madrid wipes away a tear of pure emotion, warmly welcoming the young man as she hands it over. Welcome to their sect, she says, pointing to the belt and explaining it represents their deep reverence for Saint Presinga. Meanwhile, Li Han internally evaluates the piece, confirming its cloaking properties, but as he takes the chest, things get tense. He notices two of his fellow disciples looking incredibly wary, while the friend standing opposite reaches out telepathically. New recruits always end up suffering the brutal side effects of cursed gear, so they need to play it safe, but Li Han is already preparing. The boy slowly fastens the belt around his waist, clicks it shut, and raises a quick question. He asks how to activate the invisibility magic, leaving the guy next to him utterly stunned and stammering in disbelief. The guy asks if he doesn't feel any side effects, making a hesitant Li Han wonder if there is an issue, while Sister Madrid shakes her head, reassuring him that the activation spell is in the manual while internally praising Saint Prasinga for this miracle, for sending them such an outstanding disciple. Li Han opens up the instruction sheet, realizing how simple the spell actually is. He chants the spell to let him blend into the darkness completely, vanishing right in front of them and leaving everyone in shock. The artifact really works. As his feet touch the ground, he is quite impressed by how effective the cloak is. Checking his reflection, he notes that it is a complete, flawless invisibility, exactly what he expected from such a potent and powerful curse. He then chants the counterspell to reveal himself, materializing right behind their startled backs. They jump in surprise as he reappears. Li Han clutches the instruction sheet, wondering if this item is actually cursed at all. He decides that if he can shrug off negative curses like this, he should definitely hoard more of these cursed artifacts. Li Han begs Sister Madrid to let him share the heavy burden of Saint Prasinga, which immediately moves her to tears. She praises his incredible devotion while the guy standing next to them completely checks out of this bizarre drama as Sister Madrid warns him not to push himself too hard so early, but Li Han firmly insists that this is his absolute duty. Their passionate shouts echo right out of the tent and straight up into the cloudy sky, making for a pretty dramatic scene. As the sky turns dusky, Li Han gently strokes the belt and lets out a soft sigh of slight regret. He didn't manage to score any more free loot, but he smiles knowing this belt is perfect for pulling a fast escape. Cutting through his thoughts is Sister Madrid's voice as this faithful encounter officially marks the birth of their joint crusade. Wrapping up the class for the day, she thanks him for listening so attentively. He politely praises her lecture, but looking at the chalkboard, he realizes the doctrine is wild and the core lesson is what matters, which is simply to stack cursed items. Before he can leave, Sister Madrid suddenly raises her hand to stop him. She hands him a pretty generous basket of fresh food, explaining she figured he might need it. Touched, he softly calls her sister. With a happy face, Li Han thinks to himself that coming here was easily the best decision he made all week. It has been a while since he felt such genuine warmth, but suddenly Digiling taps his shoulder and offers another full basket. She asks him to accept her portion as well, which makes Li Han hesitate and ask why she is giving away her own food. Digiling quickly shakes her head, stating that as a devotee of Saint Prasinga, such worldly luxuries simply do not suit her lifestyle. As she turns to walk away, Sister Madrid calls after her, leaving Li Han wondering if people at the Vermilion Bird Tower are normally like this. They seem completely different from his own dorm, making him wonder what on earth the students in the other 3 towers are up to. The top representatives of those other towers are definitely a pretty eccentric, hyperactive bunch. As he gets ready to head out, she speaks up. She asks if she can trouble him with a small favor, begging him to keep an eye on Digiling, explaining that the girl is far too hard on herself. Li Han looks pretty hesitant about getting involved. He points out that he doesn't even belong to her tower, but then he notices her solemn expression and the basket of food. He immediately pulls a complete 180, balancing the basket on his head with a big laugh, deciding that a little babysitting is no problem. As a flock of crows flies across the darkening sky, Li Han promises to do his absolute best, taking the lead. He starts by asking if he should call her Sister Digiling, but she replies he can call her whatever he likes before he asks about the Vermilion Bird Tower. He asks what she and her peers do in their spare time since they rarely seem to interact with anyone else. Digiling proudly explains that they pray in their rooms morning and afternoon and sometimes even late into the night as the dark forest appears. She adds that some of them even venture deep into the woods to pray after dark. This makes him pause. Wait, is that even allowed at night? After all, the dorm rules at Einrogard are strict all week except on days off. Digiling smiles and nods, explaining that those in the Vermilion Bird Tower have special permission due to their unique status. Li Han quietly notes this. So priests bypass curfew entirely. Naturally, he wonders if wearing a robe lets him stay out longer. With a bright grin, Li Han asks if she thinks he could get his hands on a set. Her expression immediately darkens. Digiling turns and walks away dryly, pointing out that his curses won't magically weaken just because he throws on a robe, leaving him scrambling to explain. He insists that isn't his angle, claiming he just wants to understand Goddess Prasinga's will. She sighs in relief. She promises to have a robe ready for him at their next meeting, making Li Han laugh with joy and thank her while his mind races. Excellent! In his head, his grand escape plan is coming together beautifully. Imagining himself clutching the robe, Li Han snaps back to reality and asks with deep concern if she enjoyed her meal. Digiling tells him she is quite satisfied, but she flinches when he mentions how worried the Mother Superior is about her. Li Han adds that she told him to care for her, leaving Digiling whispering a quiet thank you. He suggests they eat together to ease the mother's worries, prompting her to ask if he means starting immediately. Right now, Li Han freezes. He silently thanks his lucky stars for this perfect setup. As a dark, ominous aura begins to leak from him, he realizes that if she eats with him just once, his plan is set. He will basically become like a doting grandmother who feeds her endlessly throughout the break, leaving a completely clueless Dijiling watching from behind. Meanwhile, inside one of the Academy's faculty buildings, Professor Uregulum takes a slow sip of tea. Exhaling in pure satisfaction, the dwarf notes that the tea has tasted way better since that kid arrived, though he wonders about something. He asks why they are all gathering for a meeting today, and Professor Garcia chimes in, guessing it's about basic horsemanship training. She asks the group if they have finalized the curriculum, yet prompting Professor Uregulum to raise an eyebrow. He wonders if Professor Benderon is supposed to teach it, but Garcia is taken aback, admitting she has no clue, especially since he hasn't been heard from. She explains that he failed to secure a single-horned horse and has basically vanished. Hearing this, Principal Osu Gonadaltes cuts in, telling them not to worry. The principal points a finger, declaring he has a backup plan, shocking the rest of the faculty. To pull that off in such a short amount of time is impressive, and Professor Ingold quickly agrees. They exchange bright grins, admitting they now see why he's the principal, though Uregulum is still left wondering who this new instructor actually is. They need someone highly capable to handle this, but Osu Gonadaltes reassures them that he has hired a true legend. A mysterious figure clad in heavy gear is revealed, prompting Garcia to clap in anticipation, confident they will do an amazing job. While Uregulum remains dead silent, Ingold shares what he knows, noting that she is a highly renowned adventurer. She has mapped out almost every wild region in the Empire. Suddenly, Uregulum slams his hands on the table, yelling in frustration over why it had to be her. Face-planting onto the table, the dwarf groans in despair, muttering that this explorer is actually his aunt. Remembering Bungigor's loud, explosive voice, he complains that she constantly nags him about everything, even asking if he hates the Eastern dwarves. He couldn't care less. Osu Gonadaltes declares he only hires the best, regardless of who they are. With the meeting officially wrapped up, the professors dismiss themselves. The very next morning, outside one of the campus buildings, a tiny bird lands on Bungigor's finger as she smirks and whispers her agreement, a highly dangerous flash suddenly gleaming in her eyes. Class is in session as the students gather in the courtyard, with one stretching and yawning about this being their final lesson. Behind him, a girl remarks she has no idea what he's thinking before they both shout. They announce the start of basic horsemanship training. The students excitedly chat, agreeing that riding is an essential skill for royals. Standing behind them, Li Han notes how incredibly hyped everyone seems, quietly hoping that things will actually go smoothly for once. Suddenly, a giant bird swoops down to raise the lesson's difficulty. The beast screeches loudly, throwing the crowd into instant panic as they scream to look up at the sky. Panic spreads like wildfire, with students shrieking in terror, yelling for everyone to get out of the way as the monster closes in. The massive creature lands heavily. Right beneath it, Gainando stands completely paralyzed with fear as the beast's giant beak snaps open. He tries to run and screams, but the monster scoops him up in an instant, taking off. Gainando is snatched. Panic spreads instantly, but Li Han immediately takes charge. Everyone stay calm and keep low, don't move a muscle, he commands, warning that attracting its gaze will put them all in grave danger. Instantly, the students huddle down. Yet Li Han stands tall, thinking to himself that a giant bird is not enough to make him panic, even as massive wings sweep right over them. He wonders where this beast even came from when suddenly a terrified student screams out, asking where on earth the principal is. She points ahead, crying out in disbelief, "Isn't this supposed to be a top academy, so why has security failed so miserably?" Tears stream down her face as she demands to leave, blaming this stupid school for such a massive failure, while a boy nearby tries to calm her down. He yells that now is not the time, but the monster bird lands right in front of them, prompting her to scream for mercy and help. Instead, the giant beast snatches her terrified male companion away, leaving Li Han below, quietly analyzing the situation in his mind. "That is exactly why I told everyone not to move," he thinks, glancing at the girl, realizing something is very off here. Why did the beast ignore the loud screamer? A sudden realization hits Li Han, and he looks up, wondering if there is a pattern here. Gainando is crying and sobbing, and so is that other white-haired boy, leading Li Han to guess the beast targets specific hair colors. Covering his head, he warns the group to quickly hide their hair under their cloaks, as the giant bird is hunting those with bright light-colored hair. He is about to warn them when a strange voice suddenly speaks up from right behind him. The speaker praises Li Han, calling his quick decision-making and instant leadership under pressure absolutely incredible and highly admirable. Startled, he turns to find out who spoke, and both quickly drop low together to avoid catching the attention of the giant bird overhead. Before the newcomer can introduce himself, a loud gasp cuts him off as the other students point at him, drawing everyone's eyes. It turns out one of the girls thinks he belongs to Jijel Moradi's faction and is here to make trouble for Li Han, setting the group off. They want to drive him away, forcing a panicked Rowena to quickly explain that he is not allied with Jijel Moradi. He insists everyone is mistaken, and just as he struggles to find his words, a hand reaches out to intervene. Stopping both sides, Princess Adenart steps in using her royal status to guarantee that this man is not a threat. The students are stunned she is defending him, and Li Han directly asks if they know each other, giving the newcomer a chance to properly introduce himself. He introduces himself as Rowena, one of the princess's royal knights, which leaves Li Han quite surprised to hear. No one is supposed to bring personal bodyguards or servants into the academy, making this arrangement extremely unusual. But then he realizes that every rule has its loopholes, and while bringing his servant along is technically forbidden. The school cannot do anything if that servant simply enrolls as an actual student, allowing them to bypass the strict system entirely. Seeing how Adenart brought Rowena in, Li Han looks up and pities Gainando, who is also royalty, but got snatched away so easily. He feels bad for the poor guy. Rowena then turns to Li Han, addressing him respectfully as the warden. He asks for the warden's assistance, knowing his own limits and warning that even though the bird seems to have slowed down, there is simply no telling when its behavior might suddenly turn chaotic and dangerous once again. With a dead serious look, Rowena asks Li Han to take command of the students and stop that monster bird. Li Han is completely caught off guard, asking what exactly he is supposed to command. He clearly hates the idea, yet his classmates eagerly pat his shoulders. They beg him to lead them. Li Han can only sigh at this sudden new responsibility. Leading a group never ends well, but oblivious to his internal dread, the students cheer and eagerly wait for his first order. Seeing their sheer enthusiasm, Li Han cannot bring himself to say no despite the heavy mental struggle going on inside. He admits defeat, crying inside but perfectly calm on the outside. He assumes a commanding tone, ordering the vanguard to move out, which leaves Rowena deep in thought, recalling a conversation from a few days ago. He was shocked to learn that the leader of the Blue Dragon Tower was actually Li Han, not Princess Adenart. It seemed impossible to believe, especially since Rowena had witnessed the princess's brilliant leadership skills since childhood. Unable to accept this shocking outcome before even entering the academy, he crumbled the message scroll in sheer disbelief. There had to be a hidden explanation, he reasoned, promising himself to witness this mysterious guy's abilities firsthand. Back in the present, he watches closely, determined to uncover Li Han's secret as the young man diligently works out a strategic plan. The actual truth would leave Rowena utterly speechless. Li Han simply won over the entire class using basic bribery and snacks. Regardless, this food has united everyone perfectly to discuss the strategy. Li Han explains that if his theory is indeed correct, he has a clear solution ready, but first he needs to ask the other students for a quick favor. He asks if anyone happens to have something shiny on them, prompting a female student to immediately hand an item over. Holding a mirror, Li Han feels his chances of success are incredibly high under everyone's hopeful, cheering gazes. Li Han nods seriously. He raises the mirror high to taunt the giant bird. "Hey bird, over here," he calls out. "Come get this shiny object." The mirror in Li Han's hand reflects the bright sunlight, blinding the giant beast and driving it absolutely wild with rage. Screeching loudly, it dives straight down. Li Han instantly seizes the moment and tells everyone to prepare for the plan. The students stand united under his command, quickly lining up to form a human wall. Li Han slips behind them to hide, preparing to land the final blow as he carefully calculates the distance. He holds his breath, waiting. As the gap closes and the bird swoops in, Li Han strikes at the perfect moment. Charging forward, he raises his magic staff and chants a spell, summoning a massive burst of brilliant light to attack. The powerful beam of light hits the giant bird dead on. Blinded and shrieking in pure agony, the creature has no choice but to immediately turn around and fly away. Only when he is sure it is gone does Li Han lower his staff, knowing a simple scare is best for oversized beasts. Behind him, admiring cheers quickly erupt from the other students, completely blown away by his clever strategy and bravery. They shower him with praise, taking turns celebrating Li Han's brilliant leadership and quick thinking under pressure. Blushing from all the attention, he quickly tries to change the subject, wondering whatever happened to Gainando and Morati. Suddenly, the familiar screech of the giant bird echoes again, catching Li Han completely off guard. Then a scream. Speak of the devil. The beast drops Gainando and Morati from the sky. Li Han catches Gainando while Morati crashes right onto another student. Everyone stares in utter shock at this dramatic return, while the two rescues look completely pale and drained of life. Yet the giant bird refuses to leave. Instead, it chirps away almost as if complaining to someone hiding high up in the treetops. A mysterious figure gently soothes the beast. There, you did your best. You must have been so surprised. Let's go." With those words, the woman leaps down from the high branch, making a spectacular landing that sends fallen leaves swirling everywhere. Pushing up her goggles, Jetta casually greets the stunned crowd, saying she is glad to meet the little rascals. Jetta's sudden arrival leaves the students completely bewildered as they whisper among themselves, wondering who she could be. Why leap down from a tree? Li Han stays silent. No wonder everything felt so bizarrely random. She was behind it all along. Looking closer, he thinks she resembles Professor Euregulum, perhaps a relative, but he quickly shakes his head. No way, it is that coincidental. Suddenly, Jetta places a heavy hand on his shoulder. With a chilling grin, she remarks that he has serious potential. Instantly, memories of dealing with Professor Urigolem flash back. Li Han freezes up, finding this terrifying scene all too familiar. While the others whisper and wonder if Jetta is actually a professor, Li Han gathers his courage to ask her directly. He asks if she has any connection to Professor Urigolem. To his utter surprise, Jetta beams brightly and asks how he figured out they were related. He stands stunned. Seriously, Li Han quickly warns himself that standing out in front of these professors is always a bad idea. Then a cold hand drops onto his shoulder. His classmates quickly shout to the new professor that Li Han is actually Uregulem's absolute favorite star student. He even invited him to his private guest room. They boast completely, ignoring Li Han's desperate attempts to stop them. The other students chime in to brag about Li Han's achievements, making Jetta stroke her chin with deep amusement. This reaction leaves poor Li Han feeling totally helpless. Since it is too late to change things, he has to adapt. He decides to just focus on building a good image. Meanwhile, she claps her hands to gather everyone's attention. Pointing to herself, she introduces herself as Thunder Rider Jetta, explaining she is stepping in for another instructor. Professor Bendoran went missing while searching for a unicorn, so she will be taking over the class instead. The students are stunned, then immediately erupt in excitement. After all, the famous Thunder Rider is a legendary adventurer. She conquered giants and discovered legendary volcanic mountains, leaving Li Han feeling helpless that everyone forgot about their missing professor. Jetta finishes her introduction and asks the students if anyone can guess why she brought a Thunderbird. So that massive creature was actually a Thunderbird. Known for its massive size and vicious behavior, it possesses terrifying abilities like controlling lightning and summoning violent tornadoes. Li Han wonders how she could bring such a monster here. The Empire really needs to keep a closer eye on this academy. Beside him, Gainando looks completely pale with fear, having just been snatched by the beast. Meanwhile, other students make assumptions. They assume this semester's goal is to ride the Thunderbird. Jetta bursts out, laughing. Not even in 15 years would they be ready. She points directly at Li Han, daring him to ask a doubtful question. He wonders if she wants to see how. They react when dealing with a dangerous monster. But before he can even finish, another student immediately shuts him down. No class is actually called Monster Escape, the boy argues. Yet Jetta shocks everyone by confirming Li Han is absolutely right. Now she finally understands why her own nephew respects Li Han so much. This lesson is vital for one simple reason. Students never know when danger will strike on their travels. That is why they need this training. Still, Jetta reassures them. The core of this semester is still just learning how to ride beasts. She orders the class to follow her to the stables. She even names Li Han as the team leader. It looks like Jetta wants his assistance for the rest of her class. Even if he hates it, Li Han has no choice but to agree. As the class follows her, Jetta begins her lecture. Horses are the absolute basics of riding. If you cannot master a horse, you will never ride any other beasts of burden. Half the class is yawning over these basic facts. Li Han glances around to see how they are doing. They all look incredibly relaxed because they grew up riding horses. Suddenly, Jetta spins around and flashes a motherly warm smile at them. A cold chill. That is all Li Han feels as he immediately leans over and warns Yonarmikan to stay alert. He is dead serious. Trust me. Li Han clearly knows this lesson is going to be far from simple. No simple riding today. Reaching the stables, Li Han looks around as Jetta leads. She proudly introduces these as the prestigious Einrogard family stables. Right on cue, the crowd of students gasps in absolute awe. Everyone is completely stunned by the rare majestic breeds on display. Jetta asks if they are ready to ride. The students cheer in excitement. But since riding requires actual skill, Jetta produces a drawing box for a little lottery. Everyone takes turns drawing. To their jealousy, Garando gets the very first pick. The rest of the class is green. They hate that he gets to show off first, but Garando completely ignores their bitter muttering. He confidently walks past the stalls to choose his ride. Suddenly, Garando stops right in front of a beast. A fierce black stallion stands there. Li Han and Yonarmikan are totally baffled. Anyone with eyes can see that beast is untamable. Yet, Garando thinks the horse is bowing to him in respect. Sent flying instantly. Li Han and Yonarmikan do not even bother looking at poor Garando as he gets wrecked. The crowd panics over how savage the horse is. They rush over to check on Garando, whose face is horribly bruised. It is a sad sight, but another student immediately starts mocking him, calling it the price of picking a wild beast. The mocker steps up arrogantly, choosing a much calmer-looking horse. But this creature is not as sweet as it looks. It literally bites his head in a split second. As he screams for help, another student, scoffing at him, just laughs. He calls the blue dragon students useless loudmouths, but mid-sentence, another horse rams him repeatedly. Now everyone is running in terror. The students are utterly terrified because every single beast is savage. Watching the absolute chaos, Li Han can only conclude that these horses show no mercy to anyone, not even the female students. No easy shortcut exists here. Realizing this painful truth, the students panic while Jeddah watches their struggle and laughs gleefully at their misery. She reminds them that the goal is simply learning to ride. Their very first assignment is to bond with these incredibly crazy beasts. Li Han is already kneeling in front of her alongside a blue-haired kid who is doing the exact same thing. What on earth? Jeddah happily waves her hands, saying they might actually open up. All they need to do is show some genuine care. She points at the four bewildered boys, stating their ultimate mission. They must make friends with at least one beast. Li Han nervously eyes the aggressive animals, doubting they are even normal horses. He is convinced the professor has an ulterior motive. He decides to play it safe and pick the most gentle-looking one. Before he can choose, Jeddah grabs his arm and drags him away. Forcing an awkward smile, Li Han can only comply. She leads him to a secluded stall. To his surprise, a stunning pure white stallion stands inside. Gently stroking its face, Jeddah chuckles. She explains she would never give a basic horse to her nephew's star student. This beast is officially his responsibility. Nearby, a jealous student immediately complains, demanding to know why Li Han gets special treatment. Right behind him, Asa is thrilled. She loudly praises Li Han, completely in awe of his special treatment. Li Han grumbles inwardly, wishing they would all shut up. Jeddah laughs, noting how simple-minded the other students are. She points back at the glowing, absolutely magnificent white stallion. It is an incredible breed, but also the wildest and most stubborn beast here. Li Han holds his head in pure frustration. Taming an actual dungeon monster would probably be easier. Jeddah readily admits this is an incredibly massive challenge for any freshman. Li Han looks up, asking if that means he gets some extra help. Jeddah simply flashes a cheerful thumbs up. But since it is you who tamed the Thunderbird alone, this should be a total piece of cake. Crying silently on the inside, he realizes that this is exactly why you should never stand out. Scene cuts to a wooden cabin. The door slowly creaks open. A terrified Euregulum forces a nervous smile, suddenly stuttering out, "Auntie, what wind blew you all the way here?" Jeddah Bungagor smiles and waves, telling him he should greet her first. Euregulum timidly asks, "Long time no see, how have things been?" She walks straight past him, demanding to inspect the place. Seeing her push inside, he quickly invites her to make herself comfortable. Regaining his composure, Euregulum looks up and asks Li Han what is happening. The kid scratches his head, explaining that Professor Jeddah Bungagor sent them. After hearing that the professor sent them, Jeddah Bungagor steps inside and immediately inspects Euregulum's house. Dust is absolutely everywhere, making her cough. "Look at all this dust. When was the last time you cleaned? Living like a slob, no wonder you are still single." He holds his head in absolute defeat while Jeddah Bungagor sighs, lecturing Euregulum about not finding a girlfriend. "You need to settle down and find a nice girl. How long will you live like a lazy slob?" Sweating profusely, he stammers that he's working on it. He tries to change the subject to lunch, suddenly turning to Li Han in a panic to ask if the kid has eaten yet. Internally, he begs the kid to say no. But Li Han just smiles with a slightly terrified expression, admitting that his stomach is actually growling loud. Euregulum invites him to sit down while Jeddah Bungagor agrees that a growing boy should never skip his meals. Rolling up her sleeves, she looks at both of them and tells Euregulum to sit down. Today, she is going to give them a real treat. They are getting a taste of traditional Eastern cuisine. Euregulum mutters that he hates it, but Jeddah Bungagor glares at him while brandishing a very sharp knife. "Say what?" He quickly backtracks, claiming it was absolutely nothing at all. Now, seated at the table, he covers his face in dread because his worst nightmare is coming true. Euregulum tries to make conversation, asking Li Han how he is doing. Before finishing, Euregulum slams his hand on the table and gasps. "Wait, what is that on your chest?" Li Han looks down, spotting a tiny glowing twig. Reaching into his shirt, Li Han asks if he means this. The moment he pulls it out, the little twig suddenly morphs into a massive magic staff. It radiates a beautiful green light. Euregulum looks at it with sheer delight, congratulating Li Han on getting himself such an incredible new staff. He can feel the pure energy of the forest vibrating from it and asks where Li Han got it. Li Han instantly freezes, completely caught off guard. The glowing green light slowly fades away as Li Han begins to explain the wild story of how he obtained the legendary weapon. Euregulum looks completely dumbfounded. "So you just randomly walked into the woods and happened to stumble upon an ancient oak tree, a sentient oak tree, and then it just handed you this staff?" Li Han smiles cheerfully, saying that life is just full of crazy coincidences. Classic. He does not buy this story for a single second. He is definitely hiding something. Even Jeddah Bungagor, busy cooking behind them, is completely convinced that the young mage is keeping a massive secret. As Li Han recalls standing before that giant tree, Euregulum asks if the powerful forest spirit gave him any sort of riddle to solve. Li Han is absolutely shocked by the question. How did his teacher even know about that? It turns out to be a highly famous spirit. He thinks of the lonely tree standing all by itself, a pretty tragic existence. Still, nobody can deny its profound wisdom and vast knowledge. Li Han turns to Euregulum, shouting out in sheer curiosity. He asks if this magic staff has any special abilities, gripping the weapon tightly as his mind begins to race. You know, he is secretly hoping for a broken high-tier cheat ability to instantly make him overpowered. Lost in thought, Li Han gets incredibly excited, his eyes shining as he stares at the staff. He starts imagining himself becoming completely invincible the moment he wields this powerful weapon. Maybe it grants soul magic or perhaps some broken cheat ability that unleashes a massive tidal wave of raw mana. Just then, Jetta Bungegor brings over a hot bowl of soup. Setting it down, she looks at him and says, "Of course there is." An excited Li Han asks if she is serious. She nods, telling him it can help him become an incredibly talented farmer. She smiles warmly, leaving Li Han completely stunned as he imagines himself working in a muddy field. Uregulum chimes in. "That is exactly what you should expect from a tree spirit. It is going to help you grow crops super fast." Total disappointment. Li Han hangs his head while Jetta Bungegor turns back to the stove. He asks if Li Han thinks that is a bad thing, pointing out he might actually need this skill someday. Jetta Bungegor asks what he plans to grow. He gives a weak smile, saying he wants to grow something edible. With 2 red and purple jars, some cloudy white bottles, and a basket nearby, Jetta Bungegor looks over and offers to help him out. Li Han asks if she really means it, and Jetta Bungegor gives him a thumbs up, telling him to follow her after they finish eating. Following her out to a freshly plowed field, Li Han carries a basket of saplings and a small shovel, while Jetta Bungegor points the way. She instructed Li Han that the most vital crops to focus on were plants similar to potatoes and yams. With a small shovel in one hand and a basket on Jetta's lap with the other, Jetta turned to Li Han. It will take some time before they can harvest anything, but when the day comes, they must show their absolute gratitude. Li Han gladly agreed, keeping a highly positive mindset as he tilled the soil. After tilling, Li Han planted a small sprout, carefully patting down the soil while hoping it would genuinely help with farming. Just as he finished, the professor called him over. Li Han quickly answered, "On my way, professor," and stood up. Suddenly, the plant emitted a golden glow, while bright warm sunlight completely flooded the cold magic tower. But the students inside did not look bright at all, their faces hollow and exhausted as they groaned from starvation. They continuously complained about how hungry they were. Just then, a warm golden light flashed at the door and a smiling Li Han walked in. "Hey everyone, I'm back," he called out. In his hand was a basket of mouth-watering food, and instantly, the starving students jumped up like they saw their savior, begging to know if that was real food. Li Han explained it was a thank you gift from Professor Jetta Bungegor. Staring hungrily at the delicious food, everyone's mouth instantly watered. They immediately showered him with flattering praise, declaring his household to be the most generous and honorable family in the entire empire. Seeing their desperately starving faces, Li Han couldn't help but think of weak baby birds waiting to be fed. He marveled at how much they had changed in just a few weeks, then set the heavy basket down. Rolling up his sleeves, he smiled and told them to wait while he whipped up some soup. He skillfully placed a pot of water on the nearby stove, chopping and sautéing the fresh vegetables. His expert cooking skills had everyone swallowing their spit in anticipation as they watched him work. Yana rested her chin on her hands with a wide smile, comparing Li Han to a legendary alchemist brewing a perfect potion. After a quick taste, Li Han licked his lips, satisfied that it was ready. Turning to them, he told everyone to grab their bowls. Driven by pure hunger, they instantly obeyed him. Their empty stomachs were soon filled, creating a warm, cozy atmosphere. Suddenly, a classmate tapped his shoulder, hesitating nervously. He scratched his head while asking for a small favor. Soon after, Li Han ended up right outside Princess Adenart's door. Hearing a knock, she opened the door, quite surprised. Li Han just smiled, offering her a hot bowl of soup. He told her to give it a try. Princess Adenart took it confused and asked if this was really for her. Li Han reassured her that everyone else was already fed, so she did not need to worry, gently urging her to eat. Adenart reluctantly took a bite, and her eyes instantly widened as the rich, fresh flavor of the vegetables burst in her mouth. Seeing her satisfied expression, Li Han stared at her, feeling incredibly proud of his cooking. He originally planned to let her eat inside, knowing she was starving. Shyly, Princess Adenart quickly shut the door. She thanked him, promising to return the favor. As Li Han walked downstairs, he found his friends waiting eagerly. The boy from earlier eagerly asked how she liked it. Li Han replied that she loved it, making him sigh in relief. He asked if they could keep hiring him from now on, promising to pay double the silver coins next time. Hearing the word double, Li Han's eyes lit up. He quickly gave a thumbs up, happily agreeing to the deal. He declared it was an honor for a noble like himself to serve royalty. Seeing him accept so easily, everyone let out a heavy sigh of relief, looking incredibly happy. Watching this reaction, Li Han could not help but realize that royal blood really was a massive deal, with one exception. Except for Prince Ganando, of course. That afternoon, Professor Bolati sat watching the class with folded arms. Tapping his finger, the professor recalled his contract only required him to teach at fixed hours. Training students was not his problem, but as his eyes drifted to Li Han practicing that massive mana pool, convinced him that he would deeply regret letting this boy slip away. Feeling incredibly possessive, Balletti cleared his throat and suddenly asked if Li Han had any questions, catching him off guard. Sweating nervously, Li Han panicked, wondering if the professor caught him slacking off. He quickly scrambled for a question. He asked what this training was even for. Balletti looked surprised and asked if he had skipped the lecture notes entirely. Li Han's face went dark in utter disbelief. He quickly came up with another question instead. He asked how this bizarre training was supposed to help him in actual combat. Balletti Bagler closes his eyes deep in thought, making Li Han pretty uneasy. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, and his next words send a cold shiver straight down the boy's spine. He says he doesn't even know how to answer that question because the truth is simply too obvious. With that, he waves his hand and stands up, offering to show a quick example. He picks up a feather brush, his entire body suddenly radiating pure cold bloodlust. He claims he could kill Li Han with just that brush, making the boy shiver from his cold, creepy example. Balletti Bagler waves his hand, explaining that high circle magic isn't actually what matters in battle. All a mage really needs is a weapon they can use to finish off their opponent, he explains, starting to write on the blackboard. By rotating the mana stone, he tells him you are actually training to compress the power of your long-range magical attacks. Within seconds, 2 figures appear on the blackboard and Balletti Bagler continues his lecture. Even with simple first-circle magic like a magic missile, the force it unleashes depends entirely on the caster, making things vastly different. Balletti Bagler gives an example. A mage with gaps in their basic foundations will struggle to ever make that spell useful under pressure. The brutal reality of war, the deafening noise, and the pure suffocating bloodlust of the battlefield will quickly crush you. This creates unbelievable pressure, his voice suddenly dropping low, but for a mage with rock-solid foundations, things are completely different. The piece of chalk in his hand flies out, whipping right past Li Han's ear before ricocheting wildly off the walls and ceiling beams. The sheer pressure forces the boy to brace himself as the chalk stops, leaving trails of dust behind without causing a single scratch. Nothing is destroyed. Looking around, Li Han realizes the professor just triggered 2 explosions with only 2 spells. Suddenly appearing right behind him, Balletti Bagler gently pats his shoulder, telling the boy that he will eventually be able to do this too. Li Han is utterly stunned. How did this guy pull off magic like that without even breaking a sweat? Balletti Bagler just rolls his eyes lazily. He mutters that he thought he stated the obvious, asking if that answer suffices, leaving Li Han to awkwardly thank him. As Balletti Bagler turns around, Li Han watches him go with a complicated gaze. His entire view of this strange professor has shifted. He thought he was lazy, but everything actually had a deep purpose. Realizing he can gain much more than just good grades from this man, a sudden thought flashes and he quickly calls out. He asks the professor if he can query something else, explaining that he recently managed to trigger basic control magic. However, he still cannot properly control it. Turning around, the professor notes that his mana pool must be exceptionally massive. The boy admits that he gets that a lot, feeling increasingly excited as Balletti Bagler points out his core magical issue right away. There is no doubt the professor has some ideas, and Li Han eagerly waits, hoping for a practical solution to his problem. Wondering what secret method he might learn, the boy is startled as Balletti Bagler suddenly grabs his wrist and drains his mana clean. A dark purple mist instantly envelops him. Li Han panics. Mana draining is extremely dangerous. It is a highly dangerous taboo spell that steals a target's magical reserves. Yet, here is Balletti Bagler using it on his own student. Li Han panics. Balletti Bagler growls at him to stay still, but suddenly freezes in shock. Before the professor lies a massive, endless ocean of mana. He freezes and suddenly collapses. Terrified, Li Han asks if he is okay, but Balletti Bagler waves him off with a pale face. He explains he was trying to reduce his mana. He wanted to make it easier for Li Han to control, but failed because the boy's mana pool is far too massive. Normally, holding too much mana makes people lose control and pass out. And that is exactly what just happened to Balletti Bagler, which is completely insane for an esteemed professor at Einrogard. How could he not know his own limits? Li Han stares at his hands, wondering if his mana is truly enough to knock out a master. Just how much energy does he have? He laughs, awkwardly shocked that even such an extreme method completely failed to work. He sighs, assuming they are out of options, but Balletti Bagler quickly cuts him off, claiming there is still one method left. Li Han beams with joy, but the professor's very next question instantly makes him freeze up, asking about his controlled objects. Have they ever flown back at you? Li Han says no, while Balletti Bagler holds up his finger. Pointing at him, he explains that although it seems hard, as long as the mage's raw will connects to the object, they can control it on instinct. This concept sparks weird thoughts. Wait, does that mean when he pelted those guys in the head with rocks, it was actually driven by his own willpower? Balletti Bagler's voice pulls him back to reality, explaining that instinct is powerful, but he must practice physical object control first. Interest sparks again. What an expert. Waiting for his answer was definitely worth it for the boy. As he imagines mastering these techniques, Balletti Bagler picks up a glowing blue sphere and asks if he is ready, leaving Li Han completely clueless. Boladi Bagler points to his own chin and warns Li Han that he is aiming right there. He orders him to use basic control magic to protect himself. Li Han freezes and stammers for him to wait because this is ridiculous, but the professor does not even let him finish. The blue sphere flies straight at his face. Terrified and holding back tears, he curses under his breath at this complete madness. For the rest of the afternoon, the classroom echoes with desperate screams for the projectile to stay away. Yet the blue sphere remains hovering effortlessly in the air. Meanwhile, Li Han collapses on the floor, completely drained of energy. Boladi Bagler crosses his arms and offers a dry compliment. He says Li Han succeeded and can finally feel the control magic now. Li Han forces a smile to thank the professor for the training. Inside, he is crying a river, cursing himself for trusting any teacher at this crazy academy. Professor Boladi Bagler extends his hand toward him, telling him there is absolutely no need to thank his teacher. He says this is all the result of Li Han's own hard work. His voice sounds warm, but that is expected. Li Han almost died during training, but he still smiles and takes his hand, saying the professor praises him too much. The professor pulls him up while holding a different sphere, introducing it as a regular iron ball. He tells Li Han to try moving this one with basic control magic, then tosses the heavy sphere right at him without blinking. Though utterly confused, Li Han draws his wand anyway, points it at the incoming object, and commands it to move. The iron sphere freezes instantly in midair. Boladi Bagler then instructs him to make it move exactly as he directs. Li Han guides it up and down, clockwise and counterclockwise. The sphere follows his wand like an obedient pet. The professor nods in satisfaction and shrugs, saying that is plenty. Walking forward, he announces that things are changing from now on. We will practice with the iron orb instead of the soul star marble now. But Li Han worries if he is ready since he cannot draw circles with the marble yet. Is it really okay? Professor Boladi Bagler simply tells him to try doing the exact same thing with the soul star marble now. Li Han stares at the sphere. He has not tried this in a while, but the blue orb floats up easily with a single wave. It is so much easier than before, leaving him completely stunned. Boladi Bagler explains that true mages are forged through the harshest of experiences. He sits down with a sigh, explaining that the soul star marble is merely a tool meant to help inexperienced beginners. He tells him he does not need it anymore, then glances over to order Li Han to draw a circle with the iron orb. Boladi Bagler says that once his skills progress further, he will give him another test just like the one before. Li Han can only listen in pure shock. But a moment later, Li Han's face goes pale. He gets so startled that he accidentally drops the heavy sphere right onto the ground. Professor Boladi Bagler remains completely expressionless. He already knows there are two kinds of people in this world when faced with extreme danger. Those who freeze up from pure terror, and those who react with fierce determination and sharp intelligence. Li Han is definitely the second type, possessing every single quality needed to become a legendary combat mage. A new determination rises within the professor. He realizes he must teach this class in a much more effective way. Outside the magnificent castle in the glowing sunset, Li Han approaches Digiling and asks if she has been waiting long. Digiling shakes her head and says it is fine, but she looks at him with deep worry and asks if something is wrong. Looking completely drained after surviving Professor Boladi Bagler's brutal training, Li Han trembles and insists he is absolutely fine. Digiling hands him a package and explains it is his clerical robe. Li Han gratefully accepts it and thanks her. He then presents a beautifully wrapped golden pastry, offering it sincerely as a small token of his deep appreciation. Digiling waves her hand to decline, placing it over her heart in deep reverence. She speaks softly about their patron saint. Since Lord Prezinga is currently enduring such great suffering, she cannot bring herself to enjoy delicious food. Li Han feels incredibly awkward. He silently realizes that dealing with her will not be easy. Digiling begins packing up her belongings and continues speaking. She tells him to give it to someone in actual need. Setting down a teacup, she adds that simple tea is plenty for her. Li Han's eyes light up with a sudden idea. He eagerly offers to brew tea for her, leaving her quite surprised. Afraid she might refuse, he quickly adds that he genuinely enjoys making tea. He immediately rolls up his sleeves to prepare. He recalls hearing somewhere that devout clerics generally prefer their tea and coffee without any sweetness. He glances over, knowing she expects a plain, bitter drink. But as he keeps a close eye on the boiling water, he mischievously drops in a few unique ingredients, determined to expand her horizons with a brand new, incredible flavor profile. Digiling suddenly notices. Jumping up in shock, she asks him what on earth he is doing. She demands to know if he is actually brewing tea. Li Han calmly smiles back cutely, asking if there is an issue. He tells her it is a secret family recipe and asks if she has a problem with that. Caught off guard, she stammers. No, wait, there is absolutely nothing wrong with my family's secret recipe. Digiling scrambled to salvage the situation, but adding sugar is a bit much. Li Han feigned absolute heartbreak, tears welling up as he asked if she thought his family's secret was just a waste. His pained expression screamed, how could she even suggest such a horrible thing? Daijiling was completely thrown off by his dramatics, unsure of how to respond as she forced a helpless, dejected smile. Unable to argue any further, she surrendered and sat back, letting a smug Li Han pour the freshly made tea into a cup. He slid the cup over, inviting her to try his special milk tea, leaving Daijiling caught between curiosity and deep hesitation. She hated changing up her usual tastes, but finally took a sip and her taste buds instantly went into overdrive. The flavor exploded. She was completely mesmerized, her body and mind practically floating in the rich warmth of the tea. Underneath the gentle sweetness, Daijiling could detect a subtle hint of medicinal herbs, creating an incredibly complex blend. An incredibly refreshing sensation washed over her as this magical, completely unfamiliar flavor coated her tongue. As Daijiling savored every drop, Li Han watched her reaction closely, celebrating his sweet success in silence. He offered to brew the next cup, immediately diving into the process of making another unique blend. He added sugar, nuts, and cocoa powder to boiling water, stirred in milk, and finished with cornstarch to create a special cocoa tea, specialty of House Li Han. Daijiling stared at the thick brew in disbelief, questioning if this was even tea or just soup. To leave her no room for escape, Li Han pulled his classic guilt trip, claiming it was a traditional family recipe. Defeated, Daijiling told him to stop exaggerating and took a bold spoonful, only to freeze in sheer amazement. And honestly, watching her eat nonstop is just too satisfying. Li Han smirked with absolute glee at his culinary victory. He smirked thoroughly pleased with his scheme, imagining himself as a little devil successfully pulling off a scam. He was going to fatten her up with these tricky drinks. They were far from actual tea, but close enough. Soon the sunset arrived, and the cocoa cup was polished clean. Daijiling sighed in satisfaction, but suddenly Li Han materialized behind her, placing a heavy hand on her shoulder with a dark look. Since she drank it, she had to commit to their daily meetings. Daijiling shivered, telling him to stop being creepy. Night fell as the full moon cast a brilliant glow over the academy, their quiet conversation echoing through the dark. She thanked him for the drink, and he promised to see her tomorrow. The camera shifts back to the dimly lit tower. Two figures slowly walked back inside, their voices fading as they returned. Hoping for a peaceful class tomorrow, Li Han waited in the shadows until everyone had safely turned in. He quietly noted their return, slipping deeper into hiding as the doors locked shut. Curfew was active and every student was supposed to be inside, but Li Han had other plans. He slipped into the dark, claiming he was just going out for a midnight prayer, his free spirit blending into the night. He playfully told himself he was just a devout young wizard. Soon he arrived at his destination. Li Han remained highly alert, scanning the silent halls for any hidden traps that might be lurking around. Moving through the temple corridor, he felt relieved to find the first floor completely clear, just as he had calculated. Looking around, he realized this was actually his very first time visiting the main hall since the opening ceremony. He was determined to explore the uncharted areas first, but his focus was suddenly broken by something highly unusual. The faint silhouette of Radford flickered ahead. Li Han kept his distance, watching closely without making a sound. The boy was looking around, completely unaware of his observer. Li Han squinted, wondering if it was a professor at first. He pulled back his hood for a better look, surprised to realize it was actually a student from the Black Tortoise Tower. The intruder moved in absolute silence. Watching his careful footsteps, Li Han grew highly suspicious. The boy was clearly trained. Rat people were usually shunned by the Empire, often associated with theft and vagrancy. He wanted to believe that was just a stereotype, but the lockpick in the boy's hand spoke volumes. Realizing their goals might align, Li Han quietly crept up behind him, pressing a cold blade against his neck. He warned him not to make a sound or face death. Terrified, the thief complied, earning a satisfied smirk from Li Han. Teaming up with this guy seemed like a solid plan. A moment later, the thief whined about being scared half to death. Clutching his chest, he breathed a sigh of relief, glad to see a fellow student instead of a scary professor. The thief introduced himself as Radford, a highly skilled burglar and proud member of the notorious White Crows Guild. No one at the academy went out of their way to mess with him, but he still felt totally isolated. Deep down, he desperately craved acceptance from his peers. To prove himself to the others in the tower, he started digging around to find the secret location of the academy essential supplies. After some intense investigating, he finally located the most promising door. He even put his unique talents to work to make something special. He actually forged his own key for the lock. Holding the key, Li Han praises his skills, and Radford beams with pride. Radford explains he spent every single second of his free time on it before asking Li Han who he actually is. Judging by those clothes and how you carry yourself, are you from the White Tiger Tower? Li Han just smiles back. I am Li Han of the Blue Dragon Tower, he says. Radford nearly jumps out of his skin, that notorious high noble family. Seeing the sheer panic on the boy's face, Li Han quickly tells him to calm down before offering a friendly handshake. He suggests they team up since two heads are better than one, but that only makes Radford panic even more. Radford cannot believe it, pointing out that Li Han is a high noble. Li Han just grins and points at himself. What else did you think I was doing here? He asks. When Radford demands if he is serious, Li Han urges him forward. Time to move. Li Han stares at the heavy door and asks if it opens, but Radford shakes his head. It is stuck, likely sealed with powerful magic. Li Han crosses his arms, realizing standard methods will not get them through. His eyes lock onto a strange symbol etched into the door. Realizing what it is, he tells Radford to stand back. Li Han pulls out his own key, which bears the exact same symbol. He slides it into the lock and turns the handle. Radford is absolutely stunned when the door actually clicks open. When asked where he got it, Li Han casually admits he stole it. He did not even tell Hassan about this, but he found the key alongside a secret note from the principal and kept it. He kept it just in case, never expecting to use it here. Radford stares at him in sheer terror. Sensing a potential trap, Li Han warns him to stay alert. They push the door open, revealing a dark, descending stairwell. But Radford freezes. Suddenly, he drops to the floor, pressing his ear against the cold stone to listen below. He hears footsteps. Li Han grins at the news, finally realizing how the academy gets its outside resources. They are using underground tunnels. By moving cargo after curfew, they can easily avoid the eyes of the students. Li Han confidently tells him that the stash is definitely down there and urges him to start making their way down. Creeping down the dark staircase, Radford leans in and whispers to Li Han. It is pitch black already, and since he cannot see a thing, he asks if they can light a torch. Li Han stops him instantly, warning him not to do anything stupid. Whatever the principal is hiding down here is highly guarded. There is no way it would be that easy, and Radford quickly realizes he was being pretty reckless. Seriously, who is this guy? Radford wonders, noticing how insanely calm Li Han is. Then the rumors suddenly flash in his mind. Rumors say you cannot even whisper his name and that even royalty holds their breath when they stand in his presence. They say he tamed a mythical beast with a single spell. Realizing those wild rumors might actually be true terrifies Radford. While Radford is distracted, Li Han whispers that they have arrived. They peer into the dark room. Li Han figures this entire level is a massive warehouse. He warns him to watch his step as a cold breeze sweeps past. The draft suddenly ignites into tiny sparks darting in zigzag patterns across the dark chamber. Li Han warns him to stay back. The flickering flames on the wall sconces begin to dance wildly, spitting sparks that crash against the stone walls. Li Han watches them closely, wondering why they suddenly ignited. Suddenly, every single light in the room flares up as footsteps echo. He tenses up, realizing they are not alone. He watches the shadow approach, wondering if this is the warehouse keeper. The mysterious figure begins counting the crates. Li Han and Radford hold their breath, watching him check the inventory. Signaling Radford to stay silent, Li Han is surprised by how thorough the inventory is. Then a chilling voice speaks from behind. Who goes there? The sudden voice makes Li Han freeze, cursing inwardly because they have officially been caught. He and Radford slowly turn to face the cloaked figure. Tension fills the air, but Li Han forces himself to stay calm. He needs to think fast. He prepares to use a blinding light spell to escape, but then he catches sight of the man's eyes. He is stunned. There are old tales about how losing one sense can make the other senses incredibly sharp, but it still makes zero sense how Bam Patan found them. They made absolutely no noise, and there is no way Bam Patan should know. He should not be able to distinguish them from the crates. Bam Patan has no idea what Li Han is thinking right now. But suddenly, the blindfolded man senses something. Even with his eyes covered, he clearly detects two silhouettes standing right in front of him. One of the two shadow figures unleashes a massive wave of mana, transforming it into a powerful, endless torrent of water that threatens to submerge absolutely everything. This completely freezes Bam Patan, forcing him to suddenly bow in deep respect to Li Han. He can feel the sheer pressure of that overwhelming mana. Realizing he has met his master, the shadow leaves to continue his work, with Li Han silently watching him go. Finding Bam Patan's departure hard to believe, Li Han ponders over the master the shadow just mentioned before turning to speak to Radford. It seems like that guy can track us down through our mana. This escape is not going to be as easy as he hoped, so he pats Radford's shoulder and pushes forward. Feeling regret that they cannot steal any of this loot due to a detailed inventory, the two begin searching for an entrance until Radford spots something. He quickly whispers to Li Han, "I can hear a lot of things moving over this way." With that, he guides the mage through a series of sharp turns. Li Han cannot help but praise his incredible navigation skills, especially for a first-timer. That was impressive. Still, curiosity gets the better of him. "But why did you speak to me so formally back there?" Radford stays silent, merely telling him not to worry about it. Radford suddenly feels like they are almost there, but his footsteps abruptly freeze. Right in front of them is a dead end. Radford is utterly confused since he was sure there was something here. Meanwhile, Li Han silently observes the wall. Gazing at a specific brick on the wall, he thinks he knows the secret. Unlike Radford, who grew up as a simple thief in a small town, Li Han grew up surrounded by countless stories of the world. Thanks to those tales, his imagination is far more active than a typical rogue. It makes him highly creative even during a quick break-in. He calmly places his hand on the odd brick on the wall. The brick sinks inward and the solid dead end slowly slides open like a door. Beyond it lies a long, spacious corridor stretching ahead. Radford internally cheers, sensing from the width and bright light that this must be the exit. He turns around to face Li Han. He is utterly bewildered, wondering how he knew. Is this guy truly a member of the elite Li Han family? Li Han simply laughs in sheer delight. Finally, his escape is within reach. He feels all his exhausting hard work has led to this moment, tears of joy welling up as he tells him to lead on. Radford excitedly responds, "Yes, Lord Li Han." Nearby, the staff of Einrogard are still hard at work, bound by strict protocols. These employees must strictly adhere to 3 absolute rules: they cannot speak of what they see, and they cannot initiate any conversation. They are not even allowed to be curious, so when a priest and a student suddenly appear right at the entrance, they do not utter a single word. Li Han and Radford quietly whisper to each other. "The way they are deliberately ignoring us is so bizarre." Radford completely agrees with him. "It looks like they are pretending they haven't even noticed us." Li Han strokes his chin, thinking of how to avoid any unnecessary trouble. To keep things low-key, he walks over to chat with an old man, politely requesting a carriage so they can make their quiet exit. The old man happily agrees and the carriage finally rolls out. Inside, Li Han reassures a tense Radford sitting right next to him. "Stay calm, nothing has gone wrong yet." Still, he cannot help but notice that Radford's respect for him is getting a little too intense. Peering outside, he notes the 2 carriage drivers are still dead silent. Honestly, he thinks this actually makes perfect sense. This world is a dangerous place. Einrogard represents both royal authority and elite magic, meaning it naturally has no shortage of powerful enemies. It is not just political threats either, since extremely valuable goods constantly flow in and out of this place. The risk is incredibly high. He assumes this constant tension is just a side effect of that security, but wait, something is off. Blocking newcomers from leaving is still completely absurd. Suddenly, the carriage grinds to a halt, leaving both Radford and Li Han utterly confused. His eyes widen in shock as he spots a familiar figure outside. He stammers, "How on earth is this even possible?" Li Han flinches in terror the moment he spots her. "Why is she here?" Professor Garcia is standing right next to the carriage. She is casually chatting with someone nearby, smiling cheerfully as if things are going great. But why would Professor Garcia be all the way out here? She has a small gift box in her hand. He begins to panic, wondering if he got busted, but her relaxed demeanor says otherwise. Radford is on the verge of tears as he whispers that a professor is right outside. Li Han quickly gestures for silence to calm him down. "I don't think she knows we are inside," he whispers. "Let's just stay quiet and watch." Yet, even as he speaks, his heart keeps hammering. He keeps racking his brain to figure out her business here. Outside, Garcia opens the bag in her hands and a faint light rises from it. Osu's projection appears, notifying her that the Imperial officials are waiting. They are waiting outside the academy, so please hand this over to them. She sighs, muttering about what a massive pain this is. Delivering these ancient artifacts is always such a chore. Plus, those 2 staff members are shaking like leaves. Even when she just smiles, they look absolutely terrified. Suddenly, the rabbit-eared employee hears a strange noise nearby and immediately draws his sword, bracing for a fight. He snaps at the brown-haired boy beside him to draw his weapon, leaving Garcia completely bewildered by their sudden aggression. "Are you drawing your sword just because I smiled?" The rabbit-eared boy quickly panics and explains that is not it at all. He heard a warning signal from the vanguard indicating a critical emergency. Caught off guard by this sudden alarm, Garcia stares in total surprise. In the quiet dark forest, a chilling threat echoes. A final warning. The captain confronts 2 heavily cloaked figures. He points directly at them and demands their names, but Garax deliberately keeps his identity completely hidden. Garax claims they are just simple traveling merchants. Hearing this, the captain sneers, repeating those 2 words with pure disgust. Sarcastic, angry. The captain snaps back that it is a blatant, obvious lie. "Did you really think we wouldn't notice those weapons behind your backs?" Exposed, the man violently rips off his cloak. Garax grips his weapon tightly, mocking the academy for having such surprisingly formidable staff. He wonders aloud if they are regular soldiers or just hired mercenaries. Ignoring the taunt, the captain barks out a direct order for everyone to get into formation. They move instantly. Ready crossbows, fire on command. The squad aims and unleashes a volley of bolts directly at Garax, but he remains unfazed. He is not even surprised, acting as though he knew this would happen all along. He deploys a strange barrier. The protective shield easily deflects every single incoming arrow. Garax scoffs, mocking them for being absolutely foolish. "Did you really think we would show up completely unprepared?" Fear quickly spreads through the vanguard. They realize these are no ordinary bandits. "Who are you?" they demand. Garax glares back at them, his voice raw with a threatening growl. "You are supporting the corrupt mages who are pushing this entire empire to the brink of collapse. Drop your weapons and yield to save this land from ruin." A vanguard soldier recoils in absolute terror, screaming out that these dangerous intruders are actually the dreaded anti-magic zealots, fanatics who reject all magic and bring pure chaos. Garax tightens his grip on his weapon, ready to strike. "My warning is over," he barks. They rush forward, declaring that execution awaits every last one of them, all in the name of the dawn of sunset. Suddenly, a wand flashes into view just in time, casting a divine spell. A massive glowing barrier erupts, cutting off the attackers. Every single anti-magic cultist is halted right there. Locked outside the safety barrier, the soldiers cheer wildly, praising the professor for her incredible magic. Yet as Garcia concentrates, she feels a cold sweat. She holds the shield steady but grows increasingly anxious. Even with the magic barrier up, this situation is not looking good. Their enemies are the ruthless extremists of the Dawn of Sunset, notorious for hunting down and killing countless mages. It is almost impossible for an ordinary spellcaster to survive a long fight against them unless they are a trained battle mage. The only thing she can do now is stretch her magical limits. She summons thousands of glowing messenger birds to sound a frantic alarm. She must alert the others and hold the line for as long as possible, until the headmaster finally arrives. But outside the barrier, the zealots shift tactics. They pull out a large magic orb that begins radiating a highly bizarre energy. The strange power swells rapidly, quickly, enveloping the entire clearing where Professor Garcia and the Vanguard squad are trapped. Now this is where things get truly terrifying. Her defensive shield begins to flicker and her mana rapidly fades. This slow drain leaves her utterly baffled. The Vanguard troopers look on in confusion as she slowly tries to explain what is happening. Magic is not absolute, she says, and can be dispelled. But she has never seen an artifact quite like this. It is absorbing mana on a massive scale. They stare in absolute horror as the ravenous orb keeps feeding. The Vanguard captain is stunned, struggling to process her words. "An ancient artifact?" he asks, his voice trembling. "Are you telling me they possess an extremely rare treasure, recovered from some ancient ruins? How could these cultists get their hands on a dungeon relic?" Meanwhile, Garcia's mind is a complete chaotic mess. It eats every drop of mana she tries to gather. She can no longer sustain her protective barrier. What should she do now? Just then, a shadow leaps from the dense bushes, lunging straight at Garcia from behind. "Wicked mage," he screams, "your judgment day has arrived." Caught completely off guard, she cannot react in time. She has no idea how he got there so quickly. But suddenly, the attacker freezes right in his tracks. A sudden crushing blow from behind sends the cultist crashing face first onto the hard dirt. This chaotic turn of events leaves everyone completely stunned. Staring at the unconscious zealot, the group is speechless. Just 10 minutes earlier, Li Han was standing nearby. He heard the loud shouts of the Dawn of Sunset group and let out a heavy sigh. He wonders if this is another of the captain's traps. Meanwhile, a terrified Radford clings tightly to his arm. "What do we do now?" Li Han immediately tells him to hide, then leans in close to whisper. He lays out his plan to Radford. The boy looks incredibly worried, but Li Han calmly reassures him. "Do not worry, I have a plan." He speeds up his pace, his mind racing with critical calculations. The Dawn of Sunset is a dangerous anti-magic faction. If he does not stop them now, chaos will surely follow. If things got worse later, it would be a total nightmare. So he slips into the shadows, determined to keep his movements completely hidden. Garcia and her Vanguard unit stand frozen in pure shock, staring at the enemy, who just suddenly collapsed unconscious on the ground. Li Han approaches and whispers to his professor, startling her. Garcia looks around wildly, demanding to know how he got here, though she still cannot see him. Li Han quickly explains that all she needs to know is that he is currently using active invisibility magic. It is a long story, so he asks her for immediate orders, and the professor quickly grasps the gravity of the situation. She turns to direct her rear guard, telling them to grip their weapons because school reinforcements have already been summoned. They will arrive soon, but until then they need Li Han. The Vanguard quickly readies their crossbows, aiming straight at the enemy lines. Garcia yells for him to stay down and avoid getting hurt, while the Dusk Dawn squad advances. The enemy charges right through the rain of arrows like a raging storm. Li Han is stunned by their sheer combat speed. These guys are definitely trained assassins, moving at terrifying speeds, yet he is shocked to see the professor is not casting any spells. Garcia explains that her mana is completely drained, but a second later, a realization suddenly hits her. She asks how he is still keeping his invisibility active, sparking a fleeting realization in his mind. An idea strikes Garcia, and she excitedly tells him that his mana must be as endless as an ocean, demanding he transfer some to her immediately. He agrees, and as they clasp hands to form a connection, she instantly feels a massive wave of mana flowing directly into her. The surge of energy travels to her wand, lighting it up with an intensity that leaves even the professor completely stunned. Even Li Han is shocked by the sheer force of the magic as a massive ice staff materializes from the surging energy. The sudden manifestation terrifies the enemies as sharp ice shards shoot forward, flying straight toward the panicked Dusk Dawn squad. They scream at each other to scatter, but the ice magic bypasses them, completely targeting only the glowing relic in the center. A massive explosion rocks the area, cracks spiderweb across the sphere's surface under the impact before it violently detonates, releasing all its stolen energy. Garcia ecstatically cries out that they did it, feeling her own magical power flood back into her system. She promises to handle the rest of the battlefield so he can focus on the main target as her wand glows bright once more. She immediately summons vicious lightning wolves, sending several terrified enemies scrambling for their lot, but right then Li Han senses something strange in the air. It is incredibly faint, but the professor's mana still seems to be leaking away toward another source. Wait, look closely, that cracked relic is actually still twitching, pulsating with a deeply unsettling and eerie magical glow. He warns her that the relic is still active, but the Dusk Dawn squad exploits the distraction to charge. They yell to attack quickly, demanding everyone strike together so the female mage cannot unleash another spell. She curses under her breath as they close in during her focus on the relic, prompting Li Han to rush to her defense. One swing of his staff knocks an assassin flat on the ground, leaving the others staring at their fallen comrade in sheer confusion. He collapsed with absolutely nothing around him, but one sharp enemy quickly catches on and tells everyone to stay calm. He warns them that an invisible opponent is nearby, and a split second later a heavy blow strikes Li Han. He wonders how they could adapt so quickly to an invisible enemy they cannot even see. This attacker is clearly on a completely different level, radiating a heavy magical pressure that the others simply do not possess. Seeing Garcia struggling to fend off the other enemies, Li Han realizes he cannot let this dangerous leader get near her. Pulling his hood low, he cancels his invisibility completely, revealing his presence to the enemy. Garrix looks at him with a mocking sneer. He scoffs, finding it amusing that their invisible troublemaker is just a kid promising to teach him a lesson for getting in their way. Unfazed by their threats, Li Han asks if they honestly think he is that stupid. He dashes right past them, sprinting directly toward the relic, knowing he has absolutely no reason to waste time fighting them directly. The Dusk Dawn cultists realize his objective and scream for someone to stop him from reaching the sacred relic. Knowing a direct confrontation with these killers is too risky, Li Han immediately reactivates his invisibility magic. Garrix loudly barks out orders for his men to crush the female mage while he takes care of the invisible brat himself. Before they can make their move, Li Han calmly formulates a plan and pulls a strange orb from his coat. With a quick flick of his wrist, the orb multiplies into dozens of duplicates, striking an enemy square in the chest. The assassins warn each other to stay alert, realizing this kid has serious combat skills and is using invisible weapons. But the strain is starting to hit Li Han hard, feeling completely different from classroom practice, as if his brain is literally on fire. He knows he has to focus because losing concentration for even a single second could cost him his life. He kept telling himself to shoot the iron spheres, retrieve them, and repeat until his head started pounding. A splitting headache hit him out of nowhere, and dark droplets of blood began splattering onto the ground. Was Li Han overexerting himself to the point of a nosebleed? As soon as he realized, his face darkened completely. The crowd rushed right behind him, with those strange round spheres chasing closely in their wake. He ran while pinching his nose, wondering if he was out of options, but then he suddenly realized something. Instantly dismissing the thought, a mysterious purple glow wrapped around his waist as Li Han glanced back at the crowd. Maybe he had just overfocused, so he kept pressing forward with absolute determination in his eyes. He knew he could not stretch this out any longer, especially when the ancient artifacts suddenly lit up behind them, sparking massive panic. Li Han spun around and yelled to the group, telling them they needed to slow those things down first. A masked warrior named Garrix charged the glowing sphere, prompting a shocked Li Han to turn around and watch him handle it. Garrix sliced the sphere clean in two, but suddenly caught the smell of fresh blood and barked out orders to his squad. He ordered his men to track the blood scent to the artifact, but just as they rushed forward, another sphere activated. Sensing extreme danger, he quickly snatched a sword from the ground and gripped the hilt with everything he had. Deciding to strike first, Li Han swung the blade with lethal precision, carving right through his opponent as blood sprayed everywhere. Garrix watched his soldier fall, wondering how they got sliced up had the enemy switched weapons on them. He quickly ordered his men to scatter glowing powder around the ancient artifact to flush the target out. The soldier threw the powder toward Li Han, who backed away instantly, but his dripping nosebleed quickly mixed with the glowing dust. Staring at his glowing stained blood, he realized his position was compromised. Looking at the enemy squad, Li Han grimaced. Cursing his luck, he wondered if he had to abandon the artifact. But get this, a desperate idea suddenly hit him. One of the soldiers shouted that he spotted blood, guessing it had to belong to their target. Garrix calmly started directing his soldiers until he suddenly realized the trap, screaming that all of their scents had been completely mixed up. Cursing in frustration, he warned them not to get distracted. But before he could finish his warning, he felt it. Spinning around in panic, Garrix stared in disbelief at his fallen squad, who had already been wiped out by an unseen foe. He finally realized what was happening, admiring Li Han's ruthless decision to strike while their backs were completely against the wall. Who would have thought that while backed into a corner, he would choose to hide right among the wounded? Li Han stood right behind him, sword ready. Garrix pulled down his mask, smirking as he praised his opponent's daring moves. Bending down to scoop up a blade, he pointed it forward, ready to introduce himself properly. Garrix declared the real game was starting now, mocking him as he charged straight ahead. Garrix taunted Li Han, saying that hiding his scent and using a silly spell would never make him truly invisible in battle. The two clashed with fierce determination, their blades grinding together. Li Han was pushed back, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. Garrix sneered at his weakness, claiming he could easily track him by sound alone. He could hear his ragged breathing. Garrix charged, asking if Li Han really thought only blood would expose him. It was a foolish mistake. By wiping out his allies, Li Han had actually made his own movements louder. With a cold glare, Garrix decided to end this as glowing spectral blades materialized all around him. His face turned demonic as the floating swords formed a ring launching directly at Li Han. Li Han leaped back to dodge the deadly barrage, but the relentless magical swords kept coming at him without any break. Unable to counter, he focused entirely on dodging. One slow move on the cracked ground and he knew he would be totally finished. This guy's swordsmanship was on a completely different level, forcing Li Han to block with everything he had. It was insane. Even though Garrix could not see him, Li Han could barely keep up with his defense. All he could do was block. Garrix charged forward with empty, soulless eyes, his blade crackling with energy. The relentless pressure forced Li Han to click his tongue in annoyance, struggling just to stay alive. Garrix blew him backward, leaving a pale Li Han staring at his trembling arm. He realized he was in deep trouble. Looking at Garrix, he wondered if this was the power of aura. Was this the legendary state all along had warned him about? Garrix sneered, his voice dripping with pure disgust. He pointed his blade right at Li Han mockingly, stating that his shallow breath gave away his fear. I wonder what your terrified face looks like, the enemy taunts, but Li Han's eyes remain dead, steady as he steels himself. There is no way I am dying here, he tells himself as memories rush back, reminding him how trained swordsmen channel mana into their weapons. Li Han grips the hilt tightly, wondering if a magic user like himself could pull off the exact same trick. Suddenly, a brilliant blue flame erupts from the blade, catching Garrix completely off guard as Li Han springs up and slashes forward with all his might. Garrix barely blocks the strike, veins bulging on his face as he screams in disbelief, what on earth is this? Realizing something is horribly wrong. Panting heavily, Li Han mutters that it actually worked as raw power envelops his body. After all, his mana reserves are absolutely massive. With a quiet smirk, he decides to dump every drop of his magic into the blade, easily blasting Garrix straight backward. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the night as Garrix is sent flying, coughing up blood and crying out in pure agony. He is utterly terrified, realizing a single clash was enough to leave him this heavily injured. Looking at the glowing light surrounding Li Han's body, the assassin watches in absolute shock, wondering how on earth a mere brat could pull this off. Trembling, he forces himself back onto his feet, his survival instincts screaming that he must kill Li Han right now. Li Han is panting, drenched in sweat as a cold dread washes over him. His body is completely paralyzed and refuses to move. Staring at his trembling hands, he realizes forcing all that mana took its toll, just as Garrix props himself up with his sword. The enemy is already back on his feet, but Li Han's legs won't budge as Garrix charges straight toward him. Pointing his blade forward, the assassin screams for him to die, lunging with desperate fury, while Li Han's face tenses up in dread. Li Han clutches his chest, body shaking as he curses his luck, but suddenly Garrix coughs up a huge spray of blood, his eyes rolling back. The assassin is completely defeated, collapsing flat on the dirt, while an exhausted Li Han drops to one knee, gasping for air. With Garrix lying unconscious in a pool of his own blood, Li Han watches him warily, realizing the battle is finally over. His mana-infused strike did the job, and with the threat neutralized, Li Han collapses onto the grass completely spent. Finally letting go of his tension, his face suddenly turns pale as he remembers something. What about the professor? A familiar voice calling his name suddenly cuts through his panic, and he looks up to see Professor Garcia. She runs over in a panic, calling his name and checking on him with sheer worry in her eyes. Li Han barely hears her, still dazed and wondering how she escaped being surrounded by so many enemies. While Garcia panics over him, Li Han notices the entire enemy squad lying unconscious behind her, completely wiped out. They are all completely out of commission as she gently tells him that she needs to check him for injuries first. Li Han can only offer a wry smile, realizing he worried for absolutely nothing as he watches her tear up in relief. It turns out the professor had everything under control all along, and she warmly reassures him that the danger has passed. She promises that the Academy's most reliable reinforcements are on their way just as a vibrant green light begins to illuminate the night sky. A massive glowing skull manifests high in the air, signaling the arrival of the Einrogard headmaster Osu. Li Han stares up with a complicated look, quietly laughing at himself for actually being glad to see that creepy skeleton. His vision begins to fade and Li Han finally lets himself drift off to sleep in Garcia's arms, knowing he can finally rest. Soon a convoy of carriages arrives to drag the captured enemies away, the quiet night interrupted by a heavy voice. Headmaster Osu solemnly apologizes to Professor Garcia, admitting that his lack of foresight dragged her into such extreme danger. Garcia merely waves her hands to dismiss his worries, assuring the headmaster that everything turned out perfectly fine. Suddenly, another voice cuts in, expressing disbelief that the notorious Twilight Dawn organization actually showed up here. Professor Baladi Bagler stands with his arms crossed, looking at them with a stern expression and muttering that the situation is far from ideal. He chides the headmaster for failing to plan ahead, prompting an embarrassed Osu to quickly tell him to pipe down. Trying to change the subject, Osu asks who exactly is lying unconscious behind Baladi Bagler, prompting the professor to turn and check. Baladi Bagler identifies the fallen man as a high-ranking member of the Twilight Dawn, a dangerous and highly skilled assassin. Known as the infamous Mage Killer, Osu lifts the unconscious man's body up and notes that he is still breathing. After promising to handle the prisoner himself, the headmaster glances to the side with a flicker of hesitation. Looking down at the defeated mercenaries and the artifacts scattered beside them, Osu immediately recognizes the strange combat style. These injuries clearly do not belong to normal mercenary fighting styles, leading Osu to look toward the carriage where Li Han is resting. Stunned, the headmaster wonders what kind of absolute monster the Li Han family is raising as he leans in close to Garcia. She flusteredly explains that things would have been catastrophic if Li Han had not stepped up to back her up. Osu's words take Garcia by surprise as he points to the ancient relics scattered on the ground. He never expected a freshman to pull this off. To actually use magic in combat like this, the boy must be incredibly skilled in offensive spells. They both look down at Li Han, who is sleeping peacefully. Osu mutters in amazement while glancing at the mercenaries. It seems the boy did not just use basic spells to defeat them. As memories of Li Han's fierce fight replay, Osu quietly evaluates the kid. He finds him quite fascinating right under Garcia's bewildered watch. Osu licks his lips in pure delight. Stroking his chin, he boldly declares that the boy simply must become his. Then Osu continues to talk about taking him as a personal disciple, which is a teaching method focused on passing everything down to a single successor. Blushing slightly, he admits he wants to shape the boy through this traditional method. Hearing Osu's passionate pitch, Garcia just sighs and warns that if he does, His Majesty will not let it slide. Meanwhile, Li Han suddenly feels his body ache and lets out a soft groan. Hearing him, Osu frustratingly rubs his forehead. He knows there is really no other option. After all, he was the one who set the rule that every single student must receive proper schooling. Quickly regaining his bright mood, he happily adds that there will be plenty of other chances to teach him, so he will wait his turn. Just then, Li Han tosses and turns, groaning in discomfort. That night, Li Han suffers a terrible, vivid nightmare. An eerie glow erupts from Osu's mouth, unleashing a swarm of tiny skeletons. The principal orders his minions to clean up the area and demands fair compensation for the mercenary group because of their contributions today. Hearing the command, his loyal skeleton servants quickly get to work. Closing his mouth, though the dark smoke still lingers, Osu points at the rolling sphere on the ground and reminds them to bring back the relic. Osu then looks over to find Baladi Bagler intensely focusing on something, so he walks over to ask what he is up to. Baladi Bagler replies that he is investigating their weird twisted poses, and Osu nods in agreement. Then he shudders. Don't tell him this was Li Han's doing too. Osu wonders what kind of magic could possibly do this. Has the boy really reached such a high level? Suddenly, Garcia raises her hand, covers her face in embarrassment, and confesses she just punched them. Under the beautiful glow of the night moon creating a picturesque scene, Li Han is finally resting peacefully in a warm, comfortable bed. He thinks about how cozy it feels and wonders if the chaos is over. Slowly opening his eyes, he looks to his right. Osu is staring right at him, asking if he is finally awake. Li Han jumps up with a loud yell, shocked to see the headmaster. Looking around, Li Han wonders where on earth he is. Garcia reassures him that everything is fine now, looking at him with immense pride. She praises him for handling the ambush so well. Li Han racks his brain, trying to piece together what actually happened. He remembers the headmaster showing up right after he collapsed. Hearing the praise, Li Han cannot help but feel a bit bashful. Li Han excitedly thinks that everything might just blow over. After all, he did save the principal's skin back there. Garcia keeps showering him with compliments. Smiling warmly, she then adds that they still cannot overlook his attempt to run away from school. Bitter frustration washes over him. He knew it. Holding his face in despair, he blames those damn mercenaries for ruining his escape. Feeling guilty for dragging him into the mess, Garcia quickly apologizes. Meanwhile, the headmaster chimes in with a curious question. He asks how the boy managed to get past the underground warehouse. Osu wonders if he found the keys scattered around. Hearing this, Li Han turns completely pale. He knew those random keys were a trap. The principal continues to explain. Losing the giant warehouse keeper should have been absolutely impossible. Li Han desperately tries to play dumb. He claims to have no idea what the professor is talking about. Osu chuckles, calling out his acting, and sighs dramatically. He warns Li Han that he will never be able to use that escape route again. Screaming internally, Li Han weeps while Osu gazes out the window. Osu turns serious, calling out to Li Han of House Li Han. The boy perks up as the headmaster offers his sincere gratitude for bravely facing the Dawn and Dusk Coalition to protect everyone, including the Academy professors. To show his gratitude, Osu presents him with a famous sword named Morning Star. It drops right into Li Han's hands. He stares at it in awe and thanks him. But suddenly Li Han freezes. He blurted out asking if this sword belonged to the enemies. Osu quickly shushes him. More importantly, is he really gifting stolen loot to a student? But wait, the headmaster is not done yet. He reaches out to hand Li Han another item. Curiously, the boy watches as the mysterious object floats directly toward him. Li Han immediately recognizes it as an official pass to leave the campus. His hands shake as he grabs it. He turns pale with overwhelming joy. Visions of absolute bliss flash before his eyes as his suffering peers ask where he is. Off too, and he can proudly declare his freedom. In another beautiful daydream, he sees himself standing, boldly presenting this pass to the gatekeeper and telling him to step aside because he has the absolute right to leave. He can almost feel himself breathing in the crisp, fresh air of the outside world. Just the thought of it makes his eyes sparkle. Li Han immediately drops to his knees, bowing to thank the professor and swearing loyalty, which the professor casually accepts. Osu asks about his injuries and Li Han says he is perfectly fine while happily caressing that precious slip of paper. The professor smiles, declaring it is time for his punishment, instantly crushing Li Han's brief moment of joy. Terrified of what is coming next, Li Han listens as Osu sighs, telling him not to look so sad since he did not want this either. He is not being punished for trying to escape without permission, which utterly confuses Li Han until Osu explains it is because he got caught. Incredulous, Li Han fumes, silently wondering if the professor expected him to just sit back and watch everything fall apart. While Li Han silently curses him, Garcia keeps apologizing, but Osu simply peers out the door and notes that morning has already broken. He is ordered to spend until this time tomorrow in solitary brainstorming a better way to escape next time. Grasping the handle, Li Han realizes he is actually locked in, thinking the man is deeply bizarre before casting a suspicious glance backward. Looking around the space, Li Han realizes this punishment cell is surprisingly no different from his usual dormitory room. Collapsing onto the bed, he lets out a relaxed sigh, finding this place far better than his actual graduation days. Just then, a skeleton wanders in and calls his name, causing Li Han to bolt upright as the creature offers him a basket of food. Staring at the glittering spread, he can barely believe his eyes, completely baffled as to why there is such a feast. Since when do punishment cells serve gourmet meals, he wonders, but the skeleton quickly snatches it back, asking if he is dreaming. The creature explains it is actually an apology gift from Garcia, so Li Han asks the skeleton to pass along his gratitude. But the skeleton gestures that there is more, and suddenly piles of delicious food come floating right toward a totally stunned Li Han. Sometime later, he sips tea and finally relaxes, looking back on what had been an incredibly close, terrifying battle. He survived purely on luck, especially since he has never even taken a combat class, so he decides to stop dwelling on it. Raising his hand, he summons a magic circle with absolute fascination, realizing he can now conjure a flawless one with ease. Feeling much stronger than before, his face suddenly pales with anger as he realizes he just proved the professor right. Bolety Bagler was right that adversity breeds growth, prompting Li Han to slam his face onto the table. He would definitely die if he had to do that again, weeping as he vows never to use his mana so recklessly ever again. Luck only stretches so far, and he really does not want his death featured in the morning news, so he sighs and ends his pity party. But wait, look at that desk, wondering what to do next. Li Han spots a book radiating a strange, slightly ominous energy. He secretly worries this book might be even worse than solitary confinement, recalling how Osu handed it to him before leaving. Hesitantly picking it up, he remembers Osu telling him to read it in his free time, which only fuels his deep skepticism. Debating whether this is a carrot and stick trap, his inner devil suggests it is a gift because even the principal has a heart. Surely the man feels a little guilty, but the inner angel immediately warns him that this is a total trap. There is absolutely no way that man feels guilt. Li Han reasons, and besides, the principal is barely even human. He is literally an undead monster, so after a brief internal struggle, Li Han decides this book is a massive setup. Resolving to leave the book untouched, he gasps as the pages suddenly begin flipping open completely on their own. The tome stops on a specific page, leaving Li Han completely stunned, and before he can process this, the glowing text begins to lift. The words literally leap off the parchment, swirling around his head, while a startled Li Han watches in total disbelief. As raw knowledge floods directly into his brain, he panics, wondering what on earth Osu is trying to teach him. Suddenly, the principal appears right in front of him, and Li Han finds himself pulled into a bizarre space where Osu commands him to speak. When a confused Li Han asks what he should say, Osu tells him to state the name of the magic that is currently in his mind. Li Han panics because he has absolutely no clue what magic even is, let alone ever studied or heard anything about it. Yet a bizarre set of words suddenly pops into his head, prompting him to blurt out the proud stride of Gonadaltes, earning a smug nod from Osu. Instantly snapped back to reality. Li Han accidentally knocks his chair over as the magical book snaps shut, returning to its quiet state. Dazed and trembling, his knees buckle completely, leaving him staring at the cursed book in absolute bewilderment, wondering what just happened. Did the principal actually enchant this book, he wonders, collapsing onto his back and letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh. He laughs weakly, realizing he cannot outsmart that man, though the proud stride spell is now fully locked inside his head. Reaching for the fruit basket, he thinks that even though he never planned on using this magic, it is still pretty impressive. It is shocking that magic can be taught this way, he muses while biting into an apple from the skeleton before looking up at the ceiling lamp. Surely there is no hidden motive behind this, he tells himself, completely unaware of what the devious principal is actually planning next. Li Han is startled when he suddenly hears a strange scratching noise coming through the quiet room. He quickly sits up and looks around, wondering if it was just his imagination, then glances behind him. He realizes someone in the next room is tapping on the wall, making Li Han freeze up with tension. A rapid series of knocks follows, and the voice on the other side gets straight to the point, asking what year he is in. Li Han replies that he is a freshman, and the senior praises his work ethic before introducing himself. He goes by Gold, a nickname for fourth years. Realizing this guy is much older, Li Han politely greets him back. But wait, why is a fourth year's senior locked up here? First years get detention for sneaking out, but what about them? A sudden wave of worry washes over Li Han, since academy rules usually do not apply to upperclassmen like this. Still, Li Han realizes he has no right to judge, considering he got caught fighting bandits. He pulls up a chair. The senior asks why he was thrown in here, and Li Han explains he was caught sneaking off academy grounds. The senior laughs, calling this year's freshmen a wild bunch, then tells Li Han to speak comfortably without formalities. Since they will both be mages after graduation, Li Han drops the polite tone and asks why he got locked up. The senior silently notes that while he did tell the kid to speak casually, this junior has zero hesitation. He explains he ended up here after failing a magic exam, which completely startles Li Han. Locked up just for failing. That seems way too harsh. The senior pulls up a chair as well, telling him not to be so shocked. He sits down, explaining that this is actually a regular thing, all because of some rare exam materials. Unable to prepare them in time, he ended up sneaking into the principal's highly classified secret storeroom to steal reagents, but he tripped a security trap. Li Han realizes this senior is just a thief, weeping internally at his luck. The senior tells him to ignore the details, advising that survival here requires turning off your brain. Li Han stays quiet. Staring at his locked door, Li Han vows never to end up back here. He quietly speaks up to ask a question. Knowing the underground tunnels are now compromised, he asks if there is another way out, causing a sudden silence next door. The senior scoffs, saying the kid asks too many questions. Li Han sighs, realizing he needs a different approach. Li Han suddenly calls out for his skeleton summon, sending a wave of panic through the senior next door. Moments later, the skeleton appears carrying a bag of treats. The senior taps frantically on the wall in pure panic. But get this, he worries his detention will get extended, only to suddenly find sweets pass into his hands. The skeleton tells him the food is from the next room and to eat quickly, leaving the senior completely dumbfounded. A loud yell echoes from next door, demanding to know how Li Han smuggled food into solitary confinement. Sipping his tea, Li Han smugly calls the treats a small bribe, leaving the senior in utter disbelief at his luxury. Overwhelmed with curiosity and restlessness, the senior finally caves in and agrees to talk, making Li Han celebrate his victory. A delicious bribe always works, but the senior warns him that there is a catch to this info. He admits he only heard this from older students and has never tried it. Li Han slumps back in disappointment. It is just unconfirmed rumors, but as Li Han crosses his legs, he knows he is entirely out of options. He tells the senior to spill the details so he can judge for himself. By the following morning, Li Han and Yaner are walking down a quiet path together, with her helping him catch up on the lessons he missed. Yaner steals a worried glance, amazed that he is still focused on completing homework after getting locked up. She finds his focus deeply terrifying. Suddenly, Li Han stops and both of them look up as he speaks. It seems they must visit the beast pens today. As they arrive, the words of the senior echo in his mind. He had mentioned a hidden bell tower at the very peak of the academy, housing a special beast pen. It is home to magnificent flying beasts which the professors routinely ride to travel around the academy grounds. Even royal messengers let their giant delivery eagles rest there during long trips. Because these creatures carry a sacred blessing, they can bypass the academy barriers and fly out freely. Looking up at the sky, Li Han feels a wave of doubt, knowing taming those beasts won't be easy. He places his hand on the heavy door, reminding himself that a slim chance is still a chance. Pushing the door open, a brand new plan begins to take shape in his mind. If there is even a tiny chance of success, it is worth taking. He strides inside, instantly alarming everyone nearby. The girl gasps, wait, is he not from the Li Han family? The boy, currently getting his head chewed on by a horse, screams out, what a Li Han! A dark, heavy air immediately settles over them, leaving her extremely anxious while he shakes with fear, wondering why on earth Li Han is here as sweat pours down their backs. Li Han just sighs, wishing they would stop judging people by their family. Yeoner gives him a wry smile, thinking to herself that they only reacted that way because of his family's terrifying rumors. Suddenly, someone calls out to Li Han from behind, making him turn around. Li Han recognizes him as Radford, who immediately bows his head in greeting. This sudden formality catches Li Han off guard. Looking around at the staring crowd, Li Han nervously asks Radford what got into him, urging his friend to just speak normally like before. Radford politely refuses, saying he cannot possibly do that because it would be highly disrespectful to Lord Li Han. He adds that he actually prefers speaking to him with this level of respect. Naturally, the onlookers start whispering. They watch Li Han with fearful, distant eyes. Clenching his fists in despair, Li Han realizes today has only piled on more misunderstandings. Li Han tells him that he can hear him perfectly fine without the bowing, then asks if there was something he wanted to discuss. He eagerly replies, yes, Lord Li Han. It turns out that during their escape the other day, Radford had been paying very close attention. Shortly after, when the headmaster and professors arrived to rescue them, he secretly searched through the chests and the carriages. While the merchants were completely distracted, Radford dragged one of the chests away, opening it to reveal countless glittering items inside. He explains that he grabbed whatever looked useful, though he could only sneak out small items to hide under his clothes. Li Han examines the potions and herbs. They look incredibly expensive, and he cannot believe Radford successfully pulled off such a heist. Sensing the incredible skill shown under pressure, Li Han places a hand on his shoulder and immediately praises his friend. Radford, you are awesome, he tells him. You are basically the king of thieves. Radford tenses up awkwardly but still offers his thanks. Li Han wonders what these medicines actually are. Yeoner sniffs one, guessing it might be alcohol, making him shout in disbelief, what? She quickly reassures him that there is much more to these than just alcohol, so he should not worry just yet. They will need to study them further. When Li Han thanks him, Radford bows deeply, calling it an honor to present the gift. Li Han tells him to drop the formal act. Just then, Nilia approaches and greets everyone, though Li Han completely misses her presence. Oh right, do you want to take care of the horses with me? Li Han asks, and Raphael immediately agrees to join him. Yet Nilia interprets this simple interaction quite negatively. Li Han pats his head, praising him for being such a huge help. Yeoner even teases her, claiming to be the only friend they truly need, which leaves Nilia looking completely pale and defeated. Only then does Li Han notice her presence. Surprised, he asks Nilia when she arrived and why she is suddenly on the floor. She trembles, muttering that since he has clearly found a brand new friend, he probably does not have any use for her anymore. Li Han tries to call her back as she mutters about being abandoned, while Yeoner watches completely clueless about the drama unfolding. Nilia sheepishly laughs, realizing she might have misunderstood. Li Han reassures her that nothing of the sort would ever happen, while Radford chimes in. Radford clarifies that he is actually a loyal subordinate, not a friend, but Li Han swiftly covers his mouth to change the subject. Deciding to focus on the horses, Li Han carefully observes Ponrig, wondering if the beast is actually obedient or just faking its good behavior. Judging by how the other horses are acting, this one is likely no different. Suddenly, the horse lifts its head with absolute arrogance. Li Han instantly pushes its head down, shocking Ponrig. Li Han smiles, knowing taming this creature was never going to be an easy task. Fortunately, he came prepared. Pulling out a sturdy brush, Li Han gently strokes the horse's mane, softly whispering for it to behave. This only makes Ponrig furious. Glancing over at them, Nilia breaks into a cold sweat, realizing their side looks like an active war zone. As the stable lanterns glow, Li Han slumps to the ground. Both he and Ponrig are now completely exhausted from the struggle. Still, he keeps brushing. Looking at the worn-out beast, Li Han realizes that the stubborn horse has finally run out of energy to fight. He never imagined grooming a horse would be this exhausting. Assuming the others struggled too, he is surprised to see their progress. Yeoner walks over and asks how his grooming session is going. Li Han remains silent for a brief moment before finally answering. He admits he is still not finished, which puzzles Yeoner. She finds it strange since the horse should have warmed up to him by now. Radford agrees with Nilia as she begins to speculate, wildly wondering if they might actually be dealing with a dangerous magical beast. Considering the terrifying methods of the Academy, professors, and their ruthless actions in the name of education, anything is highly possible. She suspects some dangerous hybrid monsters might be mixed in. Li Han quickly shakes his head, telling her that is stretching it a bit. In another part of the Academy, sunlight bathes a small cabin where a fireplace crackles warmly. Professor Uregilm looks out. He notes that the new recruits seem to be working diligently in the stables, while Principal Zedar calmly sips on his warm tea. Euregulum chuckles, admitting he specifically selected the most bad-tempered horses, though they will surely soften up to the students' hard work. But if they pick a fight with the horses, they won't survive, she laughs. He then asks if Li Han is doing okay. Professor Choider replies that the boy is hardworking enough to get by. Professor Euregan questions her confidence, though she insists that even if a griffin is tough, with some effort, brains, and a little luck, it'll soon be tamed. Hearing this, his face turns completely pale. Professor Euregan pours tea until it overflows, prompting Choidar to slap the cup away. "Why are you so distracted?" He stammers, asking if she just said a griffin. Realizing she misspoke, she desperately tries to explain it away. "You must have misheard," she lies. But Euregan slams the table and yells, telling her to admit she actually turned a griffin into a horse. A griffin is a beast with an eagle's head and wings on a lion's body. Because they are incredibly stubborn and highly selective, not just anyone can hope to become their true master. Though their habits and regional environments might vary a bit, they all share one key trait. They are absolutely not meant for beginners. Euregan snaps, asking if she's lost her mind, noting his disciple already took a sick day from injuries. Why on earth would you make him do something so reckless? Choidar quickly makes up an excuse, calling him a crazy nephew. How dare he raise his voice at an elder, but he refuses to back down. Rules must be strictly followed. How could she turn a dangerous griffin into a common horse? She tries to explain that she already heavily restricted its power. It's basically as safe as any regular horse. But Euregan only gets more aggressive. Did she honestly think a griffin was as stupid as a slime? Meanwhile, they are under clear skies, surrounded by majestic mountains. Li Han casually takes Hesiop for a walk, noting that the beast is finally behaving and seems to dislike pointless battles too. Am I right? He chuckles to himself, but then wonders, since the beast is doing surprisingly fine. After being equipped with all this gear, it must possess more mana than expected. Maybe it's a hybrid, or the bracelet's magic absorption rate is just low. He really needs to find a way to boost that absorption rate. Suddenly, another student dashes past, completely losing control of his horse. Seeing Hesiop let out a heavy sigh, Li Han smiles and guesses it wants to stop for a break. At first, the beast only wanted to tear him to shreds, but now they can communicate quite naturally. They've definitely grown closer. Handing over some treats, he tells it to eat some sugar, though Hesiop hates to admit it. The beast is slowly giving in to the boy, thinking how sweet the sugar tastes compared to anything it had back in the wild. No, it shouldn't be like this. The ancient wild blood running through its veins demands pride. It cannot succumb so easily. Meanwhile, Li Han reflects that although they've bonded, he still wonders how to increase the magic absorption rate, accidentally letting the question slip out loud. Hearing this, Hesiop's face goes completely pale. Li Han asks if it's tired. The next morning during basic alchemy class, one student asks why they aren't having their lecture out in the open today. Another classmate explains that this room is inside the spire, totally isolated from the main building. A girl opens the door and looks around, noting how warm and comfortable the classroom feels. It actually feels suspicious. "Don't fall for it," another boy quickly warns. "The professor might have hidden a monster in here." Another student shouts for everyone to split into groups and prepare, just in case an attack happens, while one devoted classmate vows to protect Princess Aidenar at all costs. Li Han can only sigh. Those guys are hopeless. Asan suddenly appears, telling him not to worry since they won't lose. But the young mage flatly rejects him. Suddenly, Professor Euregun demands to know what they are doing. He orders them to sit down and they quickly obey. One student raises his hand asking why they aren't outdoors. He points out the professor promised they'd gather ingredients. The teacher sighs, asking if they plan on brewing potions outside too. "I know what you're thinking, but relax. Unlike outdoor training, classroom lessons are simple and perfectly safe." Naturally, none of the students believe him. Ignoring their doubt, he starts the lesson, telling everyone to begin. He instructs them to fill the cauldrons in front of them, explaining that alchemy is a highly complex art. Not a single step can be wasted, as anyone who disregards the basics will never become a great alchemist. He tells them to open their books to brew low-grade mana potions. Li Han looks at the textbook, realizing this is going to be tough. At first glance, alchemy seems much easier than other magical arts, and most people assume you can simply follow a written recipe. But once you actually give it a try, no one ever makes that claim again. It's like cooking an incredibly complicated dish where everything must happen at once. A student has to gather fresh ingredients from all over and memorize exactly how to prep them. Getting the cooking order and timing right is just the absolute bare minimum. The real secret lies in masterfully stirring the brew. If a rookie fails to manage all of that, it is honestly no surprise. The old professor smiles, thinking this new batch has it rough. Euregulim suddenly notices Li Han, who is calmly closing his book. The young man slowly stretches out his arms with total confidence. He begins chopping the herbs before tearing the other ingredients apart. His hands move with incredible speed, finishing the prep in seconds. Tossing everything into the pot, he leaves the old professor completely stunned by his flawless, lightning-fast execution. Uregulum turns pale. How is this kid so good? He acts like a seasoned alchemist with years of training under his belt. It is hard to believe such geniuses actually exist. Li Han locks eyes with Uregulum, easily reading the shock on the old man's face. He focuses on stirring silently, thinking that his professor has it wrong. After all, he spent his entire past life doing similar grunt work. Uregulum takes a spoonful of the potion to taste it immediately. A massive wave of mana begins surging through his body. He praises Li Han for the excellent potion, smiling in sheer disbelief at how much raw mana is packed into the boy's body. It is so dense he cannot tell if the mana is recovering. Then Uregulum suddenly shouts to the room. He loudly announces that a student has successfully brewed the magic potion. Naturally, everyone is shocked to learn that it is Li Han. Endless praise pours in from all sides, with classmates calling him a literal genius. Then Asa speaks up. Sienna from the Phoenix Tower brewed one as well, but it does not compare to yours, he says, pointing over at her. Nearby, Sienna calmly continues her work. She belongs to the Snake Tribe and is an active member of the Freeman Temple. Unnermecken had previously explained to Li Han that this particular temple holds a deep, borderline cult-like worship of alchemy. All of their members are exceptionally gifted, making Sienna highly skilled. Suddenly, she turns to look at Li Han, surprising him. She walks over to strike up a conversation, cautiously asking if he is from the prestigious Li Han clan before introducing herself as Sienna. Li Han politely replies that it is a pleasure to meet her, telling her there is no need for such formal honorifics. He quietly notes to himself that his potion is definitely superior. They shake hands anyway, but Li Han immediately notices something odd. Her hand is incredibly cold, likely due to her snake heritage. Sienna admits she never expected to meet such a talented practitioner here. She asks if his powerful clan trained him, but before hesitating Li Han can even formulate a response, Uregulum barks at him to get back to his seat. Li Han obeys, immediately cutting the conversation short to return to his desk. Standing before the class, the professor loudly announces that everyone brewed the exact same potion. Individual results will always vary, but there is no need to panic, he says, clenching his fist with absolute determination. This is only the beginning, as far more complex and bizarre alchemical mysteries are waiting for everyone in the days ahead. Li Han stands in the corner, wondering why these instructors are so incredibly good at killing a student's desire to learn. Meanwhile, Uregulum grabs a piece of chalk. He writes next week's assignment on the board to brew a teamwork potion and reminds everyone to grab the instruction sheet and basic materials. Nilia finds this bizarre, expecting the professor to actually teach them the recipe instead of leaving them to figure it out. Seeing this, Unnermecken speaks up. She tells her that as a professor, he is supposed to teach Unnermecken, then slides open her locker to grab the materials. Suddenly, she freezes, worrying Nilia as she turns around to explain that her locker does not have enough ingredients to brew the potion. She is missing one too. Seeing this, Unnermecken quickly raises her hand to ask. She asks where they can find the spirit flower herb and if it is on the upper floor, but Uregulum responds casually. He asks what she is talking about, telling them they must find it themselves, leaving both Unnermecken and Nilia completely disappointed. Explaining that the lockers only hold basic supplies, he points out the window and tells them they will have to go fetch the herbs themselves. The professor is confident they remember their very first lecture, but the students are left feeling entirely hopeless. The next morning, bright golden sunlight washes over the academy under a crystal-clear blue sky as they prepare to search for the herb. Li Han and Daijiling are sitting together having a chat as Daijiling takes a sip of hot tea. Li Han explains it is a special family recipe. Even though it is basically half soup, Daijiling finds the thick tea surprisingly delicious. Just then, a group approaches them from a distance. As the group walks up to where they are sitting, a cheerful voice calls out, expressing disbelief at bumping into the Li Han heir here. A highly cheerful Sienna reveals she has been searching for him. When a surprised Li Han asks why, she explains it is about the alchemy assignment. She invites him to join her group to gather the ingredients, though one of her classmates still looks incredibly shy around Li Han. He suddenly stands up, stares. The Phoenix Tower students are instantly terrified. They are all terrified, desperately hoping he will not look them in the eye, which silently surprises Li Han. He is amazed that students from another tower are actually asking him to join their group. Finding the idea great, Sienna immediately makes a proposal. It would be great if you invited more students from the Rising Dragon Tower, Sienna says before taking her leave, letting the group finally breathe a sigh of relief. Still intimidated by Li Han's sharp gaze, Daijiling goes back to the table and asks if he is close with Sienna. Li Han answers honestly, "We are in the same alchemy class, why do you ask?" Hearing this, Daijiling's face falls slightly, and she falls silent, thinking for a moment. She finally answers that it is nothing, but Li Han suddenly leans in, telling her she cannot stop halfway. It only makes him more curious, but Daijiling feels that gossiping behind someone's back like this is just bad manners. She feels it is basically trash-talking Sienna. Li Han still finds it confusing, and his curiosity is burning now, but he knows one key thing. Daijiling will not spill the beans easily. She looks up and spots Li Han pulling out a small statue, placing it neatly on a nearby rock. Li Han drops to one knee and clasps his hands together like he is praying, leaving Digiling completely baffled by what he is doing. He folds his hands and speaks up. Talking behind someone's back is wrong, but surely there is nothing wrong if we confess it during prayer. Digiling reaches out to tap him, but Li Han ignores her because he is busy praying. She just shakes her head, totally defeated by his antics. Knowing this is not enough to break her silence, Li Han continues his prayer. "Oh Lord, I once almost died when ambushed by those white tiger students." Hearing this shocking confession, Digiling starts to panic, but Li Han just keeps going. If Sienna is plotting something similar, when we head into the mountains, "Oh Lord, I cannot bear to imagine the horrors that await us." He keeps praying, claiming the gods are watching. But let's be real, his eyes are glued to Digiling reactions the whole time. Out of options, she kneels down beside him. "Oh Lord, freezing her, I am not sharing this to bring anyone down or accuse them." Li Han smiles and tries to thank her, but Digiling scowls. "I cannot hear you. I am currently in deep prayer." Li Han realizes she is annoyed now. The Phoenix Tower students are usually kind and pious, but they cannot always escape petty worldly emotions. Even deep faith cannot completely wash away jealousy. Just last week at the Phoenix Dorm, something strange happened. A fresh face brewed up an energy recovery potion and offered it to everyone, and a couple of students praised its incredible effects. They felt totally refreshed, with one joking that the newcomer might even be better at brewing this specific potion than Sienna. Seeing Sienna approach, the student asked for her opinion. Sienna just smiled warmly, saying she still had a lot to learn compared to him. It seemed harmless enough back then, but the very next morning Sienna walked in carrying a few bottles of her own potion. She cheerfully asked everyone if they would like to try some energy recovery potion she had just finished brewing. Everyone happily took a bottle and thanked her, praising how it instantly swept away their exhaustion and left them feeling energized. They did not think much of it at first, but day after day, Sienna kept showing up and doing the exact same thing. Every single time they finished their drinks, she would eagerly ask them how they felt over and over again. She constantly fished for compliments, practically demanding validation, until the other students finally realized something was seriously off with her behavior. One student finally told Sienna that she was indeed the best, which was the only thing that stopped her. Hearing this, Li Han's face darkens. He relaxes his expression, muttering that she just has a highly competitive drive, but Digiling frowns deeply and immediately cuts him off. That was not the end of it, though. A while later, Sienna crossed paths with the poor kid who had brewed that first potion. The kid greeted her warmly and praised her incredible skill, but Sienna completely ignored him like he was not even there. Embarrassed, he can only whisper her name. Digiling witnessed the entire cringy encounter from a corner. She was genuinely shocked by Sienna's cold behavior. Now coming back to the present, Digiling adds that she ignored him on purpose. Li Han silently marvels at just how petty and grudge-holding Sienna can actually be. If a tiny thing sets her off like that, what about the praise he got? Li Han starts to feel a chill of suspicion. He clenches his fist, wondering if the compliments she gave him in alchemy class were fake too. He asks if there is more. She sweetly replies that she was only praying and has absolutely no idea what he is talking about. With that, she walks away without another word. Li Han clenches his fist, knowing he needs to watch his step from now on. He must be careful around Sienna now. But trust me, a completely different academic nightmare is already waiting for him. In basic magic class, Professor Osu lectures the students on the grand virtues of love and cooperation, pretending to care about teamwork. Of course, he does not actually care about their feelings. He immediately drops a brutal group assignment on them instead. Each tower must break into a rival tower to steal a flag hidden deep inside their opponent's lounge area. They must secure the correct flag before the next class. With his crazy instructions finished, Osu casually points to the sky and dismisses them. The students leave the room utterly depressed. One student grumbles that this is not teaching magic at all, but rather just starting a riot. Is he not just trying to get them to slaughter each other? Another student sighs, wondering what kind of crazy class they signed up for. The students wonder why it has to be the White Tiger Tower. There is no way they can negotiate since the White Tigers want that tower flag too. Why not just trade with them? One student asks, but another sighs, doubting they would ever keep their word. A female student shakes her head, calling them shameless beasts. The group quickly gets discouraged and ready to give up. They want to just brush it off as a waste of time. After all, it is just one assignment. Watching them, Li Han realizes things are going downhill. He knows they cannot lose their resolve like this. Giving up now is like throwing points away. In a crazy school like this, you never know what kind of insane homework is coming next. Yet, they are about to quit on such a simple task. Determined to keep his own grades up, Li Han calls everyone back to him. He urges them not to throw in the towel just yet. Hearing him speak, the students immediately swarm him, eagerly asking if he has a plan. One student says with sparkling eyes, "I knew you were hiding your true skills." The others quickly nod along in excitement. Li Han silently sighs at how fast they flip-flop. But just as he is about to explain, someone suddenly cuts him off. It is Asa, pushing his glasses up to look cool. He claims he knows exactly what Li Han is going to say. There is a 95% chance you want to sneak into the White Tiger Tower. Li Han replies that he is right, but before he can even finish his sentence, the rest of the students are already showered in pure admiration. They crowd around Li Han and Yeoner Mechen. Even though they know the plan is incredibly reckless, they still beg to tag along. With loud cheers, they shout that the only one who can lead them is Li Han, their ultimate mastermind. Li Han is not thrilled. He realizes they just do not want to use their brains. Once he agrees, they start cheering wildly. They yell out to watch out, white tigers, they are coming to take everything, and honestly, Li Han's deadpan face says it all. This whole character education class feels totally pointless. The next day, the morning sun slowly rises over the distant mountains. Li Han walks along, yawning his head off. Suddenly, he stops to stare at the sky, wondering if the sun is actually rising today. With the deadline ticking down, Li Han sneaks over to the White Tiger Tower to finish Professor Uregulam's assignment. He feels a bit anxious, wondering which task will actually be tougher, but as he pushes the door open, he sees Professor Bolati Bagler is sitting there reading a book. The moment he spots Li Han, he snaps the book shut. He notes that Li Han is 11 seconds late. Li Han immediately bows, sincerely apologizing that he was busy tending to the horses. Bolati Bagler tells him not to apologize since Li Han is the only one losing out. Li Han gives an awkward laugh, highly confused. Where on earth did this guy learn that line? Bolati Bagler points forward, telling him to start by spinning that iron ball. Li Han obeys immediately. With his wand in one hand, he focuses on the iron ball and begins to make it spin. The ball spins in a perfect circle right in front of Bolati Bagler. The professor silently notes that the previous battle must have awakened him. His control is actually much better than the professor expected. Bolati Bagler nods in satisfaction, telling him to sit down. Li Han is genuinely shocked by the rare praise. He quickly thanks him and carefully places the ball back where it belongs. Since compliments from Bolati Bagler are extremely rare, Li Han takes it as a win. Bolati Bagler then asks about his water summoning skills. He orders him to show it off. Nodding, Li Han prepares to summon the water element. With just a simple chant, the water flows. Li Han silently credits his control to the constant punishments from Professor Garcia. Well, he means lessons, not punishments. Bolati Bagler then points at the iron ball, giving Li Han his next task. He wants Li Han to compress the water into that exact shape. Nodding, Li Han begins to manipulate the liquid. Drawing the floating ball of water closer, he begins to compress the elemental energy into the exact shape of the iron ball. This is way harder than it looks since he cannot lose any water volume. He glances over at Bolati Bagler. Suddenly, a cold sweat breaks out on his face. Why is the professor picking up that heavy iron ball? Don't tell him. Bolati Bagler imbues the ball with mana, launching it straight at Li Han at high speed. Li Han grimaces in pure disbelief. This crazy professor, under the sudden pressure, the water sphere in Li Han's hands starts to destabilize. A second later, the water bursts apart, splashing everywhere as the iron ball and the liquid completely separate. Both the iron ball and the stray water droplets crash heavily onto the cold floor. Li Han stares down in utter shock, but Bolati Bagler just silently watches him without a single trace of emotion. When the professor calmly picks up yet another iron ball, Li Han instantly panics, yelling for him to stop. He nervously asks if the professor plans on throwing that heavy ball at him next. Bolati Bagler coldly asks what the problem is. Li Han stammers that it feels a bit dangerous, but Bolati Bagler calmly counters that physical danger gets the best results. While Li Han struggles to understand, Bolati Bagler keeps explaining, mentioning that he likely experienced this exact feeling while fighting those anti-magic cultists. He explains that high tension makes Li Han's focus and instincts much sharper, which in turn boosts his overall control over mana. Bolati Bagler questions why they should look for a complicated way when the solution is right there, making Li Han shudder inwardly. Wait, is he actually serious? He almost died back then. Meanwhile, Bolati Bagler assumes that the boy has fully grasped his teaching goal. Since they are on the same page, they jump right back into it, while Li Han just swallows his complaints to save precious time. Taking a deep breath, he starts over from scratch, summoning his water element and realizing it is nothing like solid iron or magic stones. Water has no fixed shape, requiring intense focus, and he still needs to figure out how to compress it properly. While the young mage concentrates, Bolati Bagler quietly observes before suddenly lifting the heavy iron sphere once more without warning. Bolati Bagler sends the iron sphere flying straight toward Li Han's water element, but the quick-witted student already predicts another sudden, brutal surprise attack. Knew it right behind him, another iron sphere is waiting to strike. Talk about an unfair training method. In a flash, the sphere whips forward and strikes Li Han square in the back, leaving him stunned that his teacher would attack from behind. Bolati Bagler casually summons the sphere back to his hand as Li Han clutches his bruised back, receiving a cold reminder to focus even harder. Grimacing in pain, Li Han realizes one absolute truth: a regular class with mountains of homework is a million times better than this nightmare. Back in the basic magic class, a lively group of students is busy discussing their upcoming trip to gather rare herbs on the mountain. A student reveals that Professor Ingelde has actually agreed to accompany students from the other towers this time. A female classmate gasps, wondering what that means as the entire group suddenly turns their worried eyes toward Li Han. Knowing that Professor travels with Gonadaltes, they spot Li Han's exhausted, intense gaze and assume he is simply completely worn out. The group reassures themselves that everything will be fine while Li Han notices their weird looks and wonders if they want to chat. Suddenly, footsteps echo outside as Professor Garcia enters the room, warmly greeting the entire class with a cheerful good morning. The students eagerly shout back their greetings as Garcia steps up, announcing they will be exploring something beyond standard elemental magic today. However, she will not be teaching it herself, as she has invited a prominent guest professor specializing in this mysterious field. The classroom immediately erupts with excitement as students eagerly whisper, wondering if they will study summoning, crafting powerful amulets, or even healing magic. While some hope for ancient healing magic, Garcia warmly invites the guest inside, and a pale skeletal hand slowly pushes the classroom door open. The new professor enters, dragging a chillingly dark aura with him, causing several students to shiver as the room temperature suddenly plummets. Stroking his long beard, the grim guest fills every corner of the room with an oppressive dark shadow that suffocates the warm air. This dark energy flows entirely from him as he slowly casts a gloomy gaze across the classroom, speaking in a soft, eerie voice. He politely welcomes the students while Li Han keeps his eyes locked onto the old man, who introduces himself as Professor Mortem. Revealing that he teaches dark magic, Mortem begins detailing the contents of his course, starting with necromancy, forbidden curses, and dark elements. Alongside those chilling subjects, students will also study toxic poisons, dark mana, and other sinister crafts. He notes that most people naturally despise dark magic and brings up a quick example to illustrate how society views them. To paint the picture, he describes Yonner and Gainando shivering with terror after getting lost in a dark, abandoned forest late at night. Clinging to Yonner's shoulder, Gainando stammers in absolute panic about being completely lost right when a cold, mysterious hand suddenly drops onto his shoulder. Both of them scream in absolute terror, only to realize it is just Li Han holding a glowing magic wand. He asks if they are lost, prompting Gainando to desperately beg the young mage to guide them out using his light spell. But Li Han declines because he is busy right as a creepy skeleton rises behind him. This can only end badly. He casually tells them to follow his new undead friend, causing Yonner's eyes to widen in complete paralyzing horror. Within seconds, both Yonner and Gainando pass out cold on the grass, leaving Li Han and his skeleton looking incredibly awkward. He notes that scaring people to death is exactly why society looks down on dark magic, leaving the class to ponder their own futures. They collectively wonder why they even came to this elite academy if people are just going to view them as creepy villains. Seeing their intense concern, Garcia quickly steps in, reassuring them that she completely understands where their hesitation comes from. However, she insists that dark magic is a profound field full of hidden truths, while Mortem silently watches his students without saying a single word. Garcia explains that dark magic is simply an unpolished gem, meaning they must master it themselves rather than fear its dark reputation. She urges them to move past popular prejudice, hoping they will demonstrate the true spirit of a real wizard who is always eager to explore the truth. Hearing this inspiring speech, Yonner feels deeply moved, and Garcia quickly follows up with a bright, cheerful smile. She asks if anyone wants to volunteer as a teaching assistant for today's lesson, but she is met with a chilling, absolute silence. Li Han thinks for a second and prepares to raise his hand. Seeing this, Gainando immediately shoves his friend's face down onto the desk, desperately whispering, "What on earth are you thinking, Li Han?" He warns him that getting involved with a dark mage might end up turning him into one of his mindless undead soldiers in the future. But Li Han stays totally unfazed, calmly asking if Gainando is even a real mage. He actually views dark magic as a hidden gem. It is an easy way to score high marks with barely any competition. Hearing this, Gainando's face turns pale as he stammers in absolute shock. He asks if Li Han actually wants to be a dark mage. Li Han thinks his friend is totally overreacting, speaking as he stands up. Besides, going down the dark magic path is not a bad idea. An unpopular field like this practically guarantees a long and comfortable life. In the end, Li Han volunteers to be the assistant. Seeing him step up like a true savior, Professor Garcia is overwhelmed with sheer joy. Li Han completely understands her relief. He remembers how school teachers back home looked when no students raised their hands during an inspection class. When nobody participates, the designated assistants always have to be prepared to step in. They usually prep beforehand, making sure students have the answers ready. Professor Mortem thanks Li Han and invites him up to the podium. Walking up, Li Han reflects on why a cold chill was running down his spine. Now he finally puts two and two together. This professor is radiating a massive amount of cold energy. Raw mana has no element, but it shapes itself to the user's magic type. This chilling, gloomy mana is the signature trait of a dark mage. Li Han quietly realizes that if they all emit this creepy and cold vibe, then it makes sense why the field is so unpopular. Professor Mortem looks at Li Han with surprise, sensing something highly unusual about him. He gasps out that Li Han possesses an immense amount of mana. Li Han politely thanks him as Mortem raises a hand to demonstrate. A surge of purple light and black smoke erupts from the professor as he commands his skeleton soldiers to rise. Suddenly, a horde of undead creatures crawls out from everywhere, wandering freely around the classroom and getting uncomfortably close to the students. The terrified students shriek in horror, screaming that those are real skeletons while pleading with the monsters not to push them. But then the skeletons lock hands, forming a circle and dancing around, leaving the entire classroom thoroughly confused by the bizarre sight. Watching this strange display, Mortem calmly asks Li Han for his thoughts, looking slightly embarrassed. He explains he prepped this performance specifically for the class. Li Han forces a polite smile and praises it, while Garcia quietly thanks him from afar. Moments later, Mortem raises his hand, declaring that the little magic show is over before slamming his palm down through the empty air. Instantly, the skeletons vanish. A student sighs in relief, thanking God they are gone, while Li Han is highly impressed by Mortem's clean and rapid spellcasting. He stares at the professor, wondering if he is showing him all this because he expects his new assistant to perform the exact same spell. Mortem quickly reads Li Han's anxious expression and shakes his head, assuring him there is no need to worry about learning this complex spell yet. It is far too difficult for beginners. Li Han lets out a sigh of relief, wishing Professor Baladi Bagler would adopt a similar reasonable attitude. The professor instructs him to start by converting his mana into negative energy. Hearing this, Li Han complies and reaches inside his robes. He pulls out his wand to attempt the task. Watching from behind, Garcia smiles to herself, thinking that even for Li Han this won't be easy. Every mage has to go through endless trial and error to grasp negative energy simply because it is such a highly abstract and vast concept. If you focus on physical coldness, it becomes ice magic. If you focus on actual darkness, it turns into shadows. Such a vague concept of negative energy is notoriously difficult to grasp. Garcia glances around the room while Li Han prepares. She monitors the other students as well, but out of nowhere she senses a sudden ripple of negative mana nearby. Startled, Garcia quickly whips her head around to look at Li Han. Just imagine her shock seeing the raw energy pouring from him. Li Han quietly murmurs the incantation and a stream of dense negative mana immediately surges out of his wand. Garcia gasps in disbelief that he actually succeeded. The other students stare in shock while Li Han keeps focusing his mind. He figures he just needs to envision highly complex mathematical concepts like hyperbolic geometry or complex numbers. Having lived across two different worlds, his vast imagination is his greatest strength. Even Professor Mortem is utterly astonished. He walks over praising his impressive performance and asks if he can repeat it. Li Han softly replies that he will try. He focuses again and even more negative mana floods the room. Garcia looks on, panicking internally. He is far too talented at this, which is a major problem. She worries that he might genuinely fall in love with dark magic. That simply cannot happen. It is the classic instinct of a protective teacher, terrified that her brilliant, multi-talented student will be stolen by a colleague. However, Garcia quickly shakes off her doubts, telling herself that she shouldn't be so suspicious of him. Just then, she notices that the negative mana flowing from Li Han is growing exceptionally thick. He politely asks the professor when they should officially begin. Receiving no response after a long pause, he turns around in confusion. Professor Mortem's expression has completely warped into a trance. His eyes glow crimson as he demands to know the true limit of his power. Keep going. Summon until you run out of mana. Seeing Mortem like this, Li Han realized this professor was completely insane. Behind him, Garcia covered her mouth with sparkling eyes. She never expected the old man to look so incredibly happy. Noting the strange symptoms, she decided to step in before the leaking dark mana started affecting the other students. Garcia hesitantly asked what the next step was, but the old professor simply shrugged, asking if watching him summon more wasn't much more entertaining. She nervously smiled and suggested they could easily test his summoning limits at a later, more convenient time. Mortem hesitated. He was reluctant to stop, but Garcia's expression hardened as she firmly told him to move on. Li Han politely asked what he was supposed to do with all this raw dark energy, prompting Mortem to wave his wand and start directing him. Wave the wand and chant the spell, Mortem instructed before demonstrating the incantation for a basic low-level paralysis curse. It causes a mild muscle numbness similar to a simple everyday calf cramp. He hesitantly asked who he should target, and immediately his classmates looked away in fear. Curses were quite different from standard spells. Normally, they require a living target, but Mortem confidently pointed straight at his own chest, claiming that he should obviously be the test subject. Li Han blinked. The others sighed in relief, though he quietly worried a stiff breeze might knock the old professor over. Sure, he had always wanted to blast a professor with magic, but Li Han still carefully double-checked to make sure he was actually allowed to do it. Mortem urged him to hurry up. Li Han sighed, imagining a tiny baby chick trying to pick a fight with a majestic phoenix. Besides, why should a freshman worry about a professor? Li Han obeyed and began casting as Motum stood tall, ready to absorb the direct strike. Motum smugly figured a freshman's paralysis spell would be absolutely nothing to him. Once the kid saw how easily he brushed it off, the kid would finally realize how incredibly profound dark magic truly was, and he could already picture the boy looking at him with pure admiration. He would probably kneel and beg. Motum wondered if the kid would seek him out later. Meanwhile, Li Han resolved to gather absolutely every bit of energy he could muster, focusing entirely on casting as a massive wave of dark mana exploded. This painted the entire room a deep purple. Garcia panicked, realizing he had gathered far too much power. He screamed the incantation and the curse slammed directly into Motum, lighting up the old man's entire body as his vision blurred and his muscles locked. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. The absolute second the professor hit the deck, Li Han rushed over to help. He anxiously checked on him, but seeing Motum's face turn purple as he muttered incoherently, Li Han immediately pictured himself serving a life sentence for murder. Suddenly, he rose. The old man pushed himself off the floor and sprang right back onto his feet. Li Han stared in confusion. Motum stood expressionless for a moment before bursting into laughter, asking the class if they had seen that. He called it a basic curse, then praised Li Han, who quickly thanked him. The boy sighed in relief, assuming the fall was just a dramatic teaching stunt, while Garcia watched closely from afar. Something felt incredibly off to her. She mentally analyzed the absolutely massive wave of mana that had just slammed into Motum. Treating a massive hit like that completely unguarded was extremely dangerous even for a seasoned professor. She asked if he was actually okay, but he quickly turned away, stammering that he was perfectly fine. Unbelievable. Garcia noticed his hand trembling uncontrollably behind his back and instantly understood the shocking truth. He had not been faking that fall at all. He had literally collapsed under the curse of a brand new student. Motum praised his natural talent for dark magic, leaving Li Han completely surprised as the old man kept repeating just how highly gifted he was. It felt a bit unnerving to him since repeating praise usually meant they were being sarcastic. Li Han wondered if he had actually messed up, but quickly shrugged it off since freshmen are supposed to be learning. Garcia stepped up, raising her voice to get everyone's attention. She explained to the entire class that dark magic was far more diverse than they realized, and learning a basic curse was not difficult at all. Because these spells offered plenty of practical benefits, she continued, promising that diligent study would make them incredibly useful to everyone in the future. These spells were not merely meant for empty intimidation but also serve as a highly essential form of daily self-defense. As Motum waved Li Han back to his seat, Garcia loudly declared that the absolute best way to defend against magic was to learn it firsthand, asking if they shouldn't study different magic styles. The class chorused their agreement as Li Han finally returned to his desk, while Garcia confidently raised her magical staff high. Glancing at Motum, she waited for a quick nod of approval before she immediately began to chant and manifest her next massive teleportation spell. A massive teleportation circle instantly materialized, blinding all the students with brilliant blue light. Shielding his eyes, Li Han watched the space around him, warp only to suddenly realize he was sitting flat on the cold ground. He looked around in shock. The other students were just as confused, completely clueless about what was happening. Once they realized where they were, the crowd started whispering. Training grounds, really? Wait, what just happened? Was that teleportation? Right then, a voice spoke up from directly behind them, noting they must be quite surprised. Garcia and Morton walked up together. She cheerfully explained that since they needed to practice together, she moved the entire class here. So go find a comfortable spot and start training. Hearing this, the students cheered and shouted with pure excitement. Yes, Professor, awesome, let's get started. Li Han turned around and saw everyone already moving to find their practice spots. He quietly observed how the atmosphere was much livelier now with everyone taking initiative. Li Han realized Professor Garcia was pretty incredible. Right then she clapped her hands and announced that it was time to partner up. Moments later, two wooden staffs clashed violently. He and Ganando politely exchanged greetings, asking for a good match. The rules were simple: stand opposite each other with staffs ready. Get ready to fight, we will take turns attacking. Ganando would go first, then it would be Li Han's turn. The goal was not just to attack but also to experience getting hit by a cursed spell. Ganando closed his eyes, focused, murmuring that he first had to convert his mana into negative energy. Instantly, negative mana flowed from Ganando's staff. Seeing this, Li Han was shocked, wondering how he converted it so quickly. He remembered how Ganando always struggled with other elements before. Did this mean the guy actually had a talent for dark magic? Or maybe it was just because this spell was incredibly basic, though Li Han dismissed that thought almost instantly. Ganando's success caught Morton off guard. The old man muttered that even this student succeeded, while Ganando kept channeling his mana. Feeling ready, Ganando shouted out for him to be paralyzed, sending a thick stream of mana straight at Li Han. Surprised, Li Han noted that, so this is what it feels like. Ganando cheered. It worked. After a pause, Ganando asked curiously where he was paralyzed since he still looked completely fine. Rubbing his body, Li Han said he was not sure, but he did not feel any numbness. This made Ganando deeply suspicious. Or maybe my spell had an issue. Li Han offered an opinion, guessing that it might have to do with how he chanted. I think you were too reserved with the chant. Try making it more dramatic. Ganando asked skeptically if he was serious. He prepared to try again, shouting for the idiot to be paralyzed. Hearing this, Garcia quickly stepped in to stop him. She walked over, patted his shoulder, and explained that he did not fail. Li Han just had a massive amount of mana, so it simply did not work on him. You did great. Thrilled by the praise, Ganando thanked her. He muttered that he did not expect absolutely zero effect. Maybe dark magic was not for him after all. Ganando laughed it off. It does not matter since I did not plan to learn it anyway. Okay, your turn. Excitedly, Li Han closed his eyes to focus. I need to focus on control and avoid using too much mana. Immediately, mana began flowing out from his staff. Right after Li Han softly chanted the paralysis spell. Seeing this, Morton was utterly shocked by how short the chant was. Watching him cast so easily, the old man thought that drawing out the chant usually made casting much simpler for mages. Chanting so rapidly was incredibly difficult. Even for a low-level curse, it was practically unbelievable. He could actually do this despite just learning it. Li Han aimed the curse at Ganando, who braced himself to receive it. Facing that terrifyingly massive mana, Ganando went completely pale with fear as the magic approached. As it drew close, he instinctively leaned backward. Leaning a bit too far, he ended up falling flat on the ground. Ganando's shout drew the attention of everyone around. Li Han paused, hesitating, before speaking up. He asked if they were supposed to stay still. Ganando scrambled up embarrassedly, admitting it was just raw instinct. Hearing this, Morton was absolutely stunned. Those words, raw instinct, left him completely speechless as he began to wonder. Not only could he convert elements rapidly, but he also sensed dark mana with perfect precision. Morton wondered what his name was. The more he thought, the more he shook with excitement. This kind of raw talent, a once-in-a-decade genius. Fortunately, the class wrapped up without any major incidents as everyone cast curses on each other and enjoyed the lessons. After a fun session, Garcia walked over and clapped to get their attention, telling them all right. You all had fun practicing, didn't you? Let's give a big round of applause to Professor Morton, our assistant today. Everyone starts clapping happily. Seeing this, Professor Garcia excitedly asks if they are finally interested in black magic. But the room goes dead silent. Only one student mutters just a tiny bit, so Professor Garcia whispers to Professor Morton. She urges him to say something. The old professor finally speaks up, saying he believes they have seen the true appeal of it. When Professor Morton suddenly mentions that a few students actually showed an interest in black magic, the entire class is left absolutely stunned. The students immediately turn to ask who among them actually likes it, but nobody steps forward. Ganando laughs, calling the professor absolutely hilarious. Who would ever want to learn black magic anyway? But while he is happily teasing the professor for cracking such a dry joke, Morton suddenly calls him out, inviting that specific student to his office. Ganando instantly turns pale with fear and asks in utter confusion, why him and what did he even do wrong? Seeing his panic, the other students simply tell Ganando to have a fun trip. Just as he desperately begs everyone to shut up, Professor Morton speaks up again and points his finger directly at Li Han. He wants that other student to come along too. Li Han quietly thinks to himself that for easy grades, black magic is not a bad choice, so he nods and politely agrees to go. Suddenly, the others crowd around Ganando and begin aggressively scolding him for what happened. They yell that Li Han got dragged in because of him, telling him to go alone. He angrily screams back that real friends sink together. He vows to drag them along, while in the background, Professor Garcia is bidding farewell to Morton. Hearing Ganando's stubborn threat, they all yell. They demand he take his words back, but he flatly refuses. Professor Garcia quickly steps in, telling the students to stop bickering. Soon the two head out. The Dark Mage's office looks more like a creepy research laboratory. It is a place where students are basically treated as guinea pigs for the professor's endless experiments. It sounds crazy, but it is exactly as described. Back when he was at home, Li Han had heard plenty of these horror stories. Back then, he even joked that it sounded just like a master's program. He wonders if that exact brand of hell exists in every single universe. Right now, the two stand before the tower. While Ganando is trembling beside him in sheer terror, Li Han stands tall, reassuring himself that today is going to be different. He is only a first-year student after all, so this should be a simple counseling session. Just ahead is the professor's office. Professor Morton's Black Rock Tower is decorated with hazardous wooden crates and piles of creepy bones scattered right by the front door. Just one look is enough to tell what kind of dark research goes on in here. Ganando stammers nervously. He wonders what he did wrong to be summoned alone. Li Han reassures him it might be nothing, but Ganando snaps back in frustration. He is convinced the professor has a grudge, claiming all warlocks are completely unhinged. However, Li Han pays his whining no attention. Sighing, he tells him to just move. Li Han steps forward to knock, and the door instantly creaks open all on its own. As the entrance slowly widens, Gainando whimpers about the self-opening door. Li Han patiently tries to calm his friend down. He tells him to relax, but soon notices something strange. The entire interior of the tower is heavily shrouded in a thick, eerie mist. The dense haze makes it impossible to see a thing. As Li Han wonders where the professor is, Mortem sits quietly in his study. Getting word of their arrival, the professor calmly notes that his guests are here. He then turns to give an order. He asks Dareth to bring the boys in, but Dareth flatly refuses, reminding him the principal strictly banned him from approaching freshmen. The professor hesitates, wondering if he can just do it in secret. Shocked, Dareth asks if he has completely lost his mind. He points out the professor was only recently released from prison, but Mortem quickly corrects him, claiming it was just simple detention. Waving his hand, Mortem dismisses him, saying he has received the guests anyway. With no other choice, the senior takes his leave. Mortem waves his wand, casting a quick spell. Where Li Han and his friend are standing, a sudden gust of wind violently sweeps through. The draft instantly blows the thick mist away. As the air clears, the two boys can finally get a proper look around. Scanning the interior of the tower, Li Han silently notes that the place looks surprisingly more normal than he originally expected. But his gaze quickly freezes on the desk ahead, realizing the office furniture is crafted entirely from human bones. For warlocks who regularly raise skeletons, bone furniture is apparently the ultimate home decor choice. But then the professor suddenly materializes right at the desk. While both boys jump in shock, the old man gently welcomes them inside. After they politely bow, the professor nods and tells them to sit. Li Han glances over and sees Gainando sighing in relief. He realizes his clueless friend has absolutely no idea the chairs are made of bone. The professor smiles and asks if they know why they were summoned. Gainando immediately nods, bowing his head as he replies in a meek voice that he must have done something wrong. Simultaneously, Mortem announces that both of them possess a brilliant talent for black magic. Speaking at the exact same time leaves everyone thoroughly confused. Blinking, the professor asks him to repeat what he just said. A flustered Gainando quickly backtracks, claiming it was nothing. He quietly wonders if his ears are playing tricks on him. Could he really be a dark magic prodigy? Bowing his head, he frantically whispers to ask if Li Han heard it too. He boasts about having a once-in-a-generation talent, but Li Han dryly points out the professor never used those exact words. He frets over having absolute genius talent for a magic field he hates, but then looks up with a massive proud grin. Li Han can only watch in disbelief as his friend rolls with it. Professor Mortem simply takes out some candies, telling them to eat and chat. The professor then explains that because they both have a strong knack for dark magic, he brought them in for a little guidance. He promises that dark magic is far more appealing than they think. Hearing this, Li Han gets a strange sense of déjà vu. He pictures how arrogant the professors of the Academy's prestigious top-tier subjects usually are. They would sneer and ask if students even have the right stuff to learn from them. Meanwhile, the dark magic department is at the absolute bottom, yet these minor professors still try to stay optimistic. Shaking the candies in his hand, Li Han feels a wave of sympathy. Their struggle mirrors his own. He can deeply relate to the desperation of professors with barely any students left. Soon, the two step out of the dark tower. Gainando hums happily, boasting that he never expected to be such a highly sought-after genius. Li Han can only roll his eyes at how smug his friend has become. But setting that aside, they have bigger worries. Minutes ago, they were handed a bizarre bone-like gift. Gainando curiously asked what it was. Professor Mortem smiled warmly, looking a bit shy as he told them to cherish it. After calling it a personal present, the professor waved goodbye, turned on his heel, and left. Li Han quickly called after him. He asked what it actually was, but Mortem vanished. Gainando simply told Li Han to keep moving. Looking closely at the bone, Li Han prays it is not something creepy, wondering what kind of creature it belonged to. He recalls the principal's suspicious textbook, leading him to a wild, almost unbelievable conclusion. What if the professor is giving them ancient relics as romantic surprise lovers' gifts? The bizarre thought instantly terrifies him. He wonders what kind of unhinged comparison he just made. As he ponders, Gainando snaps him out of it, scratching his head nervously. Easy warns him not to tell Yun or Mekan anything. Li Han stays quiet, suddenly remembering a past incident. Gainando had loudly claimed that alchemy was only fit for low-born servants. Honestly, Yun would have a field day with that. It seems the prince is terrified of being teased for his big mouth. Li Han readily agrees to keep it quiet. He warns him to keep it quiet too, since they are friends. Gainando sighs in relief. But privately, Li Han plans to tell Yun immediately, since she is his friend too. Soon a new day arrives. The students are running hard, drenched in sweat. Professor Ingold jogs alongside them, shouting instructions at the top of his lungs. He barks at them to keep moving and focus on sensing their mana with every breath. Li Han and Dezu, run side by side hanging onto Ingold's every word. Their goal is simple: push physical endurance to the absolute limit by regulating their mana. There are endless ways to utilize it, like circulating energy through the body for ultimate strength and stamina, but the training is brutal, leaving almost everyone on the verge of collapse. Li Han jogs over to Professor Ingold. Still running, the young mage calls out that he has a quick question. With a smile, the professor asks what is up. Li Han bluntly states he must head up the mountain. He asks for some survival advice. Ingold stares back, silent and thoughtful, before turning to deliver a warning. He urges the boy to abandon the idea. Curious, Li Han asks if it is really that dangerous. Ingold holds nothing back. The mountains behind the academy are teeming with vicious monsters, and far more sinister unseen threats are constantly lurking in the shadows. Even the academy's elite professors do not fully understand that wilderness. Lowering his voice, he warns that wandering in alone is foolish. Only brainless idiots rush in to die. Li Han sighs, explaining that he is not going there by choice but for homework. Their assignment is to gather raw ingredients from the peaks. Ingold frowns, realizing another professor is behind this crazy task. His tone shifts, saying that changes things. Quite confused, Li Han asks how exactly that changes the situation. While the other exhausted students keep running, Ingold ignores the question and asks how the boy does not look tired at all. He wonders if Li Han has already mastered mana regulation. Feeling the energy, Li Han hesitantly replies that it feels more like he is simply releasing his mana. Ingold is stunned. To successfully release mana directly from the core and circulate it smoothly to every single limb, a mage absolutely needs incredibly precise master-level control. Yet Li Han bypasses this completely by pushing the excess mana outward in all directions instead of circulating it. Stroking his chin in deep thought, Ingold remembers rumors of the boy doing the same against the Twilight Dawn group. Normally, a rookie would instantly faint from total exhaustion, since that brute force method essentially burns up every drop of energy. But then a shocking, utterly unbelievable realization hits the veteran professor. What if this kid has infinite mana? After thinking it over, Professor Ingold speaks up, telling Li Han that he won't forbid him from using that method, since it's the only option. The professor adds that for today's lesson, he wants him to focus strictly on circulating mana. Hearing this, Li Han pauses. Li Han guesses there might be hidden dangers he hasn't anticipated. Professor Ingold then hesitates, noting that with such vast mana, he will need to try much harder to complete the cycle. Hearing this, Li Han silently wonders about his true intentions. Hold on, what is the professor trying to set up? Sensing a trap, Li Han pauses. Nearby, the rest of the exhausted class collapses, gasping for air. The professor doesn't keep him waiting, quickly confirming his worst fears by announcing he will be increasing Li Han's training. With a bright smile, Professor Ingold orders him to run 10 more laps, leaving Li Han feeling as if he's been struck by lightning. Clenching his fists, he trembles and wonders why every single professor at this academy has to be so ridiculously brutal. Slumping down in defeat, Li Han still politely tells the professor he loves the idea. Professor Ingold then speaks up, drawing his attention. Placing his hands on his hips, he cheerfully offers to join him in the mountains to harvest ingredients, prompting an immediate protest from Li Han. Didn't you just say there was no issue if it was only homework? Squinting with a warm smile, the professor softly replies that he simply fancies a nice stroll. Though surprised, Li Han accepts, having him tag along. Looking at the young mage, the professor secretly reflects to himself. If it were a normal assignment, nothing would happen. Yet Professor Ingold remains uneasy, knowing the mountains are still an incredibly hazardous place. Deep within the desolate mountains, a solitary cabin has its lights on and someone inside is holding a letter. The letter says he has temporarily stepped out and warns them not to steal too much, signed by Professor Uregulum. Reading this, Yonner is left completely speechless. Turning to Li Han with a gentle smile, she calls him out, asking if that is the real reason he dragged her all the way here. Admitting he chose this spot because of its abundant alchemy equipment, Li Han cracks open a large wooden chest. Inside, it is packed with various flasks. He explains he wants to identify the exact effects of the potions they acquired last time. Li Han humbly praises her expertise, admitting he knows far less about alchemy than she does, which makes Yonner beam with a bright smile. She admits she is also curious about their effects, but suddenly, as if realizing something, Yonner's cheerful expression completely vanishes. Rushing over to the window, she gasps and asks what that massive shape out in the field is. Li Han calmly asks if she finally noticed. Yonner turns to look at him with deep suspicion. She suspiciously asks if he is planning to grow those massive plants, and Li Han immediately admits he is, though he heard it will take several months. She points ahead, noting that she already sees massive trees. Li Han asks her back in complete confusion. Startled, he rushes to the window. Unable to believe the shocking sight of giant trees, fully matured, he screams in absolute disbelief. Recalling when they were just tiny saplings, he is positive those are his trees. Lost in thought, he completely tunes out a confused Yonner. She wonders how they matured so quickly. Suddenly, remembering something, Li Han gasps, figuring it must be due to that magical watering can they used earlier. He nervously chuckles, assuming the professor applied a growth potion. However, that is a complete misunderstanding as it is just a regular watering can. Flashbacks reveal the rapid growth was actually caused by Li Han's staff, though he remains completely oblivious to this. Instead, they ended up blaming Professor Uregulum. Cheerful, he quickly asks Yoner if they should just go ahead and harvest everything today. Asking for her thoughts, Yoner winks and tells him to leave it to her. She reaches up for a shelf while he works on the floor. Packing all the necessary gear, they load themselves up and depart, not forgetting to leave a polite thank you note behind for the professor. By the next day, Li Han and Yoner are sheltering in an old tower, looking completely dazed, thoroughly exhausted, and severely sleep-deprived. Li Han asks her if this is the legendary Cantus potion. Yoner weakly confirms it, surrounded by a cluttered mess of gear at their feet. They had stayed up all night testing the alchemical ingredients. Li Han stares intently at a wooden box deep in thought. Beside him, Yoner yawns repeatedly. Neatly arranged in the chest are colorful bottles including Western wine, the Cantus potion, and various other magical elixirs. Li Han suddenly imagines himself turning into a mermaid, chuckling awkwardly. Sitting opposite him, Yoner sadly apologizes to him, feeling quite bad. She explains she could only identify those two bottles. Seeing her distress, Li Han quickly reassures her, but approaching footsteps suddenly interrupt them. Asan walks in and greets them, surprised to find both of them resting there. He asks if they are ready to harvest ingredients. Li Han softly replies to Asan, keeping his composure. He thinks to himself that he has already planned out his weekend, returning from the forest on Saturday and relaxing on Sunday. Pulling a pass out of his coat, he plans to use it to leave the academy grounds. He tucks it back inside, his thoughts turning cautious. He wonders what kind of traps might await him. Standing nearby, Asan suddenly remembers something and asks a question that makes Li Han freeze in his tracks, asking if he wants to check out the black market before they head into the forest. Thinking he misheard, Li Han asks him to repeat it. Soon, the three find themselves standing inside a bustling, crowded market, leaving him utterly bewildered. Does this kind of thing really exist? What kind of academy runs a black market? He glanced away, feeling like something was seriously off. Looking at the stalls scattered everywhere, it looks way more like a farmer's market than a black market. As the three of them head deeper inside, he suddenly notices a crowd gathering around a game. Bet 1 loaf of bread to win 1 loaf of bread. All you have to do is find the king. Sitting in the middle of the crowd like a crafty little rat, Radford lays out 3 cards in front of them. Radford explains the rules of the game to everyone. All they have to do is find the king card out of these 3. Guess right, and you go home with 2 loaves of bread instead of just 1. His words get the crowd hyped. Then Radford spots Li Han, jumps to his feet, and yells out his name. Those words trigger absolute chaos, sending everyone running for their lives. Li Han watches them flee and sighs to himself. Talk about treating me like the plague. He lets out a soft cough and asks Radford what on earth he is doing. Radford answers honestly he is collecting bread. Li Han can only ask him back in utter confusion. Sensing his confusion, Radford explains that bread is the actual currency here. 5 loaves of bread will get you a single quill pen. And if you collect 10 quills, you can trade them for a matchbox-sized lump of sugar. Soon, Li Han is seen sitting on a boat with a dragon. Below them, other creatures splash in the water. The Blue Dragon Tower students eat well thanks to Li Han, but other towers do not have it so easy. They have to scrape by while Joner notices a small stall nearby. Joner asks if he can take a look, and the owner quickly agrees. Li Han looks around. Should I browse a bit too? Scanning the poorly arranged stalls, he is surprised to find so many useful items, though food is pretty scarce. But why on earth is there fake food here? Stroking his chin, he notices plenty of daily essentials before stopping at a few items he likes. Standing among stalls bathed in a strange blue glow, Li Han stares in surprise at the items laid out on a table. It is a pile of ancient artifacts, including a gemstone floating in midair. They are so incredibly rare that some people never get to see them in their entire lives. Artifacts, Li Han notes, but this is Einrogard after all. The academy students here are insanely talented, capable of crafting items that, though crude, are highly practical. Reminiscing about the past, he lets out a soft smile, completely ignoring a thoroughly confused Radford standing beside him. We could talk a lot more freely here if we were from the Black Turtle Tower, Radford whispers softly to him. Did something catch your eye? I tried one of these before, but they are totally useless. Li Han spots a pure white cloak and asks what the deal is with it. Radford quickly steps in to explain. It is a protective cloak. Recalling how it performed, he explains it can block attacks from sharp weapons, but its success rate is strictly 50-50. Examining the fabric, Li Han asks if it is still pretty useful. Radford places a hand on his chest, respectfully praising Li Han for always looking at things so positively. That forgiving aura of yours is exactly what makes you a true noble. Hearing this, Li Han tells him to calm down after that long-winded speech. He looks away lost in his own thoughts. Even so, no wonder Radford called them useless. Looking at the goods behind him, Li Han cannot identify what most of them do. Judging by their faint mana, some items are even expired, making this cloak look pretty great by comparison. He decides to buy the cloak, which thrills the young seller. Handing it over, Li Han speaks up. He tries to pay with a debt deduction card, but the seller's eyes go completely dark in immediate refusal. Without a word, Li Han leans down and pulls back a covering cloth. Inside is a pile of fresh vegetables and eggs. He explains he brought them to trade, but the glowing vegetables instantly shock the onlookers. Nobody ever brings items of such high value to trade for these things. He did not even bring canned food. As Li Han prepares to walk away, they desperately call him back, surrounding him in a frenzy. Shouting out, they ask if there is anything he wants, begging him to visit their stalls for extra freebies. The merchants crowd around him, shouting over each other and leaving Li Han pretty stunned as they push their wares onto him. How about this expert-crafted pickaxe? But first, a young merchant steps up to pay him 2 potatoes. Thank you, sir. A young man holds the 2 potatoes tightly. He mocks the rest of the crowd, calling them idiots as he stares hungrily at the potatoes. You lot need to have an eye for quality like me. The others immediately snap back, telling him to shut up. You just got lucky finding that cloak. But speaking of luck, a girl is silently following them. Another guy begged him to sell some food but failed. Unbothered, he just turned around to start a fire. But the girl wasn't giving up. Li Han skewered a potato, roasting it over the fire and making everyone nearby drool. The peeled skin revealed a steaming golden inside. He muttered that he thought it was finally done. He offered it to them, and their hungry eyes practically lit up. Honestly, Li Han found the sight a bit heartbreaking. As they happily devoured the potato, he watched with pure disbelief. Just how starving were these students? To lose their minds over a couple of potatoes, Li Han turned to look at the crowd surrounding him. Looking closely, they were all incredibly gaunt and pale, as if they had been starving for days while desperately pitching their goods. Walking over to get her attention, he quietly leaned down toward the vegetables and asked Yeoner if she could do him a favor. He generously called out, asking everyone to line up so he could whip up some food for them. It would be completely free, but only this once. Hearing this, his 3 classmates whipped their heads around in sheer shock. The crowd grew even more ecstatic, practically shouting in disbelief, asking if they were really going to get a hot meal. Li Han nodded to confirm, then turned to Yeoner, calling her name to share what was on his mind. He pointed out that they must have been starving for a while. Agreeing, Yeoner quickly helped him prepare the food. Working like a professional chef, he chopped and stir-fried everything, making the starving onlookers drool at the incredible aroma. Li Han whipped up a rich bubbling broth, ladling out bowls of his homemade tomato soup for everyone. Clutching the warm bowls with desperate hunger, they eagerly gulped down the soup, savoring every rich, delicious mouthful. Yeoner watched them with her chin in her hands, amazed by their speed, while Li Han sighed, knowing they were truly starving. He looked up with a sigh, feeling a bit guilty about using them, but he needed to build a trustworthy reputation before heading into the forest. He wanted to ease their fear of him, preparing for the worst since they would soon have to survive on the mountain together. Winning over these timid Black Tortoise students who were usually terrified of him was absolutely crucial. He smiled to himself. If he could buy their trust with a simple meal, it was well worth the effort. Li Han threw on his dark magic cloak, hoisting a massive sack onto his back that left both Yeoner and Radford completely speechless. Even Li Han had to admit that he might have gone a little overboard with his packing. Every item inside was a gift from the grateful Black Tortoise students, and looking closely, some treasures far exceeded his expectations. He scored boots, specialized powder, and even a multifunctional bracelet, feeling quite smug about securing such useful artifacts. Radford rushed over to help carry the load but failed. Meanwhile, Li Han pondered the fact that these items were made by seniors. He frowned, wondering why seniors would create such sketchy artifacts. But before he could think further, a rustling sound came from his bag. Most of them were meant for stealing or sneaking around. If they built these to escape the academy, then it meant. Before he could finish, a sudden noise cut him off. Realizing something was off, Li Han immediately tensed up. He warned them that something was moving inside. Suddenly, a skeletal claw began tearing through the fabric on his back. Shocked, Li Han whipped his head around his face, turning pale. Honestly, who wouldn't lose their cool here? Everyone panicked as the creepy bone crawled out. Radford shrieked, hoping those students hadn't just betrayed their kindness. The bone suddenly slipped right into his coat. Yeoner called out his name in terror, but Li Han calmly raised his hand. He assured them he was fine, feeling the bone slide down to connect with another skeletal fragment he carried. The pieces clicked perfectly together, crawled out of his pocket, and floated right up in front of his face. Yeoner watched in total disbelief, asking what kind of weird things he was constantly carrying around. Li Han explained it was from Professor Mortem, but paused as the bone began frantically waving its claws at him. Sensing danger, he barely had time to gasp before the skeletal claw lunged straight at him. It sank its sharp claw into his hand, drawing blood and triggering a sudden, powerful pulse of magic. Yonner screamed that it was attacking, and Ratford immediately drew his weapon, shouting that they were coming to help. But Li Han quickly ordered them to hold on, noticing the faint shadow of a wolf forming behind the blood-stained bone. He firmly grabbed the leg bone suddenly, realizing what this connection meant, and decided to give it a command. Ordering it to sit and stand, the bone instantly obeyed, leaving Yonner and Ratford completely dumbfounded by the bizarre display. They both realized at once that this was necromancy skeleton summoning. Li Han let out a long, tense breath. He chuckled awkwardly, muttering that his professor gave him a really weird gift. Beside him, Yonner called out his name. Then she tells him he should probably just throw it away, shocking the little bone so much that it crawls under his shirt to hide in fear. Yonner quickly takes it back and apologizes, while Ratford chimes in with some advice for Li Han about the wizarding world. He warns that they are strictly forbidden from associating with black mages, keeping his eyes glued to the object. Ratford points out that the bone looks pretty creepy, prompting Li Han to start thinking everything over very carefully. Then he thanks them for their advice. Noticing the bone looking a bit sad, Li Han adds that even though it is weird, he does not like to judge anything purely by its appearance. Thinking about Professor Mortem, Yonner wonders why the professor gave this as a reward. Li Han agrees, wondering why he went through the trouble of separating it first. Ratford offers a guess of his own, suggesting that maybe the professor wants him to find the other pieces and assemble them. Yonner immediately dismisses the idea as completely ridiculous, and after thinking it over, heavy silence falls upon the three. She insists there is no way because that would be way too bizarre, while Li Han silently comments in his head. It sounds absurd, but somehow makes total sense. He recalls Gainando asking who would ever want to collect dry bones and analyzes it. The professor's thought process is definitely not normal. Since Gainando represents ordinary people, this must be exactly what the teacher was planning. Professor Mortem probably pictured them being absolutely thrilled to hunt down the rest. Li Han wraps his arms around himself, shivering at the terrifying thought. Yonner asks if he is cold because of the bone, but he blames it on the professor's crazy mind. Ultimately, Li Han decides to just put the skeleton matter aside. At least the little bone seems completely harmless. For their next class, Professor Ingelde stands before the students. On the left is Nilia's squad. On the right is Rowena's group, and right up front another bunch of students is literally praying. Li Han notes that students from all four towers have gathered. Professor Ingelde reminds everyone that safety is their absolute top priority. He reasons that since this mountain holds so many unpredictable dangers, staying close to the professor is their safest bet. He instructs students from the same tower to group up, memorize each other's faces, and keep count for frequent roll calls. This immediately panics two students who wonder if the place is really that dangerous, while another group whispers warnings to stick together. Seeing their cautious reactions, Professor Ingelde quietly thinks to himself that it is great they are alert. He commands them to set off and follow him closely. Meanwhile, a lone skeleton, hiding behind some high branches, watches them march away, its eyes flashing. The sky today is incredibly clear. Professor Ingelde plants his staff firmly into the ground, declaring this is the spot where they will gather materials for class. Two students search the bushes while others check the tree branches. Soon the professor sees everyone actively foraging. He smiles, thinking how smoothly things are going, confident that if this keeps up until they head down. But a sudden bizarre noise makes him spin around, only to see a massive pair of magical hands rushing to attack. The hands clap together, knocking over the planted staff, while the students keep chatting, completely unaware of his sudden disappearance. One girl turns around to ask a question, but Professor Ingelde is nowhere in sight. Confused, she wonders where he went. Then she freezes, staring at the scene before her as her voice grows quiet. There are absolutely no footprints left behind. Panic-stricken, she screams out to everyone that the professor has vanished, pointing toward the fallen branch. Hearing this, both Li Han and Nilia freeze in complete shock. As the sky turns dark and gloomy, the students gather around the fallen branch to investigate, while Li Han groans internally. His absolute worst fear has officially come true. Suddenly, the frantic cries of two nearby boys snap him out of it. They panic, wondering what they should do, so Li Han steps in to calm them down. He tells them they must keep their heads first, offering some quick reassurance that there is no need to panic. He suggests the professor probably just stepped away for a moment, while they try to convince themselves that he is right. He knows there is absolutely no way that is true, but keeping them calm comes first. Scanning the area, he sees no signs of any monsters, and they are not lost. He figures they will be fine if they just head back along the path they came. But then a single raindrop hits, followed by an immediate downpour. Li Han stands there utterly speechless, wondering if this is some sick joke. Clutching a warm cup of tea, everyone shelters under a cliff. Li Han sighs, thinking to himself how lucky it is that he packed emergency supplies, never expecting Professor Ingelde to actually get in trouble. Suddenly, Rowena calls his name, startling him. She thanks him sincerely for his help, and he tells her not to mention it. But then, Rowena asks if the rumor about the legendary soup he supposedly made for the Black Tortoise is actually true. leaving Li Han completely bewildered. What on earth is this legend they are talking about? He suddenly turns around, muttering that it is nothing and to wait a moment. A sudden realization flashes in Li Han's mind. Surely that basic tomato soup from the other day was not exaggerated into some legendary dish. Rowena reports to Princess Adenart that it is likely just a rumor, and the princess nods in understanding, ready to move on. He then turns back to Li Han to whisper that Her Highness wants to help out as well, looking quite cooperative. Li Han wonders why she did not ask directly but gladly accepts as he looks at Yuner shivering right beside him. Li Han asks if they can make a campfire and Rowena leaves to pass on the request. After receiving the message, Princess Adenart lightly brushes off her coat, raises her staff, and begins summoning the magic spirits. Glowing streams of mana flow from her staff directly toward the pile of firewood, focusing right at its center. A bright fire suddenly erupts, leaving Li Han quite surprised by her spirit summoning method, while a student behind him questions it in disbelief. They have not even covered spirit summoning in class yet, and a nearby girl cannot help but gush over how amazing the princess is. In his head, Li Han notes that this reaction is a far cry from Professor Morton's creepy skeleton summoning. Professor Morton's reputation has already tanked, but with everyone now gathered around the warm campfire, things are finally cozy. The rain continues to pour down relentlessly, yet a strange, brilliant moon shines above, suddenly expanding with a blinding flash of light. Donna stares into her teacup, highly confused by the sudden ripples right before a deep rumbling sound echoes through the air. Yonner anxiously asks what that noise is, suspecting something massive is on the move, which instantly makes Li Han look quite worried. He leaps to his feet, realizing the heavy thuds are getting closer as he stares out at the dark clouds and the moon. Suddenly, two eyes glow with an eerie light, leaving Li Han and Yonner completely stunned as they look toward the other towers. Faint light flickers inside a nearby cave where others face the same threat, while Li Han stands directly in front of the colossal monster. Rowena quickly warns everyone to stay calm, explaining that golems always operate under very strict, predictable rules. Unlike wild beasts, they will not attack as long as no one makes a sudden move to provoke them first. Golems are artificial creatures crafted by wizards, animated by inserting a magic core into a sculpted body. These statues are made from whatever materials the mages choose, but if their cores get damaged or broken during intense combat, they might merge with random stray beasts, and right then the golem's eyes glow brighter as Rowena drops a grim warning. This is how masterless rogue golems are born, though Li Han counts his blessings that they still follow core programming. Even broken golems follow their initial rules, but Li Han's expression turns quite serious as a dark possibility hits him. Its actual command might be to eliminate every single new student. As the heavy rain continues to pour, debris and twigs fall to the wet ground, while the golem traces a line in the dirt with one finger and stops. Nilia questions the random line, and Yonner deduces it means they are forbidden from crossing, waiting to hear Li Han's input. Li Han wonders aloud what would happen if they crossed it, shocking Asa as he boldly announces he will go test it out. Asa warns him that it is far too dangerous, but Li Han simply reaches into his pocket, replying that he won't go personally. Li Han pulls out a bone, drawing weird looks from everyone as Asa questions what kind of strange object it is. Li Han clarifies that it is just a simple summon with a rather unusual backstory, ordering the bone to cross the line and return. The bone dashes forward, but the exact second it crosses the line, the giant golem swiftly smashes it into tiny pieces. As the golem lifts its hand, nothing but dust remains, prompting Li Han to conclude they will be attacked, causing Asa to panic. Just as they wonder what to do next, a strange glow of magic suddenly erupts from the shattered fragments of the bone. It completely reconstructs itself, and Li Han warmly welcomes the summon back, leaving Rowena absolutely stunned by what just happened. Rowena questions his own eyes, wondering how on earth a simple summon could regenerate at such an impossible speed. Staring intensely at Li Han, he recalls that resummoning should typically require a massive amount of time and mana. Suddenly, a loud argument breaks out nearby, pulling his focus away as students shout over who is right and wrong. Shaking off his thoughts, Rowena steps in to break up the shouting match, pleading with everyone to quickly calm down. But he is roughly pushed aside by a student, telling him to shut up since this does not concern outsiders. Yonner and Nulia stand by, completely clueless on how to resolve the conflict before Nulia suggests that Li Han intervene. Receiving no response, Nulia calls out to Li Han once more and tugs his sleeve, asking why he is so quiet. Li Han apologizes to Nulia for zoning out, but then says something quite unexpected. He believes he has just found a way out of this mess instantly, halting the bitter arguments and turning their dread into hope. Is that really him? It's Li Han, he saved us. Looking at the adoring faces of his classmates, he gets a bit embarrassed. Well, actually, Li Han explains that this entire situation seems to be a trap prepared by the Academy's professors. Naturally, everyone is completely shocked. They collectively scream in disbelief. Meanwhile, Professor Ingeld is currently tied up, his arms and legs bound tightly by magic. His face looks utterly displeased. Let me go immediately, Ingeld cannot believe. Why on earth a colleague would kidnap him? Gonadaltes tries to calm him down, telling him that everything will make perfect sense once they explain it. Ingeld demands an explanation, prompting Gonadaltes to offer his twisted reasoning. If a reliable professor stays close to the kids, they will never learn to grow. The captive professor looks utterly hopeless. Is this lunatic actually serious? The principal confidently insists he will eventually understand. Ingeld merely scoffs, accepting it. But he raises a serious issue. What if an unexpected danger strikes before any of them can step in to help? Hearing this, Gonadaltes looks at Thundersteps, replying that the students must overcome this alone. Standing nearby, the dwarf professor agrees, asking if managing crises is not the student's job. Ingeld is utterly baffled by their bizarre logic. He internally laments that he forgot all mages are completely unhinged. Meanwhile, the other two are thrilled when he sighs. Fine, but he will intervene if things get wild. Gonadaltes agrees that is acceptable. The principal chuckles that he finally understands the joy of watching kids grow. Ingeld, holding back his rage, begs him to shut up. Stretching his shoulders, the professor asks what lies ahead. Serving tea, Thundersteps casually responds. With a booming laugh, the dwarf replies, "It is nothing much, just a beast stronger than a wild bull pumped with magical stimulants. It is slightly wilder than a bull but safe." Ingeld remarks that things should be fine. Outside, under the sunny sky, he mutters that a bull is better than a golem. Gonadaltes eagerly agrees. Meanwhile, rain is absolutely pouring over the actual forest. A massive golem stands towering before the students. They whisper among themselves, wondering where Professor Ingeld went. He probably helped design this cruel trial. The boys curse under their breath at their sadistic professors. Nilia asks what the plan is. Li Han replies that nothing has changed, pointing right at the colossal golem. First they must destroy it. Absolute silence follows his words, making him wonder if he asked too much of them. He quickly rallies them, shouting that they need to focus because this is a pre-planned trap, meaning there has to be a way through. The group instantly cheers up, agreeing that no professor would deploy a golem without a backup. Nilia sighs in relief. Meanwhile, Li Han silently plans. Looking deep into the rainy forest, he decides it is the perfect chance to experiment. Shortly after, the teams huddle up to brainstorm. Maybe the monster has a weak spot. Nilia turns around to ask Li Han for his thoughts, only to freeze. The boy is gone and only the golem remains. Panic setting in, she screams. Guys, Li Han is gone. Absolute panic erupts among the students, and Asa shrieks, wondering if he was kidnapped as well. A girl offers to sneak past to search. Suddenly, Yonner points ahead. Wait, look over there. Unbelievably, Li Han is standing right behind the giant golem. They shout his name in pure shock. Asa frantically warns him to run, but mid-sentence, his voice suddenly trails off in confusion. Why isn't it attacking? Confused, Asa demands to know how he got over there. Looking down at his belt, Li Han explains that he simply activated invisibility while everyone else was panicking. He simply wanted to test the golem's perception while invisible. Fortunately, the beast detected absolutely nothing, allowing him to cross the safe zone. He also realized another crucial detail: even though he is visible now and standing past the line, the golem ignores him. Asa gasps in absolute amazement. Li Han shrugs, attributing it to an artifact. Asa quickly asks if he can craft magical items, but his smile instantly freezes when Li Han explains the Prisinga sect gave it to him. Shudder and stumble back. The Prisinga sect? Why on earth is he involved with those fanatics? Li Han looks slightly hurt. He tells them there is no need to back away. Suddenly, Yonner cuts in. Besides, a curse artifact isn't something normal students can use. Nilia sighs, asking if they still need another way out. Asa suggests slipping away to get a professor's help, but Li Han declines. That is impossible since the professors are the ones who designed this trap. Slipping his hands into his pockets, he says they must solve this themselves. Li Han raises his staff, analyzing the situation and realizing they need to try another way. He tells everyone that if this really is a test, it must be within a first-year student's capabilities. With a determined gaze, he urges them to target the core, controlling the golem, and end this fight. The iron ball strikes the golem's core directly, sending something violently splattering through the dust. Direct hit. The others cheer excitedly, celebrating their success. Yonner stands completely frozen. She gasps and quickly calls out to Li Han, whose face is now looking incredibly pale. Inside his head, Li Han is in total disbelief. The exact moment the ball hit his body, completely lost control of his own mana. Seeing the iron ball wedged tight inside the core, he rubs his temples in frustration, knowing that trick is done. Gripping his staff tightly, Li Han reminds himself that a golem operates on core mana, meaning he must find another way. No other choice. He must resolve to try a different spell instead. A massive surge of magical power erupts nearby. Professor Ingeld stands in silence, deeply worried about the young students. Ingeld asks if the kids will be fine, but Headmaster Osu just smiles, claiming their own student trials were far more brutal. Ingeld is left speechless. Uregulum grumbles that the terrifying era the headmaster refers to was practically in the ancient past. Osu laughs, praising this freshman class. They will survive adversity, especially since they have Li Han there with them. Ingold still sighs in deep concern, but Osu waves it off, casually telling Uregulum to pour them some warm tea. Tea overflows. Both professors freeze in sheer shock at the headmaster's next casual remark. He casually reveals that the kid has already successfully cast a spell from his private grimoire, leaving them completely dumbfounded. Osu quickly shifts the blame, pointing out that Professor Baladi has also been tutoring him in secret. Uregulum quickly protests that he and Boladi only teach standard first-year lessons, but Osu immediately begins to argue. Osu insists that the material Baladi teaches is already far beyond their current grade level, leaving Uregulum highly confused. Stroking his chin, Osu explains that Baladi is actually teaching him 3-ring magic, where the number of active rings dictates a spell's complexity. It requires precise steps. A single ring conjures the element itself, while 2 rings are required to lock its physical shape. And when a 3rd ring is finally added to the mix, the caster gains absolute control, allowing them to guide the element's exact trajectory. True 3-ring magic requires summoning all 3 rings at once, but if that talented kid can manage it, by mastering them one by one, he will grasp the high-level technique incredibly fast, Headmaster Osu concludes. Meanwhile, Li Han conjures a rotating water sphere, instantly realizing it feels far weaker than solid iron. Keeping its liquid shape stable is extremely tough, but he refuses to believe those crazy professors made this test impossible. There has to be a logical solution hidden somewhere in this mess. Suddenly, Yonner speaks up to ask him what he is doing, making him open his eyes with a grunt. She asks why he is spinning the water, and an embarrassed Li Han realizes he did it out of habit. Wait for it, a brilliant idea flashes in his mind as he stares at the swirling water. If he spins the water ball fast enough, it could form a tight spiral and shoot forward like a lethal arrow. This would create massive piercing power, and with newfound confidence, he raises his staff. Treating the magic like a bullet, he rapidly spins the water until it forms a massive rotating orb. He successfully conjures a colossal, highly destructive sphere of swirling water, feeling a sudden surge of deep pride in what is easily his greatest magic achievement so far. But Yonner quickly cries out his name, her face completely pale with worry as she points directly at the giant sphere. She frantically yells out to ask if that thing is way too big, and indeed, the swirling sphere is now nearly the size of the giant golem itself. If he loses control, the collateral damage will be a total catastrophe, making the other students panic. They whisper in growing terror, questioning what kind of crazy magic he has been practicing and wondering if staying near him is becoming a major safety hazard. What if he misfires and that massive orb blows them all away? But right as they begin to panic, Asen boldly steps in to defend his friend. He urges them to trust him, confident that Li Han would never fail a simple spell. Nilia quickly chimes in to support him, trying to convince the other students that they have absolutely nothing to worry about. Li Han is not that weak, and with their unwavering support, they are sure he can do it. No pressure at all. He feels nothing but pure exhaustion from their massive expectations. As the ancient mages always said, magic is a beautifully complete and delicate world, and anyone who dares to disrupt that balance will face severe consequences. He is about to face the devastating consequences of the advanced spell. Li Han is casting a high-level magic he actually learned from an older student. First-year students typically have not even touched this kind of magic, but Li Han possesses such a monstrous pool of mana that he can easily bypass the standard rules. As he pours in mana to keep up the rotation, the sphere simply cannot hold the sheer volume. The magical energy makes it warp, so Li Han finds a quick fix: make the sphere bigger to slow down its rapid rotation. To compensate, he pumps in even more mana, repeating this crazy cycle over and over until it forms a massive sphere. Seeing the terrified but hopeful eyes of Asa and Melia, Li Han quickly assures them that he has everything totally under control. Deep down, though, he has to admit that holding this giant liquid mass together is taking an absolute toll on his mind. He leaps high into the air, aiming to deliver one final crushing strike to the golem and end this fight right now. Gripping his staff tightly, Li Han stands tall to direct the massive force and commands the giant sphere to strike. The giant water orb hurtles forward like a meteor locked onto its target and collides with incredible force. He aimed for a direct hit, but the giant sphere veers off course, smashing into the golem's shoulder. A wave of anxiety hits him. If this massive attack fails to destroy the monster, all that precious mana goes completely to waste. But luck is on his side. Even though the attack only clips the shoulder, the impact is still incredibly devastating. The blast is so absurdly powerful that the stone body instantly shatters, and trust me, nobody expected this kind of damage. Everyone is left completely speechless. Heavy boulders crash to the ground with a deafening rumble, reducing the once terrifying monster into a pathetic pile of useless rubble. Everyone is completely baffled because earlier water magic barely left a scratch, but now it completely demolished the beast. Cheers erupt as the crowd praises Li Han's godlike strength, and Nelia is definitely not going to let this proud moment pass. She points right at him proudly, shouting to the crowd, "Did you guys see that? What did I tell you about Li Han?" Meanwhile, Li Han stares at his staff in deep thought, stunned by the sheer power of an attack that previously did nothing. He cannot tell if his magic was just that, overpowered, or if the enemy was just incredibly weak. Well, it does not really matter. He figures his success comes from Professor Bolati Bagler's teachings, though in reality the man never taught him this. Before he can dwell on it, a sudden wave of extreme exhaustion hits him, turning his face completely pale. His knees buckle from the immense strain, sending his friends into a panic as they scramble to carry him to safety. Once they find a safe spot to rest, Li Han begins to worry because Professor Ingelde is still nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a creepy skeletal hand reaches out from inside his robes and gently taps him on the chest. Before he can process this strange movement, a violent tremor shakes the earth, causing him to pale once again as a giant shape appears. A stone golem chases another group of students straight toward them. They scream for everyone to run, making Li Han curse their absolute uselessness. Nelia snaps out of it, immediately taking charge. She orders the group to scatter and distract the rampaging beast, buying them some much-needed time. As everyone scatters, Rowena calls Li Han back, asking if that impressive spell was actually the famous torrent ballet from a master, the legendary Eumidius, and if he can cast it again. Li Han is shocked to hear the name of the Empire's legendary water mage. Recognizing the legendary spell, Li Han understands Rowena's plan but immediately issues a serious warning. The casting time takes way too long, so he tells him to get out of there while the others flee the golem. Instead of running, Li Han slips into the shadows to hide his presence, pulling a few pieces of chalk from his pouch. He really did not want to waste these resources now, but with the situation turning critical, he hurls them at the beast. The chalk strikes the golem to draw its full attention, giving Li Han the perfect opportunity to slip right behind its blind spot. Drawing his blade, he quickly calculates the most effective angle and raises his weapon to strike. Yonner making a swift decision, he slips into the creature's blind spot and delivers a highly precise, devastating strike straight to its leg. A deep fissure immediately rips open across its leg, leaving the massive stone support wobbling on the verge of collapsing. Since it is so massive, the beast immediately struggles to balance. Watch this, he is ready to prove his theory about giant monsters. They fall incredibly hard. But suddenly a random figure comes hurtling down from the sky, completely catching him off guard. Reacting on pure instinct, Li Han catches them mid-air, leaving both of them absolutely terrified by the sudden contact. Since Li Han is still completely invisible, the falling boy freaks out, thinking he is somehow hovering magically in mid-air. Fed up, Li Han mutters, "How long do you plan on lying there?" The boy panics, frantically looking around for the voice. He scrambles back onto his feet and quickly realizes it must be Li Han who saved him, completely caught by surprise. He guessed his name perfectly despite the invisibility spell. Pointing right at the slash on the golem's heavy stone leg, he knew only Li Han, from the Blue Dragon Tower, could pull that off. Since he was the only mage capable of such a feat, the student was deeply grateful to Li Han. But suddenly, Golem, right behind him, started moving. Its massive stone arm raised to strike, but luckily Li Han yanked him out of harm's way. They dodged the deadly strike by a hair as the giant rocky fist slammed down, leaving a deep crater in the dirt. As the massive creature scanned around for targets, Li Han quickly asked what he was even doing here, thinking the golems blocked every path. The student confessed he used a special mud-dissolving potion that Sienna knew how to brew. Hearing that name, Li Han instantly felt a surge of hope. He had no idea she possessed something so useful. Used correctly, they could easily disable the monster. But just as he eagerly asked where the potion was, his hopes were instantly crushed. They had already used it all up, leaving Li Han to helplessly close his eyes. But he quickly noticed something strange. Why wasn't the giant beast lashing out in revenge? It was actually steering completely clear of him. Instead, it stomped off in a totally different direction. Before he could wonder why, a desperate cry for help echoed nearby from an injured student trapped there. Turns out the golem was hunting the wounded. Li Han instinctively began searching his pockets. He had to stop that thing no matter what. His mind raced to find a solution. He suddenly recalled his conversation with Professor Garcia, who had warned him about unleashing too much of his mana. She revealed that his fire element spells had absolutely devastating destructive power. Gripping his magical staff, Li Han began chanting a high-level fire spell. Without hesitation, he released the searing flame. A massive wave of fire instantly erupted, engulfing the golem and reducing its rocky hide to flying ashes. Yet even the thick smoke couldn't overshadow his absolute focus and majestic aura. The blazing fire blast went straight for the beast, just as it targeted the wounded student, completely surrounding the golem in a prison of pure heat. Under the intense thermal energy, the clay and rock on its body began to melt before the thermal pressure shattered the monster into tiny fragments. This shocking display of power left everyone speechless. But Li Han knew better. While most think baking clay makes it stronger, that only works with the right technique, otherwise it just cracks. The student he had saved stared at him with pure admiration. Was this his plan from the start? Talk about an absolute genius at work. No wonder his classmates were terrified of this guy. But while the student idolized him, Li Han was actually shocked by his own destructive output. Now he finally understood why Professor Garcia banned him from using fire magic in class. Once the danger subsided, a group of students ran over from afar, cheering and praising Li Han and the other boy for taking down the monster. Seeing these unfamiliar faces, Li Han was rather confused, while the other student was equally shocked to notice the emblem on his uniform. The student who had been praising him froze in shock upon realizing this legendary figure was actually the infamous Li Han of the Blue Dragon Tower. The students from the rival towers were stunned by his sudden appearance, but once they noticed his different uniform, their attitude did a complete 180, accusing him of scheming something and slaying the golem just to show off. Luckily, the boy he had saved stood up to defend him alongside the injured female student who had almost been crushed. Both vouched for how he had saved their lives. It turned out the boy Li Han rescued was Bachek. His friends quickly rushed over to check on his leg, but Bachek brushed it off as a simple sprain, telling them not to worry. Li Han then asked if he could manage the group from here. After receiving a firm nod of reassurance, the students from all the different towers decided to rest together, gathering around a warm campfire. Some chatted while others treated wounds, looking surprisingly harmonious. With everyone accounted for, Li Han approached Yonner to ask how things were going. A lot of White Tiger students were injured, so he wanted an update. Yonner cheerfully assured him that they were fine. The Phoenix Tower students were great at first aid, and she had even become a huge fan of Sienna for brewing painkillers and remedies. But inside Li Han's head, he could only picture Sienna using those very potions to poison him. Talk about trust issues. Just as he was worrying about one problem leading to another, Sienna suddenly materialized right next to him and called his name. She was carrying a whole chest of potions, explaining she heard he had fought the golem and wanted him to have some healing medicine. But looking at her mysterious bruise, Li Han went completely pale, convinced she was trying to eliminate him. To his eyes, her friendly smile looked incredibly menacing as she offered the vial. He forced himself to stay absolutely calm. Trying to find a way out, he was relieved when Yonner spoke up, assuring Sienna that Li Han was not injured. But before she could finish, Li Han grabbed a bottle from the chest and without saying a word chugged the entire thing. He even flipped the empty bottle upside down to prove it was gone, immediately showering her potion with massive praise. He declared it was the finest healing brew he had ever tasted in his life, leaving Yonner completely flabbergasted by his bizarre behavior. Closing his eyes, he channeled his ultimate graduate school flattery skills to call her an absolute genius. Hearing such high praise, Sienna immediately beamed with joy. She was so delighted that she handed him the entire remaining stash, leaving Li Han to silently wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Thinking this much flattery was plenty, they chatted briefly and parted, leaving Li Han to let out a tired sigh. But he achieved his goal, and Sienna's impression of him had vastly improved. She went around praising him to her friends, calling him extremely polite with a great eye, truly worthy of the prestigious Li Han family. Feeling relieved his flattery actually worked, they waved warmly to each other from afar. He felt proud that it was not just Sienna. Even several students from the Vermilion Bird Tower liked him now, while Yonner watched from behind, completely speechless. She patted his shoulder, assuming Li Han must owe Sienna money, leaving him with nothing but a forced smile. Finally, all the students headed down the mountain together, carrying heavy loads and dragging their feet with every step. Suddenly, a student spotted Professor Ingaldel and Professor Uregulum casually strolling toward them only at this hour. Uregulum casually greeted the students, announcing they were back, whereas Professor Ingaldel looked completely eaten up by worry. Asking if they were all right, the students called back in unison, but instead of being moved, they were absolutely fuming, because only now did the professors return, making the students' silent hostility feel almost physical as they plotted their future revenge. They vowed to defeat those two, become the Empire's strongest swordsmen, and step right over them. Or if they became high-ranking officials, those intense thoughts sent a cold shiver right down Ingeldel's spine, while Uregulum just laughed heartily, saying he could tell they had learned a lot. Yet every single student stared back at him with absolute daggers in their eyes. Still, he kept rambling on about alchemy, trying to sound righteous with his advice. He lectured that they must always be alert since disaster can strike anywhere. Hearing this, the students wanted to cause a disaster themselves, just to make these irresponsible teachers pay for their negligence. Right then, Professor Ingaldel apologized, claiming he really wanted to go with them, but the headmaster had forced him. Still, not a single student believed him, deciding all professors were cut from the same cloth. Ingaldel pleaded they coldly shut him down, telling him it was too late and they would never trust him again. Faced with their distrust, Ingaldel felt utter despair, as if the sky had collapsed, sinking to his knees and mumbling that his own beloved students did not trust him anymore. Watching this unfold, Li Han felt rather satisfied with the situation. They no longer trusted their professors, they had finally grown up. Seeing this, he looked over at Ingaldel's dramatic reaction. He figured the professor was telling the truth. Although being kidnapped by the headmaster sounded like a ridiculous excuse, The image of that cunning skeletal headmaster flashed in his mind. Honestly, the old bones was probably very capable of it. Moreover, Professor Irregular seemed to notice Ingoldel's state. After pondering for a moment, Li Han sat down to chat with him. Looking like a beacon of pure righteousness, he sided with Ingoldel, saying he believed him and knew he had suffered greatly. Deeply touched that a student actually believed him, Ingoldel nearly cried, hugging Li Han, while Uregulum watched in disbelief at how good the kid was at flattering people. He then turned to ask the students how their training went. Asen obediently replied that it was completely amazing, excitedly detailing how Li Han had used water bombs to destroy the earth golem and fire to incinerate the other. Hearing about golems, Golem got a massive headache and told them to wait. Utterly confused, he asked them what golem they meant, wondering where on earth the bulls he had prepared actually went. He swore he only prepared bulls, but none of the students believed him, showing nothing but sheer contempt. They told him to cut it out, asking if he honestly thought they were children. Truly, a single lie breaks all trust. Even as he desperately swore he only set up bulls, they just mockingly agreed it was surely all a coincidence. Of course, the golem appeared by chance, they sneered, as an invisible wall of distrust officially divided them. The completely shameless Uregulin wondered when his students had become so incredibly cynical, rushing straight over to Li Han to get the whole story. Skeptical, he asked again, only to have Li Han firmly confirm it. Just then, Ingeldel's hand patted Li Han's shoulder, his face radiating absolute fury. Ingeldel growled, demanding to know what the kids had just said. Cornered Uregulum desperately claimed it was all a misunderstanding. He frantically babbled that he prepared both, but the bulls somehow disappeared, begging Li Han to back him up about the golem. But the boy who was standing next to him just a second ago had already vanished without a single trace, leaving Uregulum completely stranded. Ingeldel loomed behind him, suggesting a private chat as Uregulum screamed for him to calm down. Having successfully achieved his goal, Li Han stuck his tongue out and bolted, not even bothering to look back. Later that afternoon, warm golden sunlight bathed the academy as inside the reading room. Piles of books and documents covered the tables. The students were reading intently, though their faces looked incredibly gloomy. One student finally snapped in anger, yelling that he could not understand a thing and wondering why a noble like him had to read this. Elsewhere, another female student screams out in pure frustration, asking how she is supposed to know the cost of creating a magic seal. Just spending their family fortune should do it, while other students also grow irritable quickly, turning the entire classroom into complete chaos. In stressful moments like this, sweet treats are their ultimate savior, with various snacks neatly laid out across the counter. Every single item looks incredibly delicious and costs just 1 silver coin, prompting the hungry students to buy them without any hesitation. They happily pay up for these tasty desserts, which are part of a self-service stall set up by Li Han, despite his lazy approach to organizing it. Surprisingly, his little venture is working way better than expected, but as everyone happily munches away, one student speaks up with a sarcastic tone. He asks if the assignment is too difficult for them, boasting that after mastering their recent alchemy lesson, this test is a complete piece of cake, before laughing and bragging about encountering a giant golem wandering around in the forest. Listening to this, another student scoffs in disbelief, muttering that the guy is acting as if he just slayed a legendary dragon. A girl standing nearby whispers that she actually finds him quite pitiful, while Li Han watches the whole scene unfold from a distance. He silently wonders if they really think his group was the only one suffering, just as Yoner walks up and slaps his shoulder. She asks what he is staring at and tells him to focus, while inside the potion classroom, a strange liquid bubbles violently. This is the cauldron for their difficult alchemy assignment, where every student gets their own station to work on adding various ingredients. One student mutters the recipe, adding Oro's bluebells and crushed mushrooms, while a girl nearby pinches her nose at the absolutely rancid smell. The potion bubbles over, spilling a disgusting green liquid onto the table, and just a few seconds later, the entire mixture erupts. The foul liquid sprays everywhere as Li Han realizes that almost everyone is failing, leaving the classroom filled with students coughing uncontrollably. They wheeze from the smoke of the failed experiments, but amidst the chaos, Li Han senses something is wrong since he understands alchemy. He knows that transmutation demands absolute precision, where a single mistake leads to failure, prompting him to stare intensely at his recipe. Even though the task is difficult, it is impossible for everyone to fail, making him realize the instructions must be wrong from the very beginning. Li Han uncovers a shocking detail, quickly covering his mouth in disbelief, which immediately catches the attention of his classmates. Seeing his strange face, Yoner asks what is wrong, and he shares his theory that maybe Professor Uregulum gave them the wrong instructions. He suggests that the professor is testing them, hoping they will figure out the mistake on their own. Overhearing this, the other students turn to him in utter shock, halting their work to think about his words for a moment. While some refuse to believe it, others grow completely furious, convinced that this is indeed another one of Professor Uregulum's evil schemes. Having dealt with endless torture, they are fully adapted to this hellish academy, though they still find this task incredibly unfair. Li Han thinks that getting angry will not help, even if they all want to punch the professor. They still need to finish the assignment first, so after thinking it over, he asks Yeoner for her opinion on the matter. She suspects that one of the ingredients is wrong and Li Han agrees, warning that they must consider every single possibility. Yeoner looks at the pile of herbs and hesitates, pointing out that they lack the resources to test every combination individually. She sadly suggests that they should search other textbooks for clues, but Li Han knows they do not have that luxury. Clenching his fist, he knows time is running out, his eyes burning with a fierce determination to find a way out. He decides he must secure an off-campus pass for tomorrow before suddenly stepping onto a chair and shouting to the room. He calls for everyone to stop and listen to him, and though they are confused, the students immediately quiet down. With a frustrated expression, he explains they have been tricked again, declaring that their only hope is to work together. He urges them to pool all their ingredients to find the correct formula together. Li Han promises to visit the other dormitories to recruit help, reminding everyone to keep coordinating their efforts. Asen happily gathers the supplies, noting that everyone has different leftover ingredients to share. By sharing, they will have more than enough, and Yeoner suggests that uniting with other towers would bring even more knowledge. With their resources combined, Li Han waves goodbye, promising to return soon as he heads out to execute his plan. Walking away, he vows to succeed at all costs, especially since his precious vacation is riding on this assignment. Things move quickly after that, with Asan and Yeoner successfully convincing the other towers to join their cause. When she mentions the White Tiger Tower, Li Han immediately refuses, leaving Yeoner, Sienna, and others to research alone. After hours of math and tireless testing, they narrow down thousands of formulas by merging different theories together. A hand triumphantly throws the paper into the air as they finally crack the correct formula, proving their teamwork was worth the effort. Their hard work pays off just in time as Sienna walks over to check on Li Han. "All we have to do now is follow this formula," Li Han says, thanking everyone for their hard work, pleasantly surprising a female student. "We will stand united once again to beat Professor Irregulum's trap," another student sitting nearby eagerly chimes in. "Thanks to the warden, we found the right formula incredibly fast," another student passing by happily remarks. Warden had to wrap this up quickly for tomorrow's plan, prompting the other two to gasp in unison tomorrow's plan, while their classmate chuckles. "Since you guys are from other towers, you wouldn't know," he says, turning to Li Han. "Tomorrow, the warden is using a pass to go outside, right?" A sudden silence falls over the conversation, but it quickly shatters as they scream in utter shock, realizing Li Han is actually leaving. Everyone immediately crowds around Li Han, showering him with endless praise, declaring him truly worthy of the warden title. Some wonder how he even managed to get a pass, and the students all look at him with deep admiration. Their intense gaze leaves Li Han pretty embarrassed, making him realize that students from other towers have no idea how he got it. They will definitely cause a massive fuss once they find out, he thinks, just as another student sneaks up behind him. He curiously asks what Li Han plans to bring back, but before the boy can answer, a female student pops up. She points to herself and says food, of course, imagining all kinds of cute, sweet, and delicious snacks from the outside world. Nelia wonders if clothes are an option, noting that sturdy and comfortable outfits would be amazing, while Asa pipes up. He wants books and writing supplies like brushes, prompting another student to jokingly ask if books are edible or if he drinks ink. Of course, Asa loves food too, but with a highly determined look, he insists that they desperately need actual books. Asa recalls visiting the Royal Library once, where thousands of books were systematically arranged to make them easy to find. But with a painful grimace, he explains that Einrogard's library is nothing like that beautiful, organized place. Instead, the books here are thrown around in chaotic piles, leaving him unable to find or read a single one. He pushes up his glasses, lamenting that they will pass out from searching before they even touch their homework. They absolutely must secure the necessary textbooks, and hearing this, the other students are quickly won over by his logic. As the discussion goes on, Guinan suddenly speaks up, suggesting they should also bring back some leisure items. Magazines or novels are essential to pass the time, along with a few card decks and chess sets. Another student points a finger at Guinan, yelling that those useless things are not important at all right now. Guinan quickly fires back, arguing that they matter to him and it is unfair that only others get to make requests. He turns to Li Han for support, asking his opinion, but the boy had already slipped away, leaving Yeoner to break the news. Yeoner sighs and tells them that Li Han went to sleep, casting a silent, awkward blanket over the bickering crowd. Meanwhile, Li Han settles into bed, thinking about tomorrow's big excursion. Since it is such an important day, he wants to rest. He wants to keep his mind sharp, but instead his eyes snap wide open as a sudden wave of worry hits him. He simply cannot sleep from overthinking, convinced that there must be some kind of trap waiting for him out there. Perhaps they will limit the number of items he can bring back or impose strict rules on their weight and size. Li Han wonders how far the village actually is. Surely it is not a whole day's journey away, right? Tossing and turning, he realizes that if the Skull Principal is involved, anything is possible, and he must be fully prepared. He needs to learn movement magic quickly. Suddenly, a nearby book is enveloped in a strange glow and begins to move. It drops to the floor, startling him. Li Han stares at it, recognizing the grimoire the headmaster gave him earlier. Wondering why it moved on its own, he watches as the pages flip open, releasing glowing lines of magical text. The glowing letters float through the air, heading straight for the astonished Li Han, who grumbles at this familiar, annoying sight. The runes sink into his body, causing a sharp, stinging pain until he finally squeezes his eyes shut, then slowly opens them. He looks around in complete confusion, finding himself in a strange, desolate landscape with absolutely no one else in sight. Li Han kneels down and grabs a handful of dirt, realizing this is another illusion created by the book, just like before. The moment he stands up, the book appears right in front of him, flipping open on its own once again. It stops on the page for Gonadaltes' walk. He puts his hands on his hips, wondering if he is supposed to practice it. He had only studied the theory so far. The book nods in agreement, bringing a slight smile to Li Han's face. It seems the book offered this movement magic to help with his worries, making it a surprisingly considerate grimoire. But since he lacks time right now, Li Han asks to go back, causing the book to immediately droop in disappointment. The grimoire starts flipping its pages rapidly, leaving Li Han quite bewildered by its surprisingly dramatic and moody personality. Is it really the principal? I completely take back my earlier praise. Li Han sighs, pulling out his wand and gripping it tightly. No choice. Li Han closes his eyes and mutters to himself, vowing to learn this magic as quickly as possible and escape. The next morning at the academy, the sky is clear as gentle rays of sunlight begin to wash over the campus. Principal Osu suddenly appears, shouting out for prisoner number 24,601. The poor guy instantly denies it. Master, I am not a criminal. Realizing his mistake, Osu chuckles apologetically, blaming it on his old age and senility. Meanwhile, Li Han stands there yawning. He thinks back to last night, marveling that he actually learned magic inside his dreams. Truly, the world has some bizarre training methods. Osu looks down, laughing happily as he congratulates Li Han on his first outing. This is a reward for everything you have achieved, so be proud of it. Li Han politely bows, thanking the principal. Osu then explains the rules. He must return through the main gate. He must be back before high noon tomorrow. If he fails to return on time, a search party will be sent out. Li Han expected some kind of catch, but Osu is really going all out. The principal adds that he can only bring back what he carries himself. No carriages, no horses, and absolutely no vehicles. Naturally, Li Han had already predicted these harsh conditions. Principal Osu gives a final word of encouragement, telling him to do his best. With that, the gates swing open. Staring up at the sky, Li Han is slightly puzzled. The rules seem surprisingly lenient, and he had even prepared for a weight limit. Pushing those thoughts aside, he turns and departs. His face beams with absolute joy and excitement. At long last, Li Han is finally outside the academy. He eagerly sets off on his mission, and after walking for a while, he arrives at Phylon, the nearest village. He questions the locals and learns that all the neighboring nobles have abandoned their mansions. Following the academy's orders, they evacuated, and the closest active estate is a multi-day horse ride away. As the locals laugh and confirm the news, Li Han's face drops. He clenches his fists in anger. No wonder the rules seem so simple. Right from the start, Osu had completely blocked his path to obtaining any gold or useful items. The most powerful nobles of the empire never need to borrow money because endless merchants eagerly cater to them. They happily offer up their wealth just to build connections. Growing up in that environment, a noble wouldn't even understand borrowing. But for Li Han, pride takes a back seat. He says each word perfectly and clearly. Could you please lend me some money? Arian gasps in disbelief. He wonders if this guy is truly from the Li Han family. This town is small but quite prosperous. Trade here runs smoothly, and it's all thanks to the Magic Academy. It's not just the abundant natural mana. Rich in natural resources, the academy also requires a massive amount of experimental material. They pay hefty sums to hire local adventurers to gather these rare materials. Mages can research to their heart's content, and the cycle continues. This keeps the gold flowing. However, the school's finance department absolutely detests these bills. Still, almost everyone benefits from this arrangement. That is basically how this town works. And honestly, luck is definitely on Li Han's side because having gold here is a total cheat code. Right now, Li Han is eagerly pleading for a loan. Arian grows so tense that he grips his trousers, calculating. Lending money to a Li Han could bring immense benefits. Who would have thought he'd get a shot at connecting with such a powerful family? Still, Arian is incredibly nervous, fearing a massive request. He wonders if his merchant guild can actually afford it. Gulping, he asks for the amount. Li Han hesitates. This hesitation only heightens Arian's panic. Could the sum be so astronomical that the boy is embarrassed? He steels his resolve. Even if he has to empty his personal savings, he must secure this rare connection. Li Han finally asks for 20 silver coins. Arian immediately blurts out like a machine that they can easily do that. We can easily lend you such a large sum. Wait. Arian stops cold, thinking he misheard. Li Han nervously lowers his price. If that is too much, then maybe 15 silver coins would work. Arian is stunned, realizing the boy only needs a tiny shopping fund. How about 12 silver coins? Arion quickly interjects, telling him not to lower it as he will pay right away. Arion then offers to help, suggesting that since he needs to buy supplies, they can take a tour of the town. Li Han gladly accepts. But as the young noble stands to leave the table, Arion notices something rather strange. The dessert plates on the table are completely empty, though he never saw the boy eat. Arion watches him closely. Staring at the boy's slightly bulging coat pocket, a funny suspicion crosses Arion's mind, but he quickly dismisses it as impossible for a noble. Shaking the thought away, Arion begins to plan his deal with his strange young noble, even if the kid is still a student. For a first year at a prestigious Magic Academy, getting a chance to shop means he is bound to spend like crazy. Whenever he wanted to buy something, Ariel would calmly take control, executing a brilliant plan to impress the young noble. Yet things go sideways. Instead of buying luxury items, he only hoards basic groceries. He focuses on hoarding canned food, then skips the tailored outfits at the tailor to buy cheap rolls of fabric. Even at the bookstore, he only grabs cheap bulk paper, and by late afternoon, his massive haul requires 2 full people just to carry. Ariel is utterly disappointed by the failed plan, fearing the young master will only remember her as some hired luggage carrier. Their hired guide silently admires him, utterly amazed that a noble's son could possess such savage bargaining skills. He is so good, the guide wishes he could hire him, but Li Han simply checks his notebook, declaring he has enough before asking about the stables. The guide looks totally confused, warning that riding near the academy is strictly banned. Ariel shouldn't worry, as these mounts are for another plan, and this stable even has massive eagles. Alongside several powerful steeds, the trio finally arrives at the Manhwa stable, where Li Han stops to size the place up. He wonders if this really is the grandest stable around, calling out a polite greeting to the owner as he steps inside. The owner sizes him up, asking if he is a student from the academy and what he needs, while Li Han quietly observes his surroundings. Impressed by the sheer number of beasts, Li Han carefully considers his words before slowly asking a crucial question. He asks if they deliver goods directly to the academy gates, causing the owner's eyes to widen in utter shock. Wondering how a mere freshman knows about their secret routes, the owner begins explaining the inner workings of the ranch. He reveals that royal envoys and contracted guild adventurers use these private paths, then invites Li Han to sit down, curiously asking why he's so interested. Tensing up, Li Han tightly grips his trousers and carefully makes an offer, promising to pay handsomely for a small favor. He asks if they can schedule a specific day to help him escape, leaving the owner completely stunned by his audacity. Li Han came all this way just to plot a grand escape, earning a look of deep admiration from the owner. He laughs, calling the boy exceptionally brave for a freshman, noting that even the fiercest border tribes lack such daring. Hardly anyone displays this kind of boldness, and the old man is genuinely excited to lend a hand. That gets Li Han hyped, but the owner quickly hesitates, warning that pulling this off will be incredibly difficult. As Li Han falls back into silent contemplation, the owner explains that he once guided official visitors into the school grounds. But the security there is absolutely relentless, keeping a hawk-like watch over every outsider who dares cross the threshold. Honestly, you can't blame him for being frustrated with his crazy skull principal making escape so impossible. But the stable master grins, patting his shoulder to tell him there might still be a backdoor way. The key is securing a registered mount from inside the school itself, a vital piece of advice that leaves Li Han completely bewildered. He learned this secret by pure chance, noting the school is incredibly strict with outside visitors. They are surprisingly relaxed with their own students, mostly because the professors got tired of filling out endless paperwork. Hearing this, Li Han remembers his last trip out, recalling how a professor had to tag along just to clear him. The stable master warns that simply running off on his own is a guaranteed way to get caught by the staff. But if he hitches a ride on their wagon, they can easily disguise him as an errand boy. It sounds like an amazing plan, but the real headache is finding an ownerless magical beast to act as his mount. Just as Li Han contemplates pulling off a quick theft, the owner instantly cuts him off, warning him not to even think about stealing. He quickly denies it, swearing he would never do such a thing, just as a steaming cup of tea is slid across the table. The owner asks if he is truly ready for this dangerous journey, and Li Han stares down at his own reflection in the tea. There are still so many variables to worry about, but he takes a deep gulp to steady his racing mind. After all, he has no other choice, slamming the empty cup down before looking at the owner with absolute resolve. Placing his trust in the old man, the stable master instructs him to be ready on Saturday nights. He tells him to wait on the highest spire with his mount, promising they will flee immediately, just as they step out into the fading sunlight. Carrying the heavy bags, their guide pants and struggles to keep up, helplessly shouting for Li Han to wait. He yells that no normal shop will help them carry this much bulk, but Li Han firmly insists they must push forward. Struggling with the massive load, Ariel looks up only to realize Li Han has already bolted ahead, leaving them stranded. As Li Han disappears, Ariel scratches her head, completely baffled as to why a magic student would ever visit such a bizarre store. Li Han arrives at his destination and decides to head inside. He carefully greets whoever is there before stepping through the door. He wonders if this is Bando's illusion magic shop. Immediately, he spots a girl sitting properly at a desk with a crystal ball resting right in front of her. She looks up, staring intently at Li Han before politely inviting him to sit. Bando then asks her first question, wanting to know what brought him here. She closes her eyes to sense his energy while telling him to make himself comfortable. But right after, Bando starts to feel uneasy. She has no idea why a student from the prestigious Magic Academy would even show up at her place. After all, she is only a third circle mage. Compared to the geniuses of Einrogard, she is barely on the level of a first or second year student. Why would he seek her out when there are plenty of archmages back at his academy? Li Han speaks up slowly, confessing his honest truth. He wants to enter a certain tower protected by a magic ward. Since that barrier resembles illusion magic, he came looking for help. Hearing him ask for advice makes her break out in a cold sweat. He must be talking about one of the secure academy towers. He looks like a brand new freshman, yet he somehow snuck out of the school and is now trying to bypass their high-level security. Clutching her dress tightly, she realizes just how unusual he is. Bando stares with admiration, knowing he will become an incredible mage. True wizards always have eccentric minds. Clearing her throat, she explains that there are countless types of magic used to keep intruders out. There are so many that even top experts do not know them all. But a truly talented mage acts like a skilled locksmith. They can dissect the structure of any protective ward, and the elite can actually use that information to dismantle it. Bando warns him that doing so requires immense experience and deep knowledge. Even if she tries to show him the ropes, it is not easy. It will still be incredibly difficult to pull off. Li Han quietly agrees, knowing from the start that this would not be a simple task. After a brief hesitation, he asks a challenging question. He wants to know if there is some kind of shortcut to breaking the ward himself. Bando scoffs, asking if he is joking or actually serious. In response, Li Han just keeps staring and slowly nods his head. Clasping her hands seriously, Bando insists it is completely impossible, even if he understands how the barrier is constructed. Removing those protective spells is incredibly difficult. Breaking them with pure brute force requires ignoring all rules and unleashing immense power. It takes an absolutely massive pool of mana to overpower the spell, demanding a source of raw magic that can shift reality. To shake the very foundation of the magic is highly unrealistic. Suddenly, Li Han slams the table and stands up, begging for more. He eagerly asks her to explain further. Bando quickly shakes her head, warning him that the worst-case scenario could cost him his life. Slamming a heavy pouch of coins onto the table, Li Han promises to stay safe. He begs her to teach him, offering immediate payment. Staring at the pile of money, she finally gives in. She begins her instruction, telling him that he first needs a vast pool of mana. Using a magic circle or mana stones is his best bet. When she asks if he knows how to draw a magic circle, Li Han sits and admits he is still learning. She explains that standing in the center of the circle allows him to absorb the energy, though gathering such a massive amount is incredibly tough. The real challenge is releasing all that power in a single explosive burst. The magic cannot just flow out of him like a gentle stream. It must hit like a violent flood, bursting through a dam. Assuming he is lost, she comments that it sounds completely impossible for a beginner. Li Han smiles and interrupts, saying it actually sounds pretty simple. Bando sighs internally, realizing he completely ignored her terrifying warnings. She figures that since he got into Einrogard, he was probably praised as a genius back home. But in her eyes, genius is meaningless. Arrogance is just poison that ruins young talent. Gently, she sprinkles a glowing, luminescent powder into the air. The sparkling light fills the room as Bando begins her chant, calling upon moonlight to bend and warp the flowing water. A massive illusion manifests as she casts her third circle spell, Lunarian. Suddenly, Li Han feels a strange force pushing him backward. He realizes he is still sitting in the exact same spot. He silently begins to analyze the sensation. He feels completely cut off from the surrounding room, wondering if he was just hit with a powerful illusion. The floor beneath his feet feels incredibly dangerous, warning him against moving. Bando smiles, inwardly proud of her security spell. She designed this trap specifically for unwanted intruders. Wearing a serious expression, she warns him not to take a single step. Although everything looks completely normal, Li Han quickly speaks up, asking if stepping forward will trap him inside the maze. Bando is stunned by his sharp intuition for a mere freshman. This must be the reason behind his insane confidence. She points out that this is only a basic spell, but asks if he still wants to proceed despite the danger. Instead of feeling threatened, Li Han feels a surge of pure excitement. This lady is incredibly kind. Her patience in teaching him these concepts easily beats the crazy professors back at school. He looks at her with deep admiration. Compared to the brutal lessons under Professor Bolety Bagler, being taught so gently like this almost makes him want to cry. Bando squirms under his intense gaze, wondering why he is looking at her like that. Then he suddenly stands up. "Since you are awake," he says, "I will give it a shot." Standing straight, he focuses on practicing his newly learned spell. The scenery around him begins to warp into illusions. Li Han senses this spell is completely unlike a flowing stream. Instead, it is like a massive dam. His mana swirls violently, forming a giant magic circle in front of his staff. He releases the energy straight ahead. Bando watches in absolute shock as the roaring illusion charges at her like a raging storm. She realizes that even though there is no actual sound, she can somehow definitely hear it. As Li Han's power collides with her protective barrier, Bando feels the impact of a deafening explosion. The spell shatters with a ringing blast. The entire house suddenly glows miraculously, and after that violent earth-shaking tremor, everything falls dead silent again. Furniture lies scattered all over the messy room. Bando sits on the floor with completely disheveled hair, staring blankly at him as she struggles to process what just happened. Li Han slowly approaches, asking with genuine worry if she is all right before helping Bando back up onto her feet. In her heart, she finally realizes one truth. Geniuses, who seem completely unreal, actually do exist in this world. Meanwhile, back at the Magic Academy gates, Principal Osu and Professor Garcia are waiting. She sighs, telling the principal that she could have easily waited out here all by herself. After all, she is the one in charge. But Osu just waves it off, asking how he could possibly leave her standing here alone. He chuckles with delight, clearly expecting some entertainment. Garcia looks at him helplessly, asking if he is seriously wishing for Li Han to return late. She warns him not to get his hopes up since Li Han is nothing like ordinary students. Surprisingly, the principal actually agrees with her on that. But he notes this has nothing to do with talent. The kid has neither money nor time, and there is a strict limit on what he can carry. The smarter they think they are, the more they bind themselves. As Osu eagerly waits, Garcia stands beside him, growing more annoyed by the second. She snaps that he shouldn't be so blunt. But right at that moment, she spots something highly suspicious. A massive looming shadow is slowly approaching them from the far distance. Checking her notes, Garcia wonders what on earth that could be. Is it a giant carriage or maybe some massive porter? The truth catches her completely off guard. It is Li Han, letting out a heavy sigh of relief for making it back in time. Piled on his back is the mountain of supplies he bought today, with countless wooden crates floating right behind him. Both the principal and the professor instantly freeze, staring in absolute shock. I mean, just look at this kid go. She silently marvels that he is not only carrying a mountain of gear but also utilizing low-level control magic. To move all those floating crates with only basic control magic is an incredibly difficult feat for any student. Principal Osu clenches his fist in annoyance, letting out a sigh. It seems Professor Belady Bagler has indeed taught this kid well. Garcia demands to know who on earth taught him physical reinforcement. After all, that spell is notoriously dangerous, known for its dangerous side effects and banned for first years. She wonders if he's self-taught, but Osu quickly stops her from warning the boy, telling her not to be so strict. He lectures her, stating that a true mage can never fully grow under too many restrictions. Now she gets it. This damn skullhead is the one corrupting him, teaching him the notorious swift steps of Gonadaltes. It is an incredibly unique spell. Most basic physical enhancement magic only targets one specific area of the body. This is especially true for beginner spells, yet this particular technique demands something far more complex. The caster must reinforce 4 completely separate areas simultaneously. Even though it is considered a first-tier spell, the sheer difficulty of mastering it is absolute madness. Li Han stares at the book, muttering that he finally understands why the spell was named after that crazy principal. Recalling his dream from last night, Li Han sighs deeply as his face darkens with exhaustion. Reading the book helplessly, he grumbles that a spell name should at least have something to do with its actual effect. The technique is hard enough, but it is also incredibly confusing. After failing too many times to count, he tosses the book aside. Feeling like he is wasting his time, he slumps down ready to give up. Yet he still tries to approach it differently. What he does not realize is that his flexible, open-minded thinking is a far greater asset than his massive reserve of raw mana. Li Han wonders when Osu actually created this spell and what purpose it was meant to serve. Deciding to test it since he's only dreaming, he guesses that a young Osu must have had eyes burning with absolute madness. Osu's temper was likely awful back then too, making him a rough, aggressive, and incredibly battle-hardened wizard who lived for the fight. Possessing a body both sturdy and nimble, he thinks this must be what a god feels like when molding clay. To create humanity, he figures that adding some dark robes and a matching staff would complete the look. With dirt covering his hands, his distracted thoughts quickly shape the clay into a tiny human figure. With dirt smudged all over his face, he sighs at his own creation. Dust clings to his nose as he stares intensely at it. Now that it is done, he tells himself to get up. Since this is just a dream, it should work. Li Han blows a soft breath on the sand puppet's face. Its right eye flies away, but then it instantly reappears. The pupil glows with a sharp green light. He stares in disbelief as the earthen figure, seemingly granted a soul, slowly pulls itself up. It stands frozen right before Li Han. Glowing, soulful eyes stare directly into him, leaving him completely stunned. The puppet looks incredibly powerful. Thankfully, it won't move without an order. Suddenly, his own hands begin to glow. Now that he has the image of the spell creator, visualizing it is easy. Blue light swirls around the sand puppet. With a wooden staff in hand, Li Han prepares the physical reinforcement spell. Every step makes the earth tremble beneath him. Green wind wraps around his body, lifting Li Han high into the air. Magic surges through his veins. Li Han closes his eyes, focusing entirely on the raw energy flowing deep inside him. He snaps his eyes open. They flare with the exact same green light that flowed through his body just moments ago. Unbelievable. His entire body feels brand new. Li Han can practically feel the ancient book offering its congratulations. He turns to thank it. Suddenly, glowing letters burst from the pages, swirling out continuously like thick crawling vines. Looking up, he realizes it's telling him to go back. Wait, does this reinforcement spell have any side effects? A spell meant for multiple zones is easily S rank, but before it can finish explaining, the book slams shut. He wakes up from the dream with a start. Sweat drips down Li Han's face as morning light floods the room. Morning arrives, forcing Li Han to haul heavy cargo using physical magic. No choice but to use the spell. Osu and Garcia watch from the gates, completely stunned. Who wouldn't be after seeing a stunt like that? The old master wonders if the kid is actually using his technique or simply releasing massive continuous waves of raw mana. Not only that, but he is repeatedly executing basic mana control spells over and over again. This is unbelievable. Any normal mage would pass out from exhaustion, yet this kid has endless mana reserves. A first-time spellcaster should definitely be knocked out. As Li Han reaches the gate and greets them, Osu glares at him coldly. Welcome, Osu growls. Li Han sighs, realizing that grumpy look means he successfully bypassed his master's trap. Garcia worries and advises Li Han to take a stamina potion and rest, urging him to get some deep sleep right away. He handled the side effects himself, but her intense warning still manages to creep him out. Li Han nods and says he understands. With that, he walks past them, leaving both mentors completely stunned. Suddenly, Osu remembers something. Wait, where did he get the money? Meanwhile, Ariel hovers close, begging not to be forgotten. Later that afternoon, as everyone checks the supply crates, a student suddenly shouts to look over there. Another classmate rushes over, cheering that Li Han is finally awake as they both crowd around him. They ask how he's feeling. One girl admits she was extremely worried, while another friend checks him for any injuries. He reassures them that he is perfectly fine and there is no need to worry. Li Han's only real problem is being way too healthy. Sighing, he sits down, expecting side effects to last at least 2 days. Being completely fine is somehow even more worrying. Suddenly, a cup is placed beside him. A voice tells him to drink up some hot chocolate. He looks up to see Yeonner Mekin. She sits beside him, insisting she wants nothing in return, then mentions caring for his horse. She watched over his horse while he slept. Hearing this, he thanks her, though he looks at Yeonner Mekin with slight hesitation. He asks if that notoriously stubborn horse was difficult, but Yeonner Mekin smiles warmly, remembering her sweet time with Hesiup. She calls him obedient, leaving Li Han fuming with shock. He silently vows payback while Yeonner Mekin stretches tiredly. She asks about remaining homework, and he confirms Professor Uragolm's work is done, leaving just one massive task. He visualizes the white tiger flag. To finish the Skull Principal's homework, they simply need to steal it from their tower. Supposedly, it is a basic lesson in moral magic, though he has no idea how it actually improves someone's character. They must secure that flag. Has anyone tried? Everyone turns completely pale. A classmate admits that none of their attempts have worked so far. A girl tried bribing them with sweets but failed, while infiltration attempts only got them kicked out. Bribery was rejected outright, and even direct negotiations fell completely flat. Li Han silently reflects on their options. He's glad they at least tried instead of sitting around. Ganendo casually shrugs, suggesting they work together and trade flags. Both of them get furious. One classmate barks out, asking what stupid nonsense he just spat, while another quickly warns him. She asks if he forgot how they bullied Li Han. Li Han steps in to calm them, saying their only real option is to launch an ambush. Hearing his idea, they both cheer in unison, saying they are putting all their trust in Li Han. Folding his arms, he asks if simply trading flags would be much better. He claims those white tiger guys look trustworthy. Surprised by this rare input, Li Han asks him why on earth he thinks that. Ganendo happily replies that they spoke very nicely when offering him bread and milk. Hearing this, Li Han whips around in utter shock. Li Han realizes that getting free food in a place like this is a dead giveaway. It is definitely a trap. Looking at his cheerful friend, Li Han wonders if they are trying to bribe Ganendo. He is an easy target after all. But what if they know nothing? His eyes gleam as an idea sparks, rubbing his chin while plotting his next move. He places a hand on Ganendo's shoulder, pulling him close to whisper the plan. The boy listens and gets incredibly pumped up. Claiming only Li Han truly gets him, Ganendo runs off to start his mission. Li Han smiles with satisfaction watching him go. Meanwhile, over in the courtyard, a voice declares it finished as the White Tiger faction holds a quiet meeting. One of them speaks up, asking if they really just need to trade this item with the blonde guys. Jijel Murati is amazed that it looks identical to the real thing, making all their effort worth it. Suddenly, Andrago rushes over. He excitedly reports that the blonde guy took the bait and they are scheduled to meet tomorrow noon outside the academy. Dumac praises Andrago, who replies he had to help after eating such delicious food, but she tilts her head, sensing that something is still off. Her friend asks what is wrong, calling her Gigi. Sensing trouble, she admits she is highly skeptical about whether that blonde guy can actually be trusted. She still cannot believe they agreed to this deal so easily. Her classmate advises her to trust Andrago this once. Another friend chimes in agreeing with Dumac. Jijel Murati can only glare back at them in frustration. Wondering how they can be so simple-minded, Jijel Murati tries to calm herself down and hold her temper. She decides being friendly occasionally is fine, agreeing that having Andrago helps. Looking up, she begins to ponder. After all, they lose nothing even if they fail since the flag is fake. Soon night falls as someone sneaks around. Identifying the White Tiger Tower, Radford stands with Li Han and Yoner eagerly clenching his fist. He calls it an honor to be summoned. Li Han explains they need a thief's perspective, causing Yoner to flinch. Yoner suggests they should have invited Nelia too. Li Han freezes immediately, imagining his classmate looking deeply hurt. In his mind, Nelia walks away crying, asking why they excluded her and if she is no longer their teammate. She thanks him for everything before leaving. Li Han desperately tries to stop her, feeling the imaginary tension. He sighs, knowing this could easily turn into a massive headache that he will have to explain later. Standing up, Li Han refocuses on the mission, reminding his team that the enemy has lowered their guard thanks to Ganando. Everyone nods and prepares to execute the plan, though Li Han secretly admits there is barely any plan at all. First, he and Radford will infiltrate the area first, while the others wait for his signal. As nobles, they have never done this. They struggle to move silently, desperately, trying not to make any noise during their very first ambush. Radford tells them to relax, and the mission officially begins. Soon he and Li Han reach the tower entrance. Placing his hand on the heavy door, Li Han decides to analyze the active magic defenses first. Glowing magic circles suddenly manifest, the bright light reflecting in his eyes as Li Han watches in surprise. The door is packed with so many overlapping spells that the sudden mental backlash almost knocks him over. Radford asks if he is okay. Li Han looks back at his anxious friends. He reassures them that he simply slipped, admitting that breaking through this door will be quite a challenge. Radford worries he might be pushing too hard, but Li Han stands up and rummages through his coat pockets. Li Han pulls out his wooden staff, confident that they can bypass the barrier. Soon a new day begins at the greenhouse. A large crowd of students gathers inside, some taking notes while others doze off until another classmate suddenly approaches. He steps up and pats his shoulder to wake him, sweating with anxiety about the monster escaping. The student taking notes lets out a long yawn, promising to pay closer attention before drifting right back off. He half-asleeply continues his work, while the beastkin student sighs and walks away, leaving a jar filled with tangled connections. The swirling water curls in motion when suddenly a wet stain appears on another part of the jar. Radford watches in absolute awe as Li Han casts his magic, sensing the sheer amount of mana. Building up with incredible force, Radford stares at the boy, who has his eyes shut in deep concentration. Just as he silently confirms that Li Han is a true genius, the boy suddenly snaps his eyes open. A blinding wave of light erupts from the building. Meanwhile, inside his room, Principal Osu is reading when a sudden shock hits him out of nowhere. Sensing something, he looks up in shock, wondering if the White Tiger Tower's barrier failed and if those anti-magic bastards are back. As he panics, an assistant approaches to calm him down, explaining that it is not what he thinks at all. Hearing that the freshman actually stopped it, Principal Osu sighs in relief, assuming it must be the homework he assigned. After all, who else could disable a protective barrier? Disabling it so quickly could only be that kid, marveling at how reckless the boy is with his raw strength. Right now, the very boy they are talking about is catching his breath when suddenly Principal Osu inquires about the other barrier wards besides the main gate, only for his assistant to hesitantly reply that most have shut down. Hearing this, cold sweat breaks out on his face. How could he disable so many? Just how much power does it take to bypass that many wards? Li Han is urgently calling over the other students hiding in the nearby bushes to hurry inside. They sprint through the entrance, but seeing the faint glowing lights floating in the air, he instantly realizes the magical defenses are already recovering. If these powerful wards fully restore themselves, Li Han gets a very bad feeling about what lies ahead. Nearby, Ganando is sprinting with all his might to catch up, but as he passes a candle mounted on the wall, its flame flares violently. Strange beams of light erupt from the candle, manifesting into the spectral form of a white tiger that bites Ganando's cloak. The beast immediately drags him away, sending Ganando into a state of sheer absolute terror. He screams at the top of his lungs as the tiger drags him off. Yoner and Asan call after him, realizing he triggered a trap before he gets thrown out of the building. Inside, Li Han urges the group forward, warning them that the magic traps are resetting and if they all go active, they are in deep trouble. The group rushes toward a massive double door. Radford throws them open and yells that they made it to the White Tiger Tower's main room. Before them lies a vast, incredibly luxurious chamber, leaving everyone completely awestruck in the moment. Meanwhile, Li Han urges them to move fast, with Radford shouting in agreement that they need to grab everything of value in the room. Li Han clarifies that he meant finding the flag, prompting everyone to instantly scatter in all directions to search. He stands still, scanning the room before letting out a quiet sigh of relief, glad that nobody else is around. That would have been a real headache. But just as he thinks this, a voice behind him calls his name, making Li Han whip around in shock. Standing there in pajamas is Durgyu Choi, his jaw dropping in pure horror as he stammers to know what they are doing. Saying he only came out because of the noise, he asks how they even got in. Li Han quickly points behind Durgyu Choi, who instinctively turns to look. At that exact split second, a ball flies straight into Durgyu Choi's face, courtesy of Li Han. The boy collapses onto the floor, knocked out cold. Behind Li Han, one of the students laughs, remarking that this is what happens when someone acts arrogant in front of a Li Han. Yoner steps up, sounding a bit worried, asking if they should really do that. Li Han looks down at the twitching Durgyu Choi and notes that getting involved would only cause him trouble. If the others see he was knocked unconscious, they won't suspect him, meaning he won't end up isolated like Nilia. As Li Han kneels down, she is so touched that she covers her mouth and murmurs his name, though Yoner suddenly senses something is a bit off. Wait, why is she comparing Durgyu Choi to Nilia? Suddenly, someone shouts that they found it, making both of them turn around to look. Radford stands there looking incredibly confused with a whole pile of identical flags at his feet. Li Han strokes his chin and thought, are these fakes? Since it is too dark to tell them apart, they have to take them all. The blue-haired student nods in agreement, but suddenly, the candle flame on the wall behind him flares up, triggering a chain reaction of blazing candles that startles them both. Li Han curses silently, realizing the system has fully recovered just as a white tiger lunges out of nowhere and drags a student away. More spectral white tigers materialize, grabbing the other students as they scream in panic. Nearby, Radford frantically clutches the pile of flags and yells that he has got them all. Li Han stomps his foot, shouting at everyone to run as he pulls them along. They sprint for their lives with the white tigers hot on their heels. Down the corridor, an annoyed voice grumbles, asking how many times this has happened. When a student insists they heard noises inside the tower, Rowena merely closes her eyes and shrugs it off. What could possibly happen here when outsiders cannot even enter the White Tiger Tower? But before he can even finish his sentence, a loud noise echoes. A rapid succession of footsteps thunders closer. The two on the stairs stare in absolute disbelief as Li Han and his group dash past them at breakneck speed, leaving their jaws hanging open in sheer shock. Recognizing their uniforms as belonging to the Blue Dragon Tower, Li Han starts to panic. Being caught red-handed like this is the absolute worst-case scenario. When Adenart dashes past, Rowena gasps in pure shock. Hearing him cry out to the princess, she immediately acts. She turns a blind eye but quickly panics when she spots the terrifying White Tiger squad chasing right behind them. He watches in confusion as the group runs wild, screaming for help, while Rowena can only stare at the absolute chaos. Rowena turns completely pale, her mouth hanging open in utter disbelief. Suddenly, a furious shout echoes right through the quiet Midnight Tower. What on earth is happening? A moment later, Li Han and his group burst through the doors and scramble outside. Right behind him is a massive white tiger snapping its jaws. Li Han leaps forward with everything he has. Razor-sharp claws graze the soles of his shoes, but Li Han barely manages to dive through the exit just in time. The door slams shut behind him with a loud thud. He sits up, looking back at the now silent entrance as if nothing happened. Li Han finally lets out a sigh of relief. The others collapse onto the dirt, completely spent, with some even throwing up from exhaustion. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the air, telling everyone to get up and hunt down those blue dragon thieves. Li Han instantly perks up. Li Han quickly rallies the group, warning them that the White Tiger squad is closing in. He barks out urgent orders. They need to carry the exhausted students and run. Li Han hoists Gainendo onto his shoulder, but the delirious prince thinks he is riding a carriage. He imagines himself as a royal passenger, forcing Li Han to snap and yell at him to wake up. Suddenly, the main doors burst open. The furious White Tiger students point their fingers, shouting accusations of theft. Li Han can only curse under his breath. He bolts with the rest of his squad. Asen watches in absolute awe as Li Han sprints like wind while carrying Gainando on his back. Li Han scans the path ahead with deep worry. They are running hard, but they will definitely get caught unless they find a good distraction. Radford gasps in shock, completely misunderstanding Li Han's intentions. He thinks his friend wants to use Gainando as live bait, which Li Han quickly denies. Suddenly, a harsh shout grabs their attention. Einrogard is chasing them down, yelling that while Rowena did not care, Durgyu Choi actually trusted him. He asks how Li Han could betray that trust, grinding his teeth. Li Han instantly spots a perfect opportunity to strike back. Spinning around, Li Han puts on a cold mocking sneer. He scoffs that Yu Choi was just a foolish pawn for trusting him. While Einrogard screams curses at him, Li Han casually reaches inside his coat searching for something hidden. He pulls out his staff, pointing it forward to unleash a rising wave spell right at Einrogard. Heavy currents instantly wrap around his limbs, pinning him to the ground as he struggles and screams against the crushing water pressure. The watery bonds are incredibly heavy, leaving him only able to glare and hiss, calling Li Han an absolute monster. The rest of the White Tiger group catches up, shouting his name. Seeing him bound, they get emotional as if he just died. It looks like Einrogard just fell on some dramatic battlefield. Ganando holds back his vomit, muttering that they stand no chance. Li Han calmly tells his friend to shut up and stay put. He steps forward, leveling his staff to threaten the pursuers. He delivers a chilling warning, telling them to back off unless they want to taste his relentless magic over and over. He reminds them that in this darkness they can't dodge. They grit their teeth in frustration while Li Han silently plots his escape. He knows he has to make a run for it before reinforcements arrive. The bluff works for now, but not for long. Suddenly, Einrogard screams at them to ignore him and avenge Yu Choi. They must make the traitor pay for his betrayal. This ignites their fighting spirit, and they start shouting in rage. Looking at them, Li Han deeply regrets not knocking him out earlier. One furious student steps forward, and the others quickly follow, closing the distance. Brandishing their staves, they surround them from all sides. Ganando whines that they are doomed, earning a swift smack from Li Han to shut him up. Li Han takes a deep breath and quickly plans his defense. He will block the left with water, magic, and the right with swordsmanship. Once their vision is blocked, they can make their escape. Meanwhile, Ganando pouts silently, complaining about Li Han constantly bossing him around. But suddenly, the prince senses something odd. He looks up and frantically points his finger toward the dark sky. Ganando waves his arms wildly, screaming at Li Han to watch his back. The sudden warning completely throws Li Han off guard. The White Tiger students think it is a cheap trick and ignore it. Suddenly, a massive giant vine sweeps in, snatching one of their own. The victim panics instantly as the monstrous vine lifts him high into the air. He screams at the top of his lungs, leaving even Li Han completely frozen in shock. He stares at the sight, breaking out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a glowing magic circle materializes right above them in mid-air. It projects an image of the escaped summon Osu. A booming voice declares that they must capture the beast immediately. Whoever caused this will end up in the punishment room. Before they can even react, another White Tiger student gets snatched by the vines. Li Han smirks, speechless at this supposedly touching conversation about a failed experiment. Suddenly, a sharp scream startles him, and he looks up to realize they have all been completely ensnared by creeping vines. Snapping back to reality, Li Han quickly realizes he cannot possibly fight this creature, especially not while carrying Ganando on his back. As he hesitates, the creeping vines slide dangerously close, forcing him to take a hasty step back. Just then, Professor Garcia appears right behind Li Han, casually waving her hand to unleash a massive, devastating wave of magic. The vines are instantly sliced to pieces, leaving Li Han completely stunned by her overwhelming display of raw power. Landing gracefully right in front of him, she ignores his surprise call and calmly commands him to step back behind her. Once Li Han drags Ganando safely behind him, Garcia mutters a complaint that leaves everyone completely dumbfounded. Another escaped beast, she sighs, which means a very tough week ahead for the freshmen. Shaking off his shock, Li Han quickly points toward the writhing vines. He reports that the vine monster captured his friend, prompting Garcia to raise her staff and weave a defensive spell. With a sharp swing of her arm, glowing magic circles instantly materialize behind her. Telling them to wait just a moment, suddenly, a blinding light completely illuminates the entire forest. The thick vines instantly shred into pieces, dropping the captive White Tiger students to the cold ground where they lie, groaning in pain. Li Han turns to ask her what exactly is going on. Garcia hesitates briefly before raising her hand to explain their situation. Although this school features a flawless defense system designed to block external invasions, it cannot stop threats originating from the inside, since magical accidents are bound to happen when students are learning complex spells. This summoned creature is a prime example of that, as it seems some careless upperclassman recently failed a high-level magic experiment. She giggles, saying these things happen all the time. Turning pale, Li Han forces an awkward smile and thanks her for the explanation. Internally, though, he is screaming that this is no laughing matter when actual students are being actively hunted down. Kneeling right beside her, he anxiously asks if the other dangerous escaped monsters will at least be recaptured and dealt with any time soon. Laughing, she assures him they will be caught within a month, casually reminding Li Han to just stay careful. With that, she turns to free the others, leaving him sweating bullets a whole month, and her only advice is to be careful. Li Han looks up in absolute despair, realizing that every single professor is exactly the same. Early the next morning, inside the Academy Tower, loud announcements constantly echo through the halls, warning everyone about the dangerous monsters still lurking around the campus. Inside their room, 3 students sit gloomily over a pile of scrolls, one girl shivering in fear at their grim situation. They angrily complain about the crazy faculty, even suspecting that the teachers released those wild beasts on purpose. Sipping his water in the corner, Li Han glances over without thinking too deeply about it. He simply chalks it up to sheer laziness. With so many powerful mages here, he knows they could easily slay a dragon if they wanted to. But the professors will always make the students clean up their own messes, especially if they cause the trouble. In that case, the answer is simple. Better to just give up, he thinks, setting his cup down. Li Han interrupts their gloomy conversation, telling them to stop worrying and let him whip up some hot breakfast instead. He expertly slices up fresh tomatoes before tossing some minced meat from the cutting board straight into the pot. As a steaming, incredibly delicious aroma fills the room, Donner hands out paper and pens while Li Han happily scoops up a hot, fresh spoonful. Noting that everyone must be exhausted from last night's chaos, he is instantly bombarded with cheers praising him as the absolute best. His loud voice echoes through the tower as he tells everyone to form a line while Gaynardo greedily stuffs his mouth. Happily chewing away, Gaynardo remarks that today actually has a bright side, causing everyone to turn and stare in confusion. He laughs, thoroughly satisfied after watching the snobby white tiger students panic, and Yona quickly nods along with a grin. She mentions how fun it is to work together and enjoy delicious food as a group, eagerly taking another large bite. As the gentle morning sunlight streams through the window, Yona looks around happily at her friends, laughing and chatting together. She softly wishes their lives could stay this peaceful forever, but the sudden blare of the Academy's automated speaker immediately ruins the mood. Hearing Asa complain about losing his appetite, Gaynardo immediately steps in and eagerly offers to finish the meal for him. Asa immediately pushes him away, warning him to back off or prepare for an official magic duel right then and there. Yona can only laugh nervously at their antics before suddenly turning to ask Li Han about their morning class, completely catching him off guard. Letting out a nervous chuckle, he reassures her that everything will surely be fine. However, just a moment later, 2 nearby students turn around and glare at Li Han with incredibly dark, ominous expressions. The other students glare at him with intense burning stares, leaving Li Han standing awkwardly under their hostile gaze. Faced with their raw anger, he felt completely helpless, offering nothing but a faint, awkward smirk. Suddenly, a voice called his name from behind, forcing Li Han to spin around and see who it was. Yu Choi stood there with a dark, heavy expression, his voice turning incredibly serious as he spoke to Li Han. "We need to talk," Yu Choi said, calling out to Li Han with a deep frown on his face. "You do not need to worry about me," he added. Flashback to last night, Yu Choi woke up to everyone anxiously questioning him. Confused, he rubbed his chin, completely clueless about what happened until someone angrily explained how the Blue Dragon faction raided their tower. The others felt a mix of rage and pity, believing Yu Choi had been used and abandoned, so they invited him to join them. Hearing this, Yu Choi put the pieces together. He realized Li Han had played the villain just to protect him. Back in the present, the two stood in silence for a moment before Yu Choi tried to look tough. "If I stayed away from you just because of some silly rumors, we wouldn't be real friends. You do not have to make yourself look bad." Touched by those sincere words, Li Han happily nodded in agreement. In truth, things weren't exactly what Yu Choi imagined, but since stealing the flag and knocking him out wasn't very honorable, Li Han decided to just let him keep believing that. Suddenly, a shout rang out as 2 angry students rushed over. Yelling that Yu Choi was being tricked again, they stood in front of him protectively. Yu Choi desperately wanted to tell them that they didn't need to do that, but he didn't dare. Li Han watched speechlessly, realizing this was better. Suddenly, Professor Ingamel's voice echoed, wishing them a good morning as he strolled over with a warm smile. Greeting the students, Professor Ingamel mentioned how he had just woken up to a bunch of monsters howling nearby. "What kind of crazy place is this?" Hearing that, the students slumped in despair, while the professor bowed his head. "Since you all still have to study here, I have been thinking about how this situation can benefit you." Li Han instantly got a bad feeling that things were heading south. Professor Ingamel raised a finger, announcing that after careful thought, he decided to catch a real monster and have the students train by fighting it directly. He pumped his fist cheerfully. Hearing this, Li Han flinched, completely shocked and feeling a surge of pure dread. His face turned completely pale. What a massive blunder. Shouldn't the professor be keeping monsters away instead of bringing them in? Suddenly, an excited student voiced support. The jocks from the White Tiger Tower eagerly rallied behind the idea. They declared that a true knight must face their fears head-on. Hearing those words, Professor Ingamel was deeply moved, admitting he would have reconsidered if anyone objected, but talented young swordsmen truly think on another level. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Li Han, startling him into quickly agreeing. But the moment the words left his mouth, Li Han quickly covered his mouth, regretting his reflex response. Ultimately, he could only bow and accept it amidst Professor Ingamel's booming laughter. The professor produced a box instructing them to draw lots for teams of 3 based on matching numbers. A moment later, the results were in. Sweating nervously, Durgyu Choi held up his slip with number 4 looking completely dismayed. And the final person with their number was Jijo Moradi, who stood there smirking. The three stared at each other in dead silence. Both Li Han and Durgyu Choi felt completely drained, sharing the exact same thought. Their luck was absolutely terrible. Jijo Moradi crossed her arms with a wicked grin, saying that thanks to Li Han, she had enjoyed herself lately. Immediately remembering their miserable encounter from last time, Li Han let out a very heavy sigh, seriously suggesting that they should just forget the past. Treating it like a joke, Jijo Moradi scoffed and angrily turned her back. Seeing this, Durgyu Choi looked over at Li Han with worry. Are you really serious? Since we are both from the north, I know exactly what she is like. She holds a massive grudge and will definitely try to sabotage you. Listening to this warning, Li Han could already tell. This upcoming group project was going to be exhausting. Suddenly, an announcement blared for attention as Professor Ingamel noticed that the groups had fully gathered, ready to move on to the next step, choosing a team leader. I have prepared something to help. Whoever has a red dot on their slip will be the leader commanding the rest. Follow their orders to fight the monster, he said, pointing to the red mark. Hearing this, Li Han immediately felt a sense of dread. Looking down, his slip was completely blank. In a low voice, he pleaded with Durgyu Choi, begging him to say he had the red dot. In response, Durgyu Choi gave a gloomy apology and both quickly turned to look across. Jijo Moradi smugly held up her slip, showing off the red dot. With a dark mocking smirk, she announced that she was their leader. Someone calls out for the leader. Jijo Moradi instantly snaps, demanding they address him as Leader Jijo Moradi. But then Li Han calmly calls out the title. He warns with a bright smile, I hope you give clear instructions if you do not want to get stabbed in the back. Jijo Moradi fires right back, my number 1 subordinate. I look forward to working together. They exchange polite words while harboring pure malice. The tense back and forth makes Dozu break into a cold sweat as he watches them pale with worry. There is an old saying that knights who have survived the brutal northern snowstorms will never fear anything again. Dozu is one of those battle-hardened survivors, but even he is absolutely terrified of the incredibly awkward situation right now. Suddenly, a student raises their hand to ask the professor exactly what kind of monster they will have to face. The trio leans in to listen, but Professor Ingelde plays it mysterious and claims he cannot reveal that information just yet. He beams brightly, raising his index finger to explain that to deal with unknown summoned beasts in the future they must learn. You must learn to fight completely blind. Hearing this ridiculous explanation, both Li Han and Jijo Moradi are left completely speechless. Li Han is already far too familiar with the professor's irresponsible antics, so he tries to ask if there are any specific guidelines. Before he can even finish, the enthusiastic White Tiger students raise their fists and cheer for their incredible professor. The rest of the class showers the professor with promises, making him beam with pride. Meanwhile, Li Han is completely dumbfounded. Watching this chaotic display, Li Han can only swallow his words. Still, this is a Magic Academy, and Jijo Moradi is next to him. Cannot help but cover his face, grumbling about how foolish they are. He notices Li Han staring and snaps in confusion. What are you looking at? He demands. Li Han calmly explains they just had the exact same thought, but Jijo Moradi huffs. All you need to do is follow my orders, Jijo Moradi tells him. Li Han nods, agreeing to comply as long as those orders make sense. Why would I want to cause trouble? Li Han asks. Jijo Moradi raises a sarcastic eyebrow. Aren't you the guy who knocked us out and then handed us all over to the professor? Seeing Li Han still trying to reason is sweating, Dozu quickly steps in. Li Han insists he is just clearing up a misunderstanding. Dozu places a hand on his shoulder and sighs. Some things cannot be explained, and honestly, you have a natural gift for angering people. Of course, Dozu only thinks this. He keeps that complaint to himself. Under the clear blue sky, Professor Ingeldi shouts for the groups to head inside one by one. Monsters are waiting inside, he announces, and every group must find their own unique way to escape through the far exit. Soon enough, it is Li Han's turn. He calmly approaches the massive tower doors and gently pushes them open to let the light in. Li Han stands at the threshold, scanning the dark interior, but everything inside is completely silent and pitch black. He reaches into his coat for an item. Even though it is bright midday, outside the interior is pitch black, likely by design. They are trying to simulate a nighttime battle. Li Han raises his wand, casting a brilliant light spell to illuminate the darkness. A glowing orb appears in midair, completely lighting up the gloomy tower. Jijo Moradi silently watches the impressive spell. He narrows his eyes, analyzing the magic, wondering if this incredible energy surge is the result of some secret enhancement potion. Suddenly, a shadow looms in front of them, startling the entire trio. An absolute monster stands right there. It violently stomps its heavy hoof onto the ground, snorting out freezing gusts of cold air with every breath. It is a massive ice bull looking incredibly fierce. It glares at them with glowing hostile eyes ready to charge. Jijo Moradi stares at the beast and hesitantly asks if this is the exact same bull from before, though Li Han cannot say for sure. But then Li Han senses something incredibly strange. The magical signature radiating from this beast feels remarkably like a specialized enhancement potion. An image of the professor instantly flashes in his mind. He lets out a strained, nervous laugh, hoping his suspicions are wrong. Dozu steps forward to check on him, but Li Han quickly refocuses on the immediate danger ahead. He warns the others that he senses two distinct energies within the beast, an enhancement potion and spirit magic. Dozu immediately asks for a plan while Jijil Moradi sneers, mocking Li Han's obvious analysis. But Li Han remains perfectly calm. He suggests that regular physical attacks will not work, asking if they are capable of channeling mana instead. Both of them confidently confirm they can. Jijil Moradi quickly chiming in to assert that he is also fully capable. But then Jijil Moradi suddenly freezes in pure shock, grinding his teeth. How on earth can Li Han do it without being from a knightly family? Ignoring his petty jealousy, Li Han and Dozu quickly finalize their strategy to split up and launch coordinated alternating attacks on the beast. Jijil Moradi crosses his arms and demands Dozu ask who will be taking the highly dangerous center position. That person will face the charging beast head-on. Dozu is baffled since Li Han is standing right there anyway. Yet Jijil Moradi insists on using a messenger. Amused, Li Han simply tells Dozu to reply that the dangerous center spot. Since the captain has to take responsibility, Durgu finds himself stuck awkwardly in the middle of two rivals who absolutely despise each other. He sighs in disappointment, unable to believe how childish they are. Ultimately, they decide to settle it with a classic game. Rock, paper, scissors will decide the middle spot. Soon, Jijil Moradi steps into position with Durgu readying himself as well. Durgu quickly takes his place on the opposite side, leaving Li Han standing firmly right in the center of their formation. They surround the monster in a triangle. Standing warily in the center, Li Han raises his sword, wondering how it came to this. The strategy is simple. They will split into three directions and slowly close in on the target. Once the bull reacts, the targeted member will focus solely on dodging while the other two launch continuous attacks. The hard part is dodging the bull's charges. While acting as bait is exhausting, the attacking positions are actually pretty easy. Li Han sighs quietly as he faces the beast. The bull scrapes its hooves, building up speed to charge him. Suddenly, the beast unleashes a deafening roar. That terrifying sound carries a bizarre force that ripples through the entire room. Jijil Moradi winces in pain, gritting his teeth and covering his ears against the blast. Durgu groans, squeezing his eyes shut from the pain. He suddenly gets a bad feeling that this beast won't go down easily. Instead of getting close, Li Han calmly pulls a wand from his coat. He raises it to cast water magic. At his command, massive spheres of water rise rapidly into the air, hovering high above the chamber. They rain down on the bull like a volley of bombs, making the furious beast snort thick steam. Durgu watches in absolute awe, deeply impressed by Li Han's immense power. But then he suddenly remembers something. A sudden realization strikes him with panic. Why is Li Han directing those water blasts to herd the beast to one side? The enraged bull charges straight toward Jijil Moradi. Meanwhile, Li Han calmly continues to direct his water spheres. He watches without a single shred of concern. Flushing red with anger, Jijil Moradi grits his teeth and curses the bastard. Earlier, when they were assigning positions, Jijil Moradi had actually devised a clever little plan of his own. He wanted to lure the bull right into Li Han's path. But great minds think alike. Li Han had the exact same idea. Realizing he is being set up, Jijil Moradi refuses to go down without a fight. He spins around and bolts. He runs right behind Li Han to evade the beast. Li Han watches him confused before suddenly shouting a spell. He vanishes completely into the shadows, leaving Jijil Moradi in utter panic. Suddenly, his plan backfires completely. Jijil Moradi realizes the monster is already right in his face. He quickly raises his twin swords to defend himself. He quickly lands a clean slash across the beast's neck. But to his horror, the wound heals almost instantly. The beast backs off slightly. Jijil Moradi grits his teeth, looking at his blade and clicking his tongue in worry. The cut was simply too shallow. Seeing the roaring bull fully recovered, Jijil Moradi panics. Cursing under his breath, he runs forward. With no other choice left, he points his blade directly ahead. He cloaks his body in defensive magic, taking a stance to meet the incoming charge. Come on then. As he swings, another incredibly powerful slash suddenly strikes, cutting deep into the monster's side. Before the beast even realizes what hit it, it gets launched directly into the stone wall behind them. The beast collapses unconscious on the ground, leaving both Jijil Moradi and Durgu completely dumbfounded. Their jaws hit the floor, heads filled with massive question marks. Neither of them can comprehend what just happened. Li Han suddenly steps back into the light. He sighs, watching his wooden blade crumble into dust. Pouring that much mana into a wooden sword was bound to break it anyway. Durgu stammers, "How did you do that in one hit?" But seeing the bull squirm, Li Han interrupts. He tells him to ignore it and urges everyone to quickly run out of the dungeon while they can. Durgu sweats cold as he runs. Jijel Moradi is radiating a murderous aura behind them, and he dares not look back. Jijel Moradi is gritting his teeth in pure fury. How dare Li Han use him as bait again? He will pay for this. Dergyu catches up and asks if this is really okay. Li Han casually replies that they will disband after this class anyway. Loud crashes echo inside the dungeon. Screaming students burst through the doors, scrambling to escape. Li Han and Dergyu rest nearby, watching the panting students. As the last group exits, the class is finally over. Professor Ingelde claps in satisfaction, calling for an assembly. Li Han feels a bit puzzled by the other students. His group survived by imbuing mana into a sword, but how did the others manage? The professor praises their successful escape. Escaping is already impressive enough, but one group actually managed to defeat the beast. Hearing this, the two are instantly shocked. Li Han blushes in embarrassment. Since the mission was just to escape, he never expected the teacher to praise them like this. They actually defeated it. Hearing the whispers and discussions around, Jijel Moradi silently grinds her teeth in pure frustration. Professor Ingold asks for their thoughts on the monster. Some complain it was way stronger than expected, while the professor smiles like he predicted everything. I am sure it caught you off guard. Hearing this, Dergyu and Li Han turn pale and awkward, while Ingold believes the students all realize one thing. After successfully escaping, there is simply no reason to live in fear. You must face whatever terrifies you to truly overcome it. To master swordsmanship, you must do the exact same. Stay absolutely calm and analyze your opponent's every move. If victory is out of reach, find a way to escape. I trust you all learned a lesson here. A lesson that cannot be conveyed by mere words. The students are deeply moved by his speech, with Dergyu nodding along in agreement. But then Professor Ingold shares one final announcement that completely freezes Dergyu in his tracks. Your current groups will remain unchanged until the very end of the semester. Dergyu whips around in absolute panic, unable to believe his ears. Even Jijel Moradi and Li Han are wearing expressions of total disgust. The atmosphere between the three grows incredibly tense and awkward. Li Han asks Dergyu if he should just apologize for what happened earlier to clear the air. Dergyu advises him to let him act as the bridge between them instead. Later in alchemy class, Yeoner confidently waves her hand, declaring she is fully prepared. She wonders why Li Han is running so much later than usual, scanning the doorway with a puzzled look on her face. Suddenly, Yeoner gasps in shock and calls his name. She watches in disbelief as two students hold Li Han by both arms like a common criminal. Li Han awkwardly explains that it is all just a huge misunderstanding. They cornered him right after his last class ended. Claiming they absolutely had to protect him, the two guards loudly chime in, insisting that everywhere outside the safety of the Blue Dragon Tower is a dangerous battlefield. With vicious monsters roaming around and the entire White Tiger Tower plotting against him, he needs constant protection. Asking who else could possibly protect Li Han, Yeoner hesitantly murmurs that the boy is probably stronger than both of them combined before someone suddenly interrupts. Actually, they are completely right. Sienna approaches, carrying a tray, her face serious as she warns that their current situation is extremely dangerous. Li Han immediately offers an overly formal greeting, calling her the unmatched genius of the Plimming family, Sister Sienna, Master of Alchemy. She hands him a small bottle, explaining it is a powerful potion designed to bring down monsters. Li Han immediately responds with the polite grace of a true gentleman. He claims to be deeply honored by such a wonderful gift, prompting Mila to whisper in confusion, asking if Li Han owes Sienna money. Yeoner narrows her eyes, admitting she was wondering the exact same thing. Suddenly, Professor Euregulum swings the door open and barks at them to sit down. Stroking his beard as he steps up to the podium, he asks how their weekend was and if they finished their assignments. He smiles brightly as he asks his class about the potions. Though they answer yes, the students are secretly cursing the professor in their heads for completely ruining their weekend. Li Han's mouth twitches as he looks at his classmates, suddenly getting a very strange feeling. It feels like he can read their minds. Just then, Professor Euregulum gasps in shock, unable to believe that everyone actually completed the task. Looking incredibly impatient, Sienna explains that they all cooperated to finish the assignment. The professor sighs, admitting that they actually did a decent job. Professor Euregulum explains that completing this first potion serves as their official introduction to the complex art of alchemy. Uncorking a small vial, he mockingly adds that he is absolutely certain their amateur results are incredibly mediocre at best. A light mist drifts out of the bottle, summoning a green leafy branch that suddenly ignites with a tiny sea blue flame. Professor Euregulum chuckles, holding up the twig to show that a weak potion can only produce a tiny insignificant spark. The students watch in awe, amazed that it can generate fire at all. Proudly, the professor reaches for the next potion, but before he can, the branch in his hand suddenly erupts into a massive blue fire. The professor gasps, wondering what on earth is in this potion. He immediately glares at the suspect, wondering if it was Li Han again. Li Han is completely baffled as to why he is getting this look. Unwilling to admit defeat, the professor warns that even if a few potions turn out well, they should not get cocky just yet. He warns them that the real challenge starts right now. Clenching his fists and then slowly opening his palm, a tiny rabbit suddenly materializes. He announces they will be learning about spirits today, explaining that great alchemists must know how to brew potions while working alongside them. They need to seek aid from these spirits. As Euregulum speaks, the little rabbit spirit opens its glowing eyes to look around, causing the class to whisper in awe. Many admit it is their very first time seeing a real spirit. Li Han wonders if all of them look this cute, pulling back his cloak. To look inside, spotting several skeleton bones tucked safely inside his pocket, his face darkens as he reflects on his choices. He finally understands why absolutely nobody willingly signs up for black magic. Meanwhile, the professor continues introducing his ice spirit. He explains that this little rabbit gentleman may look tiny, but he packs a serious punch. The students watch the creature with absolute fascination. In fact, the professor warns that this little guy is strong enough to defeat their entire class. Hearing that the rabbit proudly holds its head high. Since it is still too early, the class will start with low-level spirits first. A mage cannot immediately form a contract with high-level spirits. They have to start small and build up trust first. Li Han sits with a tiny fire spirit at his feet, and a stone golem stands guard behind him. A massive splash of blue water hits the floor. Professor Euregulum tosses spirit stones down, explaining that the more spirit energy in the area, the easier it is to slip into the spirit realm. Asa and Yonner Mekin listen intently, quickly taking notes on this vital info. The first step is figuring out how to build a bond. Sincerity and honesty are key, because if you approach with bad intentions, the spirits will flee immediately. Li Han looks around, thinking this might actually be the professor's most useful class to date. Suddenly, a small potion bottle appears on his desk as Euregulum tells everyone to drink up the liquid right in front of them. He stares at the bottle while Yonner Mekin gulps his down. Asa is lost in thought, hesitating, and Li Han does the same. The professor excitedly wishes them a pleasant journey. Li Han closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, he is standing in a freezing land of ice surrounded by massive frozen peaks and burning volcanic craters. Li Han looks around, finding this sensation quite similar to the principal's black book. So this is what it feels like to enter the spirit realm naturally without being forced. He grins. He landed right between the homes of fire and ice spirits. Both elements are right here. He walks forward, determined to begin. Let's see how the others did. Back at the academy, Yonner Mekin excitedly tells Asa that was absolutely amazing. He cannot believe only a few seconds passed in reality when it felt like a lifetime in the spirit world. Asa chimes in. Asa mentions chatting with a carp spirit while Nilia listens intently. Suddenly, Professor Euregulum covers his ears and shouts for them to stop. If they want to talk, go back to their tower, startling the three of them. Professor Euregulum grins, reminding them how tough spirit communication is, so they should practice befriending them in their free time. He loudly dismisses the class, and the students chimed in together, thanking the professor for the lesson. As everyone heads out, Professor Euregulum points at Li Han and bids him to stay. With a gloomy face, the boy walks over. Seeing that look, the professor wonders if the kid actually succeeded already. Li Han hesitates, looking completely overwhelmed. He confesses he ran into a massive problem. Hearing this, Euregulum feels a wave of relief, his face instantly brightening up. This is how a rookie alchemist is supposed to struggle. He asks what went wrong, wondering if the spirits ignored him. Li Han slumps, admitting it was much worse than that. The moment they saw him, every single spirit ran for their lives. He remembers a fireball spirit dashing away and a fire pigeon flying off. Every reaction was identical, leaving the professor completely stunned. Euregulum cannot believe they all fled. Li Han nods gloomily. The professor strokes his chin, remembering a legendary tale of a similar case. It was the story of a powerful wizard who returned to the spirit realm after becoming an archmage. With his incredible talent, entering the spirit realm was effortless for him. But there was a catch. Terrified spirits despised him and fled in terror. It was all due to the overwhelming aura radiating from his soul. The sheer monstrous pressure of his presence scared the spirits half to death. Puzzled, Li Han asks why they treated him so. The professor blames his absurd mana pool. This news only leaves the boy more depressed, but luckily, there's a solution. The archmage eventually managed to form a bond. Li Han perks up, eagerly asking how he pulled that off. He calmly replies that the wizard simply bound them with magic, forcing them to be his friends. Li Han is completely speechless at the forced friendship. He asks if spirits are actually much stronger while in their own realm. Professor Euregulum pauses, admitting that is indeed a minor complication. He just smiles brightly and flashes a thumbs up. He tells him to do his best anyway, since it might get interesting. Li Han's face darkens, but he reluctantly agrees. He silently plots to steal more food from the professor's cabin, next time daydreaming about all those delicious fresh meals. Sienna expresses her deep worry, noting that is a massive problem. Together with Yonner, Mekin, and Nilia, they walk to class. Sienna mentions that spirits often fear humans simply due to some sort of misunderstanding. The other two are startled, wondering when she even joined them, almost mistaking her for one of their own tower mates. She tells Li Han the same thing happens at her temple. He asks how to prevent it. Sienna recalls her temple using a special potion quite similar to the one they drank in class today. She suggests using it to attract spirits, bringing a bright smile of hope to Li Han's face. A male classmate leans in with a surprised look, and the girl turns around with a smile, admitting she had no idea that was even possible. Clutching the necklace around her neck, she continues, explaining that a secret brewing method has been passed down through generations. It is made specifically for spirits. She has brewed it before and will gladly make some if they get the materials. She offers it freely, leaving the other two thrilled as Sienna pulls out a pen and paper to write down the formula. But the recipe requires a massive amount of rare materials, and when she finishes, she hands over an incredibly long sheet packed with text. Yeoner Meekin looks completely stunned by the ridiculous list, while Li Han stares at the endless scroll and asks if there is an easier way. He asks if they can gather all of them at once. Sienna looks down, admitting there is a way before looking right back up. Professor Uregulum's private research lab has everything they need, she says gently, clasping her hands together with a quiet intensity. As long as he has a plan, she is ready to help him steal the ingredients and the pure aura radiating from her leaves. Li Han completely baffled. Li Han is completely lost, while the other two cheer, shouting that she is truly a wonderful sister. They tell Sienna that it is no wonder everyone respects her, but Li Han can only think, wait, are nuns actually allowed to act like this? Li Han gently taps her shoulder and speaks up, thanking Sienna for the bold suggestion, but warning her that this seems incredibly dangerous. She remains entirely confident, telling Li Han of House Li Han that the Academy encourages such bold methods and the professors likely want them to try. Seeing her absolute confidence leaves him speechless. He has no idea how she came to that conclusion, but he certainly cannot win this argument. Besides, the idea is incredibly tempting, since securing those rare materials now would definitely pay off for his future magic studies. A dark, scheming aura surrounds him as he imagines hoarding the ingredients in bulk until someone suddenly taps him on the back. It is Nilia, and he nervously asks what she wants, secretly panicking that his devious plot has somehow been completely exposed. She looks slightly annoyed and begs him to let her tag along, leaving Li Han thoroughly puzzled by her sudden eagerness to participate. He wonders what is wrong with this school, since no matter how much changes, the absolute chaos remains exactly the same. Speak of the devil, a heavy spherical object comes flying out of nowhere and slams directly into his back with massive force. Li Han collapses to the ground in sheer agony, turning to find Professor Baladi standing right there, a reminder of his painful combat class. Pulling the sphere back, the professor coldly tells Li Han that he lacks focus as the boy slowly sits up drenched in sweat. He apologizes but internally grumbles. How is anyone supposed to react when the difficulty keeps rising? Every single time he adapts, the man just pushes the difficulty higher, making him miss the simple, peaceful mana control classes of his past. The professor just stares silently, though Li Han is actually not the only one feeling deeply conflicted right now. Professor Bolati is also genuinely puzzled as he watches the boy struggle to stand slowly, spinning his sphere in deep thought. He wonders why Li Han is struggling to dodge when a skilled professor should easily break his guard. But the professor completely misinterprets the situation, standing still as the sphere orbits around him like a quiet, dangerous moon. Instead, after a very long silence, he reaches a completely different conclusion and softly says that he finally understands. Seeing the sphere freeze, Li Han flinches. The professor calls for a break, claiming he knows why the boy cannot focus. Baladi asks if he is trying to recreate that spinning attack from when he defeated the golem, leaving Li Han completely dumbfounded. He internally screams that it is simply because the lesson is too brutal, but the professor tells him not to rush, warning him that overexertion will only lead to disaster. Staring at Li Han with a mysterious gaze, this is actually the very first time the eccentric professor tries to put himself in a student's shoes. Holding his wand in confusion, Li Han stands completely still, while Bolati ponders what he would do if he were in the boy's position. He concludes that even if it were forbidden, he would still pursue it as the surrounding forest ground begins to crack under immense mana pressure. Anyone who fears taking the next step when the path lies directly ahead simply lacks the core qualities needed to become a true mage. Back inside the academy hall, the professor slowly repeats that he understands, while Li Han nervously grips his staff tightly. He asks the professor what exactly he means, and Boladi walks closer, telling him that his eagerness is actually quite commendable. He wonders what a professor should do to stop a student from taking a dangerous path. The professor promises to help him focus, leaving Li Han completely horrified as he takes a trembling step backward. Baladi declares that the answer is simple. You teach them the harsh reality the exact moment they step onto that path, channeling mana into the sphere. A crimson energy instantly wraps around the professor, his eyes flashing coldly as he unleashes a devastating attack directly at the boy. He warns that they could die as the heavily charged orb surges toward Li Han, triggering absolute panic. Li Han screams in terror, but before he can finish, the devastating blast grazes his shoulder, tearing his clothes to shreds. Shivering in fear, he realizes he did not actually dodge that attack. It was entirely a matter of pure terrifying luck. Before he can even catch his breath, another sphere comes hurtling right at him. Li Han raises his magic staff, unleashing a massive surge of raw energy to meet it. He pours everything into blocking Lady Bagler's oncoming attack. The professor's heavy orb slams directly into his magical barrier with terrifying force. The two forces collide head-on, triggering a blinding shockwave that lights up the entire room. Sweating and splattered with stray droplets, Li Han gasps for air in utter confusion. What on earth is this crazy professor thinking going this hard on a student? His magical spheres are getting heavier by the second. Lady Bagler's face darkens with an ominous glare, sending a shiver of pure dread down Li Han's spine. Is this madman seriously trying to murder his own student? Li Han ducks, realizing that with Professor Lady Bagler, that is actually a very real possibility. Closing his eyes, he braces himself as panic sets in. Things have officially gone too far. Is he seriously going to have to fight to the death here? I mean, he did contemplate it before, but not like this. Suddenly, Lady Bagler unleashes another lethal projectile, grazing past Li Han as he barely dodges. Retreating in a panic, Li Han grits his teeth. It sounds completely insane, but he has to act. He has to neutralize the professor before things get totally out of hand. Tightening his grip on his staff, Li Han makes his move. Standing tall, he unleashes a powerful stream of water that swirls protectively around his body. Even the stoic Lady Bagler looks slightly taken aback by the display. The kid is trying to control multiple water spheres at once. It is a clever concept, but totally misplaced here. It will only drain his focus. Gasping for air, Li Han prays for this to work. He tightens his grip and commands his mana shield to expand. Channeling another wave of mana, he forms a water shield. It is only a tier 2 spell, basic enough but still impressive under pressure. As the defensive barrier stabilizes around Li Han, Lady Bagler smirks. The kid has never even been formally taught this spell, yet here he is. Replicating a spell he has never studied is a clear sign of raw, undeniable genius. Lady Bagler lowers his weapon, thoroughly impressed. But a test is still a test. Lady Bagler launches another strike, knowing that once he shatters that fragile defense, the kid will be completely defenseless. Gritting his teeth, Li Han strains under the sheer pressure of Lady Bagler's relentless assault, pouring every ounce of magic into his shaky defenses. He reinforces his water wall just as the crushing attack collides, grinding to a halt against his barrier. Lady Bagler stares in mild surprise. Realization dawns on the professor. Since Li Han doesn't have to keep shifting the barrier's position, he can concentrate purely on strengthening its density. By compressing the mana directly into the shield, the kid turned a basic defense into an iron wall. Li Han smirks. Feeling a bit smug that his trick actually worked, Li Han decides it is time to strike back. Aiming his magic staff directly at the professor, he redirects Lady Bagler's own attack right back at him. The professor doesn't even flinch, standing perfectly calm in the face of the oncoming strike. With a simple tilt of his head, Lady Bagler effortlessly avoids the blast. Frustrated by how easy he made it look, Li Han swears under his breath. Reaching into his robes, he pulls out a creepy skeletal hand and hurls it straight at Lady Bagler, shouting for the summon to go bite him. But that is not going to cut it. Determined to take down this crazy teacher at any cost, Li Han leaps right onto the desk. Gritting his teeth, he kicks the heavy desk straight at Lady Bagler, coordinating the strike with his flying skeletal hand. Yet, Lady Bagler doesn't even blink. He just offers a calm smirk, sending a sudden wave of panic through Li Han. Realizing he messed up, Li Han leaps backward as Lady Bagler effortlessly flicks his wrist, sending the entire desk airborne. The magical orb resting on the surface shoots straight into the air, moving so incredibly fast it becomes a complete blur. It zips right past Lady Bagler's shoulder and smashes the skeletal summon into pieces in the blink of an eye. Li Han watches in sheer disbelief as the shattered bones clatter to the floor, but the danger is far from over. The orb punctures right through his water barrier. Li Han barely has time to throw his arms up in a desperate defensive block. The shield bursts, drenching him completely as water rains down. Exhausted and defeated, Li Han collapses onto the cold floor. Lady Bagler slowly steps forward, looming directly over the drenched student. His expression remains completely cold and utterly unreadable. He stands there in complete silence. Looking up while catching his breath, Li Han is astounded by how effortlessly his professor dismantled everything in seconds. It was all just basic survival instincts. Lady Bagler raises a hand, making Li Han brace for another blow, but then something completely unexpected happens. The professor simply pats his shoulder and mutters a quiet compliment. Dripping wet and utterly bewildered, Li Han can only stare back in confusion. Months pass by. After endless reflection, the true motive behind Lady Bagler's extreme teaching methods finally clicks for Li Han. The eccentric instructor intentionally backs him into a tight corner, pushing him to the absolute brink. It is only under extreme duress that a mage's true potential is unlocked. Even knowing this, Li Han still feels a bitter sting of defeat. Next time he will attack first. Bolati Bagler just speaks in his usual detached tone. Wanting to grow stronger is natural, but sometimes taking a strategic step backward is the fastest path forward. An adorable chibi sequence plays as Bolati Bagler points the way, sending Li Han running for his absolute life, telling him not to be discouraged. The next lesson will build on this performance, leaving Li Han completely baffled. Hearing those words, Li Han wonders what the professor is getting at. Is he really going to overlook the minor details? Then, doing whatever he wants, Li Han flicks his finger to cast a spell. Li Han gasps as the surrounding furniture begins to shake. Suddenly, he crashes to the ground in pain. Total panic. Li Han watches in horror as tables and chairs float on their own. Standing nearby, Li Han maintains his magic while telling Li Han that it is time to learn concentration amidst total chaos. He slowly adds that Li Han can retry what he just did and he will raise the difficulty if necessary. Li Han looks utterly miserable. Please stop, he begs. Then the scene shifts to a cloudy night sky. Bright moonlight illuminates a house nestled in the hills. Jada hums a tune as she walks, carrying a basin. Walking past her beloved garden, she suddenly spots a silhouette behind the door. Someone is definitely here. Li Han appears with a shadow over his face, softly greeting the professor, which makes Jada shriek in absolute terror. She stumbles back in shock, asking why he looks half dead. Holding a basket of vegetables, he sighs heavily. He mutters that it is nothing, but he just survived a brutal session with Professor Li Han, leaving Jada stunned. She gasps, asking why he would be so foolish. Li Han looks confused, so she quickly covers her mouth, realizing she spoke too soon. Jada hastily changes the subject, asking if he has any questions after studying here for a while. Li Han walks toward the stream, thinking it over. He asks if flying beasts are allowed at the academy. Surprised, she asks why he is bringing this up. Li Han sits by the stream with his basket, claiming he is just curious about the school. Jada ponders his words. She figures he has no idea that White Horse is actually a griffin. She tells him that this academy has everything if he is willing to search. He wonders if finding one means he is allowed to domesticate it. Jada crosses her arms and sighs. She warns that it is extremely difficult even for experts. Li Han drops a few potatoes into the water, deep in thought. He asks if he can learn from her during his free time. He says he trusts her, but secretly he wants this knowledge to help him escape. Hearing this, Jada is touched, amazed that this kid actually has a passion for taming magical beasts. She smiles with determination and agrees to teach him everything. Li Han's face immediately lights up with pure joy. Jada warns him not to regret it as the lessons will be incredibly tough. Li Han happily accepts. The next day arrives. He covers his mouth and yawns, looking exhausted from staying up late. Li Han and Yanner stroll into the classroom together. Yanner asks with concern why he looks so exhausted, wondering if he slept poorly last night. Walking to his seat, he groans that it was just a nightmare. He tells her with lingering dread that the professor appeared in his dream. In the dream, Li Han was putting him through brutal training. Yanner sits beside him and gently pats his shoulder in sympathy. That explains everything, she says. Suddenly, the classroom door swings open and Professor Garcia walks in to greet everyone. The students greet her in unison. Seeing Professor Garcia, Li Han feels relieved that at least she does not torture his mind. Suddenly, she asks the class if they remember Professor Mort, who taught dark magic last week. Inside their heads, the students scream in terror, praying they do not have to endure that class again. Honestly, who can blame them? Garcia gestures to the door to introduce a guest. Footsteps draw closer and a mysterious new professor steps into the room. The class sits in dead silence. Garcia breaks the ice by introducing the visitor who will teach them summoning magic. The woman introduces herself as Professor Miley, the instructor for summoning magic, which immediately excites the students. Thrilled by their positive energy, she warmly greets everyone, stating it is an honor to be welcomed by Professor Garcia. Garcia explains that just like dark magic, summoning is usually taught in year 2, but she invited this guest early because 2 birds suddenly flutter right outside the window, cutting her off mid-sentence. Garcia smiles and continues, saying she believes this will be highly beneficial. 2 female students whisper that Garcia is the best. Standing beside her, Miley clears her throat and announces they will begin asking who is interested in learning summoning magic. Yanner and Li Han raise their hands with excitement. Looking around, Li Han realizes that practically everyone is raising their hands too. Summoning magic is incredibly convenient, and there are so many variations that no single person knows them all. They even appear in fairy tales, and with enough luck, one might just pull the ultimate jackpot. Seeing the overwhelming response, Miley hesitates briefly, then expresses her delight at their enthusiasm before raising her voice. She warns that only a few can master it. Summoning is difficult, so those signing up out of pure curiosity must work hard. Li Han is surprised by her warning. He places a hand over his chest in relief, thinking this is what a real professor sounds like. The other students do not know how deep those words hit, especially compared to the crazy demands of Professor Li Han. Why can't you learn? If you're pushed to the brink of death, you'll manage. Thinking back, Li Han silently cursed his professor. The man was basically a thug. Back in class, Millie continued her lecture. Even summoning a non-living object is incredibly difficult. If they are only doing this for fun, she warns them to think twice. Hearing her warning, the students whisper among themselves. Could they have talent? Millie sighs while the other professor just smiles. Garcia stands nearby. She tells Millie they are all just young students. They are bright kids. She should give them a shot. Reluctantly, Millie waves her wand and a paper suddenly appears before every student. Leaving everyone in awe, each sheet has a single circle drawn on it and the students quickly recognize it as a magic scroll. Yonermikan picks up her paper. Realizing it is no ordinary scroll, Li Han nods. It is just normal parchment with a magic circle. From the front, Professor Millie asks if they have all studied the Empire's basic arithmetic. They answer yes in unison. Li Han is secretly impressed. With just one question, the mood in the classroom instantly turns gloomy. Clearly, many struggle with numbers. Gainando slumps in despair, but Li Han remains completely unbothered. To him, the math is child's play. Pointing at the class, Millie tells those who cannot use summoning magic to focus. She commands them to pay close attention. Drawing the circle is absolutely crucial. Li Han picks up his scroll and begins examining it closely as she orders them to visualize the magic circle. Staring at it, the parchment only shows a single circle. He quietly begins to calculate the diagram's flow. To him, a magic circle is basically a circuit board. Mana flows like an electrical current. The higher the tier, the more complex it gets. The magical diagram is designed to control mana. It can amplify, restrict, bypass, or block. With so many formulas, he finally gets how the mana circulates. Suddenly, the pattern makes him think of a simple quill pen. A flood of quills fills his mind. Li Han is left completely baffled. Why did a quill pen pop into his head out of nowhere? While Yonermikan beside him is still deep in thought, Millie explains that the diagram is for a minor spell to summon a quill. She holds up a quill to demonstrate. Hearing this, he is totally stunned. His bizarre intuition actually hit the mark. His guess was right. As Professor Millie continues her lecture, the rest of the class stares intently. Focusing on his scroll, Li Han finally understands why those images flash in his mind. The professor then calls for their attention. She tells them to begin, and the students instantly spring into action. One classmate tries desperately to command his spell. Shouting for the quill to appear, his neighbor struggles with the heavy formulas, muttering in absolute frustration. He asks what the hell this is. Meanwhile, another student literally begins praying, begging the great quill to show itself. Suddenly, a wild surge of power blasts directly into a scroll. And get this, it is not just one of them. Multiple scrolls across the room start detonating, forcing the terrified students to shield their faces. One of them quickly realizes the truth. Even high-grade magic scrolls will completely rupture if they abuse them with too much reckless mana. Another student sitting near the front happily cheers after being handed a fresh scroll. He is glad the professor is handing out replacements. Meanwhile, everyone glances over to see Adenart performing the spell with flawless ease. They urge each other to look, and slowly, more students manage to summon their own quills, sparking excited cheers across the room. As the room fills with happy shouting, Garcia sighs at their enthusiasm, knowing they should not be satisfied with such basic results. Beside her, Millie lets out a heavy sigh. In this class, the absolute attention to tiny details is what makes summoning so brutal. Summoning something that is merely close to the target is considered a total failure. It has to be precise. Unless every detail is perfect, the spell is useless. Nearby, Aeson is also struggling with his own summon. Since creating the object demands the caster's focus willpower, there is always a risk. It might actually turn around and attack the summoner. And that is exactly what happens to Gainando, who is currently being beat over the head by his own quill. As it turns out, it is actually Asan's summoned quill that is doing the beating, prompting an enraged Gainando to demand why Asan is attacking him. Asan flusteredly explains it is a misunderstanding. The quill is moving on its own. Feeling miserable, he pouts. Gainando turns to Li Han to complain, claiming someone is trying to assassinate royalty. But Li Han does not care at all and gives a cold brush off. He tells Gainando to shut up, focusing entirely on his own summon. Just a row over, he is being watched. Angrago is quietly watching Li Han. He smirks with satisfaction, noticing that even the talented Adenart has not successfully summoned a quill yet. Admiring his own work, Angrago is absolutely thrilled that he managed to summon a fully intact perfect quill. He looks around at his peers, utterly convinced that nobody in the room is doing better than him. He figured this was his perfect chance to show off to those arrogant blue dragons, and with that, Andrago slammed his hand right onto the table. Standing straight up with pure arrogance written all over his face, he asked Li Han if he seriously still had not summoned one. But Li Han just ignored him, completely giving him the absolute cold shoulder and leaving him feeling totally brushed off. This made Andrago absolutely fume with rage, while Yonermikan chimed in to tease him about not having a single quill at home. Yanner asked why he had to shout, and Andrago snapped back that he only wanted Li Han to see his achievement. While Andrago was still rambling on, Li Han silently gripped his staff and took a deep breath to focus his energy. Then he calmly gave the order for the quill to appear. Suddenly, a massive surge of blue light erupted, completely enveloping the entire magic scroll. In an instant, Li Han unleashed his raw magic power. The drawing on the paper floated outward, glowing with an otherworldly blue light. But as the seconds ticked by with no quill in sight, Li Han started to wonder if his attempt had actually failed. Talk about an absolute shock. Out of nowhere, a blinding flash of light blasted him straight off his feet. Yanner panicked and yelled to ask what happened, while Andrago covered his head in terror as someone let out a loud scream. It sounded like a straight-up explosion, but right in front of Li Han, a quill appeared. It floated gently in the air, but it was not alone. Dozens of other quills suddenly materialized and started flying wildly around the room. The entire class stood frozen in shock, staring at the chaotic scene and asking what on earth was going on. Someone guessed that Li Han must have summoned all of them, while a trembling Andrago could only stammer that it was impossible. Li Han gently plucked one of the floating quills from the air, examining it closely and deciding it looked decent enough. Still, he realized he should not have gone overboard. Channeling the exact amount of mana required was proving to be pretty tough. Looking down at his spell scroll, he fully expected it to be ruined, but surprisingly, the paper remained completely intact. There was not a single tear or burn on it. Li Han was absolutely stunned, picking it up while unable to believe his eyes. His control over his own mana was far better than he realized, catching the attention of Assistant Professor Garcia. She reached out to catch one of the floating quills, a warm and highly satisfied smile spreading across her face. She glanced over at Professor Millie, thinking about how summoning just one quill was hard enough for most students. To summon this many was truly incredible, and Professor Millie had to be, but before she could finish, Millie's reaction stopped her cold. The senior professor did not look proud at all. In fact, she looked absolutely furious as she stared at Li Han. Garcia quickly stepped in with a polite smile, explaining that Li Han simply had too much mana, making minor mistakes inevitable. But Millie cut her off with a sharp shake of her head. No, she replied coldly, this was not a mistake at all. Garcia looked on in confusion as Millie stared directly at Li Han, admitting that while the boy possessed incredible talent, he was also far too arrogant. Her voice grew heavy as she openly judged him, continuing her harsh lecture. Summoning a mountain of quills just to show off was the definition of vanity. Hearing this, Garcia could only offer a weak defense. She insisted he was not that kind of person, but Millie shot her a cold warning look that shut her up instantly. Garcia felt deeply unsettled, unsure of how to respond. The academic hierarchy here was strict, especially since she had once been Millie's pupil. That master-disciple bond made it impossible to argue. Turning her attention back to Garcia, the older woman decided to teach her a lesson. She lectured that while loving your students is admirable, you must also teach them to take responsibility for their own actions. Garcia could only bow her head and listen, though Millie likely knew her junior colleague did not entirely agree. She tried to ease her worries anyway, calmly, telling her that there was really no need to fret about it. Watching Li Han effortlessly guide his floating quills, the professor coldly noted that there were plenty of ways to cure an arrogant attitude. Meanwhile, Li Han was busy messing with Andrago by writing "I do not have a quill" on his forehead, leaving Yanner laughing hysterically. As Yanner roared with laughter, a few other classmates rushed over to save their friend, yelling that they had to protect Andrago. The escalating chaos left Garcia completely helpless, shouting for everyone to calm down. She frantically ordered the class to be quiet, and thankfully silence fell over the room once more as nobody dared speak. Millie raised her voice, warning the students that today's lesson would prove magic is never as easy as they might think. She reminded them that this was merely the absolute basics, leaving the exhausted class feeling completely defeated by the sheer difficulty. She explained that they would eventually have to perform this spell without a scroll, inviting anyone who wanted to learn more to join her. She locked eyes with Li Han, warning the class that many mistakenly believe magic is only about raw talent. Hearing this, Li Han remained silent, feeling as though every single word was directed right at him. Why does it feel like she's staring right at him? Professor Millet had solemnly warned them that the most important trait is patience and perseverance. Repeating it once more, the absolute most important things are patience and perseverance. Li Han and Gainardo. Standing outside the Black Tower, he sighs at how gloomy it is. They could at least make this creepy place look a little more welcoming. He immediately recalls that even if a subject isn't popular, basic lessons like this are still incredibly important, especially when the only ones actually interested in this class are the two of them. But suddenly, they both freeze upon spotting someone waiting ahead. Two people are already waiting right outside the Black Tower gates. They slowly tilt their heads, staring toward him and Gainardo. Li Han is surprised. Wait, there are other students here? Gainardo is absolutely terrified by the sight of them. Gainardo turns to him in a panic, leaving Li Han puzzled. Why are they here for dark magic? Seeing his dread, Li Han asks if he hates it that much. Do you really hate this class? Gainardo points at himself, proudly boasting that the professor said he has talent. But did you not say you absolutely despise dark magic? A cold voice suddenly cuts in, interrupting their conversation. Those blue dragon idiots are so noisy, Radford sneers arrogantly. Ah, so is the infamous Li Han. His face darkens with disgust for Li Han. Catching a glimpse of those glowing golden eyes, Li Han flinches. He quickly shields Gaynardo. You must be from the White Tiger Tower, he says. Those golden eyes and that strange aura. Li Han gasps. Could you be a Nephilan? Hearing this, Radford swells with immense pride. Indeed, the great bloodline flows through my veins. Even wicked sinners like you can recognize my nobility. Hearing his proud speech, Li Han just sighs to himself. This half-angel is clearly obsessed with his own bloodline. He is so proud of his half-angel blood. Honestly, it is not even as pure as a minor spirit. Li Han calculates his next move. Radford is hostile, but he does not seem like the type to conspire with Moradi. A perfect chance. He will absolutely take it. It is time to give the White Tiger Tower a massive shock. Why would a noble work for Moradi? Hearing this, Radford immediately snaps at him to shut up. Li Han, he snarls in rage. I do not take her orders. Are you trying to insult me? Li Han acts completely confused. If you do not take her orders, then why on earth are you? He pauses. Why the hostility then? Hearing this, Radford points a trembling finger at him in pure rage. Do you seriously not know? He immediately reveals the real reason. Durgu Choi of the Choi family is the name of my highly respected friend, the one whose honor you completely insulted. Li Han falls silent, putting the pieces together. Beside him, Gaynardo is left utterly stunned. Wait, is he from the Grey family? The Greys are a famous knightly household from the south. They are proud of their angel blood. In fact, they are known as highly righteous. They possess a fierce sense of justice. Radford does not deny it, which makes Gaynardo panic even more. Exactly as that despicable guy said, that is indeed me. But why would a righteous member of the Grey family want to learn dark magic? Your family is famous for training holy knights. Hearing this, Radford tilts his head and responds with ultimate arrogance. Do I really have to explain the basics to you blue dragon idiots? It is obviously to kill dark mages much faster. Speechless. The professor is literally going to cry. Li Han and Gaynardo can only stare. They look over at the last student sitting silently in the corner. Why on earth is that massive guy studying dark magic? Suddenly, the giant stands up, causing Gaynardo to yelp and hide behind Li Han. His stature is absolutely massive compared to them. Gaynardo clings to Li Han's hand. Was he sitting this whole time? Li Han looks up in deep thought. He must have half-giant blood flowing through him. The giant turns around with a shy smile, introducing himself as Umurg. He quickly tries to make friends. I am here because dark magic is fascinating and I hope we can all get along. Not a chance, Radford grumbles. But Li Han steps forward to shake hands, friendly as ever. He actually seems like a really nice guy. You really cannot judge a book by its cover. The two happily shake hands, but suddenly Li Han freezes in absolute horror. His mana instantly surges into his hand, emitting a bright glow as his fingers tremble in pain. After letting go, he shivers at his swollen red hand. Without mana reinforcement, his bones would have shattered. The giant is insanely strong. Gaynardo rushes forward before Li Han can stop him, eagerly reaching out to introduce himself. Immediately, a painful scream echoes through the entire forest. From inside the dark tower, a voice calls out for them to enter. Professor Martin greets them, his face beaming with joy. He never expected so many students to show interest in dark magic. He looks at Radford, speaking with sheer delight. You seem incredibly enthusiastic about this subject. Yes, Professor, Radford replies. Li Han looks at Martin, who is currently overjoyed. He cannot help but feel a little sorry for the old man. Martin then instructs them all to stand behind their prepared desks. The old man glances at Li Han, asking if he managed to find any summoning bones yet. Li Han says not yet. Hearing this, Morton gives a dangerous wink, suggesting he try looking in much weirder and darker places. Feeling a bit helpless, Li Han reluctantly agrees, and the professor immediately pivots right into class time. Asking if they remember the last lesson, Morton decides to first raise their understanding of curses instead of jumping straight into practical magic. Gennaro chimes in with a grin, admitting that curses are actually way more fun than summoning anyway. Morton is startled by this, asking if they have already studied summoning magic. Hearing the positive response, the professor gets a bit gloomy and asks about the others, only for Gennaro to say they absolutely love it. Apparently, everyone else ditched for the summoning classroom today, making Morton quietly close his book in absolute defeat. But then he shoves the curse books aside with a sudden look of determination, loudly making an announcement. Forget curses, they are going to learn how to summon the undead instead, making everyone in the room incredibly excited. Li Han can only wonder if this is actually fine, totally shocked by how many lessons they just skipped over. Morton starts the lesson explaining that summoning undead is actually the absolute core of summoning magic. While he claims it is the most basic step, Laughman suddenly raises a hand to speak. He asks a question that leaves the professor quite puzzled. Do they not need actual bones to summon the undead? He mentions teachers used to dig up graves, but now they use authorized remains, though some dark mages still love grave robbing. Morton agrees that those weirdos definitely exist while Li Han stands nearby, feeling a bit uneasy. He wonders if Lafbin even realizes what he is saying, but Morton just coughs lightly and turns around. He reassures them that he won't force a complete undead summoning just yet because doing so is highly dangerous. With a dead serious look, he warns that losing control of the magic could easily send them to an early grave. Li Han pales at this, questioning why they even have to do this, while Gennaro chimes in with his own fear. He mentions almost dying from a magic quill, but the professor ignores him and begins casting, starting with just a hand. Morton chants with absolute focus, and Li Han watches in surprise as magic circles begin to form on their desks. Out of nowhere, a skeletal hand rises from the glowing circle, its creepy fingers twitching in a terrifying display. Li Han is completely stunned while the rest of the class gasps in awe at how cool it looks. Morton clears his throat, explaining that while everyone wants to learn summoning because it looks flashy, it is incredibly difficult. He begins listing some classic examples, showing them just how dangerous summoning the undead can actually get. There are way too many variables, and even normal monsters with their own free will can easily go out of control. It is even worse with undead, which is why he warns they need highly specialized methods to handle death itself. The chilling warning leaves the students terrified, especially when he adds that they are not ready to fully cast this yet. Instead, they should just try communicating or interacting with the skeletal hand using any creative method they can think of. While Gennaro eagerly reaches out to try, Li Han stares at his skeletal hand in deep thought before asking a question. He asks if there are any undead monsters that are easily frightened, leaving the professor completely baffled. Morton explains that since they are not alive, they do not feel fear, but then his eyes suddenly widen in pure shock. Right there on Li Han's desk, the skeletal hand is shaking violently, seemingly terrified just by him staring at it. Morton cannot believe his eyes, wondering if the chemical reagents he used in the summoning are somehow acting up. But as he looks over at Gennaro being completely bullied by his own skeletal hand, he immediately dismisses that theory. Every other hand in the class is acting completely normal, leading him to a wild, sudden realization. He turns directly to Li Han and drops a shocking demand, telling him to summon one completely by himself. Li Han nervously asks if he can even manage that, but the professor just hands him a small bone piece anyway. He explains that the true strength of a dark mage lies in training their summoned creatures. Li Han follows him with doubt, wondering if this training is actually calculated or just wild improvisation. Morton places his staff firmly on the ground, preparing the area before turning his attention right back to Li Han. Standing inside the magic circle, Li Han is told to start chanting, making him frown in slight worry. Deciding to just go with the flow, he drops the bone piece directly into the center of the circle. He exhales a breath of dark energy, focusing intensely on the spell as he commands the skeletal hand to rise. Everyone watches in utter shock as a dark, shadowy mist creeps in and wraps around the fragment of bone. Professor Morton watches with intense gravity, analyzing the rising dark energy as it begins to act. It seeps deep inside the dry bone, and slowly the fragment starts to warp and twitch. Li Han stares in complete shock at the skeletal hand, slowly clawing its way upward, his eyes widening as if unable to believe his own sight. The bony hand stretches high as if suddenly regaining life, stopping abruptly in the air. It settles right in front of them, fully formed. Terrified by the grotesque sight of the undead, summoned Li Han can only wonder if his spell actually succeeded. He turns to Professor Morton, wondering why the old man is so quiet, only to see him staring silently at the bony appendage. With sharp, evaluating eyes, the professor silently analyzes the magic. Deep down, he knows the true nature of summoning magic is quite different. It acts like a binding chain to control the beast. That is exactly why novice mages can never hope to handle it. Controlling those heavy chains is impossible for beginners. Professor Morton stares grimly at the hand, a dark thought crossing his mind. The skeletal hand looks like it is about to strike. Believing Li Han needs to cancel the summon immediately, the professor notices the hand remains frozen. Stunned that it reacted without an order, Morton rushes forward to shield the boy, shouting for Li Han to stay back while he cancels the spell. While the professor warns him to stay put, the skeletal hand slowly rises into the air, fully splaying its bony fingers as far as they can go. Then it suddenly collapses flat on the ground. The sight leaves both of them completely speechless as the hand trembles weakly against the dirt. Morton and Li Han stare in dead silence. Outside the dark magic tower, a heavy shadowy mist hangs thickly in the air. Confused, Morton asks if the boy simply has too much mana. Li Han sighs gloomily, asking if there is any way to suppress his massive reserves. The professor is utterly shocked by the question. Why would anyone want to limit a god-given talent? He frowns deep in thought. He tells Li Han to simply beat the undead into submission rather than trying to bond with them. The boy politely thanks his master. Morton humbly shrugs it off. Suddenly, Ganando's furious scream echoes nearby, shattering the quiet as he vows to destroy the skeletal hand. With a bruised and swollen face, Ganando glares at the bony hand and dares it to fight. His face took a serious beating from the summon, Watching the chaos, Li Han is highly confused, especially since Ganando is supposed to be talented. The professor sighs heavily, explaining that raw potential does not mean the boy can control his full power just yet. He still has a long way to go. With the lesson over, the class finally exits the gloomy dark magic building. Looking absolutely miserable, Ganando groans that the undead has zero noble manners. He then turns to his friend, urging Li Han to move. They need to head to summoning class. Surely anything is better than dealing with walking skeletons, right? Li Han sighs, pointing out that most summoned beasts, including spirits, are incredibly fierce. Suddenly, Lafdell storms up behind them. He yells out in absolute fury, cursing the dark mage and swearing he will remember this grudge. Pointing angrily at his own bruised cheek, he demands to know why Li Han slapped him. Li Han just sighs, claiming his hand slipped. Looking back at the class, Li Han had not only summoned the creature but also wanted to test how far his orders would go. Professor Mortem was stunned to see him command the hand to self-destruct, while Lafdell stared at him with burning resentment. While Lafdell cursed him under his breath, the summoned skeletal hand suddenly froze, as if sensing the boy's hostile intentions. It immediately lunged straight toward Lafdell. Caught completely off guard, the poor guy barely had time to react. The bony hand leaped high into the air and smacked him hard across the face. Back in the present, Li Han sighs heavily. It truly was an unfortunate accident, as summons tend to act on their own whims. Ganando looks over, highly confused by the excuse. He notes that Lafdell already walked off. Li Han simply mutters that it is a shame. Arriving at the summoning hall, Professor Millet's workspace, the two step inside and note how different it is from the Dark Tower. Following a quick knock on the door, Li Han steps inside the office and quickly apologizes to Professor Millet for being late. He explains he had some personal business. Sitting at her desk, the professor pauses and looks up at him. She waved off his apology, saying personal business cannot be helped. Li Han finds her lack of surprise quite puzzling. Why is she so calm? He sighs quietly, wondering if Professor Mortem already warned the other staff about his crazy talent. That must be the case. Meanwhile, Ganando looks around the empty classroom in utter confusion before voicing his question. He asks where the other students went, and she replies they left for their homework. He smiles, thrilled at the prospect of leaving early. But then the dread sinks in. Homework. He already has a mountain of assignments from his other demanding classes. The professor cuts him off before he can finish. Several heavy books materialize right before them, and Li Han catches one in his hands. Inviting them to sit, Professor Millet instructs them to read the text, highlight key sections, and then answer a list of questions. Looking at the textbook, he pauses, surprised. It focuses on turning raw theory into actual practice. He immediately locks in, reading with intense focus. Curiosity sparks. This book is actually good. Having dragged himself through countless dry textbooks, he knows a masterpiece when he sees one. This one makes perfect sense. He remembers the useless, bloated texts he used to waste hours on. Most were complete garbage. Li Han gets genuinely excited. This is different. She really is an incredible professor. Meanwhile, Millie stares at him with total confusion. Why is this kid staring like that? She studies him, genuinely surprised. Normally, her brutal teaching style yields nothing but tears. It triggers endless complaints from students, especially the younger ones. She keeps her eyes locked on him. Yet, the most arrogant kid in class is quietly following her instructions without a single word of complaint. She decides to keep a very close eye on him. Millie clears her throat, announcing that class is dismissed for the day. The professor tells them to read and master the entire stack by next week. The two students freeze in shock. Gianotto nods with a completely lifeless expression, muttering his agreement. Behind the scenes, both Li Han and the professor share the exact same thought. There is no way he comes back. This kid is done. With that final thought, the two students exit the building. See you this weekend, Li Han says. Millie goes dead silent, unable to find her words. But then she calls out, catching him completely off guard. Standing by the door, she offers a rare, soft smile. She apologizes for misunderstanding him and says she will see him next week. Li Han stares blankly at the closing door, totally baffled. He looks back, his stomach churning with anxiety. His face turns slightly pale as he wonders what on earth she could have misunderstood. Osu's voice suddenly booms, snapping everyone back to reality. It is time for another life lesson. Looking highly amused, he asks if anyone forgot the homework. Let's see who actually got things done. Li Han sighs. The assignment was to steal flags from rival towers. How could anyone possibly forget that nightmare? The professor decides to check the Black Tortoise and Fire Phoenix factions first. Their representatives immediately stand up to deliver the report. They proudly announce that they traded flags peacefully. Both towers successfully completed the assignment. The professor lets out a disappointed sigh, leaving them thoroughly confused. Does he really have to make his lack of interest so obvious? When called upon, Li Han stands to report. Blue Dragon Tower also secured their flag using purely peaceful means. Another success. Osu looks quite let down as he gives a dry, completely unenthusiastic compliment about how wonderful they did. His gaze immediately snaps to the side. He stares down two terrified students who are practically trembling in their seats. Leaning in uncomfortably close, he asks his honorable knight students if they brought their flags. He practically begs them to say yes. Li Han gets a sudden chill, feeling like an imaginary laser target is painted on the back of his neck. The questioning intensifies. Why aren't you showing them? Digel stands up, bowing his head in shame as he mutters an apology. They couldn't secure a single flag. White Tiger Tower failed the assignment. Digel clenches his fist in pure frustration. This failure is going to wreck their grades. Osu merely chuckles with dark amusement, leaving Li Han feeling completely helpless. Looks like negotiations fell flat. Li Han wishes the old man would just shut up. Suddenly, the professor's tone turns heavy. He reminds them that this class is meant to foster teamwork and build harmony, but apparently some people still don't get it. Since some are struggling to connect, he decides to make this next homework task a lot easier to understand. He points them toward the west side of the academy, telling them they will find a massive lake out there. Anyone who has seen it knows it is basically a mini ocean. Right in the center lies a small island. Out on that island, he hid a special path that allows students to leave campus. The entire room instantly erupts in shock. Amused by their reaction, he notes how quickly their eyes lit up. He poses a simple question for this next challenge. His next instruction completely blindsides the class. He wants every single student to work together to bring that pass back. Giannino shakes with absolute rage, pointing an angry finger. He demands to know why they have to team up with these losers. The professor ignores the outburst, pairing Black Tortoise with Fire Phoenix and forcing Blue Dragon to team up with White Tiger. He says it is entirely up to them whether they follow orders. Suddenly, a blinding light flashes from his hand. Osu's voice drops to a cold, threatening whisper, warning them that failing this task will carry a devastating penalty. Cut to the present and the tension is thick. Li Han looks at his group and lets out a quiet sigh. If they keep acting like this, things will only go downhill. Realizing this, he raises his voice to grab everyone's attention. He looks at the White Tiger Tower members, asking if they can finally put aside their petty grudges and work together. The guy immediately snaps back, claiming the entire academy is more likely to collapse before they ever team up. Talk about stubborn. The guy's furious outburst catches Li Han off guard, shouting that his terrible grade is completely Li Han's fault. Are they really this obsessed with their scores? Li Han quickly speaks up to explain that they have it all wrong. He urges them to think about it, making them pause to reflect. The principal is running this class to teach them after all. Would he really hand out an F to his own students over a single mistake? In reality, they will only get a straight F if they give up entirely and refuse to cooperate. But just as he tries to keep explaining, a voice interrupts. A loud voice cuts right through him. Jigel Morati steps forward boldly, telling everyone to wake up and completely cutting off his explanation. He immediately warns the crowd not to be fooled by Li Han's smooth-talking tongue, asking if they have ever faced a good situation with him. Jigel Morati's aggressive accusation takes Li Han completely by surprise, questioning if any of them have ever benefited from getting involved with him. They even got punished because of him, and just recently, they were ambushed out of nowhere. Jigel Morati's voice rings out to stir up the crowd. This stirs up anger as the crowd turns to glare at Li Han, questioning who was responsible for tricking Doju and Enrego in the first place. The two of them glare at him as if they want to tear him apart. Seeing this, John slowly steps up and gently pats Li Han's shoulder to comfort him. Li Han closes his eyes tight, realizing he did not want to resort to this. But with no other choice, he turns and calls Doju over. A completely confused Doju walks over, only for Li Han to suddenly throw an arm around his neck and trap him in a tight chokehold. Pointing his wand directly at the captive, Li Han warns them that if they refuse to cooperate, a real tragedy is going to happen, threatening to throw Doju straight into the lake. The sudden threat leaves the entire crowd absolutely stunned. Doju can't believe his eyes, shocked that Li Han would resort to such a dirty tactic to force cooperation. Rafto calls out his name in sheer terror, and seeing no other choice, the rest of the students immediately start to compromise. They beg him to stop and promise to cooperate if he just lets him go, giving their solemn word of honor. Hearing their surrender, Li Han immediately lets Doju go. He mutters that he will let it slide this time, his expression turning cold. He warns them to watch their step from now on, leaving Jigel Morati utterly dumbfounded at how ruthless this guy can really be. He screams in disbelief, unable to comprehend such a dirty tactic, even though some complex bonds are inevitably formed during this character-building class. But that is not the main point here. The real issue is that these stubborn White Tiger students simply refuse to cooperate. Sienna hesitates for a moment, as if wanting to say something before quietly asking Li Han when he plans to start. He turns and walks away, replying that he is still thinking. Li Han knows that raiding Professor Uregam's lab is a highly urgent matter that requires careful planning. The timing must be absolutely perfect. While Yonner stands nearby, puzzled by his unusually polite attitude towards Sienna, Li Han is lost in deep thought. What if the two of them actually go to that room together, if he just blindly risks his life to step inside? Just imagining the massive frame and glowing eyes of Professor Irregum is enough to give him nightmares for the next month. His best bet is to figure out the professor's schedule without getting caught. Soon, a normal morning class wraps up. The instructor announces that their basic equestrian training for the day has finally come to an end. With a job well done, Li Han gathers with his friends to chat when Mrs. Jetta Bungagor suddenly approaches from behind and calls out to him. Turning around in surprise, Li Han listens as she happily tells him that he won't be needed at the cabin today. She plans to take her nephew to the market and won't be back until tomorrow. Hearing this, a spark of inspiration hits Li Han. He politely bows and wishes her a safe trip while silently calculating that tonight is their perfect sudden window of opportunity. This is the ultimate chance. Nearby, Yanar and the other classmates notice Li Han quietly making his way over to them. Confused, she asks him what is going on, and Li Han wastes no time gathering his friends close. Huddling up close, they whisper and hash out the details. After a brief intense discussion, the time is officially set. The raid is happening tonight. This sudden decision catches Melia completely off guard, and Asen is just as stunned. It is incredibly sudden, but they realize this means they can finally relax and enjoy their upcoming weekend. Yanar, however, is already fully prepared, her sharp mind processing the plan in a matter of seconds. The group raises their fists in determination, leaning in close to cheer with absolute resolve. Their rallying cry is for a peaceful semester completely free of homework, leaving Li Han feeling a bit helpless at their priorities. He can't help but wonder when they even came up with that slogan. Truly, there are only two types of students in this school: those who sneak out at night all the time and those who have never done it and live in constant fear of getting caught. But one look at Li Han tells you he is definitely the first type. He gathers the group together for the mission. He tells his fellow conspirators to gather round as it is finally time to launch their operation. Sienna slowly approaches to ask if he actually knows how to unlock the gate to the cistern tower. Thankfully, he and Radford have already cracked the lock. Li Han just tells the group to keep quiet and follow his lead. What they find right in front of them is absolutely wild. It is a completely shattered wall with massive stone fragments scattered all over the wooden floor. The gaping hole is easily wide enough for everyone to fit through. Asa pushes up his glasses, completely unable to believe his eyes. Yanarmaken stands there with his mouth wide open. Suddenly, everyone realizes just how terrifying Li Han can be. Nobody expected him to go this far. Li Han starts to speak, but he actually looks just as shocked as the rest of them. Asa turns to him in total shock, asking if he was the one who did this. Li Han just looks back completely helpless. He asks what kind of person they think he is. The original plan was actually for Jackford to crack the physical lock. Li Han was supposed to handle the magic, but this is bad news. His words leave everyone completely confused. Cautiously, he inspects the interior. The debris fell inward, meaning someone broke inside. In other words, they are not alone. Something that should be outside is now inside the Horned Beast Tower. This is their very first time sneaking out. Fear instantly grips them. They ask if they should go back, but he coldly shuts down the idea. He destroys their hopes of running away. Li Han slowly tells them to listen up because they are not just sneaking in. From this moment on, they are here to stop a summoned monster that has invaded the Horned Beast Tower. They are going to protect the professor's precious property. They are volunteers acting together. Hearing this brilliant speech, they feel inspired. His friends instantly get incredibly excited, feeling like heroes about to be honored for doing a good deed. The group eagerly marches inside to protect the professor's assets. Li Han stands by waiting for them to enter. Once everyone is inside, he figures the search will go much faster. But suddenly, one of his friends speaks up. He wonders if it is just the darkness or if this place is actually super creepy. The silence around them is deafening. Li Han casts a quick spell to light his wand. He tells everyone not to worry because darkness is not the issue. The real problem lies ahead. Walking up the stairs, he looks back down at them and explains that they have only visited the first floor. The second floor is completely uncharted territory. Asa and Yanarmaken stick close together, their faces filled with pure determination. With the light on, he can see the fear on everyone's faces. Honestly, he really cannot blame them. They cannot turn back now. The second floor is just a single step away, and although it looks completely normal, they must stay alert. They absolutely cannot let their guard down. Li Han is incredibly nervous, but he forces himself to stay calm and opens the door. He cautiously steps forward, slowly reaching out to open the door, his mind filled with questions. What could the secret be? Everyone follows closely behind him. But the moment Li Han touches the glowing light ahead, he flinches back. Yanarmaken rushes over and asks what is wrong. Li Han hesitates, admitting he can feel a massive source of mana. The entire space is brimming with mana. He reaches out to touch it once more, and the light splits open into a small portal. It is just big enough to fit through. At first, the light is blinding, but they step right through anyway. They find themselves in a massive, breathtaking forest. Sauciana gasps, realizing this is advanced space expansion magic. There's a classic saying that a great alchemist must first be a master gardener. This garden is absolutely massive. Nulia gets super excited, pointing out all the rare plants she has never seen before. Li Han is not quite as thrilled. He silently notes that this place is also packed with incredibly dangerous plants. Fortunately, this is a workshop and not a dormitory, so they do not have to worry about hidden traps. He gives everyone a warning. He tells them to stay calm and look for any path the professor might have taken. He scans the area. Just then, his little companion appears and points straight toward a glowing light ahead. The group rushes in that direction. There they discover some incredibly strange footprints. Li Han inspects them closely and wonders if they belong to a monster. Hearing the word monster instantly breaks their confidence. One of the girls timidly asks if they are about to fight one. The group starts whispering about retreating, but Nulia suddenly gasps, saying she has a brilliant idea. She suggests following the footprints since monsters have sharp instincts and would naturally head toward a safe area. Li Han agrees and tells them to go for it. The sudden praise makes Nulia wave her hands in absolute excitement. The entire group moves out, staying extremely close together so nobody gets separated. And just as they predicted, they remain completely safe. Not a single student gets attacked along the path. Instead, they run into something far more interesting. A massive beast is huffing loudly nearby. It looks like a giant war bull with brilliant golden fur. It has glowing eyes. Yanar Meekin whispers, asking if that is a bull, while Li Han grows slightly concerned. Li Han agrees but warns that this is no ordinary bull. Jackford the mouse nervously asks what their next move is. He silently curses the dummy student in his head, completely annoyed because that massive bull is blocking the stairs to the next floor. They have to find a way past those stairs. Li Han carefully sizes up the beast and whispers that fighting is totally unnecessary. It looks hungry, so maybe it'll just leave after eating its fill. But Yoner isn't buying that theory at all. She warns Li Han that it won't work as the bull keeps slowly chewing its grass before suddenly spitting it all onto the dirt. Then it furiously stomps, crushing all the plants. Yoner groans, terrified of what will happen if the professor sees this, a fear shared by Li Han, who knows they're all in deep trouble if this keeps up. He decides he has to stop this mess immediately. To prevent total disaster, Li Han charges at the beast with his wand raised, keeping his feet firmly planted on the ground. He casts a paralysis spell, but this beast is surprisingly clever with a quick back kick. It easily dodges the magic thrown by Li Han. His classmates behind him panic at first, but quickly rally to fight back. Before they can cast anything, he hastily yells a warning. Wait, don't use fire in a place full of plants like this. Only cast spells that are completely harmless to their surroundings. Asa and the student next to him freeze for a split second before they both unleash their paralysis spells and stun spells on the rampaging bull. But it is not looking good at all. The beast does not show any signs of stopping. Everyone grows more shocked by the second. The thing completely ignores them. What on earth did the professor feed this monster? Just then, Sosiana rushes over carrying a tray of potions, shouting for them to throw the bottles. They are special weakening elixirs. Instantly, a barrage of weakening potions splashes across the bull's body. It starts huffing heavily, shaking its head in utter frustration. Enraged, it turns on a dime and charges straight toward the potion throwers. Yanar desperately tries to keep everyone calm and focused. Stay calm, guys. Its magic resistance has dropped, so our magic is definitely bound to have a real effect now, so cast your spells again. Everyone simultaneously unleashes their paralysis magic onto it, and it actually works. The massive beast freezes up, and only then do the students dare to creep out from their hiding spots. The spell holds strong for a brief moment, but within seconds the creature breaks free and charges directly at them again. Panic erupts as the bull runs wild, forcing everyone to scramble away as it leaps high right over their heads. One student fails to dodge and is about to get trampled. Terrified they will all be injured, Li Han realizes he needs a much stronger spell than what he cast earlier, and he needs it right this second. This life or death crisis becomes the ultimate spark for him to grow stronger. His magic activates even before the chant leaves his lips. As Li Han casts paralysis once more, a subtle mysterious change occurs, moment that in the near future will be hailed as a legendary history-making miracle, leaving everyone completely astonished. Nearby, in the dreamy green forest, the gentle sound of water flows from a sprinkler plays like a forest fairy's song, but a sudden massive racket nearby quickly cuts the peaceful watering short. Perhaps there is a sentient tree nearby watching over the garden and growing quite surprised by all these bizarre commotions. Meanwhile, that crazy bull takes the full force of Li Han's paralysis spell, freezing up and collapsing right before him, leaving Li Han completely dazed. Time feels frozen for a few seconds before everyone finally exhales a massive sigh of relief. Seeing them celebrate, he wants to warn them that they cannot let their guard down yet, but Li Han is still deeply puzzled by what just happened, sensing that a strange, mysterious magic was quietly at play. Either way, that bull is only knocked out and will eventually wake up. He wonders if there are other dangers lurking nearby. Just as the words leave his mouth, a loud rustling shakes the leaves behind them, throwing everyone into immediate panic. Something is rushing forward, moving with countless massive roots that shift across the soil as a giant willow. Tree barks out, "Who dares trespass in this place?" Instantly, his classmates let out a wave of ear-piercing, terrified screams. A talking tree. Everyone panics, thinking they are facing yet another monster, but Lee Han quickly signals them to calm down. He is the only one who senses that the presence of this willow is actually quite extraordinary. With an aura like this, it must be the guardian here. Lee Han signals Yonner, deciding to take a massive gamble. He speaks up confidently, explaining they are protecting Professor Regon's plants, and Yonner quickly nods along in agreement. Hearing this, the willow instantly softens, praising them warmly for guarding the plants while the professor is away. He introduces himself as Professor Willow, the botany teacher, and commends them upon seeing the unconscious bull nearby. He lifts the bull, muttering that Professor Uregulum's pet is incredibly clumsy, while praising them for the impressive feat. Lee Han steps forward, asking if the professor always tends to the gardens here, and the old tree replies. He explains he was tasked with guarding this boring spot today because Uregulum had to meet with the king's men. Lee Han is surprised. Professor Willow looks highly skeptical after hearing that Professor Uregulum went to the market with Professor Thunderstep. Lee Han quickly adds that he can just ask Professor Thunderstep himself. The professor grumpily replies that he gets it, thanking him for the heads up. Willow quickly changes the subject. He offers a reward for taking down that bull and saving his precious garden. Asking what Lee Han wants, the boy seizes the moment to ask where he can find alchemy reagents and rare materials. Willow hesitates, warning him that the academy holds far too many dangerous secrets for fresh students. Sensing the refusal, Lee Han racks his brain for another angle. He scratches his head, putting on a sincere face. He apologizes for being too greedy, but admits that in such an incredible place, he is just extremely curious to check out Professor Uregulum's laboratory too. Professor Willow immediately agrees to this. He slowly leads the way up the stairs, gesturing for them to follow. He tells them to follow him to the third floor to take whatever they need and to just blame the bull if Uregulum asks. Lee Han celebrates his quiet victory. With his goal achieved, the group continues deep into the facility. Stepping through the next door, they find a starkly different world. It is pitch black, completely devoid of life, making Yonner Meekin shiver. She complains about the absolute darkness. Strangely, even Lee Han's reliable light spell fails to pierce the gloom. Professor Willow warns them to stay close because the layout is incredibly complex. But then something unexpected happens. A glowing object suddenly rushes toward them through the dark. It stops right in front of them, revealing itself as a magical door. Marked with the number 6, the door stands before them. Yonner Meekin wonders if this crazy door literally just hopped over to them. As the door swings open, they see a freezing, snow-covered lecture hall inside, completely stripped of any useful tools. Professor Willow stares blankly at the bizarre room before slamming it shut. He dejectedly mutters that they should probably seal this laboratory away forever. The cycle repeats. The professor summons a few more hidden laboratories, but every single door leads to some distorted, unreal dimension. Lee Han eagerly takes notes in his journal. He realizes that while the first and second floors were mostly safe, things are different here. The third floor is heavily guarded. Fortunately, he has carefully recorded the summoning methods, which will definitely come in handy later. Along with the stolen knowledge, Lee Han also managed to secure a massive stash of valuable supply bags. They finally secure their reward after locating the lab, prompting Lee Han to bow deeply in appreciation. Professor Willow looks completely bewildered, muttering that he barely did anything. Still, everything goes perfectly according to plan. They thought they could escape without a hitch, but academy life is never that easy. Professor Willow hands them a sudden chore. He orders Lee Han and Yonner Meekin to water the entire garden, making Lee Han's face instantly fall. How did things end up like this? Flashback to earlier inside Uregulum's lab, where Professor Willow told the students to head back. He told them to take the bags and go while he cleaned up the mess. Lee Han politely thanked him on everyone's behalf. As they prepared to leave, the professor noticed the withered flowers near the door and picked up a watering can to tend them. Seeing this, Lee Han called out to him, causing a surprised Professor Willow to look up at the young student. Lee Han proudly patted his chest, asking if he could stay behind to help clean up the remaining mess. Naturally, this was highly calculated, since making a great impression on a powerful professor is never a bad idea. Yonner Meekin quickly ran over to offer her help too. She excitedly claimed she wanted to help, boasting about her great gardening skills. Hearing this, the professor is deeply moved. Professor Willow actually blushes with sheer emotion, deeply touched to have encountered such incredibly dedicated and helpful young students. He excitedly leads them outside, promising a special reward for their kindness. Lee Han and Yonner Meekin follow him with high expectations. They exchange highly expectant glances, but that naive hope is quickly shattered. After all, a cunning academy professor is still a professor. Even if he is literally a willow tree, the grand reward turns out to be watering the entire massive garden. Lee Han sinks into instant disappointment, wondering how things went so wrong when he was explicitly promised a reward. Having handed out his reward, Professor Willow happily strolls away, leaving the two students behind. Lee Han and Yonner Meekin stand there completely speechless. Blaming his own greed for this mess, he turns to apologize to her. But Yoner Mikan is already holding a watering can, actually looking quite happy with his sweet, peaceful smile on her face. Leaving Li Han slightly flustered, he approaches her asking if she thinks this workload is a bit too much. Yoner Mikan just smiles brightly, replying that caring for plants is actually really fun, showing genuine interest in the chore. She points out the rare plants around them. Li Han sighs with relief, glad that she at least enjoys the task. Grabbing a nearby can, Li Han joins her as they both diligently water every single plant in the garden. What they fail to notice, however, is a deep, quiet pond shimmering with mysterious blue water right behind them. Beneath the water, something seemed to be moving, and it took several hours of backbreaking work before the two finally finished watering the plants. Yoner stretched her arms, glad to be done, while Li Han worried about his aching spine after all the heavy lifting. He still felt pretty guilty. This was way harder than he expected, so he turned to apologize to Yoner. But when he looked over, she was smiling warmly, saying that even though it was tiring, it was actually quite fun, making him immediately reconsider his guilt. Well, maybe there was no need to feel guilty after all. The two happily started heading back, but right then, the lake surface behind them began to ripple intensely, and their reflection broke apart as the water churned. Suddenly, Li Han heard a faint, mysterious voice whispering that it had been watching him, leaving Yoner equally shocked. The two immediately took a defensive stance, and that was when Li Han spotted a bizarre creature. It was a spirit. It was shaped like a giant water droplet floating in midair, and it introduced itself as the spirit Parasit, the spirit of this pond. Just hearing the word spirit made both of them stare in absolute disbelief. It went on calling Li Han the disciple of that short tree professor and noting that everything seemed peaceful enough. He glanced at Yoner, signaling that there was no danger, and looked back at Parasit with curiosity. He asked if the spirit knew their professor. It calmly replied that it was more than that they shared a contract to watch over this garden. It added that it was rare to see young students taking such care of plants, which was truly admirable. Now he finally understood what Professor Willow meant. Was this why the professor sent them here to work? He realized it was to help them make a good impression. Li Han felt a bit guilty for being annoyed with the tree professor. Parasit offered to help them out, asking what it could do, and even offered some advice for his troubles. This was the perfect chance for Li Han to ask about the deep concern he had been carrying for a while. He asked why spirits always ran away from him and if there was any way to befriend them. Parasit eagerly explained. It mentioned that it knew why, pointing out the wood spirit Li Han carried. He immediately realized it meant his magic staff. He explained that a talking tree had gifted it to him, and Parasit gently offered some comforting advice. Don't worry, even if the wood spirit in your staff is scared of you. It still knew that his nature was very good. Only now did Li Han realize the staff he always carried was actually terrified of him. Yoner anxiously asked if there was any way for Li Han to contract with a spirit, and Parasit responded, low-level spirits will always flee from you, so you must seek out much more powerful ones. A fierce spirit. A violent and aggressive spirit would suit you perfectly. Li Han nodded in thanks, but Parasit kept explaining. Of course, even high-level spirits might still run away from you. What it was suggesting was merely a possibility and nothing more. Hearing those words, Li Han could not help but feel quite doubtful. This spirit did not sound reliable at all. Losing her patience, Yoner quickly stepped closer to ask if Parasit could form a contract with Li Han instead. Li Han stared at her in surprise while Parasit suddenly went silent and looked away. Li Han hesitantly called out her name, telling her she did not need to do that, but Yoner still believed this was a rare opportunity for him. He tried to speak but stopped his mind in a complete mess as he silently wondered if Yoner could not see how awkward this whole situation actually was. He felt like a kid being forced into a playdate by a teacher. Parasit then showed a look of regret and declined, explaining that it was already bound to the short professor. Li Han had expected this, only hoping Yoner would understand. The spirit was kind enough to offer an alternative, suggesting he could introduce them to a different spirit so they would not leave empty-handed. Parasit then conjured an image of the spirit's home, a grand castle, and gave them some final advice. That spirit has an eccentric personality, but mentioning Parasit's name should at least get them a proper hearing. With a warm smile, the spirit expressed hope that this meeting would be highly beneficial to them. The lake's surface returned to its natural blue, and under the spirit's control, the water began flowing upward into the air, defying gravity. Before long, it gathered into a massive floating droplet, completely exposing the dry lake bed below. It gestured toward the newly revealed path at the bottom of the lake, instructing them to head down to find the spirit. Li Han and Yoner quickly leaped down to the dry lake bed, offering their deepest thanks, but the spirit suddenly stopped them and asked for their hands. As they reached out, Parasit transferred a stream of magical water into their palms. Li Han stared at his hand. It was glowing with a brilliant light, and before he could even ask a single question, the spirit explained. It had infused its magic into that charm, promising it would help them someday, prompting them to happily express their gratitude once more. Parasit was glad to help them. Even as Li Han and Yoner Mekin reached the gate, the spirit still called out after them. Remember your love for plants. Li Han silently felt lucky that even though Parasis was a spirit, he was quite kind. He was much more merciful than most of the other professors. Casting a light spell to enter the cave, Li Han stared in silence. He wondered if admitting that spirits down here kind of creeped him out would make him sound totally pathetic. Yoner Meekin ran after him and eagerly asked if that spirit lived in this pond, wondering what their target spirit would look like. Li Han guessed it might be a water spirit, likely dwelling in a lake or river. She quietly hoped for a river spirit. They were said to be incredibly wise. After walking for a while, Li Han spotted a square opening at the top. It looked like a shortcut, and he desperately hoped it would lead them right out of this literal prison of an academy. He successfully unlocked the iron hatch and pushed it open, hoping to finally find some of that promised academy wisdom. But the moment his head popped through, he froze. Waiting below, Yoner Meekin grew anxious and panicked as he let out a gasp. She quickly scrambled up after him. Her reaction was just as shocked as his, if not a whole lot worse, because this shortcut led straight into the disciplinary room. Talk about terrible luck. This definitely was not a wise river spirit. Yoner Meekin asked in disbelief if this was the cell he had been locked in before. Was this really happening again? He stayed quiet, gently cracked the door to peek out, and turned back to reassure her that they were perfectly safe. It seemed completely empty for now. She sighed with relief and urged him to get out of there quickly. But he had to break the harsh truth to her: there was no exit. Every single way out was blocked. Terrified, Yoner Meekin clutched his sleeve, whispering how much she hated places like this. He calmly told her to stay relaxed. He'd already mapped out the layout of this area in his head, thanks to his previous adventure with Ratford. Li Han guided her to a massive wall at the end of the hallway. It was a hidden magical passageway. Looking around, he realized things were different this time, since there were absolutely no monitoring devices installed here. Searching through his coat, he realized he had no choice but to use raw magic to forge a way through. He quickly told Yoner Meekin to step back behind him, then closed his eyes to focus on chanting his spell. If regular tricks did not work, brute force magic would. He just needed to recreate his previous success with enough power. But before he could even unleash his mana to force the path open, an angry voice boomed, "Stop right there, you fool." He paused, staring in surprise at a glowing light before them as a strange voice spoke up. Yoner Meekin quickly demanded to know who it was. The voice snapped back, stating it would not give its name to the unworthy. Why had the two of them come here? Li Han explained that Parasis sent them, promising they would find a spirit willing to form a contract with him here. The spirit scoffed, calling them mere greenhorn mages. Parasis always had a soft spot for naive youngsters like them. Yoner Meekin wanted to speak up for him, but the cranky spirit cut her off flatly, refusing to ever make a contract. The light vanished into thin air. A crestfallen Yoner Meekin sighed, wondering if the spirit had actually just abandoned them. She suggested that this was another failure, assuming it feared him like the others. But before she could finish, the spirit roared. It demanded to know who was supposedly afraid of whom. The sudden outburst startled them, but they felt relieved it was still around. Yoner Meekin pointed out that it certainly seemed like it was avoiding him, bringing up what Parasis had mentioned earlier. That other spirits trembled at Li Han's very presence. Feeling pretty embarrassed by that heavy exaggeration, Li Han quickly tried to correct her. Even so, he remained deeply curious about its refusal. Yoner Meekin pressed the issue, demanding to know why it was hiding. The spirit finally explained that it simply despised meaningless battles. Hearing this, both of them locked eyes in surprise. Instantly understanding the situation, the two young mages quickly voiced their sympathy, though the spirit remained incredibly grumpy. It snapped that they probably did not believe it. The truth was simple: this proud spirit had been scammed by a contract before. The culprit was none other than the academy principal. Initially, the spirit's pride made it flatly reject the deal. But after battling for an entire week, it finally agreed when the principal promised the job would consist of simple surveillance. Its task was to watch the detained students and prevent any escapes. However, those academy kids were not easily stopped. They broke out so constantly that the poor spirit never got a single moment to rest. It fled down here to escape the endless chores. Traumatized, it vowed never to sign another contract, yet somehow felt deeply insulted. This highly prideful spirit had reached its absolute limit, and its temper was rapidly flaring out of control. Claiming it was afraid was the ultimate insult. Furious, it threatened that since they dared doubt its true power, it would gladly show them a terrifying taste of it. Then the lightning spirit orders Li Han to gather as much magic power as possible and convert it into an elemental form. It gives a creepy grin, demanding the most destructive element. Li Han has no choice but to agree, though he's quietly worried. He knows he can't let his magic run wild like last time. He needs to compress every drop of mana as tightly as possible. Taking a deep breath, Li Han regains his composure and focuses on casting his spell. Instantly, a blazing hot fire erupts right in front of him. It is surprisingly small, just a tiny fireball. Li Han sighs in relief, realizing his worries were completely for nothing. But just as his spell stabilizes, the lightning spirit suddenly flashes with an eerie glow. A split second later, a brilliant spark crackles into existence. A bolt of lightning strikes his staff. The blinding light leaves Johnner completely stunned, though her thoughts immediately start drifting in a strange direction. She can't believe he just summoned such a massive lightning bolt indoors. What crazy stunt is he planning to pull next? When Li Han's tiny flame returns to normal, he looks at the spirit in total confusion and asks what it is trying to do. The spirit looks incredibly embarrassed, caught between pure confusion and rising panic. It wonders how on earth its elemental transformation could actually fail. Elemental transformation is a spirit's signature trick to show off its skills. It lets them interfere with or reshape any surrounding magic. Rewriting another mage's elements is the ultimate flex of spirit power. Yet looking at what just happened, things did not go to plan. The spirit is completely lost. It has easily overpowered the spells of veteran archmages before, so this young student should have been a breeze. So why couldn't it budge this rookie's simple fire spell? Is there some kind of bizarre hidden power behind his magic? Taking a closer look, the lightning spirit instantly panics. The flame seems small on the outside, but its core is packed with an unbelievable secret. It holds an astronomical amount of raw mana, practically radiating the sheer pressure of a dragon's breath. The spirit is in total denial. He can't believe a mere student conjured this. Meanwhile, Li Han is just scratching his head, wondering if the spirit just shot lightning at him. The spirit is quietly shaking with fear. The situation is getting incredibly dangerous, and its own lightning begins to crackle erratically. The sparks grow dangerously thick. It realizes that rookie mages usually have terrible control over their mana, making this a ticking time bomb. It is like a toddler playing with a highly unstable explosive. How does he even possess this much mana? If this thing detonates in here, they are toast. The entire room, along with both of their lives, will go up in smoke. In an instant, the spirit actually starts feeling a sense of responsibility. This is no longer about pride or showing off. Its only goal now is to safely defuse this terrifying spell before things spin out of control. But then Li Han breaks the tension with a clueless grin, calling the spirit's sudden lightning bolt incredibly cool. He waves his flaming staff around, asking if they can finally move forward. The spirit immediately panics and roars at him to stop. It screams at him not to move his staff. Clueless Li Han just tilts his head and waves it some more, driving the spirit insane. It shrieks again, demanding he keep still. Li Han just stares at it blankly while the spirit sweats bullets in sheer terror. If it warns him how dangerous his magic is, he might panic and set off a massive explosion. It has to come up with a random excuse to yell at him instead. It snaps, claiming it simply hates things being waved in its face. Li Han looks at Johnner, who is just as baffled by its weird attitude. She shrugs silently, gesturing that this spirit is totally out of its mind. Meanwhile, the elemental is still desperately trying to find a solution. It needs to defuse this active spell, but with a rookie's awful control, getting him to cancel it safely will be nearly impossible. If he slips up for even a second, the entire spell will collapse into a massive explosion. The spirit imagines the worst and begins to sweat. Desperate and out of options, it realizes it has only one card left to play to save its own skin. Stealing itself, the spirit suddenly announces it has changed its mind and wants to form a contract. Li Han is caught completely off guard by this sudden shift. He asks why it suddenly had a change of heart. The spirit quickly lies, praising his boundless potential and unmatched magic reserves. It claims his mana pool is so massive that other wizards can't even compare, assuming he already knows how special he is. Li Han dryly points out its quick turnaround. The spirit snaps back, claiming it simply didn't recognize his greatness at first. It desperately urges him to sign the contract immediately, keeping a terrified eye on his unstable flame. The blazing fire only makes it more terrified of a sudden detonation. Meanwhile, Johnner watches in silence, highly curious about how Li Han will respond. Li Han remains completely calm, quietly calculating his next move. He knows this spirit is highly unique. After all, the professor did recommend it. Still, its desperate rushing seems incredibly sketchy. With the spirit endlessly nagging him to sign, Li Han lets out a tired sigh. He knows he's in no position to be picky right now. Deciding not to waste any more time, he agrees to the bond. The spirit quickly reaches out, showering him with praises. It calls it a wise choice and begins instructing him to open his soul and accept its presence. It declares them partners, giving him the right to summon its power whenever he needs it. It strictly warns him that it is no servant, and he is not its master. But right in the middle of their contract ritual, Li Han began to piece together the spirit's true identity as a brilliant bolt of lightning struck him directly, gradually shrinking down to form a double lightning mark right in the center of his forehead. He slowly felt the raw energy coursing through his entire body, realizing this was the devastating force of the legendary lightning spirit. Li Han thought that being a lightning element explained why its mind was so incredibly chaotic, but a loud voice suddenly snapped in his head, warning him that since they were now bound by a contract, it could feel all of his doubts, so he had better not push his luck. Right then, Yoni ran over excitedly, congratulating Li Han on successfully forming the contract with the spirit. The lightning spirit huffed, saying that details did not matter, and since the contract was sealed, it would showcase its actual terrifying power. Caught off guard, he nervously asked what it was planning, but then Li Han felt a strange tingling change in the arm holding his staff. Realizing the spirit was merging directly into his hand, the entity squealed in pure excitement, shouting that this feeling was absolutely incredible. It loudly commanded him to release the fire magic and control it immediately, but Li Han stood there completely hesitating. He had not even adapted to this eccentric creature, yet the lightning spirit moved instantly to snuff out his magical flame. Feeling a bit confused, Li Han wondered why the spirit seemed to be in such a massive rush as he stared blankly at it. The spirit snapped angrily, asking if he realized how dangerous his stunt actually was. Why on earth did he unleash such a massive amount of mana? Hearing this, Li Han froze as the spirit added that his mana was enough to incinerate the entire room. Li Han could only think that he was just as clueless about what happened. It seemed highly dangerous, and the truth was that fire magic was still far beyond his current level of control. Clicking its tongue, the spirit worriedly called him a powerful but green rookie before kindly asking if they were all right. It pointed out that the sun was already rising, asking if they did not have class to attend. Without that warning, they would have completely forgotten about academy lessons. While Li Han stood frozen, Yoner screamed in pure panic. Shouting that they had basic imperial geometry and arithmetic this morning, Li Han also panicked as the realization hit him. They had a major homework assignment due today. Honestly, just imagining their angry professor is enough to give anyone a heart attack. Having stayed up to finish it, he refused to turn it in late, so he quickly turned to Lord Percontra. He urgently begged the spirit to guide them out, but Percontra hesitated, explaining that a strict contract forced it to protect this room, making escape impossible. Li Han helplessly rubbed his temples, doubting they could make it to class on time even if they ran as fast as possible. Left with no choice, he tried to provoke the spirit, complaining aloud about how a great being could be so utterly useless. He questioned why it contracted with him at all. Embarrassed, the spirit argued that the punishment room was a different story. It promised that once they escaped, the next summon would allow it to fully prove its true power and legendary skills. The lightning spirit then cleared their blocked path, urging them to seal it back up right away by chanting the holy binding spell in this very spot. Li Han felt a wave of exhaustion, sighing as he went along with it and began reciting the exact incantation the spirit had provided. Massive chains materialized and bound the spirit tightly. Li Han quickly dragged Yoner away while the spirit remained locked deep inside the tower. It yelled after them, pleading with them not to forget to summon it again because its true abilities were far greater than this. Having escaped the sealed chamber, Li Han spread a clean sheet of paper on the hallway floor and began drawing crude scribbles. Yoner pointed at his map and asked about a route, but he frowned deeply, noting that it was yet another dead end. Their homemade map was totally useless, and trust me, they did not need a skeletal leg crawling toward them right now. He turned and asked if it was also looking for an exit. Standing right before Li Han, the bone gestured yes, leaving him deep in thought. The entire area was built like a massive, confusing anthill, making escape nearly impossible, but Li Han quickly made a decision. He decided to check the adjacent hallway one more time when a girl's voice suddenly echoed behind them, claiming they were just wasting time. Startled, they both spun around. The voice called out again, asking if they were indeed looking for a way out of here. Realizing someone was locked inside the prison cell, he approached the iron door to ask who it was. The girl instantly recognized his voice. She asked in sheer disbelief if he was that notorious freshman who got caught trying to escape through the underground tunnels. He suddenly remembered her as the senior arrested for raiding the principal's storehouse, asking what kind of trouble she had gotten into this time. Yoner stepped closer to ask who she was, and Li Han explained that this senior occupied the cell next to his during his last punishment. Meanwhile, the lone bone from earlier seemed to be searching for its missing parts. From inside her cell, the senior spoke coldly. She warned them that the exit was extremely tricky while the bone tried to signal him, but Li Han ignored it to continue talking. Left with no option, the bone wandered off alone, eventually finding the pile containing the rest of its scattered remains. Suddenly, the pieces began assembling themselves, and in a flash, they formed a complete creature while the senior watched on with complete indifference. Why should I tell you? Her cold response leaves Li Han thinking he really has nothing to persuade her with this time. He has absolutely no leverage. Suddenly, the strange bone from earlier starts moving, catching Li Han completely off guard as he leans down. That strange bone from earlier has successfully assembled itself into a foot with a tiny bony tail that is happily wagging. It has pieced itself together into a small four-legged beast, missing only its head, even though it lacks a face to show expression. The creature seems incredibly eager to show off its new body to Li Han. Yoner takes one look, assumes it is a monster, screams in terror. Li Han quickly calms her down, urging her to keep quiet. He explains that he likely summoned it, pointing out a golden metallic ribbon tied around its leg. Then Li Han crouches down and asks the creature if these bones are its own and if it assembled itself. The tiny beast rattles its neck bones to nod in agreement. Li Han watches it feeling slightly worried about whether this undead summon is safe. He sighs, realizing they need to locate the missing headpiece that is hidden somewhere within the punishment room. Overhearing this, the mysterious locked-up senior gasps in shock, asking if he really summoned a skeleton and somehow learned dark magic from Professor Mortem. He has no reason to hide it and admits the truth. She falls silent, deep in thought for a brief moment. Then she slides a paper through the door gap, telling him to take it. She has suddenly decided to be helpful. Handing over a helpful map of the academy, she warmly wishes them the best of luck. He takes it but cannot bring himself to feel happy about it. He softly thanks her before the three of them quickly run off. Behind the bars, the mysterious senior smirks, highly amused that a mere first-year student is already practicing forbidden dark magic. She vows to meet him later. Outside, morning has broken, but they have unfortunately managed to run a bit late. Professor Baladi Bagler's class ended just minutes ago. Li Han carefully peeks around the corridor corner to assess the situation. The professor is holding a thick stack of graded notebooks. Yonair panics, wondering how they will ever turn in their late homework now. Turning homework in late to him is a guaranteed fail. With no other choice, Li Han prepares to draw his magic wand. As he raises the wand, Yonair completely misunderstands his intentions, getting extremely shocked and frantically trying to stop him. She begs him to calm down, warning him not to attack a professor. Li Han sighs, explaining he plans no such thing. His actual target is the stack of graded books. He plans to sneakily slide their homework right into the middle of the pile. This bold plan is completely beyond anything Yonair expected, but Li Han is highly confident he can pull it off. He tells her to hand over her homework so he can toss it in. Focus peaking, Li Han readies his mind. Every single hardship he previously endured under Professor Baladi Bagler has prepared him for this exact crucial moment. With a quiet incantation, the two notebooks gently float into the air as Yonair watches in awe. He makes basic telekinesis look entirely effortless, proving his genius. Li Han maintains absolute focus, guiding the books forward. Guiding the papers as carefully as possible, he reminds himself that just stuffing them into the pile is not enough. He must do it completely undetected. He shuts his eyes, channeling every ounce of his concentration into the spell. As he tells himself to focus, a deeply familiar voice suddenly echoes right next to his ear. The voice warns him to pay attention. Li Han freezes in absolute shock, slowly rubbing his temples. He figures all the stress is causing hallucinations, but then Professor Baladi Bagler's voice rings out behind him, clear as day. The voice notes it is just a simple task of slipping papers into a stack. Li Han snaps out of it, spinning around only to find Professor Baladi Bagler standing right behind him, staring down with a freezing cold glare. The professor tells him to stop looking away and focus. Both Li Han and Yonair instantly freeze like thieves caught red-handed. He silently curses his terrible luck, also spotting a mysterious stranger standing right next to the intimidating professor. It is Kerman Q, who rubs his chin and casually points out the invisible barrier surrounding the professor's notebooks. He warns that the very moment Li Han's flying homework touches it, an alert will go off. The barrier is extremely thin and delicate. Hearing this, Li Han finally notices the magic ward. He squints hard to spot the faint outline. Meanwhile, the two notebooks hover in mid-air right on the edge of the barrier. Kerman Cu remarks to Professor Baladi Bagler that the student has no chance of bypassing it, but before he can finish his sentence, Li Han successfully guides both notebooks right through the delicate warding without triggering even a single alarm sound or making any noise. They land softly atop the stack as the professor slowly walks away down the corridor, completely unaware of the swap. Only then does Li Han finally let out a sigh of relief. Yonair looks on in awe, while Kerman Q stands utterly speechless. He rushes over to Li Han, marveling at how such a thin barrier can immediately alert him the moment he makes a minor mistake. Unbelievable. How did you do that? Professor Baladi Bagler calmly explains that he learned it already. Li Han hesitantly looks at him, saying it was all thanks to the professor's guidance. Meanwhile, Professor Common takes the opportunity to introduce himself with a bright smile. Frankly, this student is almost too talented to just stay under Baladi Bagler. Aren't you Li Han? He happily introduces himself, saying he is Professor Common. He teaches illusion magic and his absolute specialty is barrier magic. Common extends his hand to the boy. I should shake your hand, Common says, but for racial reasons you probably shouldn't. Li Han understands immediately and politely nods. Li Han notes that illusion magic is worth keeping a good image for, since the professor seems highly interested in him. Common promises they will meet soon in Professor Garcia's class, where he will show him the beauty of illusions. Beside them, Professor Baladi Bagler looks displeased. Baladi Bagler coldly states that illusions are useless since a high-level mage will never be fooled by mere tricks. Li Han gets quite worried. Did his professor really just trash someone's specialty right in front of them? This is about to get pretty tense, yet Common nonchalantly asks why he wanted to slide papers through the barrier earlier. The question catches Li Han slightly off guard, so he scratches his head and stammers that they were trying to submit their homework late. Kamen is quite surprised to hear that he went to such lengths just for some trivial homework, laughing out loud. He calls Li Han a remarkably dedicated mage, adding that he wouldn't have even bothered with assignments from Professor Alfred. Li Han asks in surprise why that is, but Lady Bagler speaks up to catch his attention. Lady Bagler explains that the man is a high-ranking imperial bureaucrat who is far better at abusing power than actual magic. Kamen sighs. Kamen complains that his research budget was slashed in half. Meanwhile, Li Han calculates that this man was a high-ranking official. He realizes he must maintain an impeccable image in front of someone with such connections as Kamen looks at him with a warning. Kamen warns him to be careful not to end up as an imperial official, but Lady Bagler quickly cuts the conversation short. Lady Bagler says that is enough joking, as there is no way the boy would choose a lowly path unrelated to magic. Kamen smiles, agreeing that a Li Han wouldn't do that. Suddenly, Li Han feels completely choked up inside, wishing he could just run away since his dream is to become an imperial official. Back at the dormitory, Yuner sighs in exhaustion, relieved to finally be home. Meanwhile, Li Han plans to call everyone down to share their rewards, but notices they are already gathered at the gate talking. He praises them for doing an amazing job yesterday, which startles Asen, who quickly turns around to greet him. Asen runs over in a massive panic, shouting that they have a huge problem because Durgyu, Choi, and Gainando have been kidnapped. Without wasting a single second, they dash off to the rescue, while Asan explains what happened right after their class ended. A summoned monster suddenly attacked them, and though most managed to escape, Gainando tripped and got dragged away by the terrifying beast. Asan adds that Durgyu Choi was also caught while trying to save Gainando, suggesting they look for help nearby. They hope to get a professor's help, spotting Professor Enrago stepping out in the distance. The frantic group immediately rushes over to plead for his assistance. When they ask if he will save Durgyu Choi, the cold response is to deal with it themselves, leaving everyone in stunned silence. While the rest of the class panics in fear, Li Han is not the least bit surprised by this expected turn of events. Suddenly, his sharp eyes spot a strange trail on the ground, which he correctly deduces to be the tracks of the monster. He loudly urges everyone to follow the trail to rescue their friends, turning around to call out to the other tower students. If they want to save Durgyu Choi, they must come along. Though they hate taking orders from him, they have no other choice. Saving Durgyu Choi is the top priority. After a quick agreement, the group sets off to follow Li Han into the woods. Some classmates are already struggling to keep up, and a terrified student asks if they can actually pull this rescue off. Li Han reassures them they will be fine, knowing they have to take matters into their own hands since the academy won't help. He quickly pulls his magic staff from his coat, drops to one knee, and drives it firmly into the dirt, leaving his classmates utterly bewildered by his action. Without explaining a thing, he begins to summon a lightning spirit, focusing entirely on casting his spell. He commands the spirit to call forth rain and thunder, addressing the ancient guardian of a long-lost kingdom. Though the bell tower has crumbled to dust, those who sail the seas still fear your ancient name, Adenard. Watching in awe, Asen notes how the length of a summoning chant reflects a spirit's true power. Such a long, complex formula indicates an incredibly high-tier entity, and a brilliant golden light begins to swirl around Li Han. Chanting continuously, he declares his contract, claiming his absolute right to call the spirit forth to his side. Just as Li Han demands it to appear, a crackling bud of pure lightning suddenly strikes down right in front of him. The electric flower blooms, growing wilder and stronger before quickly condensing into a tiny ball of sparks right inside Li Han's palm. Surprised by the newly summoned entity, Li Han brings it closer for a better look, while the nearby Mage Tower students start to mock him. They mock the tiny spark, laughing that they expected something massive, while Li Han sighs and looks at the spirit with disappointment. He asks why it only summoned a tiny fraction of itself, and the grumpy spirit snaps back that it is entirely his fault. Li Han frowns and glares at the spark, muttering that it is far too tiny and impossible to trust if it always runs away in battle. The lightning spirit grumbles inwardly, realizing it is really starting to detest these arrogant, illogical wizards. It wishes it could just shock them to death, but suddenly senses danger and warns Li Han about a hidden threat nearby. Li Han quickly casts an invisibility spell, glancing around nervously to ask where the enemy is hiding. He sees absolutely nothing nearby, but seriously watch out below, because a massive crack is already splitting the ground directly beneath his feet. The beast bursts from the earth and snatches the unlucky Anago away, prompting the lightning spirit to quickly analyze the creature. Whispering quietly to Li Han, the spirit notes that the monster tunnels underground, likely mutated by Academy wizards during some highly unnecessary experiments. The spirit warns him that getting caught means having his massive mana pool completely drained, but Li Han remains calm, stating he will just destroy the beast right now. The lightning spirit panics, screaming at him that he must not use fire magic in this chaotic situation. He could easily roast the other captured students, so an annoyed Li Han asks if the spirit will help instead, but it stubbornly refuses. Claiming it is too weak to fight directly, the lightning spirit decides there is still one other option. It offers to teach him a new spell, but Li Han is highly skeptical, wondering if this new magic is even more dangerous. Cutting him off, the spirit tells him to focus his mind and visualize the concept of raw lightning. Just like with his previous elemental spells, he needs to picture massive bolts of lightning descending from the heavens. Most spells require gathering mana into a single concentrated point, but the nature of lightning is the exact opposite. Since those massive bolts split into countless arcs that strike multiple targets upon impact, this volatile lightning magic is actually perfect for the current crisis. But if the lightning spreads too wildly, things could go terribly wrong, causing Li Han to frown with deep concern. Knowing how difficult it is to keep the wild sparks from scattering, the spirit offers to assist him directly. First, it channels its energy directly through his hand as Li Han focuses intensely on the crackling spark forming in front of him. Turning to the spirit, he asks if it is fully materialized, leaving the tiny guide completely stunned by his speed. The spirit is totally shocked he pulled it off, but get this, he just pictured a basic battery to make it work. Watching him manipulate the electricity with ease, the lightning spirit offers high praise. It compliments his incredible knack for lightning control, though Li Han silently grumbles that the creature is just making a big deal out of nothing. It goes on instructing him, telling him to focus entirely on the incantation it is about to share. Although spirit magic is notoriously volatile and violent, even a rookie wizard can pull it off with some assistance. With the guidance of the lightning spirit, what is supposed to be a basic spell is actually a formidable second circle lightning magic that it is teaching Li Han. The spirit explains that the beast is currently highly unstable after being subjected to countless horrific experiments. Because of this, it conducts electricity incredibly well, making this spell super effective, so Li Han prepares to launch his attack immediately. The spirit urges him to manifest his mental image into reality, but as Li Han begins chanting, the little creature senses something is off. It detects an absurdly massive amount of raw mana condensing rapidly into a single point, staring at Li Han with a mix of utter dread and sheer confusion. Wondering what on earth this kid is doing, the spirit watches as Li Han aims his staff and fires a colossal bolt directly at the beast. The blast strikes before the monster can react, just as a terrified student manages to guide Professor Garcia to the scene. They rush frantically toward the rampaging monster, arriving alongside Tigling just as the chaos unfolds. The group is utterly horrified by the sight, with Professor Garcia gasping in panic at how many students have already been captured. Vowing to rescue them immediately, she draws her staff and channels just enough precise magic to bring the creature down safely. But suddenly, she feels a strange pressure as a colossal bolt of lightning tears through the sky, striking the monster with devastating force. The resulting shockwave is so incredibly violent that everyone nearby is forced to brace themselves against the howling wind. She watches in absolute shock, wondering who could possess such terrifying mana, as the beast is instantly paralyzed by the electrical current. As the beast writhes in agony, Garcia is too stunned to even wonder who could wield such magic until Tigling suddenly yells out. He screams that the captured students are falling from the sky, prompting Garcia to quickly cast a cushioning spell to gently catch them before running over in worry. Is everyone okay? Are there any injuries? Professor Garcia looks at her students with deep concern. Even Andrago seems a bit shaken after taking a hit from that stray lightning bolt. With his face covered in soot, he lies completely dazed on the ground. Meanwhile, Li Han looks pretty satisfied looking at the charred remains of the monster. He turns to the lightning spirit, questioning if he did it right, since it felt like the spirit was barely even focusing. The spirit snapped back, complaining that this was entirely his fault, not theirs. Just then, he hears Professor Garcia calling out. She wonders aloud whose massive mana that was, and of course, it is indeed Li Han. He immediately looks toward the voice. He sees the professor approaching with Digiling. Li Han quickly asks about the captured students, but she just smiles warmly, telling him there is absolutely no need to worry. They are only slightly numb from the electric shock. Hearing this surprises him as Garcia steps forward holding her magic staff. She offers to heal them gently, waving her staff as a soft green light begins to glow right before Li Han's eyes. Seeing her calm reaction, Li Han reassures himself that the situation must not be very serious at all. Besides, he had no idea Professor Garcia could use healing magic, since most professors here rarely know anything outside their own narrow specialties. Fortunately, the students who got attacked are able to move around again after receiving her gentle healing magic. Andrago stands up and walks, relieved that they survived. When he thanks Professor Garcia, she gently shakes her head. She tells them to thank Li Han instead, as he was the one who defeated the beast to save them. Hearing this, the students look completely shocked, but then their expressions shift to pure anger as they glare at him. Li Han instantly feels a wave of guilt. Getting electrocuted is way more painful than having your mana drained, so he completely understands their anger. Before he can say anything, Andrago steps forward. He bows stiffly to show his gratitude, awkwardly admitting that this entire situation is pretty embarrassing. But as a knight, accepting help without offering proper thanks would go completely against his code. He thanks him sincerely, adding that he now understands exactly why Doju trusts him so much. Receiving such sudden praise makes Li Han feel pretty good, but Andrago immediately throws cold water on his excitement. He warns that they are definitely not friends but says he will cooperate as best as possible during their upcoming lake mission. With that, they head off, leaving a dejected Li Han behind to wonder how they are so good at drawing boundaries. Garcia just shakes her head. She asks if they can talk about his lightning magic from earlier, prompting him to look over at the lightning spirit. He signals that it is time for an explanation, but the spirit hesitantly says its summon time is almost up. Passing the buck, the spirit tells him he has to handle this alone while Professor Garcia stands waiting for answers. At the most critical moment, the tricky spirit slips away, leaving him with a final parting word. It promises to show him real power next time, leaving a helpless Li Han unable to stop it. He quickly tries to explain that there is a story behind this. Before he can finish his sentence, a cold voice cuts in asking if he used lightning magic. Garcia is startled by the sudden intrusion. Holding a charred fragment of the electrocuted monster, Professor Bellotti casually crushes the piece to dust in his bare hand. The professor finds this incredibly interesting. Li Han turns pale with worry, prompting Garcia to quickly step in front of him. She demands to know why he is asking about lightning magic, but he simply responds with a blank face. He claims it is necessary for the boy's studies, forcing Garcia to whirl around in shock to ask if he actually joined this class. His quiet nod of agreement completely shocks Professor Garcia, who always tries to respect her fellow colleagues. She respects them to a certain degree, but Professor Bellotti's brutal lectures are simply way past her limits. She believes his lessons are too harsh for any normal student to handle, staring at Li Han with deep worry since he is only a freshman. Professor Bellotti calmly assures her that the boy has had no trouble keeping up with the brutal pace so far. Though Garcia remains highly skeptical, the professor continues praising how much advanced magic the boy has already learned. He even figured out how to cast a water shield all on his own, earning high praise for his endless desire to learn. His passion is so intense that the professor claims he actually had to hold him back, leaving Garcia deeply worried. She laments how ironic it is that Li Han's genius talent is practically poisoning him by destroying all safety barriers. It is pushing him straight into an impossible course, forcing her to sigh as she realizes she cannot stop him if he is succeeding. Defeated, Garcia gloomily asks him to take good care of Li Han, to which the intense professor calmly nods. He states that he has always taught his classes this way. Garcia suddenly turns to Li Han, wishing him luck, which only leaves him totally confused. Now a wave of fear washes over Li Han. Sometime later, Asan and Guinan are strolling together through the academy grounds. Holding a bag of goods, Asan notes that they really need to thank Li Han someday since he always helps them secure the best stuff. Once they arrive, they can finally buy some delicious food, though Guinan grumbles under his breath about how terrible the market was last time. Asa explains that the black market didn't always have this much food. In fact, tons of supplies only started flooding in recently, likely due to some deal they struck with the tigers. As the two reach the fence, they are instantly stopped. The guard demands a check, but Sanko steps up and greets them, introducing himself as a member of the Tutanta clan. "You two are from the Blue Dragon Tower, right? It is a real pleasure to meet you, Tutanta clan. They are famous across the empire for their stone carving skills." Still, Asa is quietly puzzled. As far as he knows, they are a clan of dwarves who excel at crafting. Why on earth is an elf in their ranks? Pushing up his glasses, he politely strikes up a conversation. "Great to meet you. I am Asa from the Asan Dalkard clan. We want to trade this for some goods." With that, he pulls back the cloth to reveal several potions stolen from Uregulim's lab resting in the basket. But the moment Sanko catches sight of the medicine, his expression instantly shifts into an annoyed glare. His blunt refusal catches both of them completely off guard. "I am sorry, but we cannot trade with you." As they stand there going back and forth over the matter, someone approaches from behind and asks what they are doing. It is Li Han carrying his own basket. Gainando immediately snitches, telling him to talk to this guy. "He refuses to trade with us." Curiously, Li Han steps forward to ask why, but Sanko answers very briefly that it is the law. He states clearly, word for word, that from now on bringing in unclean food is strictly forbidden. Hearing this, Li Han finally puts the pieces together. This guy must be the leader of the Tortoise Tower. Bringing over his basket of fruit, he says, "I harvested these myself from my garden, so can I enter?" He is immediately given the green light. Li Han bids farewell to Asa and moves on. He smoothly enters the market with Sanko, while Asa is left standing outside full of regret. He sighs, bummed that he failed to return the favor. Sanko looks at Li Han, completely baffled, wondering if a member of the elite Li Han clan actually grows crops. Li Han shrugs it off calmly, asking what his clan has to do with it. "I even share these with your tower mates." Sanko asks in surprise, "You give them away for free?" Before he can reply, his growling stomach speaks for him. Embarrassed, he clutches his stomach at a loss for words. Li Han slowly pulls a potato from his basket and holds it out to him. "Want a potato?" Even that notoriously picky princess praised these. Honestly, though, her adoring fans probably overhype her taste. In reality, she's a pretty easy eater. Sanko shakes his head, waving him off, saying he cannot accept it since he has nothing to pay him back. Li Han kindly tells him to just take it, no payment needed. But surprisingly, this gentle offer deeply wounds Sanko's fierce pride. He snaps, warning Li Han not to insult him. A Tutanta dwarf never accepts handouts without paying. With that, he quickly turns and storms off. Talk about an intense guy, but wait, wasn't he supposed to be an elf? Over at a nearby stall, an enthusiastic welcome rings out. Rafford shakes his head with a sigh. You must have heard the news by now. Truly hard times have officially arrived for a thief like me. Li Han sits down across from him. It seems so, he replies, asking him to explain. Rafford sighs, explaining that the black market is rapidly expanding under Sanko's leadership. Of course, problems were bound to arise, and he begins explaining how some students come to the market selling unclean goods, while others show up purely to stir up trouble. As you know, the Tortoise Tower always suffers when the other towers go to war. That is exactly why Sanko brought out a brand new treasure. He hopes it can keep the Tortoise Tower safe. It is a strict law, no work, no food. To compensate for stolen items, offenders will be banned. Frustrated, Li Han slams his fist onto a wooden crate. Everywhere he goes, troublemakers like that just make life miserable for regular students. Because of them, honest thieves like us will starve. Suddenly, remembering something, Rafford eagerly reveals a new attraction that arrived while Li Han was away. At a nearby table, 3 students are huddled close. Aim points at some cards, explaining that a 6 of spades is hidden among the 3. I will flip them and shuffle them. Find it and your bet doubles. Li Han is confused. Is gambling actually allowed here? Rafford explains that while it is disliked, it is still tolerated. Right then, groans echo from the side. My bread, my 3 days of food. Im stammers an apology, claiming he shuffled pretty slowly. In reality, the sly guy hid the card in his palm. Rafford whispers to never play with Im. Li Han nods. That is quite a sneaky technique. Is he from a gambling guild? Suddenly, a voice calls out to Li Han from behind. Surprised, he turns around. Sanko is leading 2 students over for a confrontation. It seems these 2 accepted Li Han's food without compensating him at all. Sanko is visibly furious, completely refusing to tolerate such behavior. Li Han's eyes widen in surprise. He instantly recognizes them as the students he once cooked tomato stew for. Li Han turns to explain, asking him to wait, but Sanko quickly waves his hands to stop him. I do not mean to blame you at all. Rafford is nearby, prepping to lift a crate as the 2 speak. Looking quite uncomfortable, Sanko adds, I apologize on behalf of my friends for their wrongful actions. Our way of life. Standing by a nearby hut, 2 filthy students look over at the conversation, thinking that loafing around like this is just incredibly thoughtless. But Sanko is absolutely determined to pay them back for the food, even if their current situation is looking pretty tough. Li Han says it is fine, but inside he feels terrible taking from them when they are not even from Tiger Tower. Li Han scratches his head in confusion. Sanko firmly insists he simply cannot ignore this. Yonder making up his mind, Sanko points to himself, vowing to repay the debt on behalf of his friend, while Li Han watches in disbelief. Li Han asks how he plans to do that. Sanko points toward the tower, his face full of determination. Sanko tells him to sneak around the academy at night, claiming he has crucial information and urging him to meet up later to learn everything. Night falls inside the tower as footsteps slowly ascend the stairs, with a glowing orb floating above Li Han and Sanko to light their path. Holding a staff to lead the way, Sanko walks ahead, while Li Han follows close behind when suddenly Sanko's eyes grow incredibly sharp as they walk. The path to the 3rd floor of the main building is hidden from freshmen, and every single time they try to reach the 3rd floor, things change. The building structure shifts completely. But Sanko recalls how their constant, exhausting efforts finally paid off in the end. He remembers his friends trying to crack the tower's mystery, with his close female friend standing in a corridor, shouting that there are 5 hallways in total. Then Sanko is seen scratching his head in confusion, while his friend collapses in absolute despair after hitting yet another dead end. He was certain he saw a staircase leading up, only for Sanko and his friend to end up completely blocked by a solid wall. Snapping back to reality, Sanko stops and turns around with a serious look, declaring that they have finally found the solution. Li Han is startled. A sudden wave of unease hits him as moonlight drapes the giant clock. Sanko explains that the hour and minute hands must both point to odd numbers right when the thick clouds fail to hide the moon. And at that exact moment, he has to grip the magic staff tightly in his left hand, fulfilling all 3 necessary conditions. Suddenly, the flowing water blocking the gate dissolves into a thick mist, drifting toward Li Han and Sanko. Li Han is completely amazed, thinking that this is exactly what a Magic Academy should be like, as he witnessed the impossible. He praises Sanko for figuring it all out, but as they keep walking, Li Han wonders if he was brought all this way just to hear that. Sanko shakes his head, saying this was only the preparation, before adding with a serious look that he wants to introduce someone. Walking slowly behind his guide, Li Han asks who this mystery person is, but Sanko simply replies that he will find out soon enough. The vague response leaves Li Han deep in thought, following Sanko while wondering what is going on until Sanko suddenly turns back to speak. Sanko mentions he asked around about what kind of person Li Han is, which immediately makes him start to worry. He knows the rumors floating around the academy, and there is absolutely nothing good being said about him. Li Han tenses up, his eyes widening in alarm, wondering if he is being walked straight into a trap. Suddenly, two figures materialize right behind him, causing Li Han to spin around in absolute shock to see who they are. It is Andrago and one of his lackeys, with Sanko pointing directly at them and screaming that this is a trap to finish Li Han off. Thankfully, that wild scenario was just playing out in his head, and he quickly shakes it off, hoping Sanko is not that crazy. Sanko looks back, confused by his reaction, but Li Han quickly brushes it off and asks what the other students actually said about him. Sanko adopts a stern expression, explaining he heard Li Han has been giving out food to others and wants him to stop doing that. People who do not work for their own food and clothes never learn to appreciate their value, a sentiment that Li Han calmly agrees with. Surprised by this reaction, Sanko asks if he really agrees, and Li Han insists there is nothing wrong with recognizing that those who do not work will never understand the true value of labor, silently thinking that this applies heavily to the professors as Sanko stares at him in complete shock. Clenching his fist, Sanko apologizes for completely misjudging him before rubbing his nose with a renewed sense of excitement and relief. He mentions some guys from Tiger Tower called Li Han a cruel, heartless, and brutal mage, but those rumors are obviously completely fake. Following behind, Li Han rejoices. He is glad his friend did not buy the slander. He has no idea what is happening, but he is ready to fight for his reputation. Outside, the night sky is filled with brilliant stars, while inside the two of them stand quietly before a massive, towering stone statue, depicting a woman sitting on a throne. Her face is carved with incredibly fine detail, radiating a sharp, cold, and stern authority. Looking up, Li Han thinks that even though there are a few visible cracks, it remains a remarkably beautiful piece of stone sculpture. Li Han strokes his chin. The face looks strangely familiar when Sanko calls his name. Pointing to a damaged corner of the statue, Sanko seriously asks if he noticed the specific way it had cracked. He explains that as soon as he saw the damage, he restored it immediately, unable to just stand by and watch it fall apart. Sanko taps away with his small hammer, fixing the cracks while muttering about being a workaholic, prompting Li Han to speak up. But why does it keep breaking? Sanko asks. Tapping the stone, the statue just keeps cracking, no matter how many times I repair it. The moment those words leave his mouth, he freezes. The ground begins to violently tremble as a hidden door slowly rises before them. Sanko solemnly declares this is the secret way to unlock the path, leaving a completely stunned Li Han staring back at him. He shoves Li Han forward, telling him to keep going. From here on out, he must face it alone. Li Han stares into the pitch-black abyss of the cave, cold sweat dripping down his neck. Sanko, I am trusting you on this. Hands on his hips, Sanko grins, telling him to have faith. Li Han takes a deep breath, stepping inside as a glowing red eye slowly opens. This mythical beast is a majestic two-horned lion, muttering in intrigue about yet another new academy student arriving in its domain. Li Han approaches warily, sizing up the strange monster statue before him, completely unsure of what to expect when the beast suddenly speaks. Pleasure to meet you. I am the statue of a forgotten beast, it rumbles, asking the young student if he truly dares to make a vow. Will you swear to keep my existence a total secret? Li Han immediately takes the oath, though curiosity quickly gets the better of him. He asks what the beast is doing down here, prompting the stone lion to wag its tail, claiming it is just killing time. The chamber I guard has been sealed for 187 years, leading a slightly tense Li Han to press further. Asking why he cannot speak of him, the beast sighs, because the academy professors would just make me work again. Li Han flatters the ancient beast for its wisdom before getting to the real point. He heard the statue knows a way out of here. Clarifying his request, he asks if the legendary wise beast knows the location of a certain hidden chamber within the central castle tower. The statue licks its stone lips casually, replying that it actually knows of 3 such rooms hidden inside the grand main tower. Thinking he finally hit the jackpot, Li Han gasps in excitement, but the ancient beast instantly cuts him off with a loud thud. Stomping its heavy stone paw, the monster stares down at him, declaring that he must first defeat him in a battle of wits. 2 floor tiles beneath Li Han slide open, revealing a hidden game board that leaves him completely stunned by what he sees. It is a classic chessboard, and the mythical beast grins, eagerly challenging him to a quick match right then and there. Li Han goes pale, realizing the ancient beast is just desperately bored, while outside, Sanko continues diligently repairing the hallway statues. Even the quietest rustling sounds echo clearly through the eerie silence of the abandoned, dim corridor. Sanko worries, knowing the statue is an absolute grandmaster at chess. Even he, the top player in his clan, could not beat it. He could not score a single point, and who knows if Li Han even has any real experience with chess. Since defeat seems completely guaranteed, Sanko begins planning how to gently comfort his friend without bruising his fragile male pride. A sudden sound snaps Sanko out of his deep thoughts, and turning around, he is shocked to see Li Han already walking back. Dusting off his hands, Sanko approaches, offering to coach him on strategies until he finally manages to beat the wise beast. He tells Li Han to ask whenever he wants a rematch, but Li Han casually declines because he already won the match. He holds up the exact map the statue handed over, leaving a completely stunned Sanko frozen in place, unable to believe his ears. Li Han sighs, complaining that the beast was surprisingly weak. Its chess skills did not even match his old neighbor back home. To be fair, that professor was a genius, but Sanko still asks for details, unable to accept the reality. Refusing to believe it, Sanko listens in disbelief as Li Han confirms the victory, adding that the beast was actually relieved. It claimed it could finally get some sleep, leaving a quiet Sanko to simply nod and lead the way back down the hall. As they walk, Sanko suddenly spins around with sparkling eyes, eagerly asking exactly what strategy he used to secure the win. He rants about the signature dwarven opening of the Tutanta clan combined with the complex strategy of moving the knight piece. He details the move to f3 after losing a pawn, forcing a helpless Li Han to nod along, sensing something is slightly off. He suffers through endless chess lectures the entire way back, leading into a refreshing and quiet Sunday morning the very next day. Li Han gazes out at the vast, empty blue ocean, marveling at its sheer scale, while silently thinking about the headmaster Osu. That skeletal principal is a mystery. Who even knows if he actually expects this quest to be completed or not? He looks over his inventory of collected items, wondering if any of them can somehow get him across this massive body of water. Unfortunately, all he has is some royal wine and a bottle of eye drops, neither of which are helpful in this situation. He recalls an important conversation from last night, remembering how he questioned Gaynando about making a certain magical item. Asking how to brew a basic low-tier mana potion, his classmate confidently crosses his arms to explain the simple process. Simply cut off the bottom of the Galamuru plant, then chop the rest into small pieces about 2 knuckle joints in length. Immediately after that, he would have to quickly slice the snow muscat by hand into thin pieces before the Galamandu dried up. But before he could even finish his sentence, Yonner chimed in, showing off a flask in her hand as she told Li Han that this potion of wisdom would make him incredibly smart just by drinking it. Li Han stared intently at the liquid in the flask without saying a word. Suddenly, he turned and asked Gaynando what 14 times 19 was. Eyes closed, he quickly answered 417. The two of them stared at Gaynando in awkward silence, since the correct answer was actually 266. He then asked him to repeat the steps to brew a low-level mana potion, knowing that while the potion was active, Gaynando would just mindlessly repeat the exact same answer. And just as Li Han predicted, the boy blurted out the exact same recipe as before. Both of them went pale, and Yonner gasped in disbelief, realizing that this was definitely not a potion of wisdom. He quietly figured it was a confidence potion instead. Out of all his options, those 3 potions were all he had on hand. Looking out toward the distant horizon, Li Han knew none of these potions would help. The massive lake before them was the real issue. He wondered if summoning a temporary wooden raft with magic was possible, but a sudden rustling in the bushes behind him cut his thoughts short. Spurred by curiosity, Li Han quietly followed the noise, hiding behind a nearby tree to peek out. He spotted several finely crafted wooden planks. As he stared at the planks, a voice whispered to put it down slowly before Enrago assured his friend that everything was fine. He boasted about doing this countless times back home, prompting Li Han to realize they were building a boat. He called out loudly, startling both of them. Stepping out with his wooden staff in hand, Li Han calmly announced that they had found the lake. His icy glare locked onto them as he pointed his staff. Terrified, they threw their hands up, and Enrago's companion complained about Li Han. Calling him a total scoundrel, Einrogard demanded to know if he was trying to steal their boat while his companion stood firm. The boy declared that Li Han would never steal his precious Baphomet, especially since he hadn't even officially named it yet. He ordered them not to move, only to suddenly catch himself. Why was he threatening his classmates? These bad habits were getting out of hand. Lowering his staff, he cleared up the misunderstanding, explaining he only wanted to know where the boat was heading. The 2 boys froze in confusion. Enrago fell silent, thinking it over before looking up with a proud grin to ask if Li Han was actually interested in his masterpiece. He laughed, inviting Li Han to take it for a spin. That made the mage break into a cold sweat, realizing they had actually built it themselves. Feeling incredibly uneasy about this sketchy setup, Li Han found himself sitting aboard their homemade vessel just a short moment later. Surprisingly, the boat stayed dry despite the weight of multiple people. He just couldn't believe how incredibly easy these guys were to manipulate. Thinking back to how he played them, he realized that simply questioning their carpentry skills was enough to make them eager to prove him wrong. They even let someone they actively disliked onto their precious boat. Surprisingly, despite all his cynical assumptions, he felt they could genuinely become friends. Shaking off those deep thoughts, Li Han leaned back against the hull and spoke up. He told them it was time to locate the island. With a nod of agreement from his companion, Li Han moved to the bow to scan the horizon. Standing tall, he stared into the distance and wished he had a spyglass when a clever idea suddenly crossed his mind. Looking back, he remembered his childhood training when Arlong told him about the secrets of high-level swordsmanship. With enough mastery, a warrior could channel mana to enhance their senses. It wasn't as flashy as actual spell casting, but it significantly boosted their physical capabilities in a pinch. Snapping back to the present, Li Han closed his eyes, shielding his face as he realized that if those old lessons held true, he could enhance his eyesight using raw magic. Channeling his mana, a bright blue light began to radiate around him. The energy flared intensely around Li Han, forming two glowing blue circles right over his pupils. They looked like glowing lenses. He wasn't technically skilled enough to precisely target a specific organ yet, but his massive near-infinite mana pool allowed him to easily force the same result. Soon, a small island appeared in his sight. The distant shore came into sharp focus, revealing the clear outlines of trees swaying on the isolated land. Looking rather surprised himself, he pointed forward, announcing that he had successfully spotted the island just ahead. Einrogard and his friend shouted in pure shock, unable to believe he actually spotted it. Li Han shrugged it off as pure luck. Now that they had their bearings, they could proceed, but Li Han suddenly froze. He warily asked why they were gripping their wooden swords. Startled, Einrogard and his friend quickly claimed it was nothing, though they were secretly terrified of the massive magical pressure Li Han was releasing. Sensing their fear, he suggested they head back. Einrogard immediately complied while strange, massive bubbles began rising to the water's surface. Gripping his oar, the boy kept his eyes closed, rowing while silently reflecting on how terrifying things had seemed at first. But against all odds, everything worked out. Exhausted from all the rowing, he only wanted to return to shore as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Einrogard's oar pokes a massive water bubble, but strangely, the bubble doesn't pop at all. Li Han sits cross-legged in front of him, asking with a puzzled look what is going on. Einrogard hesitates, saying he thinks he just hit something just as a giant water bubble floats up from the sea. It reflects the three of them on the boat, making Li Han panic at this terrifying aura as he stands up with his staff. Suddenly, the giant bubble shoots massive water jets, prompting Li Han to scream that it is a water spirit. Water droplets rain down on the three of them, and their chubby friend holds his head in terror, screaming at Einrogard for what he did. While Einrogard quickly apologizes, the water spirit stops its attack, and Li Han looks up to analyze it, noticing that it cannot speak. It is clearly not a high-grade spirit, and the sheer amount of trembling fear radiating from it makes him believe it is actually terrified. Li Han covers his mouth in shock as a sudden realization hits him, remembering how he just used magic to search for the island. The real culprit is not Einrogard, but himself, since his spilled mana startled it, so Li Han tells Einrogard to calm down. Li Han stands up with his staff, telling a terrified Einrogard that he needs his help, while their friend hides behind a wooden plank, whimpering in fear. The crying boy asks if Li Han does not blame him, leaving Li Han completely speechless at how guilty the poor guy feels. Li Han looks at Einrogard with a gentle expression and tells him that everyone makes mistakes, but what matters is how he handles it. Einrogard is completely stunned by his maturity as Li Han turns back to face the water spirit once again. Li Han commands him to keep rowing, and Einrogard immediately complies, telling him to leave it to him. He looks back, hoping they can escape before turning a sharp, intense glare toward the water spirit. The creature immediately panics in absolute dread, since from its perspective, Li Han looks like an insanely giant and terrifyingly dangerous threat. Under his terrifyingly dark gaze, the water spirit suddenly releases a massive shockwave of energy, forcing Li Han to duck and shout. He stares at the creature, realizing this energy burst is actually summoning all the other water spirits in the area. As they rise from the sea, Li Han is left stunned while Einrogard and their chubby companion cling to each other. They cry in terror, while Li Han sits at the bow, watching in fear as the other spirits start shooting high-pressure water jets. He quickly shouts for his shield, instantly conjuring a wall of water to block the oncoming barrage from the high. Li Han shouts at Einrogard in a panic, telling them to move it and row faster. The terrified boys obey his orders immediately as Li Han keeps urging Einrogard to row without stopping for even a single second. After some time, the sun rises high in the sky and the oars move smoothly as the chaotic storm finally passes. Einrogard tremblingly asks if they are far enough, and Li Han confirms they are, as their boat drifts onto an island shore. Li Han looks around, realizing they wanted to head back to safety but ended up landing right on the mysterious island. It is a bizarrely shaped tiny island in the middle of nowhere, forcing the three of them to step ashore in absolute dread. Einrogard glances back at their boat and, exhausted, asks Li Han if they can take a quick break because his arms are killing him. He complains that rowing for so long has left his hands completely worn out. Li Han sighs and agrees, making Einrogard happy while their friend is surprised by how incredibly soft the sand feels here. But as the friend slowly sinks, panic sets in and he screams out in terror, realizing the sand is actually pulling him under. Li Han instantly realizes this is the principal's trap and things are about to get really messy on this beach. He tries to stop Einrogard from running, but it is already too late as the boy sinks into the sand, screaming for help. Staying calm, Li Han notes their slow reaction time, pulls out his iron sphere and throws it high into the air. Knowing basic telekinesis cannot lift other people, he grabs onto the ball, hoping to use a clever little trick to escape. By moving the iron sphere with his magic, he grips it tightly with all his strength to lift his entire body up. Successfully pulling himself out of the sinking sand, Li Han hangs in midair, desperately holding onto the flying sphere. Looking down, he realizes he just needs to steer the ball to safety, slowly gliding toward a nearby solid rock. The other two could have done this too, but unfortunately they are already submerged past their waists as Li Han lands hard on the rock. Sitting up, Li Han is shocked to see the boat sinking into the sand along with Einrogard. Their chubby friend vanishes right after him, leaving Li Han realizing that escaping by boat is now completely impossible. Suddenly, the sand shifts violently and an armored hand wearing a massive gauntlet bursts out from underneath the shore. Jovan slowly pulls his entire body up, standing right in front of a tense and cautious Li Han. Jovan stares at Li Han, noting that compared to the other freshmen, this guy is surprisingly good at running away. Realizing the bizarre creature before him is an undead, Li Han immediately suspects this is a trap by Principal Osu. Li Han politely bows to greet him, asking what he is doing there and if he is there to deliver a quest. Confused by the calm reaction, Jovan asks why Li Han isn't shocked. Li Han simply replies that of course he's surprised. Jovan remarks that Li Han is certainly a unique student, explaining that the plan was to bury them in the sand as a test. Pointing to the sand, Jovan orders him to get inside where the others are waiting. Li Han politely bows in obedience. But instead of obeying, Li Han suddenly whips out a wooden staff and launches a magic sphere, sending it flying straight into Jovan's face. The orb drops harmlessly at Jovan's feet. Growling about audacious new students, the furious undead suddenly erupts in a surge of bright blue light. "What on earth did you just do?" Li Han quickly bows and apologizes for the slip, catching the undead off guard. Using the opening, Li Han commands the sphere to float back up, spinning it directly in front of the creature's face. Sand whips up from below as Jovan raises a defensive barrier to block the incoming strike, forcing the sphere to retreat. Furious, the creature asks if he is being mocked. Li Han simply sighs, completely focused. Rely on allies? No way. Rather than trusting others, he determines to crush this undead alone, chanting a spell to hide himself in the shadows. An utterly stunned Jovan demands to know how a mere student learned his master's magic, angrily accusing him of stealing the sacred spell. Honestly, Li Han never even wanted to learn this weird magic, but survival forced his hand. He quickly summons a skeleton and orders it to charge. Brushing the summoned skeleton aside, Jovan heavily gasps, growling that the young mage is nothing but a persistent nuisance. Jovan accuses him of using summons just to buy time for an invisibility spell, his body now radiating a heavy, murderous aura. He admits the plan is quite bold for a freshman, his glowing eyes scanning the area as he declares it useless. Encircled by swirling winds, he mocks Li Han, stating that running to this island has only left him trapped like a cornered rat. Suddenly, a sword flashes through the air, slicing across Jovan's leg. The undead never expected such a counterattack. Instead of fleeing, Li Han had stayed close to absorb all his mana, leaving the creature completely bewildered before collapsing heavily to the ground. The answer to his confusion lies in the strange weapon in Li Han's hand, a sword forged specifically for anti-magic combat. Known as the Morning Star, this obsidian blade possesses the rare ability to completely drain and absorb mana. Slowly pushing himself up, Jovan angrily demands to know how a wizard student can even wield an anti-magic weapon. Accusing him of having absolutely no pride as a mage, Jovan is cut short as Li Han lands and slashes his arm. With an ice-cold expression, Li Han silently notes that the headmaster, Jovan's own master, is the one who forced him to adapt. Furious, the creature kicks up a wave of blinding sand. Gritting his teeth, Jovan realizes he cannot afford to hold back anymore. If he loses here, his master might never summon him again, meaning he can no longer afford to treat his opponent as a mere freshman. Now that things have escalated to this point, Jovan raises his arms and slams them down, creating a massive explosion of sand. With glowing eyes, Jovan declares Li Han a true enemy, vowing to defeat him in the name of his revered master. As Jovan transforms into a terrifying new form, he vows to crush the boy, catching Li Han slightly off guard by the power. Amused that the summon actually has a name, Li Han wonders if he should hold back to preserve such a rare creature. After all, he still has plenty of questions. Suddenly, Jovan roars, conjuring deadly sharp spikes of sand from the ground. The sudden subterranean assault catches Li Han completely by surprise, giving him almost no time to react. As the sharp earthen pillars spear toward him, he barely manages to dodge, gritting his teeth in frustration. He knows he cannot just stay on the defensive against these massive, wide-range area attacks. Staring at his opponent, Li Han realizes he is at a severe disadvantage and light magic will not cut it here. Direct magic attacks are out of the question as the undead will not patiently wait for him to complete a lengthy incantation. Yoner making a swift decision, Li Han's body suddenly glows with immense magical power as he yells out for the flames to burn. Pinpointing Li Han's location from the shout, Jovan charges forward, mockingly asking what a simple spell could possibly do. But his mockery turns to absolute horror as the entire island is engulfed in a sea of flames. Sometime later, a sand-covered Einrogard coughs up dust. Struggling to pull themselves out of the dunes, Einrogard looks around in confusion, asking if they got buried yet again. Before he can get an answer, Einrogard freezes as he spots Li Han emerging calmly from the dying embers. The terrifying murderous look on Li Han's face sends a shiver down their spines before the exhausted mage collapses onto the sand. The two rush over in concern, asking if he is all right, especially when Einrogard notices the state of his arm. Demanding to know what happened while they were knocked out, Li Han calmly explains he just fought the principal's summoned undead, and fought it, but they are safe now. The two of them stare at each other, utterly speechless with shock before his companion understands and asks to examine his hand. Li Han hesitates, wondering if he can actually trust this guy enough to show him his injury. The boy urges Li Han to trust him, explaining that he studied healing magic. He then glances down at the self-treated arm. Impressed by the neat bandage work, he praises him. Just then, Einrogard speaks up with a question, catching Li Han off guard. Einrogard asks if he really treated it all by himself, and when he nods, they are both stunned. His companion gasps in disbelief. He cannot believe Li Han actually defeated one of the principal's summons. The boy looks at him with pure admiration, thinking that it must have been an incredibly tough and grueling battle. Li Han sighs. They probably think he had a heroic struggle, but the truth is a bit different. Standing in the sea of fire, Joven panics. How could this kid cast so much fire with normal Tier 1 magic? At this rate, the Master's beautiful island is going to turn into absolute ash. He has to put out this blaze. While Joven desperately tries to find a way to stop the fire, a massive object suddenly drops from the sky, crashing straight into him. Joven never expected such a reckless move from Li Han. He gasps out in shock, a rock, but wait, strange streams of light are being drawn directly toward the sword in Li Han's hand. Li Han's entire body is covered in a brilliant blue glow, and Joven can feel his own mana rapidly draining away. Swearing vengeance, the summon promises to remember the freshman's face. Before fading away, Joven demands his name, and Li Han responds. Lying through his teeth without blinking, he claims to be Jijil Moradi from the Moradi family. Joven immediately swears revenge. He struggles to utter his final words, warning Moradi that next time he will absolutely not show any mercy. Joven vanishes into thin air. Li Han sighs with relief that it is over, unaware that a massive tree branch above him is snapping. He slowly sheathes his sword, completely unaware of the danger. Suddenly, sensing a threat, he quickly spins around to look. Back in reality, his face tightens. He silently curses himself for letting his guard down at the very last second. As they stand there awkwardly, his companion asks why he did not just give up instead of choosing to fight. He struggles to come up with a noble answer, since his actual reason was just avoiding the trial with them. He proudly states that giving up is shameful, leaving both boys believing he fought solely for the honor of the Warden family. Filled with deep admiration, Einrogard declares that while Li Han's hand is recovering, they will serve as his loyal right hand. The other guy offers to carry his bag, but suddenly both of their stomachs growl loudly, creating an awkward silence. Li Han suggests getting some food first, prompting the embarrassed duo to quickly offer to prepare a meal. A moment later, a delicious bubbling pot of soup is ready. Li Han hands them bowls and tells them to dig in. Staring hungrily at the food, Einrogard thanks him while his companion feels guilty that they were not the ones cooking. Watching them happily devour his cooking, he recalls being curious about what they would have prepared if they had cooked instead. But since they literally pulled out chunks of wood to gnaw on, he is glad he took over the kitchen duties. Li Han's food is incredibly tasty. The other boy cannot believe he is eating such a gourmet meal here. Li Han tells them to eat while they listen. Both of them freeze and look up as he continues. Their boat is completely destroyed, leaving them trapped on this cursed island, so they desperately need to make a plan. They must escape the principal's island. Li Han asks if there is any possible way for them to build another boat. Einrogard shakes his head, and Li Han agrees it would be too difficult. He warns them of an even bigger issue. Hearing this, both boys turn pale. They wonder what could possibly trouble someone who easily defeated the principal's undead. It must be something extremely serious. Hearing this, the other boy finds himself unable to even swallow his food. He asks what is wrong. Tension rises as Li Han's face fills with genuine dread, stating that at this rate, they will not be able to attend class tomorrow. The other two stare at him in complete disbelief. Is he seriously stressing over school? His friend points out that under these circumstances, missing a few classes is normal, but Li Han firmly insists that skipping school is absolutely not an option. Einrogard tries to reason with him. Looking out at the sunset dipping below the horizon, Einrogard doubts they have any way to get to class tomorrow. Li Han wonders if anyone will come looking for them once they realize they are missing, but Einrogard quickly dampens that hope. Even if the academy knows they are gone, nobody is coming to save them. Li Han sinks into silent thought. Fortunately, Monday morning class is just basic magic ethics. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him about the principal. If the principal finds out we're missing, he will definitely come save us. We just need to hold out until he arrives. Li Han shakes his head, cutting them off. That is never happening under Principal Osu. Instead, the Skull Principal would probably just sigh and call them pathetic for failing such a simple task. The only way out is swimming, but as they talk, a water spirit suddenly emerges from the bushes behind them, catching Li Han's eye. He spins around, sensing a familiar magical energy, and spots the water spirit hovering directly above his head. Water droplets begin separating from its body. Sensing an incoming attack, Li Han quickly rushes forward and orders his classmates to group up. The terrified water spirit immediately darts away. Realizing it is making a run for it, Li Han yells out and gives chase. He commands it to stop. Behind him, a confused Einrogard cries out, "Wait for me, I haven't even finished eating yet." The water spirit fires sharp jets of water to slow them down, but the trio relentlessly pursues the fleeing creature. Li Han realizes the spirit's attacks are incredibly basic. He stops in his tracks, knowing that chasing it forever won't solve anything. As blue light closes in on the creature, Li Han demands it to stop running. He unleashes a massive wave of pure mana, calmly reassuring the trembling spirit that he has no intention of hurting them. Hearing this, Einrogard silently doubts anyone would believe those friendly words. Li Han then asks if the spirit serves the principal. The spirit shakes its head rapidly. Li Han warns the creature not to even think about lying. He asks why it kept attacking them while they were resting, and the spirit responds by pointing its hand. Li Han looks over. The water spirit is pointing toward a cluster of shattered and fallen tree trunks nearby. It is hard to blame the little spirit for wanting payback here. Li Han turns pale as he realizes it is furious. It is angry because he scorched this entire forest. When Einrogard asks what it said, Li Han immediately starts spinning a lie. Li Han lies that the spirit is mad about being hit by Einrogard's oar. Einrogard instantly panics and apologizes for his clumsy rowing. The water spirit watches Einrogard in complete confusion, unable to understand why this human is acting so bizarrely. It feels like something is off, but the spirit is already completely swept up in Li Han's story. Li Han claims the spirit has already forgiven him, giving Einrogard instant relief. Then Li Han turns back to ask the spirit another question. Even if the spirit doesn't serve the headmaster and must have witnessed the strange things the old man did on this island, what kind of cursed magic did the principal cast here? Li Han and his classmates continue questioning the cooperative water spirit. Li Han knows this island is a massive trap and the headmaster definitely hid something dangerous here. Suddenly, the spirit begins changing its shape. Einrogard sharply points out that the spirit is trying to show them something as its body molds into various symbolic shapes. The students shout out their guesses, wondering if it's a lock or a tomb, while Li Han silently realizes a seal was placed here. Li Han realizes exactly what the headmaster hid, while his classmates continue to whisper and guess among themselves. Taking out his picnic card, Li Han commands the spirit to guide them, revealing a hidden path of floating stone stairs. A massive stone pillar looms through the freezing mist as Li Han and his group follow the floating path. Guided by the spirit, they arrive at a massive cavern. Einrogard and their classmate look around the enormous space in complete awe. The classmate asks if these stairs connect to the dungeon beneath the shore, while Li Han carefully observes their surroundings. He wonders why such a massive facility was built on a remote island, questioning what the headmaster is truly plotting. Einrogard steps up to his stone pedestal first, calling out to Li Han that there is an inscription, which immediately grabs the mage's full attention. Li Han urgently asks if it's warning them about incoming traps, but Einrogard tells him to wait and let him read it aloud. Einrogard begins reading the message, which welcomes them as fresh academy students and notes how they must be surprised by this sudden test. The message explains that this trial is all part of the process to nurture young mages, encouraging them to keep moving forward. Having overcome prior challenges, they are instructed to remember those core lessons for the final cooperative task waiting inside the stone sanctuary. Once they go inside, they will find an altar surrounded by stone pillars. When one person steps onto the platform, the magic activates. The seal will break and the picnic card will finally appear. The three of them listen intently to the very end of the message. Once the message finishes, a dark question pops into Li Han's mind. What exactly happens to the person standing on that altar? Their classmate complains that the setup is completely absurd and demands another way, but Li Han, sighing, warns him that there isn't one. Talk about a toxic teamwork exercise. Li Han realizes they are in serious trouble and things are about to get ugly. Outnumbered and dealing with a severely injured arm, Li Han knows he is at a major disadvantage if they decide to turn on him. While planning a surprise ambush to gain the upper hand, a shadow suddenly blurs past him, making him curse. Einrogard moves too fast for a reaction. From behind, Li Han watches him when suddenly, his classmate screams out in pure terror. A completely baffled Li Han listens as the boy frantically yells. Einrogard boldly declares that he will sacrifice himself, refusing to overlook all the terrible things Li Han did. Li Han is absolutely stunned by how long the guy holds a grudge. Still, Einrogard keeps talking. They would have been trapped in the dungeon anyway, so he decides to leave the excursion ticket behind. He will earn his own ticket next. This selfless speech deeply touches his classmate, who tearfully begs to join him. Touched by the loyalty, Einrogard nods. Watching them, Li-Han figures they might actually have a conscience left. He decides to just observe, but his thoughts are suddenly cut short by the frantic water spirit. Guessing its frantic gestures, he asks if it wants them stopped. With a shrug, Li-Han agrees to help. He casts Rising Wave, blasting the two boys flat on their faces. Covered in soot, they glare up and yell. "What is he doing?" Einrogard screams. How dare he interfere with their grand noble act of self-sacrifice? Li-Han glares coldly at the water spirit, demanding to know the real reason he had to stop them. The little spirit frantically uses body language to explain, and Li-Han is quick to catch on. Even with a sacrifice, the seal would remain locked. The spirit nods furiously to confirm his theory. As the others start complaining, a chilling realization hits Li-Han. That crazy old professor is completely insane. The whole sacrifice thing was a setup. Shaking off his dread, he tells the boys this is a trap. The duo finally realize they almost died for nothing. Li-Han looks back at the spirit for clues. That pristine altar has been suspicious from the start, almost begging for someone to pay attention to it. Moving on, pure instinct, he realizes this barrier must be broken, like the lake tower's shield. Within seconds, his staff glows with a massive surge of raw mana ready to unleash absolute devastation. The wind howls. His classmate screams for him to wait, but Li-Han is already casting his spell. The terrified water spirit shivers in fear. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts, swallowing the entire chamber. Once the blinding light fades, the shivering spirit cautiously opens its eyes to scan the room. Standing tall, Li-Han mutters that he knew it. The altar survived a direct hit, completely unscathed. Einrogard rushes over, demanding to know what just happened. Li-Han calmly explains his attempt at breaking it. He tried overriding the defensive spell, but it failed. His classmate just stammers in absolute disbelief. Something should have reacted. If this barrier works differently, he only has one crazy option left. But getting caught using forbidden magic could easily be fatal. Now his face tightens with pure, unadulterated dread and hesitation. Masking his fear, he coldly orders everyone to step back before unleashing his ultimate spell again. A massive water sphere begins to form, reminding him of Professor Bloody Bagler's warning about overdoing it. But rules are meant to be broken. As long as nobody finds out, he should be fine. Yet the terrifying memory of Bloody Bagler's sharp glare flashes in his mind, sparking a sudden wave of panic. Heavy stone slabs violently shatter to pieces, scattering wet debris and droplets of water everywhere. Both Einrogard and his classmates stare in speechless shock. The indestructible altar has been completely pulverized. What kind of insane magic is this? Einrogard wonders, staring at the sheer scale of the destruction. He detonated a giant water bomb. He knew Li-Han was strong, but this power is completely absurd. Staring warily at his classmates, Einrogard begins to wonder just how monstrously strong this guy actually is. Li-Han suddenly slams his staff down to stay upright. Pale and exhausted, he struggles to stand. That single spell drained almost all of his mana. He cannot afford to keep spamming it. Just then, a heavy ancient tome slips from his cloak and thuds loudly onto the damp stone floor. Stunned, Li-Han panics as the magical pages begin to rapidly flip open all on their own. Blinding ancient runes shoot out from the pages, bathing the entire room in a bright glow. As the glow fades, Li-Han collapses. Terrified, Einrogard runs forward, screaming his name. His friend frantically asks if he is all right. Li-Han raises a weak hand to calm them, telling them to go find the escape tickets. First, he watches them leave before securing the tome. Why did he do it? Li-Han stared down at the book, his mind flooded with endless questions. Why teach him all these spells? Images of the sharp claws of Gonadaltes flashed behind his eyes. That Tier 2 enhancement spell turns a mage's hands razor sharp. Still, his thoughts kept drifting deeper. Was the old man mocking him for recklessly destroying the altar, or did this carry some deeper meaning? Just then, Einrogard's sudden excited shout cut right through his heavy train of thought. Here is the pass, Li-Han, you actually did it. He grinned, handing over the card. It is yours. Just as promised, you can keep it. Li-Han nodded blankly, taking the card to examine it. It looked identical to the last one. It seemed all passes were the same. Then Li-Han made a request. Could you guys help me carry that flat stone over here? Einrogard looked instantly confused. Why that specific one? The other student chimed in, asking if they could just rest up first. Li-Han flatly refused, insisting they do it now. Cut to Monday morning inside the basic magic class. An angry voice demands to know where Li-Han is. Sienna, Asa, and their classmates immediately cornered Jizzle, pressing him for answers. Asa steps forward with her theory, noting the last time they saw Li-Han. He was near the lake tower with other students. I am 90% sure you kidnapped him. Jizzle denies it instantly, but deep down panic sets in. Damn it, he wondered where those guys had gone too. What are they even doing here, he wonders. He needs to defuse this tense situation before things get completely out of hand. But before he can finish, a flicker of blue flame suddenly sparks to life right there. Osu appears with a sinister grin, mocking them. Why are you all screaming so early in the morning, kids? The students bow instantly. Asa politely explains they were just greeting each other and Jizzle quickly backs her up. Yes, we are just glad to see each other. Everyone shares the same thought if he finds out they are dead. It is better to handle this ourselves. Osu cuts in with a dissatisfied sigh telling them to quiet down. How boring. Has anyone actually secured a pass card yet? When complete silence falls, Osu mocks them, acting deeply disappointed in their lack of progress. Your seniors managed to complete the task. Suddenly, he sighs, acting as if he has absolutely no other choice. I will give you another chance. The students light up in hope as he orders them to head to the lake. They whisper excitedly behind his back, amazed by the principal's kindness, relieved that their worries were for nothing. Hearing their chatter, Jizzle secretly scoffs at the fools. He glares at Osu, knowing the man must be up to something. He cannot figure out the scheme. Jizzle reluctantly admits to himself that if Li Han were here, he would have realized it. Li Han would have cracked the secret by now. Suddenly sensing something strange, Osu's eyes dart to the side. Floating upside down in mid-air, the principal searches the crowd. Strange, where did that kid Li Han go? Hovering high above the students, he thinks that if the boy simply decided to skip class today, he got very lucky. But if he already went to the island, Osu smiles, imagining the kid's despair. Too bad for him. He must have been trapped in that underground dungeon all weekend. Either way, this should be quite entertaining. He exhales a freezing breath over the sea. Instantly, ice begins to spread across the water with a bitter chill. A solid path of ice forms. Osu orders them to pair up and cross, but his true wicked plot is finally unfolding. The principal already guessed that some students would try to run away since they had not finished their homework yet. He set this up so no one could possibly escape. Not a single student suspects a thing about his impossible mission. He smiles as he helps them. In his mind, their true suffering is only just beginning. Just thinking of their screams of despair gets him excited, or rather, deeply saddened, of course. But suddenly, he notices a shift. Osu looks on in confusion. Why is nobody sinking into the ground? The students step onto the island completely unharmed and laughing. Shocked, he presses his hand into the sand. Why are they not sinking? He digs deeper, realizing he cannot feel Jovan's magic at all. It was not summoned. Then Osu realizes the truth. He knows the only person capable of pulling this off. Pure rage boils over inside him. Blood rushes to his head as a familiar figure approaches. Li Han slowly steps out from the forest. He looks completely exhausted and haggard. His mere presence drives the principal insane, unleashing a sudden burst of explosive light. Osu roars in absolute fury, cursing the brat's pure arrogance. Because of this, the other students lost a rare chance to learn, but the principal isn't even done venting his anger. Suddenly, a group of worried students rushes over, calling out to Li Han as Asan anxiously asks if he is all right. He gasps, saying they thought he had been kidnapped, leaving both Li Han and Anago utterly confused by the idea. Why would anyone kidnap a guy like him, they wonder. Right then, another pair of students eagerly runs up to them. They quickly grab Anago and his friend, pulling them back to put some distance between the group and Li Han. In an instant, they are several steps away, and one boy whispers, asking the others if they are actually all right. He asks if Li Han casts some creepy spell on them, making the rescued student feel incredibly awkward. Anago quickly steps in to clear the air, explaining that Li Han actually helped them a lot. His friend agrees, adding that if Li Han had not beaten the principal's summon, they would still be trapped underground. The two listeners go quiet, their faces twisting in dread as they realize their friends have definitely been brainwashed by Li Han. Surely the principal would never do something so extreme, but right then, Principal Osu's booming voice echoes. He praises them, though he is clearly fuming, muttering about them defeating the very summon he spent so much time preparing. Li Han quietly accepts the lecture, while the principal continues to complain about him destroying his precious summon. He yells that the trial on this island was supposed to be a harsh, highly educational lesson, dragging them deep underground. Hearing this, the two classmates freeze in absolute terror, wondering if this insane school is actually for real. Principal Osu sighs in defeat, admitting it is quite impressive that they managed to secure the weekend passes. He declares that such an achievement deserves praise, and with a wave, a soft light wraps around Li Han's arm. Stunned, the boy looks down at his fully healed arm and quickly offers his polite thanks to the principal. But Li Han makes sure to speak up, stating clearly that he did not finish this difficult task all by himself. He points toward Anago and their classmate, explaining that they got the weekend passes as a team. The classmate immediately waves his hands in denial, insisting they did not actually do anything to help. Anago shyly agrees, saying Li Han did all the work, but Principal Osu just grumbles that he already knows. He tells them there is no need to state the obvious, a blunt remark that leaves the two boys thoroughly annoyed. Li Han secretly agrees that the old man has a real gift for annoying people. Then the principal speaks up smoothly. He announces that as the first to complete the homework, Li Han of the Li Han family gets a special score. He reaches out to take the pass to check it, and the very next second, a strange light flashes in his eyes. The ticket in his hand begins to glow, and with a sudden flash of light, it completely vanishes from sight. Asan and Nilia stare in shock, while the surrounding students immediately begin to whisper loudly. They protest immediately, demanding to know why the principal confiscated the pass when he had promised them a proper reward. The old man scoffs and tells them to remember his exact words, bringing up a quick flashback of the initial lecture. In the memory, Principal Osu clearly says that he hid the weekend passes on an island in the lake. He told them to cooperate and bring the passes to him, and that was it. As the memory ends, the students gasp in shock, and a devastated Asan holds his head in despair. He never actually promised to let them keep the passes, prompting Principal Osu to burst into joyful laughter. He asks if they finally understand the weight of exact wording, cheerfully telling them to treat this as a good lesson. Dozens of glaring eyes lock onto the principal, leaving Li Han to sigh at how incredibly skilled the old man is at being annoying. The principal then asks Li Han if he feels cheated by this outcome, but the boy simply remains quiet for a moment. He calmly replies that he never expected to keep the pass anyway, showing he had zero expectations from the start. He states he has no complaints, earning instant admiration from the surrounding crowd for his maturity. They praise his generosity, and even Principal Osu watches on with a very satisfied expression. He notes how rare it is for such a talented kid to remain this humble, though it seems things did not quite go as planned. Even so, the old man still lets his annoyance show quietly, plotting to catch the boy off guard next time. Soon the students disperse, heading back across the icy path that leads them back to the main academy. While walking back with the crowd, Li Han notices that Anago and their other classmate are still quietly tagging along behind him. He clutches his chest, silently thanking his lucky stars, having never expected the crazy principal to show up in person. Li Han lost himself in thought, reflecting on the item he handed over. His mind slipped back to last night when hushed voices echoed clearly through the silent darkness. Is doing this really the right move? A voice questioned in concern. Will he actually be tricked? Another voice quickly replied, is definitely worth a shot. The three of them, including Li Han, breathed a collective sigh of relief. They stared down at their hard work, a massive pile of identical-looking passes. They lay scattered on the ground, a secret testament to their successful forgery. Those passes were fake. Back in the present, the tense reality set in. Einrogard leaned in to whisper, asking if Li Han had foreseen all of this. But Li Han quickly raised a hand, gesturing for him to stay quiet. Still in disbelief, Einrogard stammered, asking if things were truly okay. Holding on to something so incredibly valuable made him feel extremely restless. Their companion chimed in, noting that although the headmaster barely acts, they all received a pass. Li Han then offered some serious advice with a cool look. Use it with absolute caution and never while the principal is around. The two watched him walk away, nodding in quiet agreement with his warning. Li Han glanced back at them, feeling a surge of excitement as he began plotting his next move with his co-conspirators. Accomplices had to be treated well to prevent any backstabbing. Meanwhile, he silently evaluated Osu and the situation. But would those fake off-campus passes actually work? This entire situation would certainly catch the headmaster completely off guard. He probably would never suspect they were fake. Meanwhile, those two naive classmates had absolutely no idea about the elaborate scheme Li Han was running. He would only decide whether to use his pass after watching them try theirs first. After all, he still held the single real ticket. Eventually, the entire group of students made it back to the other side of the island. Li Han immediately thanked the water spirit for its help. Without its assistance, things would have been incredibly difficult. Hearing his praise, the little water spirit blushed red with embarrassment. Then Li Han realized something. Had he actually managed to grow closer to a water spirit, he quickly realized that this could be a massive opportunity for him. Taking immediate action, Li Han asked if the spirit could help him further, but his sudden advances completely terrified the little creature. It quickly zipped around in a panic before swooping down straight toward Nulia. The spirit made it very clear that it preferred her instead. She wondered why the spirit was acting this way, asking if it truly wanted to form a contract. She told the spirit that signing with her was impossible, urging it to contract with Li Han instead. Hearing that, Li Han wept silently while Yonner Mekin tried to comfort him. Late at night, Li Han walked back all by himself. Recalling the events from earlier that afternoon, his blood began to boil with pure frustration. That spirit had actually contracted with Nulia. Still, Li Han knew he had to push that aside and focus on his current business. Putting that distraction aside, he approached the doorway. As he pushed the door open, his mind sharpened, preparing himself for the upcoming very serious meeting. This was definitely not the time to be distracted. Inside the dimly lit room, the imposing silhouette of Professor Baladi was already waiting for him. The professor stared at him with cold, unyielding eyes. Li Han bowed respectfully to break the heavy silence, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Baladi bluntly pointed out that Li Han had used lightning magic. Not daring to lie, Li Han honestly confirmed it while dreading what would happen next. It had finally come to this. Li Han wept internally, having already prepared himself for the moment his secret was exposed. He knew he would eventually get caught for using lightning magic on the monster tree. Baladi then added that he had heard of another incident. The professor demanded to know if it was true that Li Han had defeated the summon of Gonadaltes. Joven II. Li Han flinched silently, cursing Osu. Just how many people had that cursed skeleton already blabbed to about his private business? Bolati noted that the principal mentioned Li Han had injured his hand. Li Han quickly tried to explain that there were some highly unexpected circumstances. Bolati stepped forward and firmly grabbed his hand, reminding him that while injuries happen in real battle, enemies will never listen to your excuses. His voice grew incredibly harsh, terrifying Li Han, who quickly nodded and pulled his hand back. He felt a deep sense of frustration building up. He hated that he could not argue against the logic. Suddenly, Bolati spun around, declaring that this was the exact reason he had prepared a special test. Sensing a sudden shift in the air, Li Han took a combat stance. He braced himself for whatever was coming. Look at that, the entire atmosphere completely shifts as a dark, oppressive power suddenly fills the cold room. Bolati's eyes glow blood red. Frightening lightning crackled as if about to explode. Li Han decided to strike first, casting an impulse spell to disrupt whatever the professor was planning. But Bolati was lightning fast, unleashing a powerful counterattack that forced Li Han into pure defense. Realizing something was off, Li Han began to think. His own attack was stopped before it even started. The professor had absolutely never fought like this during their previous training sessions. He stared at Bolati, realizing the man wanted him to dodge instead of block. Suddenly, a streak of lightning whipped right past his ear. It detonated with a deafening blast right behind him. Li Han felt goosebumps break out, realizing what would have happened if he had been a second slower. Bolati showed absolutely no mercy, firing relentless, deadly bolts of lightning that forced Li Han to push his body to the absolute limit. Li Han screamed as he desperately dodged the explosive bolts raining down on him. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to evade the deadly onslaught. He did not dare let his guard down for even a second. While he survived the first wave, he wondered how long his luck would hold out. Bolati rested his hands on his hips, noting that dodging was clearly too easy for him. With a sudden snap of his fingers, a new spell began. The lights in the room suddenly go out, plunging them both into pitch-black darkness. Li Han immediately deduces that the professor is hiding in the shadows. He tells himself he can still do something, but before he can finish the thought, disaster strikes. Li Han quickly catches a mysterious object thrown his way. Confused, he asks what it is, but Bolati only offers a blunt response. Blindfold yourself. Li Han is totally exasperated with the professor's dangerous combat training games. He steps forward to tie the blindfold on Bolati, but the professor stops him. Only then does he realize it is for himself. Li Han hesitates, asking if a blindfold is necessary when it is already pitch black outside. Bolati simply responds that he can do it. With a swift spell, Bolati binds the blindfold over his eyes, securing it tight on Li Han's face in an instant. Plunged into absolute silence and an empty dark void, Li Han is left with only his racing thoughts to guide him. He really cannot see a thing. To survive this, he must look beyond his eyes and feel the mana surging around them. Meanwhile, Bolati quietly releases his magic, watching his student with a stubborn conviction that has defined his career for several generations. The professor is fiercely stubborn about his training style, firmly believing that if his student fails to keep up with his lectures, it is entirely their own fault, and that toxic mindset only deepened after meeting Li Han. At first, Bolati was genuinely thrilled to learn that Li Han possessed rare lightning magic. But a recent conversation with Headmaster Osu left him completely shocked. Li Han had actually made mistakes and gotten injured in battle. This is why Bolati set up this trial, reasoning that if he were Li Han, he would want to learn the evasion technique immediately. But as the professor's logic spirals, reality hits the young mage hard. Sparks fly and stones shatter as Li Han barely manages to hold his ground in the chaos. Unfortunately, his incredible success only feeds Bolati's insane belief in his own extreme teaching methods. Li Han is panting heavily, his heart pounding in his chest, while Bolati watches with twisted maniacal joy. The kid actually dodged every attack while completely blinded. Catching his breath, Li Han quickly gets back on his feet to face him again. Bolati chuckles to himself. He used to think people who talked about the joy of teaching were just full of garbage. But now he finally gets it. Teaching is actually pretty fun. Smiling, Bolati begins to manifest wild, mesmerizing magic. He loses himself in the thrill of the lesson, channeling a storm of chaotic elemental forces. The magic erupts violently all around them. Terrified, Li Han cries out that he can feel the raw elemental mana. He asks if there are other elementals joining the attack, but only heavy silence answers him. Li Han sighs to himself. The professor is not going to reply, and expecting him to act sane is useless. Dodging all of this is simply impossible. If he cannot avoid the blows, he will have to brace himself to minimize the pain. He prepares to absorb the impact as best as he can, charging straight into the magic. But here is a wild twist. This high-level training is normally reserved for third-year students, yet Li Han has completely shattered all of Bolati's expectations. His talent is undeniable. Watching Li Han gasp for air, Baladi quietly admits he never expected him to survive the ordeal. Surviving on the very first day is insane, and the professor highly praises his rapid adaptability. His brilliant talent is often overshadowed by his massive mana pool, but today his genius shined through for everyone to see. Baladi picks up a paper package. "You look exhausted," he says, handing it over. Li Han is shocked. Is the crazy professor actually showing concern? He thanks him and eagerly unwraps the parcel, hoping for healing medicine. Instead, he pulls out a thick book. Baladi explains, this is a lightning magic grimoire that he must master before their next meeting. Hearing this, Li Han instantly turns pale. Suppressing his frustration, he nods. But wait, isn't this exam week? The timing could not be any worse. He is going to be so busy he won't get a single wink of sleep. Suddenly, a massive noise echoes from outside. Li Han asks what is going on, and Baladi casually replies that the faculty is wrangling escaped summoned monsters. Li Han stands there utterly dazed for a moment before asking why they would do that. Baladi calmly tells him it makes sense. The beasts are being cleared because they might disrupt the exams. Horrified, Li Han staggers backward and quickly begs to be excused. He makes a swift exit, his face full of pure regret. He really should have kept his mouth shut. Flipping through the book as he walks, he is genuinely surprised. The quality is far better than expected, covering more than just magic. It details critical safety measures, making it incredibly comprehensive. Strangely, there is no author's name printed anywhere on it. He wonders if the Academy published it itself. Learning this should be a breeze. Suddenly, someone quietly sneaks up behind him. It is Professor Kerman, greeting him with a warm smile. Startled, Li Han turns around as the professor asks if he is heading to class. "We can walk together." Li Han looks at Professor Kerman's beaming face and thinks it is hard to believe this cheerful man is friends with Professor Baladi. Li Han starts chatting. "Do you teach illusion magic?" Professor Kerman quickly nods, saying it is way more useful than most people think. Things like defensive barriers to block intruders and casting phantoms to confuse enemies are only a small part of what illusion magic can do. Some mages combine it with spatial magic to construct massive labyrinths, while other advanced casters do something completely different. They fuse it with mind magic to drop opponents with just a single glance. Li Han is amazed. That is absolutely incredible. In his head, though, he is thinking this is the perfect tool for stealing classic Li Han behavior. Right? Kerman asks him to learn. Li Han is pretty surprised. Wait, I actually have talent. He realizes that since he is already stuck at this Magic Academy, studying is completely unavoidable. The only thing that matters is who the teacher is, and this guy seems to have a decent personality. Alright, illusion magic is not a bad choice. Suddenly, Kerman asks if he is currently taking private lessons from any other Academy professors. Besides Professor Baladi, that is. Li Han lists them off. There is Professor Thunderstep, Professor Bendazole, and then Professor Willow and Professor Millie too. Kerman shivers. Wait, you are studying under that many people? Suddenly, Li Han's pocket starts twitching. A little white skeleton scampers out, prompting Li Han to frantically shove it right back inside. Kerman asks if that is a summon, and Li Han happily explains that Professor Mortem gave it to him. Suddenly, Kerman spots something else. A giant invisible pressure weight crushes the professor's spirit as he realizes the kid is learning dark magic on top of everything. Just how many dangerous professors have their eyes on this kid? He feels completely exhausted just hearing about them all. Li Han calls out. Startled, the professor apologizes. Sorry, that summon just made me lose my train of thought. I hope you are not overworking yourself. That shuriken of yours is a highly rare and valuable beast. Li Han looks blank. Wait, is it not just a leopard? Kerman quickly backtracks, agreeing it is just a leopard. Suspicious, Li Han decides to look up what a shuriken actually is later. Kerman steals a glance at him. Taking private lessons from all those crazy instructors at once is absolutely insane. Just studying under Professor Baladi is enough to break anyone physically and mentally. I really want to teach him, but his own choice comes first. Kerman clears his throat to ask, but before he can finish, Li Han cuts in with another bomb. The principal gave him a magic book. Could you help me take a look at it? He holds out the manual, leaving Professor Kerman utterly frozen in place. In his mind, the professor is screaming, the headmaster gave him that. Seriously, how does he keep pulling these insane feats off? Li Han breaks his thoughts to ask about illusion magic, but Kerman holds up a hand. Smiling warmly, he tells Li Han he does not need to learn illusion magic. Li Han can barely believe his ears and stammers. Kerman quickly changes the subject, saying they have arrived and will meet in class. Li Han is left completely bewildered. Why did his attitude change so fast? He really wanted to learn illusion magic. Later during class, the students bomb the professor with questions. They take turns asking how to dispel staircase illusions or if there is any way to break through them entirely. Can they make dry bread taste like sweet honey? They even wonder if another freshman could break a defensive illusion barrier. Kerman is absolutely delighted by their massive enthusiasm, telling them to settle down so they can finally begin to study the basics. He promises to introduce them to the fascinating world of illusions, starting with the core question, what exactly is an illusion? To demonstrate, the professor offers to show them a simple trick, telling everyone to watch closely. Then he suddenly goes quiet. Gainando and Yanar exchange confused looks. Why did the professor stop talking, and why is he standing completely still? Li Han studies him closely. He cannot put his finger on it, but something about this setup feels incredibly off. It barely looks like Kerman is actually standing there. His form is faint, almost glowing. Li Han gulps and watches. He wonders if the professor somehow cast a stealthy illusion in a split second. Even with everyone staring right at him, if Li Han tracks the professor's mana flow, he should still be close by. Gainando sighs, whispering to Li Han if the teacher just needs a bathroom break. Li Han decides to mess with him. The professor is standing right behind you. Startled, Gainando whips around wand, raised only for a hand to block his defensive spell. The spell bounces straight back onto Gainando. Unsurprised, Li Han watches his classmate shake from the impact. Revealing himself, Kerman praises Li Han for spotting him but warns the other boy not to react so wildly next time. Li Han stands up to politely apologize. Kerman dispels the remaining magic and returns to his podium. He notes how easily he snuck up on them without anyone noticing, demonstrating the true subtle power of illusion magic. It grants complete invisibility to bypass defenses, approach hiding foes, and project fake copies to leave them totally bewildered. But first years must master the basics first. To start, he invites the clever student who saw through his trick to demonstrate. If any of you are feeling unsure, you can practice by trying to dispel the active illusion cast right here. Li Han is stunned. Weren't those wooden boxes completely empty a second ago? When did they even get here? Professor Kim points toward his student to start, and she nervously attempts to make the active illusion vanish. The lock rattles and pops open, making the box lid spring up and giving the poor student quite a scare. She advises that they can never let down their guard, since active illusion magic often conceals a hidden trap. Calling up the next student, Li Han steps forward, secretly determined to make an absolutely flawless impression. These wooden boxes might look like simple illusions now, but he has a feeling this is their true form. Taking a deep breath, Li Han clearly chants the spell, causing the wooden boxes to quickly fade and vanish. The entire class gasps as they completely disappear, proving he is a genius by succeeding on his very first attempt. Professor Kim calls him over, looking a bit awkward as she admits he did an incredible job for his first try. However, she adds that he does not need to overwork himself just to master simple illusion magic. Li Han stops smiling, totally confused by her reaction, wondering if he did something wrong or used too much mana. His mind races with endless questions, and as soon as Professor Kim dismisses the class, he runs up to speak with her. He asks her in complete confusion if there is something wrong with his magic, making the professor feel a bit awkward as she decides to explain. She admits that too many professors are keeping an eye on him, causing Li Han to freeze as his face turns pale. She points out his heavy schedule, explaining that adding her class will only lead to complete physical exhaustion. He really needs to rest, and Li Han is deeply touched to find such an incredibly caring professor. This is exactly why he cannot afford to lose her quickly, insisting that he is fully prepared to handle the workload. Her eyes widen in surprise before she pats his shoulder, telling him to just attend the next lesson if he is determined. She warns him not to overdo things, and Li Han firmly promises that he does not plan on joining any other classes. But right as he says those words, Professor Kim instinctively senses a major problem. She knows things will not go as smoothly as he thinks, but she decides to keep that thought hidden to protect his spirits. When Tuesday morning arrives, the weather is bright and refreshing, yet Li Han looks completely drained. He cannot believe his basic magic exam will cover every single spell they have learned so far. As he laments having to memorize all of those intense spells from different magic types, Yonair steps up from behind to pat his shoulder and cheer him up. Snapping out of his thoughts, he quickly shakes his head and tells himself to focus on the riding exam as he looks at Bungagor. The basic horse riding test is scheduled for today, and the professor cheerfully asks if the students are ready. Unsurprisingly, the exhausted classmates can only offer a collective depressed groan in response. Seeing their lack of energy only makes Professor Thunderstep even more excited for the lesson. She orders everyone to go fetch their mounts, wanting to see just how close they have gotten to them. As they head to the stables, John worries about getting the horse out safely, while Gainando frets right next to him. He is terrified his horse will try to run away again, which instantly makes Li Han worry about his own beast. Li Han glares at his mount, knowing Pomleg easily has the absolute worst attitude in the entire stable. The creature is so massive and durable that he seriously doubts it is even a normal horse, wondering if Uregulum did something. Thankfully, Li Han pulls out a special device, glad he finally found a way to keep the stubborn beast in check. With its legs shackled and neck tightly bound, Li Han cheerfully leads Pomleg out of the stable. The giant beast dejectedly obeys his commands and walks out, leaving the rest of the class completely stunned. They point in absolute awe, amazed that he actually managed to tame such a notoriously wild beast. They even compliment how elegant his mount looks, but Li Han knows they have it all wrong. Everyone is completely misunderstanding the situation because this monster is just biding its time, waiting for a chance at revenge. Standing nearby, Professor Thunderstep scoffs, noting that very few students from their tower have actually controlled their mounts. She calls for their attention and sets down a large sundial, ready to explain the rules of today's exam. She instructs them to lead their horses along the designated path until they reach the river. Once there, they must let the beast drink before returning with the sundial tracking their final completion time. When she asks if anyone has questions, Ganando leans over to whisper a sneaky plan to Li Han. He thinks sneaking some water from the well is a foolproof plan, but she looks at him as if she heard every word. She warns that anyone who lies will be dragged underwater. Ganando panics, while Jeddah Bungagor shouts to start the test. Yanar sits on her mount and asks Li Han why he is walking, to which he replies that his horse might collapse under his weight. Since he equipped Hesiop with magic gear, its stamina is completely drained, prompting Yonar to ponder for a bit before also dismounting. She decides to walk alongside him, but he urges her to ride ahead, leaving Yonar happily patting her horse. She figures her own horse Bammy needs a break too, though both of their mounts are currently glowing with brilliant, sparkling magical energy. Li Han stares at his own gloomy beast, shedding a quiet tear as he wonders why his horse is the only depressing one here. A sudden scream cuts through the air as Ganando loses control of his horse, charging straight between the two of them as they barely dodge. Li Han wonders why they are heading backward, but Ganando just tightly hugs his horse, screaming for help because he cannot stop it. Watching their struggle actually brings a little relief to Li Han. Hey, we have all been there, right? But Hesiop just glares back with pure hatred. He tries to convince the beast to show some appreciation, but it won't budge. He really went out of his way to care for it. He offers Hesiop a sweet sugar cube, but a sudden voice behind him ruins the moment. Startled by someone asking what Li Han is doing, Li Han turns to see Salco and two of his friends standing nearby. Salco stares intensely, asking what he fed the horse. Li Han is totally confused. Just a sugar cube, he says. The classmate behind Salco gasps in sheer disbelief. They ask why on earth he would waste that on a horse instead of selling it on the black market, leaving Li Han completely baffled. Salco tells his friend to focus before turning back to hand Li Han a basket of carrots, claiming horses love them. Since sugar is extremely rare, carrots are a much better alternative, but Li Han still wonders why they are suddenly helping him out. He thanks them as Hesiop takes a bite, and Salco friendly reminds him to drop by the black market sometime. Salco departs after inviting him to a game of chess, leaving Li Han to realize that chess might have been the real motive. Yanar walks over happy that he can finally save his sugar, but as soon as Li Han offers a carrot to Hesiop turns its head in disgust. Helpless Li Han leads the stubborn horse toward the river. He wonders if anyone would notice if he swapped this nightmare horse for another right as Rowena spots him and waves. Rowena warns him to watch out, pointing across the riverbank toward another student who is currently trying to let her horse drink some water. Just as the horse leans down, the water level instantly drops, leaving both Yonar and Li Han completely stunned by the sight. The water recedes whenever a horse tries to drink. Honestly, how petty can this academy get? Li Han asks Rowena if they found any way around this, but he only sighs, explaining they tried getting close. But the rushing current is far too fast. Just then, Adenard approaches and Rowena greets her warmly. Adenard stares intensely at his basket, making Li Han realize she is hungry for the carrots instead of looking at him. He hands her a carrot and she happily pops it in her mouth, chewing it down with absolute excitement. Adenard suddenly freezes her face, turning pale as she looks at Li Han, realizing she just ate raw horse feed. He whispers to Yanar that he meant for her horse to eat it, but Adenard tells them to shut up and play along. They quickly turn away, acting completely clueless. Then Li Han suggests a new strategy to get the water. He chants a spell to raise a massive sphere of water from the river, leaving Rowena absolutely amazed by his skills. She praises Li Han for manipulating water so easily, finding his advanced magical control truly impressive. Li Han guides the water sphere toward Hesiop and Rowena watches with hope, believing this clever method cannot fail. But the moment the horse opens its mouth, the water sphere vanishes, shocking everyone who is watching. Rowena gasps in confusion while Yonar wonders if the water evaporated before contact, leaving Li Han deeply worried. It seems the magic only validates direct drinking from the river, which Yanar complains is an incredibly unfair rule. Yanar asks what they should do, but Li Han remains calm, searching his pockets for the gear he brought along. She watches in utter speechlessness as he pulls out a massive rescue rope, and soon a student climbs down into the water with it. She looks at Li Han with pure shock, astounded that he actually brought such a ridiculously long rope to school. He sighs and explains that as long as they lean on each other, they can withstand the rapids. Even the strongest currents won't sweep them away. He shouts down, asking if the horses can finally drink. A voice calls back in confirmation, and Rowena adds that they must go deeper since the water level cannot recede anymore. He struggles to pull Hesiok down. At this rate, the quest will be an easy win, even though the stallion looks absolutely furious about it. Li Han tries to bribe the beast, promising a sweet sugar cube if it just cooperates. Spotting the sparkling treats, Hesiok finally gives in. Li Han lets out a sigh of relief, thinking he has finally won. Things are going perfectly. But then a sudden chill runs down his spine, making him wonder what danger is creeping up. Li Han instantly suspects this is another wicked plot by the professor. And honestly, who could blame him for being paranoid? Looking upstream, he sees a massive torrent rushing down. A panicked Nulia asks Yoner Mekin what on earth is heading their way. Terrified, she realizes the river is flooding. Li Han stands frozen, his face darkening with rage at the professor as he roars Euregulam's name. Li Han yells for everyone to back away, calling forth his magic. Instantly, a massive barrier forms right in front of him. He helps the others scramble onto the riverbank. He smirks proudly, but a sudden shout ruins his victory. They cry out that they are safe because of him. Now only Li Han and the stallion are left to escape. He tells himself to keep holding the barrier. But suddenly Hesiok slips off the shield, getting violently swept away by the raging rapids. Hesiok whinnies in absolute terror. Gritting his teeth, Li Han abandons his protective shield. There is simply no other way. The roaring current swallows him whole. On the bank, a frantic Yoner Mekin tries to jump in, but Nulia holds her back. Yoner Mekin screams out in panic, but her friend grips her tighter, refusing to let her jump. Jumping in now means certain death. Nulia scrambles up to find the professor, while the others struggle with a hopelessly knotted rope. Rowena suddenly remembers they have a safety rope. He shouts at Yoner Mekin to haul it in, but she quickly notices the truth. The violent rapids had already snapped the line. Rowena screams toward the rushing water, desperately calling out Li Han's name. He yells for his friend to abandon the beast and save himself. But staring at the empty river, his hope begins to fade. There is no sign of him anywhere. Just as fear grips them, the drowning horse suddenly gasps in shock. The massive stallion is suddenly hoisted into the air, held aloft by a single hand from below. Drenched and battered, Li Han stands firm in the rapids. Talk about a dramatic entrance that nobody saw coming. He is keeping it up through sheer will. Hesiok wonders what kind of madness this is as Li Han trembles under the weight. Li Han warns the horse that one more struggle means going straight to the bottom. Hesiok freezes in sheer disbelief. The beast cannot believe this crazy human is risking his own life to save a stubborn animal. Li Han fights the dizzying strain, forcing himself to focus. He channels every drop of mana to keep the shield active. A single slip means death. Gritting his teeth, he finally crawls onto the bank as Yoner Mekin rushes to his side. Dropping the stallion, he exhales sharply before roaring Euregulam's name in fury as his friends watch from afar. Rowena has no idea why Li Han is so incredibly hostile toward their professor. None of them truly comprehend the deep wrath behind that scream. The beast trots over, acting concerned as if asking if he is hurt. Li Han just sighs and pats its nose. Leaning in close, he whispers that no matter how sweet it acts, those tight straps and restraints are staying on. Enraged, the beast snaps its jaws as if to bite his head off, but Li Han swiftly shoves it away. He laughs, mocking the horse for finally showing its true colors instead of pretending to be a victim. Watching the comical bickering from a distance, the onlookers shake their heads. Yoner Mekin sighs with relief that Li Han is safe, and Rowena nods along. The nearby students are stunned, unable to believe that Professor Euregulam would orchestrate something so reckless. A boy nearby shakes his head, horrified that even the innocent beasts were put in mortal danger. She tears up, feeling utterly betrayed. The legendary scholar she deeply respected through his books has completely shattered her admiration with this stunt. Suddenly, a boy points to the heavens, gasping in shock as a pair of massive black wings spreads across the sky. The beast touches down, carrying Nulia and Professor Jeddah, who calmly remarks that they seem to have arrived just in time. The devastated girl steps forward, declaring they cannot take this test. Her classmate quickly backs her up, voicing his refusal. They would rather take a failing grade than risk their lives. Professor Jeddah merely scoffs at their defiance. She asks if the forest spirit is throwing a tantrum again, leaving both students completely dumbfounded by her casual tone. They point out that the mounts nearly drown, asking if she came to stop the madness. She tells them to wait. They fall silent as Jeddah asks what is bothering them. Both quickly claim nothing is wrong, suddenly realizing their misunderstanding. They assumed Euregulam was the culprit, completely unaware Jeddah was the real mastermind. She then turns her sharp gaze toward Li Han. She asks if he and the horse have gotten close. Li Han quickly denies it, calling their bond anything but friendly. It is just playing tricks on you, so do not get fooled. Hesiok flares up in rage as Yoner helplessly watches, guessing it is just a way of showing affection. Suddenly, a voice shouts out to wait. Jeddah stands frozen, her face completely pale. What did that white horse just do? Jeddah can't believe Hesiok has actually accepted a master. She stares at Li Han, utterly baffled by this kid. Hesiok actually lets him pet its head. Just what kind of creature is a griffin with legendary traits of both an eagle and a lion? Their pride is incredibly fierce. They would rather die than submit to anyone they deem unworthy or wicked. Jeddah is utterly stunned. Even after years of interacting with them, you still can't be absolutely sure they will remain loyal. Yet this beast completely submitted to a freshman master. She immediately demands to know what happened. Li Han asks blankly what she means, prompting Yoner to look at him helplessly as she replies. When the forest spirit went wild, the horse collapsed and Li Han carried it all the way out. He simply shrugs. Oh, it is really no big deal. Jetta grits her teeth, desperately wanting to knock some sense into Li Han's head. And honestly, you cannot blame Jetta for being shocked. In a deadly situation where the beast itself could have perished, his brave act of risking his life to save it made Hesiop recognize Li Han as its true master. Arrogant mages often make the mistake of believing their superior knowledge and magic are the keys to taming magical beasts. Jetta smiles softly, noting that the real key is simply having a heart that cares for others. Li Han pushes Hesiop's mouth away, telling it to back off. Seeing this, Jetta gets frustrated and spits her leaf onto the ground. He turns to ask if she chewed on the wrong thing. Jetta yells back that it is nothing, you idiot. Li Han approaches her and asks for Hesiop's name. Jetta replies that they tried many names, but it hated all of them. He asks if she already picked a name. While Hesiop grunts in annoyance, Jetta suddenly remembers a name. Jetta quickly comes up with Ponrig. Repeating the name, Li Han finds it quite unique as he gently strokes the griffin. You finally have a name, are you happy? The beast huffs in anger, clearly hating it, making Li Han sigh. Li Han feels helpless since its personality is incredibly difficult. Later, as everyone lets their mounts drink, two students start chatting. The girl points out that is not how you let them drink, but her friend disagrees. He argues that watering them when the forest spirit is angry is the right way. Suddenly, someone approaches Jetta from behind. Jetta turns around and sees Li Han. She immediately tells him his grade is a perfect score, so there is no need to worry. But he replies that he came to ask about something else, slowly sitting down next to the professor. He asks her about the beast known as Sarkin. Jetta shrugs, noting it is simply the king of all leopards. Legend says it was born from rocky mountains and leopards. Li Han asks if it is highly dangerous. Jetta looks surprised, saying even normal leopards are dangerous enough, so a giant one is obviously a threat. He hesitates before asking what would happen if someone turned a Sarkin into an undead minion. Jetta answers casually, why would anyone do something so reckless? Even as an undead, its primal living wild instincts do not completely fade away. If it spots an opening or its anger builds up, it might turn and attack you. Li Han immediately imagines a giant skeleton lunging at him. Closing his eyes, he realizes dealing with this beast might actually be worse than dealing with the principal. After all, even the principal wouldn't give such a gift. Jetta looks at him curiously. She asks if he is planning to create undead monsters. Li Han quickly shakes his head, but Jetta still advises him. Highly recommends he research thoroughly and choose a useful type before asking him a quick question. Do you know what the third most common cause of death for Imperial Dark Mages last year was? It was because they tried to control undead beasts far beyond their actual capabilities. Hearing this, Li Han remains silent. He silently warns himself to be more careful. Later, Jetta announces today's exam has taught them a great deal. She stands proudly, noting that lazy bums will suffer the consequences while hard workers will surely see their efforts bear fruit. If anyone feels they are still lacking, they must not stop there and should work hard to perfect their skills. Yonner stares at Jetta with deep admiration hanging on every single word the professor says. She notes that magic cannot be mastered overnight. Li Han quietly thinks those are nice words, though the lazy ones aren't here. He can easily picture his slacker classmates still struggling helplessly to ride, screaming out for help in the distance. Jetta cheerfully dismissed the class, telling them to pass the message to the slackers. Everyone thanks her as they slowly disperse. Suddenly, Senko calls out to Li Han from behind, leaving him wondering what he wants. With a dead serious look, Senko tells him he needs a favor and specifically requires his unique abilities. Li Han is completely dumbfounded. Senko is normally incredibly proud, so this sudden plea makes him suspicious. He cautiously asks what is wrong while the boy nervously gulps. Then Senko reveals he needs his cooking skills, leaving Li Han utterly speechless. Dewey and Muhadin are priests from the prestigious Sixenza order. This academic and knowledge-focused order is highly famous throughout the land, known for a relentless pursuit of learning that commands absolute respect. The entire empire respects them. Because of this obsession, the priest sadly spends all his time buried in books, barely surviving. He constantly skips meals. Li Han casually suggests it is probably just the awful food at this Magic Academy, but Senko insists that is not the issue. He explains that the priest always had a tiny appetite. Back at the order, people constantly looked after him, but here nobody cares. Li Han wonders why they are turning to him. Senko explains that during his desperate search, he heard rumors about his incredible cooking skills. He even asked the priests of the immortal Phoenix, and they praised his culinary talents to the skies. Even Renjit, who comes from a famous lineage of chefs, admitted that absolutely no one in this academy can beat him. He nods frantically. Listening to this, Li Han wonders what any of those rumors actually have to do with him. Li Han sighs inwardly, wondering why these people cannot just take care of themselves. He carefully weighs his options. He sighs and points out he owes them nothing but asks if the ingredients are ready. An excited Senko confirms they just need to grab them. Pointing toward the sky with dramatic determination, Sanko declares they are located in the basement kitchen of the main building. Li Han suddenly freezes upon hearing about the main building. His mind flashes back to that dangerous basement where he and Ratford encountered Patton. He immediately turns to leave, claiming he just remembered some urgent business. Sanko desperately tries to hold him back, pleading for him to wait. This task absolutely requires his unique assistance. After all, who else but the legendary student who successfully infiltrated the Tiger Tower? He snaps back, pointing out how weird it is to bring that up when they supposedly just need a chef. Once they get the ingredients, he will cook. Sanko beams, praising Li Han for seeing right through their little scheme. Right on cue, his companion steps forward. He runs over, clutching a strange box, explaining they would never expect him to work for free before handing the container over. He promises this offering will change his mind. Now watch closely as the companion slowly opens the lid, teasing a massive twist. Resting inside is a forbidden book of dark magic, radiating an ominous red glow that envelops them. They eagerly ask if he is finally interested. A dark curse instantly begins to leak out. Startled, Li Han barks at them to shut it, and his companion quickly snaps the box closed. Absolute silence falls over the four of them. Still shaken, he asks why the curse lashed out the exact millisecond they opened it. What on earth are they doing? Sanko looks thrilled, convinced this reaction proves Li Han absolutely loves cursed items. He claims it is completely obvious. A baffled Li Han wonders what nonsense Sanko is talking about, but Sanko cites intelligence from the Tiger Tower. According to those rumors, he is obsessed with this dark stuff. Clenching his fists in anger, Li Han vows to punish those gossiping tigers. He demands to know where they found such a dangerous object. Sanko reveals they discovered it inside a bottomless pit on the 4th floor of the library. The library at this Magic Academy is far from a quiet sanctuary of knowledge. In fact, everything beyond the first 2 floors is basically a deadly dungeon or a shifting labyrinth. Intrigued, Li Han asks why they would even venture into those dangerous upper library levels, especially since it is not even the main building. Sanko spreads his arms wide, passionately declaring their ultimate goal to achieve their grand dream. They want to map out the entire school to make life easier for everyone. Li Han actually finds the idea pretty fascinating. Unlike the chaotic troublemakers in his own tower, this project is actually constructive, making him seriously consider helping them. Sanko bashfully scratches his head. He admits that while searching for existing maps, they stumbled upon this bizarre book instead. Unfortunately, it is not quite up to his level. The other companion speaks up, wondering if there is something wrong with the curse itself. Li Han stands there helplessly, telling them to believe whatever they want. The friend replies that Li Han is too great for that, but wonders if he might dislike a curse that completely drains mana. Hearing those words instantly grabs his attention. Li Han rushes over, demanding to know what kind of curse they just mentioned, and Sanko repeats it. Every single student who tried to read this book ended up passing out from severe mana depletion. He stares at it, deeply intrigued. Li Han takes the box, deciding to read the book just once. Renjit looks on with absolute delight. He praises Li Han for his undeniable obsession with curse artifacts. The boy opens it, and a wave of dark energy bursts forth. The curse mist swirls right in front of him. Yet a moment later, Li Han reads the pages completely unfazed, feeling absolutely normal. It seems the curse is desperately trying to siphon his vast mana, but it is barely a drop. The group stands shocked. He effortlessly withstands the dark magic while calmly reading. He puts that aside, realizing the contents of this book are actually incredible. It is mind-blowing for 2 major reasons. This is not some ordinary black magic manual, it is a book of ancient blood magic. Using blood to boost mana is incredibly risky, but it is actually a highly respected, orthodox secret art. He searches his pockets and pulls out his second item, this very book. Li Han sets it down right next to the cursed grimoire. The writing inside looks exactly like the one Professor Volata gave them, and looking closer, even the cover is pretty similar. But Professor Volata is not the type to write in such detail. Sanko wonders if Li Han is actually interested. Li Han says it seems pretty decent while breaking into a cold sweat. Watching him hold it, Sanko recalls a rumor. This book holds spells that consume so much mana they actually require the use of blood magic. Maybe for someone like him, these spells would perfectly resonate. Li Han then tells him to come along to the main building kitchen. He turns to leave, but Li Han looks back and mentions having one condition. Hours pass as the moon rises. Lighting up the quiet night, a voice echoes. Ratford speaks up, asking for his help to guide Li Han, who is scanning the area to assess the situation. Li Han asks why Nilia did not show up. Surprised, the boy answers that they did not even invite her. Instantly, Li Han feels a pang of regret as he imagines her looking miserable and abandoned again, thinking he will definitely have to explain this to her later. Li Han speaks up, telling them he will explain everything before they head out, and all 3 listen closely. He explains that the basement holds many facilities, starting with the food storage guarded by a keeper who can sense intruders even without seeing them. His perception is incredibly sharp. Once detected, escaping or trying to distract him is almost completely impossible. Curious about how Lihan managed to get away before Sanko asks what they should do if caught wandering the campus at night. How do you guys usually avoid detection? The boy replies that he simply relies on a basic invisibility spell. One person acts as bait to get caught while the rest slip away unnoticed. Lihan just stares back completely speechless. She thinks it is a pretty crude method but decides to try it with the tigers. Meanwhile, Oso yells out in anger. Mistaking me for a freshman is completely unacceptable, right? Still, because of that mix-up, the new kid almost managed to escape. Banpatan explains that even if he says that it is still impossible to tell them apart purely based on their mana capacity, he warns him not to rely too much on magic and to verify intruders using other methods instead. If it gets too difficult, he offers to lend his beast. Its eyes gleam upon hearing its name. Oso then gives another warning. If they spot that kid Lihan, they must not let him escape under any circumstances. Lihan just sighs. Why is the path to the storehouse so unusually easy? After the last incident, they should have doubled their security. The other boy turns pale. It is a moving suit of armor. Lihan asks if he knows what it is, and he replies that he has encountered it before. Countless people have been caught by it. Even if they attack, it regenerates instantly, making any offensive moves completely useless. Hiding behind a wall, he observes, is there really no way to stop it? It seems to be an inorganic summon, much like a spirit. Like Jordan, 2 inorganic beasts will despawn if they take enough damage. But if they keep waiting like this, they will be spotted. Lihan figures that thunderous noise must be Lihan. Unfortunately, he cannot use his most effective magic right now. If they do not want to give away their position, they have to keep quiet. He notes that it has not noticed them yet, so avoiding it is best. Can it track targets moving up high? The other boy is not entirely sure and cannot give a definite answer. The young man gasps, telling him to wait and look as another armor starts moving. Lihan immediately senses something is wrong. Damn it, they are surrounded. Unable to hide his panic, the boy offers to act as a distraction, but Lihan quickly grabs him. Cut the nonsense and follow me. The boy is completely confused as the armor glares down toward their direction, but absolutely no one is there. The armor stands utterly confused, completely unaware that someone is hiding right under its nose. Behind the closed door, Lihan covers the boy's mouth and signals him to stay quiet. He sighs in relief after escaping the danger, but wonders where they ended up. It looks like an old classroom that fell out of use. Ratford asks if something is wrong, but Lihan avoids answering. Instead, he stays quiet while the other 2 boys start rummaging through the items left in the room. Looking up at the ceiling, he gets an unsettling feeling but decides it must just be his imagination. Either way, nothing has changed. Lihan warns the group that they cannot hide here for too long, especially if that moving armor decides to break in. If it busts in, they will have to use magic to take it down and make a quick run for it, which would cause a massive scene. The other 2 quickly catch on. But before the boy can even finish his sentence, he is suddenly shoved to the ground, screaming in sheer panic. Is someone there? A blank piece of paper suddenly appears right in front of him with a pen floating midair. It writes out a message asking if these freshmen can keep quiet, causing the terrified boy to scramble backward, shouting about ghosts. The pen quickly adds that it is not a ghost but an upperclassman, calling them foolish freshmen. Lihan is completely caught off guard. An upperclassman. He immediately gets suspicious. If this guy is really a senior, why hide his face? He demands to see a face, questioning if this mysterious person is actually just one of the principal's loyal lackeys. The senior quickly snaps back, telling them to stop talking nonsense. He really doesn't want to end up in detention, and just coming here was risky enough. Lihan finally gets it. Seniors apparently face serious trouble and immediate detention if they are caught interacting with a fresh freshman. That principal is seriously paranoid. The senior shushes them, telling them to keep their voices down and quit blabbering. He warns them not to boast about freshmen defeating the armor with magic. Lihan and Radford trade quick glances, realizing this is their best shot to ask a crucial question. Lihan quickly asks how they can lose that relentless armor. He knows opportunities to run into helpful upperclassmen on campus are incredibly rare. The other 2 freshmen pile on with random questions, making the senior panic. He told them to stay quiet, and they don't even know what they are dealing with. Lihan steps in to calm the group down, urging everyone to relax and just listen to what their senior has to say. He asks what exactly that armor is, and the senior finally starts to explain the mysterious threat. That mobile armor is actually the Skull Principal's familiar. It patrols constantly all day and tracks targets by sensing heat. Among the student body, it's a legendary nightmare. Lihan frowns, asking if there is really no way to escape its radar. The senior writes on a scrap of paper, "We are not completely helpless here." He suggests using fire magic to disrupt it. Another option is creating a heat-emitting illusion to decoy it, or covering themselves in thick layers to block their body heat from escaping. He explains this classroom is safely hidden under his own illusion magic, but he warns that making any noise will render the spell completely useless. So please stay quiet. Lihan nods, finally understanding why things felt a bit weird around here. Sanako then chimed in to ask if he's here on a mission. The senior replies that he was just heading toward the kitchen. Lion raises an eyebrow, wondering if the older student is also sneaking out to steal food. Do all the upperclassmen suffer from starvation too? Radford immediately scolds him, reminding him that this is a senior, not a fellow freshman. He tells Lihan to show some respect. But to their surprise, the senior actually confesses to the crime. He admits he is actually searching for a specific reagent hidden in the kitchen. Lihan's sigh, his hope of finding a food-stealing partner is totally crushed. The future looks pretty grim. The senior nervously notes that the armor has passed, but Lion stubbornly stays put, calling out to him. He asks if there is any quick way to learn illusion magic to trick the armor right now. The senior shakes his head and explains. Even if he tried to teach them, this is absolutely not a spell that brand new freshmen can just pick up easily. But since they are curious, he breaks down the theory of the low-level Phase 2 illusion, which conjures a heat-emitting mirage. He uses it to generate a thick concealing mist without altering the physical surroundings, which is just enough to slip past. It easily blinds the armor. However, summoning a thermal illusion drains massive amounts of mana. Lihan reads the notes and nods in understanding. He stares at the complex notes, completely frozen by the insane difficulty. Realistically, this kind of magic is far too advanced for a beginner. Freshmen lack fine control over their energy and have very limited pools. Attempting such a spell would normally be a complete waste of time. Let's see if he can pull off the impossible here. Lihan raises his staff, calling on the thermal energy to warp the surrounding air. Everyone watches in utter shock as Lihan actually activates the spell, sending waves of heat rippling across the room while the paper hovers mid-air. The senior is absolutely speechless. Lion turns around asking how he did, which startles the older student into frantically looking for mistakes to point out. But he quickly stops himself, feeling embarrassed for trying to nitpick such an obviously flawless performance. Why was he trying to belittle his junior's genius talent anyway? He recalls Professor Garcia mentioning that Lihan possessed a unique gift for fire magic. But wait, didn't the professor strictly ban fire magic? The senior stares at Lihan, deeply wondering who this crazy talented kid actually is. Scanning the area, Lihan points out that they have no idea when the armor might double back. He urges them to quickly move into the kitchen. The senior leads the way, officially introducing their dangerous destination. He tells the freshmen to look over and keep quiet, pointing toward rows of mouth-watering meats stacked on the counter. The senior smugly expects the starving freshmen to lose their minds, but Lihan just casually picks up a sausage, completely unfazed. Lihan thanks him politely, reviewing the quality of the food. This chill attitude caught the senior completely off guard. Why is he so calm, and who is he to judge the food? Lihan ignores him, scanning the room until he spots his target ingredient. He mutters that it's time for his friend to help. In front of them, a boiling pot bubbles, furiously making the senior nervous. Lihan casually explains he's just brewing a quick recovery dish for a friend. The senior completely panics, cooking. This is clearly high-level alchemy, far too dangerous for a freshman. He warns that this is way out of their league and tells them to back off. Sanako just waves her hand, saying it is totally fine. The senior sighs. It seems they are strangely confident in this. He decides to let it go, knowing Sanako isn't usually reckless. She is definitely not one to take stupid risks. Lihan reaches into his pocket, pulling out his secret weapon. The meticulous family recipe is laid right out. Sanko warmly encourages him, saying he can do it, which leaves Lihan completely frozen in shock. Turns out the person Sanko trusts is actually Lihan. But making this shouldn't be too hard, especially since the freshman has handled much tougher experiments in the past. The senior sighs, reminding them of his warning. Lihan reassures him it will be fine, while the older student silently worries to himself. What an arrogant freshman. Still, that's fine. Kids usually need to hit a wall before they finally learn their actual limits. He just hopes the kid won't end up crying when that hot liquid spills. A moment later, the brewing process is completely finished. Everyone stands in absolute awe of Lihan's incredible talent. The senior is utterly speechless, unable to believe the scene unfolding right before his eyes. He asks if the kid is really a freshman, demanding to know his actual year. Lihan simply gives a calm response. He insists he is just a freshman, though the senior remains highly skeptical. Lihan then asks Sanko if they are finally finished. Sanko stirs the pot, explaining that this beer candy is his family's secret technique. Lihan freezes upon hearing this, completely puzzled. Sanko pops one right into Lihan's mouth. This beer candy is a highly nutritious snack that doubles as an excellent emergency ration. It keeps at room temperature for several months, and just a piece, the size of 2 knuckles, provides enough nutrition for 2 full days. Lihan takes a taste and finds it surprisingly good, like malt candy. Sanko continues explaining, adding that it even restores magical power. Their ancestors actually invented this substitute when they were trapped deep in the mines and ran out of actual beer. That is how the snack got its name. Lihan nods along, realizing they have achieved their goal and it is time to head out. The senior is startled. He shoves a piece of paper against him, warning that they are in big trouble, making Lihan ask what is wrong. The senior warns him to stay quiet as a dark shadow approaches outside. Warden Vargarden is drawing near. He stops right in front of the entrance. Vargarden silently stares at the heavy wooden door, quietly creeping closer and closer to it. This makes everyone panic even more. The senior quickly tells them to hide in the corner while he casts a spell, leaving Li Han highly skeptical. He asks if this spell will actually fool the warden. The senior snaps that he doesn't know and demands silence. Vargarden places his hand on the door, but a long moment passes. The door still hasn't opened, making Li Han even more confused as to why the giant is just standing outside without coming in. A bright light suddenly radiates from his hand. Vargarden stands outside the door, channeling his magic, which lets Li Han sense something unusual. He warns his senior that the warden is casting a spell, and the older student feels it too. The senior is baffled, questioning how Li Han could possibly know since the alarm ward was set up outside. Li Han explains that he can feel the actual movement of mana. Hearing this, the senior is shocked that the freshmen can sense it from this far. They are completely blown away by his raw talent. The senior crumples the paper, muttering that they should forget it since the warden is searching. He seems incredibly determined. The senior wonders why the warden is acting like this when he usually just walks right past. He isn't just targeting this kitchen. He's casting spells on every single door in the corridor. Even worse, that magic is. Before he can finish his sentence, the senior freezes in absolute shock. He drops his paper and pen as pure panic sets in. Space magic, one of the most complex and dangerous forms of spell casting. Seeing this, Li Han asks why the senior looks so incredibly stressed. Suddenly, one of the doors swings wide open. Another door pops open right after, catching the freshman completely off guard. Both doors open at the exact same time, sending a wave of fear through the group. Li Han asks what the senior is trying to do. The senior writes down on a note that Li Han should try escaping through the back door himself, leaving the freshman even more bewildered. What? Why so sudden? Sanko bravely volunteers to go first, warning Li Han that it's too dangerous, though he is still startled by what just happened. The moment Sanko steps through, he instantly warps right back into the room, utterly confused as to how he ended up back inside. The senior explains that the space around the door has been completely bent. It's the warden's spatial magic at work. Li Han asks if there is absolutely no way to counter this. The senior sighs, asking him if he knows what it means to be totally helpless. Staring at the paper in silence, the freshman closes his eyes to think, and after a brief pause, he finally speaks up. Looks like they are headed to the punishment room, causing both of his companions to freak out in terror. Li Han speaks with complete indifference, mentioning that he has been prepared for this from the start, so they just need to keep their promise later. The senior is completely taken aback. Even though their ticket to the punishment room is guaranteed, the freshman's face doesn't show a single hint of fear. How can a mere freshman remain so incredibly calm? The senior suddenly feels deeply embarrassed for joking around with him earlier. Only then does he finally write down that there is actually one last option, making the other two light up with absolute joy. The senior sets a condition, saying they need to help him out a bit before pulling a handful of corn kernels from his pocket. He slowly starts munching on them and lets out a massive sigh of relief, explaining that his mana was completely drained from casting spells earlier. Sanko looks highly skeptical, asking if this can actually work. The senior confidently tells them to just watch closely as he grabs his staff. The senior must succeed. As a pride of the pure Silver Tower and a third-year student, he has to prove himself. He needs to show off in front of the freshmen. He focuses, chanting the spell to boost his sensory perception and spatial awareness. Commanding the fire to turn into an arrow and fly, he stuns Li Han. 3 spells at once. The senior roars out, launching his magic. As the magic flies toward the door, Li Han silently evaluates it. The spell's form is still completely unrefined. Its activation control is unstable and needs much more practice. He shudders as he's starting to think exactly like Professor Bolati Bagler. His mind is definitely getting corrupted by Bolati Bagler. The magic strikes the door, triggering a massive explosion. Both of them watch closely, but the spell does absolutely nothing. The sturdy door remains completely undamaged. The senior falls silent in absolute defeat. Stammering out an apology for his failure, he goes back to eating his corn kernels. Eating slowly, he explains that the warehouse keeper's barrier is far wider and stronger than expected, draining his mana. Sanko is absolutely furious. So only the beer candy survived, while their grand escape plan turned into a complete failure. The senior fumes with anger. These absolute fools don't even comprehend the sheer difficulty of this magic. Li Han silently touches the door. He looks back at the senior and asks to be taught. He wants to try it himself. The senior is completely shocked, questioning if a freshman could actually learn it. But then he remembers the boy's bizarre track record, successfully casting a low-grade illusion on the very first try and even making beer candy on his first attempt. He gives in, letting Li Han do as he pleases. He tells him to wait while he writes down the most detailed instructions. Li Han quickly thanks him. The senior begins explaining, noting that this high-level magic requires at least 3 distinct steps. First is a second-tier sensory booster. It is an auxiliary spell designed to dramatically increase the user's reflexes. It is also crucial against opponents who distort perception, sharpening all 5 senses to their absolute limits. Next is first-tier spatial awareness. This auxiliary magic allows the caster to perfectly sense the dimensions around them. Often used by battle mages against spatial spells, this first-tier magic is actually as difficult to master as a second-tier one. Finally, a massive destructive spell is needed. The trick is to strike the weak point in the distorted space. Li Han studies the notes and finally understands. He realizes he cannot learn a second-tier spell just yet, but first-tier spatial awareness seems completely doable with just this guide. He can easily replace sensory enhancement with Gonadaltes' swift step. He can swap the final blow with Gonadaltes' sharp hand. Standing up, he announces he is ready to try. Gripping his magic staff, he prepares. The senior watches with envy, wishing this arrogant freshman would finally fail for once. He wants Li Han to feel his pain, but fears another instant success. Sure enough, an hour later, they all safely escape. Radford showers Li Han with praise. Still, Li Han turns and thanks the senior, claiming he teaches better than the professors. When the senior remains silent, Li Han asks why he is not responding. Turns out the poor senior's pride is shattered. He feels like his years of magic study were a complete waste. He was so confident as a top student. Renji guesses that the senior already left. His friend agrees, assuming he made a cool, silent exit after sharing his wisdom. The senior frantically writes down that he is still there. Li Han deduces the senior is just exhausted from mana depletion. But wait, maintaining an invisibility spell with depleted mana should be completely impossible. How is he pulling this off? Li Han wonders if the senior is using a curse artifact just like him. The invisible senior suddenly freezes completely stiff. Trembling, the senior writes that he is not casting the spell. Both boys freeze in shock, their faces turning completely pale. Did the Skull Headmaster force this invisibility spell on the seniors to prevent them from contacting any of the freshmen? Would the Lich really go that far? Meanwhile, the senior finally has to acknowledge Li Han's insane talent. But whatever a genius freshman might be, shocking but bizarre surprises are completely normal at this crazy academy. Surviving long enough eventually leads to meeting a monstrous genius. The senior quietly writes down a note of gratitude. The senior seriously points out that students meeting at night usually do not share their names or noble families, yet he genuinely wants to know Li Han's name. Li Han widens his eyes, staring back in pure surprise. Is the senior deaf? He must have heard Li Han's name shouted all night, but shrugged it off. Li Han prepares to answer. Before Li Han can speak, the senior interrupts, realizing he should introduce himself first. He reveals his name is Valpatan, Valpatan of the prestigious Morty family. Li Han instantly recalls everything he knows about this notorious northern household. Falling silent, Li Han finally introduces himself. Valpatan laughs, stating that in a school like Einrogard, anything goes for survival. Every dirty trick is completely fair game here. The next day, basic swordsmanship class begins as instructor Ingaldil introduces the lesson. This week is all about testing how far the students have come, he happily announces. So we invited some outside guests. The knights standing here today will be your opponents. He then steps forward with a cold, expressionless face, completely radiating intense battle pressure. The White Ram Knights are one of the most famous orders in the Empire. With just a single horse and armor, they conquered the most treacherous lands. Ingilda smiles and explains that this is exactly why these young students have so much to learn. The knights stare down the students. Balin sighs. He looks at them with pure contempt, thinking they are completely out of their depth. Even though he accepted Ingilda's request, Balin feels like he came to the wrong place entirely despite their years of training. They should really only be facing apprentice knights. Balin turns to ask Professor Ingilda if they should proceed as planned. He asks if they should just do what they discussed before. The professor nods. Yes, just keep them alive. Balin immediately gets the message, leaving Li Han pale. He wonders if Ingilda is just as crazy as Professor Belati Bagler. 3 of you will face one knight, so gather in your previous groups. Li Han breaks into a cold sweat, realizing how dangerous this is. Li Han calls out to Jijo Morati. He promises to follow his lead this time. Jijo Morati is instantly suspicious, accusing him of plotting something, but Li Han explains they have to cooperate to even pass this exam. Jijo Morati remains stubborn, asking how he could ever trust the word of a guy who always stabs people in the back. Li Han quickly snaps back, telling him that only happened because Jijo Morati is a terrible leader whose plans make absolutely no sense. Durgu Choi realizes it is best to stop these two from bickering any further before things get out of hand. He turns to the professor and asks who their opponent will be, trying to change the subject. Ingilda replies that the matchups have already been decided based on each student's current skill level. He calls Balin over, explaining that since these 3 are the top students, they need a proper challenge. Balin coldly says he is looking forward to working with them, and Jijo Morati reluctantly plays along with a nod. He says they look forward to his guidance. The room suddenly grows incredibly tense. Balin slowly steps forward and takes a solid combat stance, issuing a bold challenge to the young students. He tells them to use everything they have, even magic, because he has no intention of holding back. The boys watch him warily as Li Han readies his weapon, feeling the sheer weight of Balin's presence. This opponent easily matches Alolan in strength, or honestly, he might even be significantly stronger. He has absolutely no openings, standing there like an impenetrable fortress. Winning this fight is basically impossible, but to secure any points they have to show off absolutely everything they can do. Li Han quickly chants an earth spell to boost their speed, and Durgyu Choi immediately feels a massive surge of strength. The spell worked. Durgyu Choi quickly thanks him while Li Han just sweats nervously. There are some pretty nasty side effects, but he decides to keep that to himself and casts another spell. Durgyu Choi is shocked to see him stacking even more magic as a bright light begins to envelop his body. Li Han keeps chanting, realizing that when facing a fully seasoned knight, normal tricks will not work. He has no idea what will actually work against a seasoned knight, so he decides to unleash every spell in his arsenal. Balin watches him in concern. Casting that much is highly dangerous for a young mage who could easily dry up his mana pool. Balin wonders why the professor isn't stopping this madness, just as Li Han finds his opening and strikes. The rune flashes as Li Han shouts for Durgyu Choi to attack a beam of light narrowly grazing Balin's head. The knight easily dodges but turns to find Jijil Morati, already swinging his sword right at his face. Jijil Morati's body feels incredibly light, and despite his pride, he has to admit Li Han's buff magic is seriously impressive. The two of them strike together, but Balin vanishes in an instant, leaving Jijil Morati utterly bewildered. He shouts out asking where the knight went, just as Balin ambushes Durgyu Choi from behind, knocking both of them down. They crash to the dirt with zero time to react. He raises his sword for a finishing strike, but Li Han moves. Li Han unleashes a rapid water spell, but Balin easily deflects it, thinking a basic spell is nothing to worry about. Suddenly, the water sphere changes direction mid-air and loops right back toward him before he can even process what is happening. The water ball smashes right into him, leaving his hands completely soaking wet. Amused by this trick, Balin actually smiles and commends the boy's impressive control. He calls out to the young mage, but Li Han completely ignores the banter and immediately fires another water spell. Li Han summons a massive barrage of water spheres, focusing all his mental energy to lock down his spatial sensing magic. Controlling a massive number of water droplets is usually incredibly difficult, but now it seems almost effortless for him. He can't help but admire Li Han's truly incredible talent. Balin wonders if every single first-year student at this academy is this strong. Can they all cast high-level magic like this? No, that's impossible. This kind of genius is extremely rare. This is a rare gift that belongs to him alone, Professor Ingoldi thinks to himself while watching Li Han battle. I definitely need to talk to Professor Bolady Bagler, he thinks, realizing this young boy's skills are way too advanced. There's no way his level belongs to a first year. Ingolda assumes it must be because of Bolady Bagler's brutal training sessions. Professor Bolady Bagler's harsh classes are simply too dangerous. The veteran swordsman sighs, heavily lost in worry. Only I can protect these kids, he thinks. But unfortunately, Professor Ingolda's big misunderstanding is only about to get worse. Back to the intense clash between Balin, Li Han, Durgyu, and Jijil Morati. He single-handedly pushes back both Durgyu and Jijil Morati. He forces the two of them back while easily blocking Li Han's long-range attacks, kicking Durgyu away before slamming Jijil Morati down. Meanwhile, Li Han is left completely helpless in the back, unable to land a single hit on Balin as frustration builds. Li Han starts to feel a sense of dread. Even with three of them teaming up, they can't make a dent. What can they possibly do now? Suddenly, a desperate plan sparks in his mind, a tiny sliver of hope. What if he uses that? It's a spell he's never tried before. Meanwhile, Balin watches him closely from a safe distance. He's heard that this kid comes from the famous Li Han family, yet he's only cast one single spell this entire time. He hasn't even budged from his original spot. It seems that despite his prestigious bloodline, his actual skills are only at a first-year level. Suddenly, a massive crackle of lightning appears right behind Balin. Li Han shouts to charge as he starts channeling his staff. Unleashing his thunder, a spectral clone of Li Han suddenly materializes from behind to launch a surprise strike. A bolt of lightning flies straight at Balin. He whips around in surprise immediately, seeing through the clever trick. The opponent in front of him is nothing but an illusion. Li Han managed to pull off a perfect stealth decoy. Using basic illusion and stealth magic, the real Li Han quietly slipped away. He looks ahead, praying his summoned Pochansha can finish this. As the deadly bolt charges toward him, Balin remains perfectly calm, analyzing the spell and recognizing it as fourth-tier magic. Balin has to respect how calmly Li Han can think in the middle of a chaotic battle like this. Clearly, the boy's talent was vastly underestimated. Gathering his strength, Balin unleashes a lightning-fast slash, and the two massive spells collide. The impact triggers a blinding explosion in midair, completely canceling out Li Han's spell in an instant. Li Han is left completely speechless. It had absolutely no effect. He silently swears never to rely on Pochancha again. Balin points his blade at Li Han, admitting he's deeply impressed. Standing still would be an insult to such great talent, so from this moment on, he declares that he is going to fight the boy with everything he has got. Li Han's face goes completely pale. He tries to explain there is a misunderstanding, but Balin is already gearing up to charge. The man lunges forward at a terrifying speed. Realizing he has no choice, a panicked Li Han prepares to use his trump card. Gather, compress, and explode. Watching from afar, Professor Einrogard is absolutely shocked to see a first-year student pull off this kind of magic. He wonders who could have possibly taught him this. But the truth is nobody did this as the result of pure dedication. After studying a basic manual on magic theory for a long time, Li Han managed to analyze and master the spell entirely on his own. He is utilizing the legendary magic arrow spell of the Archmage Fibergood, a highly unique technique compared to ordinary mana arrows. While most mana arrows are basic first-tier spells, this particular chant instantly draws and compresses a massive amount of raw energy. No other spell operates this way. Li Han begins charging, and his magic staff starts radiating a brilliant violet-red glow. This style is a perfect fit for Li Han, who possesses an ocean of raw magical energy inside him. Even he didn't expect to test this dangerous spell in real combat without practicing first, but a red orb begins to form. It grows on the tip of his staff, crackling with intense volatile energy as he silently prays for it not to fail. What is this strange sensation? Did he fail? Even amid the overwhelming doubt, he chooses to trust in his own abilities. No, the spell actually succeeded. The glowing sphere now hovers between Li Han and Balin, shaking with a highly violent and unstable energy. Balin closes the distance instantly, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. At the absolute last second, Li Han realizes and whips his head back. Balin is right behind him, preparing to swing his sword, while Li Han feels the compressed sphere on the verge of detonating. As the sword aims straight for his shoulder, Li Han suddenly smiles, realizing this spell was never meant to be shot forward. The orb expands to its absolute limit, triggering a colossal explosion that floods the entire area with blinding white light. Baiklins finally feels the sheer weight of the attack. Li Han glares, signaling it is over as a blinding explosion shatters the space. Thick smoke and dust envelop the arena. Baiklin struggles to hold his ground, realizing this is a devastating point-blank explosion spell. As the smoke clears, Jijil Moradi and Durgyu Choi rush forward, asking what happened. Durgyu Choi calls out to check if Li Han is doing okay. Li Han emerges from the fading smoke, still standing. However, he is secretly annoyed that the textbook completely misdescribed this spell. His own spell backfires hard. Honestly, that was a dangerously close call, but he is just glad to be alive. He only survived by containing the blast radius at the very last second. But before he can even finish his thought about his opponent, a sudden sword strike slashes straight toward Li Han's staff. Baiklins is completely unharmed, and his blow knocks the magic staff far away. Li Han stands completely frozen in disbelief. Baiklin steps forward and declares it is over, staring down at the young mage. With the arrogant gaze of a victor, Baiklins holds his ground while Li Han struggles to process the blade pointed right at him. Baiklins prepares for the final blow, but suddenly sheathes his sword. He asks if Li Han wants to join the Aspen Knights. Before the knight can even finish the offer, Li Han quickly draws the sword at his hip and points it straight at the neck of Baiklins. Yet the knight does not dodge, simply offering his hand. They stare at each other in silence as Baiklins falls into deep thought. Baiklins admits he still has much to improve, wondering how he could let his guard down simply because he disarmed his opponent's staff. Declaring his surrender, Baiklins officially ends the intense mock battle. Afterward, Professor Einrogard calls over Li Han for a private talk. Along with Durgyu Choi and Jijil Moradi, the professor praises them for their outstanding performance, thoroughly impressed by their spectacular showing. Even against an elite opponent like Sir Baiklins, all three receive top marks with special praise for Li Han's exceptional observation skills. Li Han is quite surprised by Einrogard's praise, while Jijil Moradi can't help but look jealous as the professor continues speaking. The other knights left early due to their schedules, but they promise to boast about this spectacular battle to their fellow comrades. Einrogard excitedly adds that they even requested an invitation to join again if another joint training opportunity ever arises. Their praise wasn't just polite talk, they were genuinely impressed. With that, Einrogard wraps up the lesson and dismisses the class. After thanking the instructor for the lesson, Li Han quietly walks ahead, leaving his classmates slightly behind as he departs. As he walks, a strange feeling of dread creeps over him, making him worry if they will have to face the knight captain in their upcoming midterm exam. Shaking those thoughts off, he suddenly realizes his stomach has been feeling incredibly uneasy. Overwhelming nausea hits him as his vision begins to spin and everything in front of Li Han starts to warp and blur. Dergyu Choi notices something is wrong and places a hand on his shoulder, but Li Han suddenly stumbles and begins to fall backward. He collapses with a thud. Dergyu Choi panics frantically, asking if he is alright while the rest of their friends watch in shock. No one understands what is happening. Dergyu Choi quickly pulls Li Han's arm over his shoulder to help him stand as the mage mumbles. Li Han mutters that he can't let the White Tiger students see him like this. Dergyu Choi finds it ridiculous, since this isn't a battlefield. Dergyu Choi offers to take him to the infirmary as Li Han clutches his mouth, feeling horribly sick ever since using that spell. His body feels completely off. How could that be a mere first circle spell when it possesses zero built-in safety mechanisms? His vision fades. He decides he must rename that spell. Maybe Piblicus's crazy mana blast is more fitting. The world spins violently. He begs himself not to pass out, but everything around him suddenly plunges into pitch black. Li Han only hears faint, muffled voices. What professor would dare trigger a dangerous mana explosion near freshmen? Who on earth was that? An unfamiliar voice speaks, followed by Dergyu Choi apologizing and refusing to talk. What are they even talking about? Li Han wakes up on an infirmary bed, suddenly regaining full consciousness. He sits up looking around at his surroundings. Did Dergyu Choi bring him here? Behind the curtain, Li Han hears that same unfamiliar voice asking if he fears a professor's retaliation. The voice remarks that students here are strange, fearing professors more than demons. His close-range blast was while he was exhausted, causing concussion symptoms. Li Han slowly pulls back the curtain, wondering who the owner of the infirmary actually is. He didn't meet them last time, making this their first encounter. The voice assures that the healing spell will make him fine. It is a floating book with eyes currently chatting with Dergyu Choi, who is deeply expressing his gratitude to the strange creature. Li Han is absolutely stunned. Did that book just speak? The floating tome turns to him, admitting it didn't expect him to walk normally after such a blast. His willpower is incredibly strong, but he must never pull a stunt like that again. The book glares directly at Li Han, startling him. He quickly stammers out a thank you to the entity for treating him. Sensing his confusion, the book opens wide, dramatically introducing itself as the infirmary demon, while Dergyu Choi asks if he is finally awake. A demon. Li Han is stunned, suddenly remembering the Academy's gargoyle statue as the mystical book continues to speak. That reaction is pretty boring. Aren't other freshmen usually terrified out of their minds after staying here? He is already used to it. The book agrees, noting that since Gonadaltes summoned it, the students always suffer. Now it serves this place as a book, Dozu explains, but its cheerful voice suggests it has absolutely nothing to complain about. Li Han warns the book. If it acts carelessly, the headmaster will hand down a severe punishment. The book is impressed. What a smart boy. With such massive mana reserves, it had some suspicions. It suspected Li Han was Gonadaltes in disguise, since the old man does that sometimes, making Li Han go pale. Realizing he needs to be careful, Li Han politely excuses himself to attend his next class. Since his body feels better, he says goodbye, and the book warmly invites him to visit again sometime. Before he goes, the book offers a gift, some mana-eating demons, to help control his overwhelming magic power. It asks if Li Han wants an introduction, but the boy is completely disappointed and politely declines. He quickly leaves the room. Any demon summoned by the headmaster is bound to be extremely dangerous. This is not someone to get close to. Soon he heads back to his Imperial math class. Most of the students are drained. It looks like a sleep spell, but Li Han stays focused. Li Han hands Yonner some hot coffee. She asks how he stays awake, but he claims this class is too sacred to sleep. Li Han looks incredibly proud, leaving Yonner totally confused. His real goal is to impress Professor Alpen Knighton. The professor is a former high-ranking Imperial administrator who once slashed the research budgets of every mage. A lot of faculty members still hold a grudge, but Li Han wants to become a magic bureaucrat. His sudden determination deeply worries Yonner, though he knows networking with the professor is a smart move. Finally, class ends. The professor tells them to memorize the equation. Jigel Moradi suddenly snaps awake, wondering if it's finally over. Not quite. A surprise quiz is announced. Jigel Moradi falls into despair, but Li Han thinks they are lucky. He is completely confident. Jigel Moradi just shakes her head in disbelief, wondering how this is lucky. To him, this is the perfect chance. A flawless score will surely get the professor's attention. He will notice him. Meanwhile, the professor raises his staff and casts a bright blue spell. The blue light wraps around each student. The professor tells them they can leave once finished, which Li Han realizes is anti-cheating magic. Without any spell casting allowed, cheating is basically impossible. The professor then adds another terrifying rule. No one leaves until every single answer is correct. Reading the paper, the students all turn pale with dread at his words. Suddenly, the professor pauses the clock. Looking across the room, Alpen Knighton announces the results. 2 students have finished in first and second place, none other than Li Han and Asan, who both scored the absolute top ranks. But instead of celebrating, Li Han is just annoyed by how meaningless the final question turned out to be. The professor turns to them. It is fine. But instead of the top student Li Han, he calls Asan. He tells Asan to follow him. Asan is startled while Li Han watches with a sudden sense of worry. Why was he not chosen? He needs to build a solid connection with the professor, so he asks what is going on. Alpin Knighton explains that an old friend of his is visiting the academy next week, making the boy's eyes instantly light up with interest. Smelling a golden opportunity, he listens closely as the professor mentions this friend from his bureaucrat days. This influential guest wants to personally test the students. The professor then lays out his plan. He wants Asan to prepare a basic magic circle, but the poor boy immediately begins to panic. Asan hesitantly asks if Li Han shouldn't handle it instead, absolutely desperate to avoid any extra work. Alpin Knighton sighs. Li Han is already swamped with private tutoring, so they shouldn't overload him. He does not want to overwhelm the boy. Hearing this very logical excuse, Asan reluctantly yields and agrees to the task. Seeing his golden opportunity slipping away, Li Han realizes he needs to step in right now. He speaks up, offering to help Asan with the task, leaving Asan completely stunned by his generosity. Alpin Knighton asks if he is absolutely sure, and Li Han immediately agrees, wanting to support his personal professor in everything. He claims that helping is of utmost importance, leaving Asan deeply touched by his incredible selflessness. His earnest response reassures the professor, who gladly assigns the task to both of them. With that settled, the two quickly head out. Watching them walk away, Alpin Knighton quietly reflects on his original plan for the magical preparation. Giving Li Han a leadership role is great, but with his sheer talent and drive, it is really best to let him focus entirely on his studies. They promise to support Li Han with all their heart. That day, the sky is unusually clear, while somewhere else, Yawner is busy yawning left and right. Seeing this, Li Han asks what time everyone actually ended up leaving the room last night. He gets an answer that it was past midnight. Right then, a loud clanging pot rings out from ahead, and a cheerful Professor Uregulum shouts out his welcome. He asks if they already know what they are doing today. The students immediately start buzzing and whispering among themselves. They complain that framing the exam this way makes it sound super annoying, though Professor Uregulum always says similar things but somehow makes them sound way worse. The professor then yells out for everyone to move. He points out the door, ordering them to line up and enter one by one. This leaves even Li Han feeling suspicious. He asks why they cannot just take the test in the classroom like usual. The professor snaps back, asking if they expect a Q and A before their exam. With that, Professor Uregulum steps outside and demands they stop whispering and enter one by one in order. Only now does Li Han voice his worries, wondering if there is a monster waiting inside. Yawner immediately chimes in. A wild boar attacked them on the very first day, so it is definitely possible. Right then, a loud voice echoes from the hallway, calling Li Han to go first. With no other choice, Li Han can only steel himself and step forward. Professor Uregulum looks at Li Han, announcing this is the test. Surrounded by countless unlabeled bottles, he must only use ingredients found in this very room. The professor holds up a potion bottle, declaring he must recreate it. This single instruction instantly makes Li Han go completely pale. Trying to stay calm, Li Han asks if this is something they were actually taught in the previous lesson. The professor flatly replies, no. Li Han pushes further, asking if he can at least get a hint about what the potion does. He gets another brutal no. Professor Uregulum then cold-bloodedly flips the hourglass, telling him he better start right now. Li Han breaks out in a cold sweat. Seeing no other option, he asks if he is allowed to use absolutely anything in this room. The professor simply asks if he brought any of his own personal ingredients, and tells him to do whatever he likes. Li Han nods in agreement, his eyes snapping wide with pure determination. Driven by pure instinct, he lunges forward and snatches the target potion. Professor Uregulum reaches out to stop him, but Li Han managed to dodge back in time, leaving the professor completely frozen. Snapping out of it, Uregulum yells that he cannot just take a professor's things like that. So Li Han quickly bows and apologizes, but then asks if the professor would have ever given him this potion if he had asked nicely. The professor instantly replies, of course not. Reluctantly, Professor Uregulum backs down to see how his student will actually pull this off. Secretly, the professor knows that simply grabbing the sample bottle will not help him find a solution to brew this compound. This exam is far from easy, even for a genius like him. Suddenly, the professor scowls, realizing magic is at play here, while outside the sky remains perfectly clear. Inside the quiet library, Nilia looks over at her companion, suddenly questioning why he did what he did. She asks why Ratford snuck out to explore the academy at night without her. Questioned so directly, Ratford turns pale, stammering that he was just too busy and rushed. Fortunately, she simply tells him that he should have at least warned her beforehand. Ratford desperately wonders when Li Han will arrive. Right on cue, Li Han slides the door open, declaring he finished. This instantly brings massive relief to an ecstatic Jackson. Ratford runs over, immediately begging Li Han to explain what happened to Nilia. Despite the panic, Nilia remains incredibly calm and cool. She asks what is going on, but her quiet voice carries a deeply threatening undertone as she mentions their little adventure. Li Han can tell by her look that this is definitely not the face of someone who is simply curious. Still, Li Han decides to step in and explain things directly to his suspicious Nilia. Taking all the blame, he lies smoothly, claiming Sanko was the one who insisted on leaving her out of their plans. He feeds her a bit of flattery smoothly, suggesting that if an incredibly skilled hunter like Nilia had joined, the rest of them would have lost all confidence. Hearing this, she blushes in pure embarrassment. He tells her not to blame Ratford too much, claiming his friend was only trying to protect her. Nilia finally buys the excuse. Watching this masterclass in lying, Ratford is left completely speechless. He cannot believe how easily Li Han lies without even blinking. Suddenly, a panicked classmate rushes up to them. They ask how the exam went. Li Han does not sugarcoat it, admitting he ran into some serious trouble. This sends the entire group into a panic, realizing that if even their star students struggled, they are completely doomed. They're about to protest the decision, but before they can finish, the door swings open to reveal Professor Euregulum. He steps out and tells them they all did their best, triggering an instant uproar of protests from the students. They argue with everything they've got, complaining that the exam was insanely difficult and should have at least featured things they studied. Suddenly, a bold question startles the professor, so no one actually passed this exam right, but the truth comes out immediately. "What are you guys talking about?" Li Han passed with flying colors. Hearing this, the crowd freezes in absolute disbelief. Not stopping there, the professor deliberately rubs salt in their wounds, saying he simply cannot believe it. How could they so easily believe the words of such an outstanding student, truly naive? He only said that to keep your spirits up. Remember, at Einrogard, you must never trust a single soul. The students leave with another brutal life lesson. Even after they depart, Professor Euregulum is left deep in thought. Just when on Earth did that boy learn such advanced magic? Meanwhile, the other students are busy calling Li Han a massive traitor. With a single command, he solved the entire puzzle. Elemental components separate. Watching this unfold, the professor is genuinely startled. That is the advanced component separation spell. More than anyone, Euregulum knows this is a fundamental magic. Every alchemist needs to master this, but he purposely withheld it to spark their passion for learning. He wanted them to discover it on their own, but that is not the only thing keeping Euregulum awake. After analyzing the ingredients, Li Han easily deduces it. Wait, is this a self-confidence potion? The professor is utterly dumbstruck. Euregulum can only face the wall and groan in defeat. The boy recognized the potion instantly with a single glance. Finishing up his task, Li Han walks away with a sudden chill. Why does this whole situation give me goosebumps? Later, as they walk down the quiet hallway together, Nilia looks around and wonders about their group gathering like this. "It is really nice to hang out again," she says with a bright smile, making Yonner smile warmly as well. It feels like an eternity since they last walked together, even with Gainando. Right then, Li Han turns to his side and asks, "Gainando, you only tagged along to escape studying, didn't you?" Although he denies it, his nervous expression says it all. Exactly. Their real goal today is to locate the hidden stables inside the tower, and Li Han is already planning his moves. According to the schedule, it should appear this weekend. Though they are walking down the stairs, Li Han is lost in thought. After a moment of drifting off, he suddenly realizes this staircase actually leads up to the 3rd floor. After debating it, Li Han decides to go big or go home. Let's climb up to the 3rd floor. Turning back, he remembers. This is the very path Ratford discovered earlier. As he walks, his mind drifts back to when they hunted on this floor. But this route is completely unfamiliar and there is no telling what is waiting ahead. He silently reminds himself to stay alert. Keeping his guard up, Li Han finally places his hand on the gate, stepping through to the other side a second later. The view before him leaves him speechless. The stone corridors have somehow transformed into a massive lush green forest. Did the entire landscape completely shift? Talk about a wild twist that leaves his brain completely scrambled. He knows the academy is packed with strange magic, but the sheer difference between zones on the same floor is mind-blowing. Word is that even the headmaster doesn't fully understand this area. Since it is a literal forest, Li Han makes a quick executive decision. Nilia should lead the way since he trusts her, but he suddenly realizes she has transformed into a gray cat. Nilia. He stands there completely dazed. A cat. There are animals all around him now, but Li Han has absolutely no idea. These are actually his friends. He keeps calling out to find them, and the cat desperately meows in response. Nilia. Confused, he wonders why a random cat is replying to him, but a split second later, the anomaly finally registers. Wait, those distinct eyes, and then a fox and a bat show up. Finally, it starts to click. Is that really you, Nilia? He finally puts it together. Could this be some kind of transformation magic? This is not just a regular forest, but a polymorph woods that turns intruders into beasts. But then Li Han suddenly stops. Wait, why is he completely unaffected? Is it because of his massive pool of mana? He needs to assess the situation first. After a bit of analysis, Li Han slowly identifies them, Yonner, Nilia Radford. But one question remains. Where on earth is Gainando? With that thought, he orders Sakin to go sniff around the nearby area. The moment it touches the ground, it runs off to search. He approaches asking if there is something there, and a flame suddenly erupts as he reaches out. It leaves him entirely puzzled. There is an incredibly powerful wave of mana radiating from that exact direction. It turns out there is a tail poking out of the bushes belonging to the very person he has been looking for. Looking in that direction, Li Han suddenly wonders why a rat is there, and his curiosity draws him closer to inspect it. Text suddenly appears on the ground warning travelers not to cross without a duel, where the winner stays and the loser gets expelled, meaning he must win to pass. Losing means instant expulsion, and as soon as Li Han speaks, the rat turns around and boldly accepts the challenge. The creature is startled to see a terrifying aura suddenly enveloping him with a massive shadow of pure energy rising behind his back. Radford turns pale with absolute terror at the sight, but a confused Li Han looks around and asks what is happening. He suddenly remembers something, wondering if this creature measures strength by mana capacity, just like that warehouse keeper did before. Li Han finally connects the dots, realizing that if this is true, he knows exactly what the rat is misunderstanding. He tries to protest, but from the rat's perspective, he is undeniably the principal. Radford bolts, immediately prompting Li Han to quickly chase after him, shouting for him not to run if he is a noble. He yells that even a rat should have some pride, while Nilia calls out, noticing how the creature keeps mentioning duels. This rat must be the forest leader, so they need to catch it, as Li Han keeps shouting for it to face him. Right then, the creature leaps into the water, yet somehow manages to effortlessly fly over to the opposite river bank. A massive water pillar shoots up from the river, prompting Li Han to chant for his magical staff Furu Kunra to activate. He threatens to seal the weapon away if it fails him again, as countless brilliant rays of light begin to burst forth. He calls down the lightning of Furu Kunra, sending a massive yellow bolt crashing into the woods, leaving behind a trail of white smoke. As the smoke clears, the water parasite stands completely frozen, prompting Li Han to raise an eyebrow and tell his friends not to worry. It seems completely unharmed, but Nilia senses something wrong and warns him through telepathy that the creature has actually collapsed. The beast only remains upright because its residual mana is holding its form together, while Li Han swiftly moves to a nearby spot. Bringing his arm down, his blade slices right through the water parasite. His three allies watch in absolute awe as a waterfall crashes down, while Li Han calmly sheathes his sword at his waist. He coolly remarks that despite all their big boasts of strength, it seems the spirit ended up tricking him. The surrounding spirits sigh in deep disappointment, mentally complaining that things are not at all how he thinks they are. Hiding in the grass, Feikuncha is too terrified to show his face, sweating profusely as he realizes the boy just took down a massive foe. Defeating a pure spring water slime in a single blow convinces him that this student is definitely the principal in disguise. Usually, the principal ignores everything, but now he is here, causing trouble, likely trying to stir up chaos, just like before. Suddenly, something slowly lands right in front of its eyes, and Li Han immediately shouts out, asking if the creature is there. Instantly, Feikuncha screeches as a tight magical rope wraps around its body. The high-pitched scream echoes loudly. Stepping forward, Li Han asks if it is hiding. Seeing the little beast trembling in absolute terror makes him feel a bit guilty, knowing it still thinks he is the principal, so he prepares to explain the truth. He stops himself before speaking, suddenly wondering if clearing up this terrifying misunderstanding is actually a smart move. Explaining might just lead to another tedious duel, so he decides it is much easier to just play the villain. Putting on a scary face, he pretends to be the headmaster and sets conditions. He promises to overlook everything if they are allowed to leave, causing the small beast to quickly squeak in agreement. The creature wiggles its tail frantically as it points toward a clear, safe-looking path that suddenly opens up ahead of them. The path leads directly to a large closed door, prompting Li Han to raise his voice in pure excitement. Recognizing the hallway as the exact path they need to take, he prepares to move forward, but suddenly hesitates. Seeing the yellow rat crying in a pitiful way, he cradles it gently while realizing he completely forgot about his friend Gainando. That distant groaning is definitely his, but first Li Han kindly bids farewell to the little forest rat. He turns with a gentle smile, offering a friendly farewell, intending it as a perfectly normal goodbye. To the rat, this friendly goodbye sounds like a terrifying death threat. Expecting to be sent straight to hell, the creature flinches with its fur standing on end, squealing in sheer panic. It quickly digs a hole to escape, whimpering desperately, as if begging for its life. To show its goodwill, the little rat frantically digs into the dirt and pulls out a wrapped bundle of cloth as a special offering for him. Li Han is shocked to find a bone radiating dense mana inside, wondering why the creature is offering him such a thing. He says they do not want it, but the bones suddenly move. They connect into a complete skeleton with flexible joints, piecing themselves together, leaving Li Han completely stunned as he gasps out the name Second. A split second later, the skeleton reacts strangely while Li Han stands frozen, staring intensely at the bones of Second. Looking at the creature, he mutters that the bones have fully fused together, though Li Han remains highly skeptical about the whole thing. Professor Uregulum warned that Sekon was extremely dangerous, making him wonder if Professor Mo prepared this as a gift for freshmen. Or did he just forget basic safety protocols? After a brief silence, he softly calls out to Sekon, but the skeleton completely ignores him. Li Han gets slightly annoyed that he is being ignored, eagerly wondering aloud if something is wrong with it, just as Noelia walks by. She strutted past and noted that the creature seemed to be resisting commands, prompting Li Han to immediately ask Sekon about its defiance. He tells Sekon to speak up if it has something to say, and the skeleton finally responds by waving its bony arms around. Li Han reads its body language and takes a guess, asking if it wants him to construct a proper body for it. Sekon does not shake its head, proving he guessed right, but Li Han is shocked by its next demand. Did it want him to build it by hand? He quickly refuses, claiming he lacks that kind of skill, but Yarnarmikin suggests trying elemental essence as a raw material for the body. He repeats the words elemental essence to himself, finding the idea actually reasonable, and decides to get straight to work. Agreeing to try, he carefully pulls out a wooden staff, noting that this material should suit the creature's body perfectly. Raising the staff high above his head, Li Han commands the water spirits to rise, sending the air spinning wildly until late that night. A while later, Yarnarmikin sighs in relief while massaging her shoulder, calling it a bizarre experience, while Nilia stands beside her in shock. She still feels like there is a beard made of mana on her face, while Li Han expresses his final regrets. He laments that he still has not visited the stables in the tower, but finds comfort in successfully completing Sekon. Yarnarmikin chuckles and adds that she originally imagined him having to slice through an entire block of water to sculpt its body. Gainando excitedly chimes in that the amount of water and mana used could easily fill a giant pit, though Li Han blankly admits he did not measure it. At that moment, Sekon suddenly glares with an expression of pure disgust and warning, and a second later it acts. The creature growls and glares at Gainando, terrifying him as Li Han picks it up and wonders why it is staring at him. He says he was only joking and that he does not eat people, though it still lets out a hostile growl. He tells Sekon to quiet down since it is already dark right as a faint blue light begins to glow behind Gainando. A shadowy figure appears in front of the door, looking exactly like Sekon did at first, causing Li Han to turn pale. His lips twitch as he realizes it is the principal's bone soldier, instantly giving him a terrible feeling that something is very wrong. Just then, Yarnarmikin turns around and spots the soldier, but Li Han does not wait for her to react before shouting orders. He yells for Yarnarmikin to wake up everyone who is sleeping, raising his staff high as if leading a sudden rebellion. His voice thunders that the principal is launching an attack, clearly trying to sabotage their exam preparation for tomorrow. Yarnarmikin screams for everyone to wake up, while Li Han immediately launches an attack on the two undead that just appeared. Gainando warns that they are being surrounded from the outside too, pointing out an army of torch-bearing bone soldiers approaching the tower. It looks like a carefully planned siege, so Li Han orders Sekon to repel any enemy attempting to break in. As Sekon readies itself for battle, Yarnarmikin calls out to Li Han, announcing that she has brought reinforcements, including Asa. Beside her is Adenert, who asks if the principal is truly attacking, but Li Han commands that there is no time to explain. He directs everyone to fortify the entrance, prompting them to pile up desks and chairs, while Adenert begins chanting a summoning spell. She conjures a thick pile of brown slime to seal the door shut deeply, impressing Li Han with her skilled use of spirits to strengthen the magic barrier. Suddenly, a massive impact rattles the heavy door, prompting a deeply worried Yarnarmikin to ask what is happening outside. A giant hand relentlessly batters the barricade as the principal yells through the wood, calling them fools and demanding they open up. Instantly recognizing his voice, Yarnarmikin and Gainando turn pale with fear, while Asa urgently rallies the group. He tells everyone to pile on more heavy objects as the principal continues to scream furiously from the other side. The principal demands to know why the door remains shut, making an angry Asa demand to know what he is doing. Li Han never expected the principal to personally lead the undead, realizing this situation has escalated far beyond a simple prank. A sudden realization hits him and he turns to his classmates to ask if this is actually another surprise magic ethics test. These are basic combat spells. Behind the door, the principal nods, impressed by how quickly they figured it out, but Asa starts losing his cool. What does this have to do with morality? The principal simply emphasizes, do whatever it takes to avoid being captured by the Skeleton Legion. If you get caught, you fail survive until dawn and you pass Asa. The students complain, saying they have other exams tomorrow and wondering if doing this is really okay. Gainando begins gathering food for emergency supplies while the headmaster reassures them not to worry about that. Every other dormitory is currently undergoing the exact same combat test, and hearing those words, Gainando excitedly realizes they might skip the exam tomorrow, earning a swift scold from Asen. Li Han, however, remains deeply lost in thought. He fears these weak barricades won't hold the door for long, especially since the headmaster won't just attack from one side. Li Han catches a strange sound from another direction. Two undead have already forced a window open and are crawling inside now. He quickly orders Yoner and 2 others to secure the windows, sends others to check the perimeter, and tells Gainando to maintain the barrier. Watching through a scrying circle, the headmaster is thoroughly impressed by the sharp leadership of Li Han, resolving to eliminate the boy first during their next trial. He claims he wants to prevent panic grumbling about how Li Han is supposedly robbing his classmates of a chance to grow. Refusing to let them off easy, he watches as an undead smashes through the door barricades, sending a wave of panic. Gainando panics as a monster lunges and grabs his hair, screaming that the barricades are completely broken. While the classmates scream in panic and back away, Li Han wastes no time leaping forward and drawing his sword. He cleaves the undead clean in half with one strike while Gainando cowers on the floor. Li Han immediately barks out orders. He warns everyone to guard the entrance and stay back, but Asen suddenly calls him over to a window, pointing at something approaching from behind. It can't be another wave of undead, can it? But then Li Han, squinting through the gloom, hears desperate cries for help. Those are students from the Phoenix Tower, and Li Han immediately realizes what happened. They clearly chose to tuck tail and run. Asan anxiously asks what to do, warning that letting them inside could easily put their own defense line in jeopardy. Looking at the horde chasing them down, there is a 90% risk, but Li Han firmly decides to let them in. Stunned by the decision, Asan silently admires him as a true wardenos who helps others during danger. Deeply ashamed of his own unnoble behavior, Asan decides he must step up and help save their classmates. He offers to personally guide them and under his family name, leaving Li Han completely baffled by this sudden attitude change. He figures they simply realize that leaving classmates behind in this moral exam would cost them precious grade points. They express their deep gratitude as they hurry inside, all while the headmaster continues to intently observe what Li Han is doing. He finds himself genuinely puzzled by why Li Han would go so far as to help students from a rival dormitory. He wonders why the boy acts so selflessly, especially since helping other towers in the academy is absolutely not part of the exam. The sight brings back memories of his own youth, yet the bizarre logic of Li Han remains completely beyond his comprehension. While the misunderstandings pile up, Li Han focuses on the battle, determined not to lose a single point as he slays monsters. With the main entrance cleared, Li Han urges the fleeing Phoenix Tower students to hurry inside as they offer their thanks. But just as they reach relative safety, Asan suddenly collapses to the ground, crying out that some terrible curse has paralyzed his legs. Sensing some immediate trouble, Li Han doesn't hesitate for even a single second, hoisting Asan directly onto his shoulder. He loudly barks at the remaining students to get inside immediately, promising to carry Asan to safety himself. Thrown over his shoulder, Asan is completely dazed right as a bizarre wave of magical energy surges through the air. As the magical field envelops them, Li Han warily glances back and without wasting a single movement, he acts. He immediately uses Asan as a human shield, showing absolutely no mercy to the poor guy. Before Asan can even process what is happening, his head grazes the mysterious barrier before Li Han tosses him back onto his shoulder. Asan whimpers on his shoulder, asking why Li Han would do something so heartless. Ignoring his complaints, Li Han silently wonders if the curse is just some strange tickling spell before finally offering Asan a very brief apology. But thanks to that sacrifice, he glares at the skeleton squad ahead, silently confirming his suspicions. Declaring he has found the mastermind, Li Han points his staff and unleashes a howling gale that rips through the enemy lines. Moving with blinding speed, one of the targets instantly explodes in a flash, yet Li Han still cannot lower his guard. Looking around the chaotic battlefield, he silently curses, realizing there are just too many annoying problems to handle. Just then, bright sparks rain down from above as a powerful voice from behind commands the magic to ignite. The embers strike the skeleton army, erupting into a massive wall of fire as a student calls out his name, forcing him to spin around. 3 other students stand there, their faces twisted in deep anxiety, as one of them yells out a warning to him. He explains that all Phoenix Tower students have successfully evacuated, urging Li Han to retreat to safety as well. He mutters that he gets it, but distraction costs him. Suddenly, skeleton soldiers completely surround him. An orange-haired guy yells out. A fire spell erupts, leaving Li Han staring in utter shock. A literal rain of fire pours from above. It traces back to the boy, scattering skeletal foes in complete chaos. Asa finally breaks his silence, asking if that was fire magic, while looking pretty excited about the whole show. He wonders how a mere first-year student could pull off such high-level magic. Honestly, Li Han is thinking the same. He wonders if the guy might actually be a half-elf with fire element blood. Suddenly, a loud shout cuts off his thoughts. The fire user screams that this is their only chance, urging everyone to get inside the tower right now. With the fires still raging, they rush inside as fast as they can. Fortunately, they all make it out completely safe. Gathering together, the fiery young mage walks over to thank Li Han Wardenus for his crucial help. He says his squad made it out safely because of him. Li Han just responds with his usual polite smile. He tells him that he should be the one thanking them and reaches out for a warm, friendly handshake. He expresses his deep gratitude for the assist, but this simple gesture unexpectedly causes the other boy to flinch. He stares at their hands as faint magical energy flickers. Now wait, why is he suddenly panicking? He warns him to avoid touching. Li Han pulls his hand back immediately. Looking down, he feels the heat, but notices it does not burn. Green aura wraps around his palm as he reflects. It was actually a bit warm, probably because his body instinctively deployed a mana shield to shield his bare skin from harm. The boy panics. Is Li Han hurt? Are there any injuries? Li Han quickly reassures him that he is totally fine. He casually asks if this intense heat is linked to a fire spirit, and the boy nods in confirmation. Realizing his poor manners, the young boy apologizes and introduces himself as Nigel, a devoted priest of the Afo order. They are passionate fire worshippers, and he begins to share the ancient story of his family ancestry. His ancestors once forged a contract with a fire spirit, leaving that element in their bloodline. Hearing Nigel's tale sparks Li Han's memory. Linking these clues with his observations of the battle, Li Han finally understands how the boy uses such mastery. He feels a bit jealous, wishing his own family had ties to a cool spirit instead of just keeping strange rumors alive. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoes from afar, making Nigel quickly turn around to make his exit. Before leaving, he expresses his deep gratitude to Li Han one last time for saving them back there. He asks Li Han to call whenever. Then with a quick wave, he rushes off. Li Han warmly bids him farewell, smiling to himself as he watches Nigel leave with genuine gratitude. He thinks Nigel is a great guy, but Digilin suddenly objects, questioning his high opinion of the priest. She warns him to keep a safe distance. Talk about an unexpected twist that leaves Li Han totally confused. With a conflicted look, he asks Digilin why she would speak of others like that, wondering if Nigel caused trouble. Digilin tries to explain that it is not exactly like that, but someone else interrupts before she can finish. A girl calls out to Li Han, looking absolutely thrilled to find him like she just struck pure gold. She speaks formally. The talented heir of the noble wardeness family. Li Han is surprised to recognize her as Priest Sienna, an elite member of the prominent Fremen sect. He chats with her and compliments her skills completely, leaving poor Digilin hanging with her story unfinished. He praises her impressive alchemy skills, using the chance to ask about her earlier warning regarding Nigel. He asks if Nigel has ever caused any real trouble around here, and Sienna answers him immediately. She says not at all, though she quickly forces a polite smile and hesitates. She warns him not to get too close to him either, leaving Li Han utterly confused by the matching advice. No answers yet. Suddenly, a frantic voice calls them over. The student from earlier points down, frantically directing everyone's attention toward the massive army of skeletons. They have been battling these monsters for so long, and now the undead are actually starting to retreat. A nearby girl tearfully announces that the morning sun is finally rising, crying tears of absolute joy. They congratulate her on a job well done. Meanwhile, Gainando is so excited he wants to run outside. They won. He is eager to step out and finally breathe in some fresh, clean air. Before he can even take a step, Li Han stops him. Wait, things get incredibly tense the moment he commands his summon. He tells Second to go on ahead. The creature instantly obeys its master. As it turns out, Li Han's extreme caution is completely justified. Second is currently chasing down an undead beast. Ganando stares in shock, cursing that old man for setting yet another trap. He kept setting traps until the very last second. Talk about petty. A moment later, Osu appears, and his first words are classic. He calls him as annoying as ever, but awards a perfect score. Hearing that, Li Han bows politely to thank the eccentric headmaster. Li Han quietly reflects that rescuing the students of the Phoenix Tower has given his grades a massive boost. Just like him, Osu is also secretly thinking how strange it all is. Why on earth would that kid help others? Is he trying to provoke me? After that, Li Han turns to chat with Tijiling. It is such a shame for the Phoenix Tower that some students got captured. But she comforts him, saying the lessons learned are what matter most. Grades are not everything, so it is no big deal. Then she suddenly perks up as if remembering something important. By the way, have you heard the news? Priests are visiting the academy this weekend. The moment she finishes speaking, Li Han freezes. His expression completely shifts. The reason is simple. Whenever the priests make an appearance, not only do they get feasts and parties, but the principal's brutal classes actually become a lot easier. Thinking about this, a satisfied smile finally crosses his face. It looks like this weekend. Now get this, they are in for an easy weekend, but you already know it is just the calm before the storm. Li Han has absolutely no clue what is going to happen during this long-awaited weekend. Will Osu actually let things go so smoothly? Highly unlikely. Soon, Professor Garcia's brief and peaceful exam comes to an end. The professor turns to Li Han, asking if he has genuinely finished studying all the subjects. He honestly admits that he has. And just like that, the weekend finally arrives. Finally feeling a bit of relaxation while walking across the campus, Yoner speaks up. It has been a while since they last visited the priests. Hearing this, Li Han asks if she is planning to visit the flaming sect. He guessed it right. She confirms his assumption, adding that she also wants to ask about some mysterious potions. She pulls out a pouch filled with different liquid vials. Li Han picks one up to inspect it with a frown. If any of these are highly suspicious, explaining them away will be incredibly tough. Yet, unlike his anxious worry, Yonner is completely relaxed. She plans to claim she found them by accident, trusting that the good priests won't confiscate them. As she speaks, Second suddenly starts staring intensely at the potion vial. It then unexpectedly starts to jumps up in excitement. Sensing something is off, Li Han immediately orders Second to stay put. Wait for it, he drops the vial back inside the pouch and Second's entire facial expression instantly flips. Looking totally depressed, Li Han asks if it is hungry, warning the beast that this is not food. He bids farewell to Yonner, promising to see her later. Before he leaves, she asks if he is visiting the pressing sect. Li Han nods, saying he should pay his respects to them as well. Hearing this keyword, Yonner is quite surprised. Not letting her wonder for long, Li Han explains that he plans to meet all the priests from the other churches too, and maybe even join them all if given the chance. With that, he turns to leave, saying his goodbyes. Even after he walks away, Yonner smiles and silently wishes him the best. She hopes it all goes well even if she has no clue what he is scheming. Meanwhile, Li Han walks with Nijezer. Guiding him along, Nijezer leads him right to a doorway, calling out to announce they have finally arrived. A young priest pulls back the curtain with a bright smile. He greets Nijezer and the two politely bow to each other, repeating their signature blessing of wishing for the sacred flame of Abha to protect them. Watching this unique greeting ritual unfold, Li Han finds it a little bizarre. To be honest, he knows very little about this group other than rumors that they worship the sacred fire. Right then, Nijezer introduces him, presenting Li Han of the noble Li Han family to the waiting clergy. Li Han offers a very respectful greeting. The priest gives a slightly awkward smile, admitting he is quite surprised. It is unexpected for a mage from the notorious Li Han family to care about faith. Li Han quickly corrects him. Those are just inaccurate rumors. After a bit of back and forth, the priest warmly invites them to come inside. He asks if Li Han wants to hear about their beliefs. Faced with such an enthusiastic offer, of course, accepting the invite, Li Han quietly steps inside and sits down at the table. The priest starts preaching, saying he will begin with their most basic doctrine as he introduces their core beliefs to the boy. They worship the sacred fire of Afa, believing the apocalypse will one day arrive in its brilliant flames. This fire will reduce everything to ashes, leaving the world drowned in a sea of flames. Hearing this, Li Han goes pretty quiet. Driven by pure curiosity, he asks if the fire is just a metaphor, perhaps representing the purging of evil souls. The priest eagerly clarifies it literally burns everything, leaving a curious Li Han wanting more. Is it a destruction that paves the way for a reborn world? He asks, a question that highly amuses the priest. Calling his theory pretty interesting, the priest explains that once this world is destroyed, absolutely nothing will remain. Only the fire itself will exist. Li Han stares in absolute shock before the priest suddenly makes a brand new request. He wants to test the fire sleeping deep within Li Han's soul, leaving the young man momentarily stunned. Li Han simply closes his eyes, prompting approval as he reflects on everything. Finally, he understands why Digilin and Sienna warned him to stay far away from these Nizager cultists. He quietly mutters if he must summon his inner flame to destroy the world, making the priest burst out laughing. People who do not know the sect well often misunderstand them, and this time another voice joins the conversation. Nizager, chiming in, assures him they have no plans to destroy the world or burn down the empire. They simply believe in the fire of Afa, which they trust will find them all in the near future. Because of that, they must live a life free of regrets, a concept that slowly starts making sense. Li Han realizes this is just a fairly typical doomsday belief, which honestly sounds surprisingly normal. It all seems so normal, leaving him to wonder why on earth Digilin and Sienna panic so much. Interrupting his train of thought, the priest speaks up, offering to finally explain the rules of their sect. Li Han listens closely to every single detail, quietly evaluating the inner workings of this strange organization. Aside from accepting a predetermined fate, the rules are pretty relaxed and carry very little responsibility. The priest excitedly prepares for a magical demonstration, calling it the absolute best part of their entire doctrine. He promises to show a simple divine miracle, and suddenly a brilliant magical fire erupts from his bare hand. Watching intently, Li Han remembers their devotion to fire means this place is full of powerful mages. After completing the flashy display, the priest boasts that the Empire always seeks their aid for fire-related matters. The Empire routinely begs for their help, and seeing this firsthand, Li Han quietly feels pretty impressed. These guys are clearly talented, which makes him wonder if he can exploit this to his advantage. Since he is pretty terrible at fire magic, he hopes to get some tips before the priest suddenly interrupts. It is time to test the fire in his soul using an ancient chalice designed to summon hidden inner power. Staring at the relic, Li Han is instructed to place his hand directly onto the mysterious artifact. Complying with a growing sense of dread, he silently prays that this testing does not end in a total disaster. Upon touching it, a flame erupts from the chalice. Staring at it in surprise, he notes nothing happened. The fire is completely calm, but Niziger quickly explains that the real test is only just starting. The goal is not to measure raw power, but to see how well his flame resists outside forces. The trials start. A simple puff of air is easily resisted. Next comes a splash of boiling water, but his flame instantly vaporizes the liquid without wavering. The priest and clerics exchange nervous glances, visibly hesitating before moving forward. Black sand, raw magic, and multiple other elements are thrown at it, yet his fire rejects them all. Shocked by the absolute resistance, the priests panic, feeling completely out of their depth. Being a complete rookie, Li Han has no clue what this means and simply asks if something is wrong. The priest laughs it off, but behind his back, the clerics frantically whisper about calling for immediate backup. As a bewildered Li Han watches, they quickly whisper about sending a message. They decide they must summon the High Bishop when a powerful voice suddenly echoes through the room. He announces that if they are discussing him, he has already arrived, revealing the legendary bishop himself. The bishop claims he simply dropped by to check on the students, and it seems his timing was absolutely perfect. Seeing him appear so suddenly, the priests are left utterly stunned, and the same goes for Li Han. He wonders how the bishop even knew he was watching him. Suddenly, the old man turns to face him with a warm smile. Seeing that gentle smile, Li Han quickly introduces himself, expressing what a true honor it is to meet him. He quickly reminds himself that a bishop holds a very high rank in the church, requiring him to show the utmost respect. The bishop is surprisingly warm and friendly, patting Li Han's shoulder while saying the honor is entirely his to meet such a powerful mage. He looks at Li Han with deep sympathy, guessing the boy must have suffered a lot during childhood from such a wild, uncontrollable fire. But despite the bishop's assumption about his childhood struggles, Li Han doesn't seem to agree with that at all. The bishop nods in understanding, noting that since Li Han is from House Li Han, his family must have taught him advanced fire resistance magic. Hearing this makes Li Han feel a bit guilty, secretly admitting that he hasn't actually learned any of that family magic yet. The bishop finally gets to the main point, advising Li Han that he cannot rely on his family's reputation forever. He needs to learn how to properly control his own flames rather than just resisting them. Li Han is temporarily at a loss for words, but eventually nods and mutters a polite agreement to keep up appearances. After all, mastering fire magic is the exact reason he came here. The bishop honestly shares that they can teach him a lot, but there is a catch. Their training methods are incredibly harsh for a student, and he wonders if the young mage is truly ready for it. A certain terrifying image of his academy professors flashes through his mind, causing him to hesitate for just a second. He declares he is ready. Sure, it will be brutal, but it cannot be any worse than his academy classes. Compared to the grueling torment of those crazy professors, this should be a walk in the park. Besides, if he fails to control his wild mana here, things will only get exponentially harder for him down the road. With sudden fiery resolve, Li Han dramatically whips off his heavy cloak and boldly asks the bishop to unleash his holy flames, leaving the nearby priest dumbfounded. Both the priest and Nijisaur just stand there frozen in silence. Sensing no response, Li Han begins to realize something is off. Sure enough, the bishop blinked in utter confusion, asking him to repeat what he just said as they walked into a nearby tent. Now Li Han sits cross-legged in the tent, quietly meditating with his eyes closed. He feels a bit silly that this legendary training method is literally just sitting still. Across from him, a priest remarks to the bishop how intense it must be to absorb raw fire elements directly into the body. The bishop merely chuckles, calling it a joke. Hearing them chat so casually, Li Han can only offer a wry smile. He looks down at the torch burning beneath him while the bishop watches his progress with a surprisingly impressed expression. Sitting there for a whole hour without the flame flickering is quite a feat. Li Han speaks up, asking if this proves his affinity. He wonders if he has a natural talent for fire magic, which catches the bishop slightly off guard. Before Li Han was even admitted, the bishop had made a strict promise to Principal Gonadaltes to keep the boy safe. He swore that a genius like Li Han should focus on magic rather than being dragged deep into a religious life. But the boy is showing an absolutely terrifying compatibility with fire magic. Not to mention his mental focus is incredibly rock solid, making the bishop break into a nervous, worried sweat. If this gets out, Li Han might actually become a priest for the Affik Church, which means the bishop broke his promise to the principal. Thinking fast, he helps Li Han up and casually lies, telling him that his talent for fire magic is actually quite average. Li Han accepts this explanation quite calmly, but the surrounding priests are left utterly flabbergasted. Average? How on earth is such a mind-blowing display of talent considered average? As Li Han puts his cloak back on to leave, the bishop stops him and asks him to accept a small gift. He slips a gleaming gold ring onto Li Han's finger. Right away, the young mage feels a strange, powerful flow of magical energy radiating from it. The bishop explains that this artifact is designed to safely absorb fire elements when he casts spells. It will keep him safe, but within moments the bishop has stuffed a ring onto every single one of Li Han's fingers. Lihan asks if he really needs this many. Instead of answering, the bishop looks genuinely worried that it might not be enough. He quickly turns to a nearby priestess, urging her to bring some magic bracelets as well. She hurriedly rushes off to obey. With a hasty nod, she runs to fetch them, leaving Lihan deeply questioning his current situation. Is he actually a new student at a magic academy, or some notorious arsonist wanted by the entire empire? Shortly after Lihan finally steps out of the tent, Priest Nigisor politely bows to the bishop on his behalf. Wishing him farewell, the bishop prays that the sacred fire of Afa will always guide his path. At this point, Lihan looks like he is wearing an entire jewelry shop. Spinning his gold bracelet, he can only think that his fashion style is way ahead of its time. Lihan turns to Nijiger and expresses his thanks. He mentions that after the priest guided him today, he now knows the rumors about the Afa order are totally false. With a warm, friendly smile, Nijiger replies that of course those rumors are false. He adds that priests are incredibly kind and merciful as the two walk together and start chatting. Nijiger admits that without the church taking him in, he would not be here. Half-spirits like him often face constant suspicion. They deal with heavy prejudice, viewed as unnatural creatures, and most of them do not even have a gender. Because of their elemental magic, they might accidentally hurt others. Being a half-fire spirit, Nijiger faced far worse discrimination than most. Lihan shifts the conversation to the harsh reality, noting that people spreading rumors about priests wanting to burn down the world and bring about the apocalypse should just burn themselves instead. Nijiger agrees, calling it a fantastic point. He cannot believe people actually buy into that nonsense, letting out a long sigh before adding that nobody in the church thinks so except maybe him. Agreeing completely, Lihan quickly speaks up to nod along, but both of them suddenly freeze as they realize what was just said. Lihan breaks into a cold sweat. That last line sounded like the priest actually wanted to burn everything down. Nijiger immediately clears it up. He insists that was not what he meant. He explains that the more fire magic he casts, the closer he feels to the holy flame. Nijiger then humbly mentions that other priests told him he was completely wrong. Yet every time he meditates, he still hears the Afa flame whispering to him. Watching him act so dramatically, Lihan finds it pretty hard to understand. Nijiger turns to him with an expectant gaze, saying it is truly miraculous that Lihan was born with such a fierce flame. He wishes him massive success in his future. Lihan's face instantly darkens as he remembers his previous warnings. So this is the real reason. Those two told him to stay away from Nijiger. It is the first time he has felt miserable after receiving encouragement. Later on at the Pricinga stall, a warm voice rings out to thank the young man. A sincere priest is expressing her gratitude to Lihan. She notes that thanks to him, Digiling won't go hungry. Sweeping in the back, Digiling insists she is completely fine. Carrying 2 heavy baskets, Lihan replies that it is nothing. He says he only did what had to be done. The priest then notices his belt radiating energy, asking if something is wrong with it. He assures her there is no problem. In fact, Lihan admits he was actually tempted to wear even more. That immediately sparks an idea for the priest, who happily presents a silver ring that is also a curse artifact. It can absorb mana and serves another purpose. Curiously, Lihan asks what kind of special function this ring has. The priest ponders for a moment and replies that it allows underwater breathing. Surprised, Lihan repeats the words in his mind. Underwater breathing, he wonders. He knows that the Magic Academy is not a place to lower your guard. Even a simple walk down the hallway can descend into chaos at any second, making preparation absolutely crucial. Since no one ever knows what will strike next, being fully prepared is essential. Lihan does not refuse accepting the item. Putting it on the ring releases a very faint energy. As expected, it barely siphons his mana when there is no battle. The priest then looks quite worried, warning him that he is wearing way too many cursed artifacts. She warns that if too many magical items interact, their powers might clash and cause completely unpredictable reactions. Lihan confidently replies that he will just rotate them. Smiling with relief, she says that should be fine. Digiling, meanwhile, keeps staring at him in utter disbelief. She wonders why on earth he is wearing so many cursed artifacts at once. The priest speaks up again, asking if he can help Digiling prepare for the spring festival. Digiling freezes in shock, clearly not having been informed beforehand about any spring festival. The priest realizes she forgot to tell her. On his end, Lihan also remembers he hasn't told Digiling yet. He explains that the Emperor approved the event, having just heard from the Afa order. Lihan agrees without hesitation. He says he is happy to help with anything, asking what kind of activities the Pricinga order will be hosting. The priest lists them out, mentioning a play, ring toss, and a cursed experience. Hearing this, a vivid image forms in Lihan's mind. He can only sweat in silent dread, wondering if he should drag along a few sacrificial classmates from the White Tiger Tower. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, a student approaches Professor Garcia and asks if she was looking for her. The professor turns, recognizes her, and invites Nilia in. Garcia explains that since the spring festival is coming, every faculty member has to prepare an activity. She adds that they desperately need student support, making Nilia their very first volunteer. Nilia smiles brightly, happy to help. It is really nothing. She wiggles her ears in excitement, knowing each tower sends their absolute best. Their top students are sent to help, so naturally she had to show up. Still, Nilia finds it strange and asks about Li Han. Is he not coming? There is simply no way a list of top-tier students would ever leave him out. Professor Garcia explains that Li Han has been quite busy lately and she does not want to burden him with more tasks. Nilia nods along in understanding. Suddenly, a puff of blue smoke appears as she finishes setting up the preparations. It is Principal Osu. Garcia immediately greets him, though she notices his expression looks pretty worn out and asks if he is all right. The principal grumbles that teachers should never make things easy on their young students, showing absolutely zero mercy. He admits he only enjoys seeing them struggle with their coursework. Beside them, Garcia quickly covers Nilia's ears. Leaving the young girl slightly confused, she speaks up again, asking the principal if he has found any help yet. A familiar name instantly pops into the old skull's mind, that clever kid from the Li Han family. Garcia points out that Li Han is already swamped with work, but the principal coldly snaps that it is not his problem. Staring at the stubborn skeleton, Garcia thinks to herself, but the principal suddenly pauses, prompting her to ask what is wrong. Osu slowly turns around with a look of pure suspicion, wondering aloud about Professor Vigrek's current student situation. He asks if she has any close students available. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Li Han is completely focused on building his magical lesson plans. Looking over the messy notes on the table, Ashan explains that once this complex magic circle is fully completed, floating light spheres will line both sides of the corridor at perfect intervals, while the center showcases beautiful illusion statues. Stunning statues woven entirely from illusion magic, to which Li Han calmly agrees that it should work out. Adjusting his glasses, Ashan's expression turns dark as he calls out, muttering that their old professor is a total lunatic. He complains that their old professor is absolutely out of his mind. Hearing this, Li Han quietly chides his friend for speaking so rudely in public. Suddenly, the door flies open and classmates enter, led by Princess Adenard, who politely greets Li Han with a smile. Recognizing her immediately, Li Han wonders why the princess and her loyal entourage are paying him a visit. He asks what brings them over, to which one of her followers replies that they wanted to form a study group. He then asks why Li Han has been so incredibly busy all weekend. Li Han replies that he is just finishing an assignment for a professor. He explains that a guest is visiting the academy next week, so he is preparing a grand magic circle demonstration to show them. The followers whisper among themselves, realizing this basically makes Li Han the absolute favorite student of the academy. After a quick huddle with the princess, the follower turns back to Li Han with a sudden offer. Speaking on behalf of Adenard, he asks if they can help out and lighten his heavy workload. Li Han is suddenly put on the spot. He does not want to drag even more people into this incredibly grueling magic project. He politely declines, thinking to himself that sharing credit with a high-profile princess might completely overshadow his own hard work. If they team up, his contributions will get completely eclipsed, but he can't exactly tell her that to her face. Suddenly, Professor Alpin steps right inside the room, checking up on his top student's progress with a pretty stern look. He demands to know what the crowd is doing. Caught off guard, Li Han quickly bows and greets the professor. He quickly explains that the other students offered to assist him, hoping this incredibly strict teacher will put a stop to it. Surely a notoriously tough instructor like him will kick them out, and Li Han silently begs the professor to dismiss these unwanted volunteers. But to his absolute horror, the professor smiles and praises the idea as a wonderful plan. Li Han is dumbfounded. Alpin continues to gush, telling him he is incredibly lucky to have such supportive classmates. He adds that accepting help is a vital skill for any rising mage, then turns around to leave. Before exiting, he suggests getting students from other towers involved as well to make it a joint effort. Managing a massive team is great leadership practice, leaving a totally stunned Li Han staring in absolute silence. Ashen whispers that it looks like they got the official green light after all. Suddenly, the entire room grows cold as a grave. Li Han turns to him with a bone-chilling stare, telling Ashen to drag every lazy slacker out of the dorms immediately. Ashen is terrified by the sudden shift. Forced into a corner, Li Han has to formulate a brand new plan. If he's going down, he is taking everyone with him, maximizing his chances for the highest grade. Soon the Blue Dragon students are all packed tight into the room, and the chaotic noise and excitement begin to rise. His devious scheme worked beautifully. The only tiny catch is that after they finished drawing the magic circle, everything changed. Li Han watches them, realizing that even though their numbers grew, productivity didn't match the increase. He sighs heavily. The magic circle is only 1/3 finished, yet everyone has collapsed from mana depletion. The real issue is Li Han's own monstrous mana pool. Suddenly, a voice praising him echoes from behind, making him jump as he turns around. Standing there is an elderly gentleman with a towering muscular bodyguard closely following right behind him. Li Han looks at them, quite curious about who they are, and politely asks if he's a professor. The man suddenly crosses his arms with a smirk, saying that in a certain sense, he is leaving Li Han even more confused. What on earth is he talking about? After a brief moment of thought, another realization hits him. Ah, I get it now. Then with a knowing, prophetic look, the guest guesses that he must be working as the professor's direct disciple. In his mind, Li Han thinks of it like being a miserable graduate student, but the man grumbles a denial and introduces himself as Kendry, Baku, explaining he is a friend of Professor Alpin. He mentions that by schedule he wasn't supposed to visit until next week, but because of some urgent business, he arrived early. Li Han acts surprised, noting that he came much earlier than planned. But internally his mind races, deducing that if this man is an acquaintance of Professor Alpin, he is likely a high-ranking imperial official. He then introduces his work, explaining this magic circle is being prepared for an esteemed guest, which takes the old man by surprise. Kendry laughs, praising the quick preparation and noting that this is exactly how Alpin always operates. He apologizes for making Li Han work so hard, while the bodyguard behind him whispers that they really did arrive way too early, since nothing is even close to being finished yet. But Kendry immediately reveals his real plan. If they arrive on the scheduled day, a real inspection would be impossible. Kendry quietly explains that those sneaky wizards are too clever. Acting like venomous snakes, they will hide all their mistakes. You have to drop in unannounced to see the truth, to catch them red-handed. Looking up at Li Han, he mentions hearing rumors that students here are barely fed. He heard training is brutal, but seeing Li Han's bright, healthy complexion, Kendry evaluates him with a fresh perspective. Judging by this student's healthy look, the rumors must be false. Unfortunately, this is a massive misunderstanding because he chose the absolute worst student as a model representative. He then speaks up, asking how they managed to complete so much of such a highly complex magic circle already, wondering if they started at the beginning of the term. Li Han shakes his head, replying honestly that isn't the case. We only started working on it today, sir, he answers, leaving Kendry completely flabbergasted. Just today. With only one logical conclusion left, he asks if he is indeed Li Han. Li Han replies that yes, that is correct. Kendry recalls Alpin's past praise, noting he used to think the old professor was exaggerating, but now he sees there was a good reason. Li Han is quietly surprised, realizing the professor actually boasted about him to high-ranking imperial officials. It was definitely worth staying awake during those lectures. Kendry smiles with deep satisfaction, saying this is exactly why magic academies exist, to forge outstanding students like him. He claims even incompetent fools can be officials, but magic research is strictly reserved for true geniuses. Li Han politely replies that being an imperial official is just as crucial as doing academic research, which makes the guest laugh out loud, noting that's a rather bizarre thing to hear from a Li Han. Kendry then shares his honest thoughts, offering his sincere gratitude to the young mage, saying he would actually make a fine bureaucrat. Hearing this, Li Han's eyes instantly light up. Is his dream career finally starting? He eagerly asks if the man truly believes so, but Kendry immediately crushes his rising hopes with his very next response, saying he was obviously joking and a genius like him must absolutely dedicate himself to magical research. Li Han feels like he has plummeted from the sky, confident he would make an excellent official. Kendry leaves one last word before departing, expressing that his eyes have been opened and he will support him, admitting he shouldn't judge this place so harshly, or Gonadaltes. But Li Han's face remains incredibly gloomy, wishing the man would just keep thinking poorly of this hellhole. Before leaving, he reveals that outside guests will be visiting the academy this week, prompting Li Han to ask who is coming besides priests. Kendry smiles and explains that since it is the festival season, anyone interested in Einrogard will be heading their way, including visitors from other magic academies. Hearing this piece of news, the young mage is quite taken aback. A deep sense of worry rises in Li Han's heart. Other magic academies, a pressing question begins to form in his mind, indicating a scale far larger than he ever imagined. Outside on the campus grounds, meat sizzles on a grill as Li Han's friends gather. Some are eating, others are reviewing their lessons, while Li Han focuses entirely on grilling the meat. He pauses, looking over at Yeonair, who is discussing plans at the nearby table, to ask about the status of the strength potions. She smiles with absolute confidence, looking completely sure of herself. Having recalled everything, Yeonair turns to him and speaks. I already tested a few of these bottles, and only the first one is alcohol. That is not all she discovered, though. The other one is a transformation potion. Needs further verification. But the reaction suggests is a beast-shaping potion. Moreover, there is a highly useful potion for our current situation. This particular one is believed to be a dispelling potion, to remove harmful magic, and its potency seems incredibly strong. But while Yeonair keeps talking on and on, without stopping, a sudden scream echoes through the corridor. Right as she mentions the mana-dispelling potion at that very moment, Li Han quickly turns and asks if that scream came from the tower. He suggests they should head out and go check on it. After speaking, he immediately rushes forward and throws the door wide open, demanding to know what is going on. It turns out Sakin is causing absolute chaos inside, Witnessing this, he shouts out as he watches Sakhan grab a potion bottle and make a run for it. Li Han immediately shouts that Sakhan is escaping. As he stares in the direction the beast fled, his mind is flooded with pure confusion. Why did that creature suddenly start causing trouble? Stop right there, Sakhan. Moments later, as they chase after it, Li Han suddenly remembers something and turns to ask Yeoner which potion Sakhan actually stole. Seeing his panic, she can only reply that their colors are so similar that it is hard to distinguish. It is either the dispelling potion or the transformation potion. Hearing this, he can only sigh in sheer helplessness. Seriously, sometimes that beast reminds him of the days when it was still just a gentle, well-behaved skeleton. Suddenly, mid-stride, Li Han freezes in his tracks. The place the beast ran into turns out to be incredibly familiar. Is this the stable? Hearing this, Yeoner is filled with utter confusion. What on earth is that noise? What is wrong with the horses? Li Han immediately suggests they go inside and check on them. With that, the two of them open the door and step inside, but the sight that meets his eyes makes him gasp. Looking down at the ground right by Sakhan's feet, Li Han realizes everything. This is where it gets crazy. He knows exactly what the beast drank. Not only that, but a pair of massive wings suddenly sprouts from its sides. After a moment, the two of them realize a real hippogriff has appeared inside the stable, and that explains the absolute chaos from earlier. No wonder the other horses were so terrified. Having a massive hippogriff, which naturally hunts horses, suddenly show up in their stable would terrify them. Meanwhile, Finfia is looking extremely pleased and satisfied, because its master has finally recognized its true form. However, Yeoner completely misinterprets the situation, does not get his point, and assumes Sakhan must have fed the stolen transformation potion to the hippogriff. Finfia desperately wants to deny this, but before the beast can object, a mysterious purple mist suddenly wraps around its body. Just a second later, Sakhan transforms right back into a white horse. Because the curse is incredibly powerful, a single bottle of potion cannot possibly lift the powerful curse completely. At that moment, Li Han suddenly recalls another detail and turns back to ask Yeoner if there is a chance the truth is actually the opposite. Confused by his tone, she asks what he means. Li Han then shares his theory, proposing that the stolen bottle might not have been a transformation potion. However, Yeoner immediately rejects the idea. There is no way Professor von Zagum would turn a real hippogriff into a horse and hand it over to a student. The air between them suddenly grows dead, silent as they process the absurdity. Yet after a quiet moment, Li Han still wants to prove his theory and suggests they test the remaining blue bottle to find out the truth. But once again, Yeoner immediately stops him, warning that feeding unverified transformation potions to animals like this is extremely dangerous. Upon hearing that, he immediately clarifies that he would never feed it to Finfia. He intends to use Gainando instead. After a short pause, Li Han suddenly blinks as a realization hits him. Wait, that name sounds incredibly strange. Finfia, don't tell him that is actually her real name. Either way, another weekend at the academy passes and Monday quickly arrives. He approaches Professor Vodali to offer a polite greeting, but the sudden heavy sigh from the teacher takes him aback, instantly sends him into a panic. Did the professor just sigh the moment he saw him? How terrifying. At this, Vodali slowly speaks, telling him that he already warned him not to be so complacent or act in such a reckless manner. Li Han is extremely confused and quietly responds. The professor then explains what he heard, bringing up the rumor of him attempting to cast multiple water spheres. Hearing this, he feels a sudden pang of guilt. How many people did Professor Ingridel tell? At that moment, the situation was just too urgent, and he had absolutely no other choice. Even Vodali agrees with that assessment, saying he figured as much before giving a slow nod. Yet, in his heart, Vodali is feeling quite frustrated. Getting students to actually listen is always an elusive task. A mage will never stop their reckless actions just because of a few empty lectures. Only when they experience the danger themselves will they finally stop. Therefore, this is the responsibility of a true teacher. He suddenly tosses a cloak over, telling him to wear it. Seeing this, Li Han begins to realize that empty verbal warnings are completely useless. He holds up the garment, asking if it is a cloak. On top of that, Li Han notices something highly unusual, feeling a strange trace of mana. He asks his professor what kind of spell is hidden on it. But Lady Bagler flatly replies that it is a defensive spell, which immediately fills Li Han with dread. He wonders how much more torture his professor is planning. The professor immediately orders him to move out. This only deepens Li Han's confusion, and he asks if they are not going to practice inside the classroom. He asks where they are heading, only for Boladi Bagler to tell him that his elemental sensitivity is already more than good enough. There is no need to train it anymore. The professor adds that he already gave Li Han a book on basic lightning magic, but he never expected him to grasp it instantly, which only makes Li Han feel even more uneasy. It seems the book is harder than he thought. Boladi Bagler pushes open the door in front of them while speaking. He mentions that Li Han's ability to sense, control, and transform elements has already met all his requirements. The professor admits it is not surprising that he tried creating multiple water orbs just as the heavy door swings wide open. An empty void stretches out before them. Li Han is completely speechless, wondering how many secret passages this academy actually hides. When Li Han asks where they are actually going, the professor whips his head around, instantly freezing the young mage in his tracks. It seems the professor acts as if he has already explained everything. Still, Li Han decides to take a risk and speak up anyway. He asks for a bit more clarity, starting with their destination. Bolati Bagler finally blunt drops that they are heading down into the dungeon. Li Han instantly regrets asking. A dungeon is a distorted space entirely different from the outside world. It is governed by bizarre rules and created when massive amounts of mana accumulate in one specific point. It could be ancient ruins or even some forgotten storage tower constructed by a crazy Lich King. It could be literally anything. But the real problem is that dungeons are crawling with monsters, which thoroughly depresses Li Han. He has zero interest in entering such a place. He turns to his professor with a question. He asks if the professor has any actual armor besides that simple robe, but the older mage completely brushes it off. Armor interferes with the flow of magic. This leaves Li Han even more panicked about how to defend himself. He asks if they will at least use barrier spells, but the professor simply replies that defensive magic is also a problem. It hinders other casting. He tells Li Han to just dodge, making the student freeze. But Li Han quickly makes up his mind. No matter what the professor says, Li Han quietly resolves to keep his defensive barriers active during the entire fight. To him, the dungeon is incredibly dangerous and nobody knows what monsters lurk inside. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, banners are draped along the paths as Professor Garcia stands proudly in the courtyard to welcome an esteemed guest. She politely invites her inside. Standing opposite her is Eumedeos, the legendary archmage. She is the pioneer of water magic and is famous across the entire empire. Her custom spells are widely used by royal mages, and even Professor Garcia was once her student. Garcia immediately steps forward, telling her old master what a massive honor it is to finally have the opportunity to meet her again. However, Eumedeos calmly tells her there is no need for such stiff formalities with an old retired mage. Looking at her, Garcia thinks that no one would guess her true strength just from her gentle appearance. In truth, she deeply admires the old woman, knowing this kind elder was once a legendary battle mage who won countless glorious victories. Eumedeos looks around and notes that the Magic Academy has always been a truly wonderful place. She adds that the students are just as brilliant, a sentiment that Garcia silently agrees with. But Eumedeos quickly adds that the professors are a different story, making Garcia flinch and nervously ask if that is really true. Garcia stammers that everyone is working incredibly hard. Eumedeos sighs, explaining that the real issue lies in their personality. It is not a question of their magical capability. She remarks that with Gonadaltes around, they simply have to accept the chaos. She notes that the headmaster is the root of all trouble. Garcia silently and enthusiastically agrees with her assessment. She then takes the opportunity to probe, asking if Eumedeos is mentoring any particularly interesting students lately. Eumedeos warmly replies that nothing brings her greater joy than guiding a highly talented student. Thinking about it warms her heart. She notes she has lived her entire life guided by strict logic, yet she admits she never quite succeeded in training her own self properly. Then out of nowhere, Eumedeos asks if Bolati Bagler is currently working at the academy, mentioning she needs to see him before she leaves. She asks Garcia for directions, to which the younger professor immediately and politely agrees. As she leads the way, she realizes that right now should be the time for the basic magic theory class. Garcia explains that she is referring to the repetitive basic magic combat practice class, promising to take her there immediately, which sounds absolutely perfect. Finally, Garcia feels a spark of anticipation, hoping Eumedeos will witness the professor's terrible teaching style and fly into a complete rage. The two of them head straight to Vodali's classroom, but they find it completely empty, which immediately leaves Garcia feeling quite confused. Class is clearly in session, so where could they have gone? But Eumedeos does not worry, casually using her own magic to locate them. Green wisps of energy swirl beneath their feet, and after a brief moment of thought, the elder speaks. He is holding his class somewhere else and looking at these magical traces. I am positive he has entered a dungeon, which completely shocks Garcia. What a dungeon, Garcia gasps, but the legendary master understands the reality of this situation better than anyone. Once a student reaches a certain level of skill, real combat is easily the fastest way to train them. While Eumedeos is busy explaining her reasoning, Garcia anxiously rushes forward, wondering if the professor is currently training the third-year students. Or perhaps they are fourth years, but before she can even finish that thought, Garcia calls out that they must hurry. Eumedeos wonders why she is reacting so intensely, only to hear Garcia admit she fears Professor Vegratek did something reckless. He took the first-year students down into the dungeon, which instantly causes even the calm master to gasp in disbelief. Yet Eumedeos confidently declares those students must be exceptionally talented, an answer that leaves Garcia completely frozen in sheer disbelief. Talent is not the issue here, but the elder remains perfectly calm, mentioning that back in her day they taught magic directly. Doing so inside dungeons where mana is highly abundant makes casting powerful spells much easier. She goes on to explain that all kinds of unique magical phenomena occur down there, making it an incredibly useful reference. Even so, Garcia points out that modern mages simply do not train under such extreme and dangerous conditions anymore. Still, Eumenides insists that finding a proper balance is key, believing that Vodali is responsible and will keep everything within safe boundaries. She tells Garcia there is no need to worry, which only makes her panic more because that professor never plays by the rules. Suddenly, Garcia senses something quite unusual, realizing that the way the elder speaks about Professor Vegratek is rather strange. Stopping dead in her tracks, she asks Eumenides if she is actually the legendary master of the eccentric professor. The elder simply smiles, clarifying that she only offered him some brief, informal guidance long ago. Despite her humble answer, Garcia remains entirely unconvinced, knowing that most ordinary people would definitely call that a master and disciple relationship. Curious, Garcia gets straight to the point, asking if something dramatic had happened between the two of them back then. Even now, Eumenides flatly denies it, but her defensive tone makes Garcia realize that the situation was far from simple. Their personalities clash completely, and staying together any longer would have ended in absolute disaster. Hearing that one of them surely would have ended up dead only makes Garcia feel even more incredibly uneasy about this whole trip. Deep inside the dark dungeon, the duo suddenly comes face to face with a strange creature, which turns out to be a low-level demon. Vodali casually snaps his fingers, a silent move that only makes Li Han feel increasingly uneasy. Seeing the beast try to put out their light, he quickly chants his spell for brilliant light to appear. Looking to his side with mixed feelings, he realizes that this is as far as his guide can lead him. He wonders if a demon professor even exists, knowing that demons are usually distorted monsters born from sin. These immortal beasts are warped by a lifetime of sins, but Li Han firmly raises his staff anyway, ready to strike back. Even in the heat of battle, he reminds himself that raising his voice inside a dungeon is never a good idea. Brilliant beams of light quickly strike the beast down, leaving it completely flattened on the ground, which Vodali observes quietly. Watching the display, the professor notes that such quick reflexes and natural alertness are rare qualities. These are vital traits for any true combat mage, but Vodali refuses to offer Li Han even the slightest bit of guidance. Believing the young mage should handle this naturally, the professor coldly orders him to keep moving forward, leaving Li Han to simply comply. As he steps forward, he cannot help but wonder if he truly needs to follow his instructions so literally. Based on his own memories of the professor's past lessons, there has to be a deeper reason. If he considers why he was brought here, this dungeon likely contains traps designed to force a mage to act. They will have to cast multiple spells simultaneously. And if that is the case, he absolutely needs to prepare himself now. Quietly, he casts a spell to stabilize the space around his feet, making Vodali smile with a sense of relief. Instantly, swirls of green energy surround him, and Li Han reaches his hand out, knowing the professor's silence is a warning. He summons his skeletal hand before throwing it forward, ready to face whatever hidden dangers lie ahead in the dark. Go scout ahead first, he commands. Obeying the order, the skeletal hand creeps into the shadows, only for another arm to suddenly emerge from the darkness, reaching out to grab it. With a solid grip, a slimy, grotesque face looms out of the dark and immediately crushes the bone to pieces. Watching this, Li Han feels a growing sense of dread since the path ahead looks empty, but the monster gets completely obliterated right after trying to rise back up. Afterward, Li Han turns and asks the professor if he knew demons could hide themselves, only to receive a very vague response. Demons have many unpredictable traits, leaving Li Han completely frozen in disbelief as he realizes just how bad things really are. With that thought, he quickly adjusts his rings and shouts out an ignition spell, knowing exactly what needs to be done next. Without preparing fire magic beforehand, he would be helpless, prompting the professor to praise his excellent mindset since a great mage never rests on past victories. Seeing this growth, Bolati Bagler praises him for finally adapting to the harsh environment before ordering him to keep moving forward. He must navigate all the way to the bottom of the dungeon, while Bolati Bagler simply says he will wait right here before vanishing. This sudden abandonment leaves Li Han utterly dumbfounded, forcing him to swallow his explosive rage and curse the man silently. Wondering why that crazy professor would dump him in such a place, Li Han keeps pushing deeper into the dark cavern as Bolati Bagler quietly watches through a magic screen. Right then, Professor Eumenides appears alongside the other faculty members, greeting Bolati Bagler by saying it has been a very long time since they last met. Staring at the display, she can barely believe her own eyes, wondering if that screen was created using illusion magic. Did Bolati Bagler actually throw young Li Han into that dangerous dungeon and simply leave him to fend for himself? Brushing her initial shock aside, she steps closer to ask about the freshman's actual magic proficiency at the moment. Bolati Bagler immediately reports that Li Han has already mastered elemental control, shape-shifting, and even complex multicast control magic. All of his skills are exceptionally well-trained, a fact that leaves Eumenides utterly stunned. She asks in absolute disbelief if such a ridiculous claim could actually be true. She demands to know if this is some sort of trick, but Baladi Bagler calmly reassures her that it is entirely real. Professor Garcia adds that the young student relies on such advanced magic for one simple reason, simply because he has been subjected to some of the most brutal training imaginable. Ignoring the explanation, Eumedios calls out to Baladi Bagler, her sharp words cutting straight to the point. She admits she always had serious doubts about whether he possessed the actual capability to train any student, but with a sudden smile, she warmly confesses that she might have greatly underestimated his teaching abilities after all. After all, a student's outstanding success is always a direct reflection of their master's guidance. But Lady Bagler remains completely indifferent, flatly thanking her for the compliment while she swiftly moves on. She asks what their target is for today, answering that it is to perfect his multicast magic. When asked what kind of monster was selected for the trial, Baladi Bagler simply replies that they are ghouls. Hearing this, Professor Garcia lets out a sigh of relief, questioning if ghouls are really too dangerous for a new recruit. Staring at the screen, Eumedios points out that a freshman is still just a freshman, but she quickly begins to analyze the situation. Even so, there are distinct tiers of talent, and with his skill set, clearing ghouls should be completely feasible. Meanwhile, Li Han continues to fight relentlessly, the sheer heat of his magic visibly warping the air around him. Deploying magic shields and blasting intense waves of heat, he systematically incinerates the monsters, leaving Eumedios stunned by his massive mana pool. His raw magical energy is far greater than anything she predicted, but she suddenly senses that something is going terribly wrong. An eerie silence descends upon the cave, leading Garcia to assume the battle is finally over and ask if it is finished. Right then, a massive, slimy arm reaches out from the dark, shocking Li Han as he realizes it could crush him with a single blow. It turns out to be a terrifying mutated ghoul, causing Garcia to cry out in absolute horror at the unfolding disaster. She asks if this threat has completely exceeded the student's limits, her mind racing with a growing sense of panic. There was absolutely no reason to unleash such a monstrosity, yet Baladi Bagler remains unnervingly calm and simply agrees with her. He reveals that this mutation is an entirely unplanned variable, sending a wave of absolute shock through both of his colleagues. Thinking quickly, Eumedios decides that leaving the boy in there is unacceptable and resolves to go save him herself. Baladi Bagler counters that training requires precise execution, but a sudden noise interrupts them as Garcia screams out Li Han's name. The sudden shout makes Eumedios spin around in panic, rushing back to the monitor to watch the boy with sheer desperation. She begs to know what is happening, dreading that he might have been crushed before gasping out in shock. She realizes the stone has completely absorbed the incoming lightning strike, a sight that leaves her staring with wide-eyed bewilderment. Meanwhile, Li Han is racking his brain to calculate his next move. He raises his staff to cast. The spell quickly wraps around the giant beast, yet nothing seems to change. Is Fakensh's magic doomed to fail every single time like this? Useless spirit. It offers zero help. The more he thinks, the more his mind descends into pure panic. He decides to rely on his most familiar element. With a single thought, he summons a small water sphere as countless others materialize all around him. Li Han knows this technique inside out. He knows a basic water sphere will not do any real damage here. He must make the water rotate. Without even realizing it, his genius mind has already calculated the exact formula needed. It does not need to be perfect like his golem strike. He just needs enough raw penetrating force. With that power, he can defeat his opponent. On his command, the water spheres violently launch straight forward. They actually tear right through the monster's massive flesh. Watching this, he stands completely dazed, realizing that his improvised attack actually worked on the beast. Finally, that blue aura wraps around his body again. And trust me, he is more than ready to end this. He screams for the beast to die, totally unaware that Eumedios is standing right behind him, admiring his incredible combat skills. She calmly explains that this is no ordinary ghoul. This is a highly dangerous mutated ghoul instead. Seeing a stranger suddenly appear in the dungeon, Li Han politely bows, assuming she must be a powerful mage from the outside. He greets her warmly, only for Eumedios to ask if he has any idea who she really is. His response pleases her. He admits he does not know her, but as an outside guest, he must show proper respect. He welcomes her with courtesy. Right after Eumedios speaks up again, deeply impressed by his manner. She wonders how a young mage can be so talented, yet so exceptionally polite after defeating such a dangerous mutated ghoul. Suddenly, she asks if he is angry at Vodali Vegrit for setting up such a deadly challenge for him. That question makes Li Han realize she did not call Vodali a professor when mentioning his name. With his genius mind, he quickly deduces they must be close acquaintances. So he quickly defends his master. He explains the professor only did this to teach him, so there is no reason to be angry at all. His pure aura completely dazzles Eumedios. How could Vodali Vegrit find such an outstanding disciple in this world? The performance is truly impressive. Eumedios looks around the area and kindly asks if he is doing all right. Li Han answers just as Professor Garcia rushes over, completely worried sick that he had to face a mutated ghoul. Yet he seems totally unbothered, calmly stating that he is fine because Professor Vodali had already prepared everything. But Garcia frantically insists that the dangerous mutated ghoul was never part of the original plan and was just an unexpected accident. Li Han is absolutely fuming inside, and honestly, can you blame him for wanting to scream at them? No wonder his spells barely worked. Still, he tells the professor it is fine and actually quite helpful. He claims it became a great opportunity for him to learn. Right after, she continues speaking to introduce someone. She introduces her companion as Eumidios, asking Li Han if he has heard of her famous reputation before. Hearing the name, Li Han is stunned. The legendary water mage of the Empire meeting her is a massive honor. She curiously asks if he was actually spinning the water sphere during his fight just now. He shyly admits he has not mastered it perfectly yet, but Eumidios immediately shakes her head in disagreement. To Eumidios, the fact that he could pull it off at all is already incredibly impressive. She explains that if he fully masters rotation control, many experienced mages will feel completely defeated by his talent. They would be so utterly disappointed in their own skills that they might break their staffs in half. She takes a quiet moment to observe him before asking once more to confirm his name is indeed Li Han. Offering to teach him some basic magic during her stay, she leaves him absolutely thrilled at this rare